Deep in the dark ruins, they searched the surroundings as they went. These fallen wizards sure know how to hide well. How can we find them after all? At this moment, the three girls from earlier came running. Hey bro over there, are you here for the quest too? Want to team up? The playboy coldly replied, what hidden quest? My big bro called me here. Right now, Rose Warrior, Archer, and White Fruit Knight stood stunned and said, looks like we've been tricked. The playboy angrily shouted, shut up. The fallen wizards are about to catch up. See, don't you want to live? Hearing this, Rose Warrior angrily said, you still have the nerve to speak. If your big bro hadn't tricked us, we wouldn't have charged into the dark ruins. The playboy said in confusion, my big bro tricked you. White Fruit Knight said, just follow this guy. If we don't meet his big bro later, take it out on him. The playboy helplessly shouted, what does this have to do with me? On Pham Tran's side, he heard the playboy's shouts and wondered, it seems I heard some commotion. At this moment, the fallen wizards were preparing to attack Pham Tran and Valina. Valina intentionally reminded him, big bro, be serious when fighting monsters. There's still one left. So Pham Tran raised his staff, used a skill to attack the fallen wizard, and said, you're right. That noise probably has nothing to do with me. After that, the system spoke, helped the dark spirit and lack 2. Found 10 out of 10 fallen wizards. Quest complete. Goodwill of the dark spirit and lack 2 towards you increased. After completing the quest, Pham Tran turned to talk to lack 2. You need the essence cores left behind when fallen wizards die, right? Lack 2 replied, yes, thank you for your help. This time, it's because of these dark attribute essence cores. Ever since the Great Queen, in the war against the demon god, the princess was also struck by the demon god's power. She needs a continuous supply of dark attribute energy in order to survive. Wanting to save his princess, he bowed his head and said, I want to ask both of you to save the princess. Suddenly, the system appeared. Activating special hidden quest. Save the Dark Spirit Princess. Quest details. Go to the residence of the Dark Spirit tribe. Find the path left by the demon god to retreat and remove the demon god's power that ambushed the Dark Spirit Princess. Quest reward. Unknown. Pham Tran smiled and said, accepted. I accept your request. Lack 2 held a small object in his hand and replied, thank you. This is a moonstone. It can lead you to find the hiding place of our tribe. Our tribe will always respectfully await you both. Then came the system reminder. The Dark Spirit Tribe's moonstone is a special item. The owner of the moonstone can see the residence of the Dark Spirit Tribe on the map. Receiving the moonstone, Pham Tran thought, the Dark Spirit Tribe is near Great Desert City. Located in the west of the deity continent, it's the most desolate city. Even using a teleportation array, it would still take 3 hours to get there from the dark ruins. So far away. After saying that, Lack 2 waved goodbye and said, the journey is long. I still need to bring the fallen wizard's essence cores back to the tribe. Please excuse me. The dark wizards here have been dealt with by me. You two can stay without worry. Hearing that, Pham Tran was dumbfounded. In a short time, the boss won't respawn. You finished it, so what am I supposed to kill? Looks like I can only go to the abandoned altar. For now, then. Valina and Pham Tran entered the abandoned altar. Pham Tran wondered, I don't know if the Lord has summoned enough monsters. At this moment, the Rose Warrior was standing before them with an extremely angry expression. Below her was the Lord, bound in a painful manner. His mouth was gagged. He could only make muffled sounds. She stepped on the Lord viciously and said, "You finally arrived. You must explain to me clearly." Pham Tran said helplessly, "Why did you trick us? I really didn't expect to act so stupidly. Moreover, there was no system notification. You ladies can still convince yourselves that this is a hidden quest." The Rose Warrior grew even angrier, saying curtly, "Enough nonsense. You dare play with us, you must pay the price. Take action against me." As she finished speaking, the White Fruit Knight took to the air and unleashed an attack. The Inquisitor and the Deadly Archer unleashed their skills. Light Sword Dance. Seeing this, Pham Tran sighed and thought, their strength is not bad. No wonder they're called the Iron Triangle. The Rose doesn't necessarily have to make enemies over this. Their swift battle and swift victory made them fearful. Pham Tran extended his staff and unleashed a skill, causing the Rose Warrior to say doubtfully, "A priest like you won't obediently wait to die. Could you still intend to attack? The Rose Warrior was stunned to receive such high damage. How could it be so high? She gritted her teeth and glared, saying, "In the end, who are you, Pham Tran?" Pham Tran hovered high above, pointing his staff down at her, saying, "Death in the wilderness will be punished with a level drop. I don't want to make enemies with you ladies. Surrender or die. Choose for yourselves." The Rose Warrior said fearfully, I surrender, I surrender." Hearing this, he quickly ordered the Lord to tie them up, blindfold them and throw them far away. The previously bound Lord, upon hearing the order, immediately broke free from the rope's restraint. He laughed obediently. Then his face became sinister as he smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, sorry, ladies." The three girls were quickly tied up by him in extremely sexy poses, but they could only make muffled sounds, unable to resist. Seeing this, Pham Tran silently sighed. "Master, come here," he called out. The Lord quickly came over with a happy expression, asking, "What's up, brother?" Pham Tran pointed behind him and said, "Lure the fallen wizards from afar over here. Solo practice." The Lord quickly obeyed, replying, "Okay brother, watch closely." Then, carrying his sword, he turned and left. After that, he called out, "Big sister." Big sister quickly appeared behind him and said, "Greetings, master." Pham Tran inquired of her, "Are you used to the new job yet?" Big sister replied, "Much better than before. Thank you, master." Hearing this, he raised a bag and smiled, saying, "These are all dark essence crystals. Use them to level up. Absorb them, then let Velina lead you to hunt fallen wizards." Velina also liked that idea, making an approving sound. Next, the essence crystals flew and surrounded Big Sister. She smiled and said, "Thank you, master." That was Big Sister's part. Pham Tran looked toward the Lord, silently calculating in his mind. It seems Big Sister will be able to level up soon. During this time, I can instruct the reckless Lord. The sword demon as one. His train of thought was interrupted when he saw the Lord clowning around, dodging the fallen wizard's attacks. While dodging, he was cursing profanities. Pham Tran angrily shouted at the reckless Lord, "What are you jumping around like that for? You're the sword demon. I didn't tell you to use it for some silly dance." The scolded Lord turned and said, "Brother, come on. I'm being very serious in fighting these monsters." At this point, Pham Tran had calmed down and explained patiently, "The biggest advantage of virtual reality games over regular games lies in the fact that attributes don't represent everything. As long as your mind and body are agile enough, you can perform many actions." The Lord listened but didn't understand the long explanation. He shouted, "What actions? Get to the main point, brother." Right then, a fallen wizard appeared from behind, charging a magic orb and firing it straight at him. Pham Tran quickly ordered, "Behind you, to the right." The Lord listened, his body moving with his mind. He barely reacted in time, only managing to say, "Oh crap. Thanks, brother." As the fallen wizard charged another magic orb, Pham Tran continued, explaining to the Lord about its attack mechanism. The fallen wizard's attack frequency is not high. Before each attack, it will accumulate energy in its palms. You must pay attention to the direction of the attack. This monster's attack. Then he gave an example, like in this situation right now. After that, it will raise its hand. That's when you have the opportunity to strike. He gently told him again, if you want to pursue the sword demon path, there are no shortcuts. Only continuous, intense practice. You can't afford to be absent-minded or lack focus. While he spoke, the Lord seemed to have realized something. His eyes and face became determined. His body took a combat-ready stance. Now, as the fallen wizard raised its hand, Pham Tran shouted, "Now." Hearing that, the Lord gripped his sword and charged at it, saying the name of the technique in his mind, Silver Sword Decapitation. The Lord swiftly eliminated the fallen wizard. After killing it, he turned and boasted, "Brother, it seems this monster wasn't that hard to kill." Seeing this, Pham Tran praised him for doing well. "You have the skills of a sword demon. High burst damage. Don't just evade during combat." The Lord listened to his brother's advice. He stood upright, saluted, and said, "Understood," then laughed heartily. Pham Tran said, "Next, I need to go to the Dark Spirit Tribe. You continue practicing. Velina and I will act together. I'll send you the map location later. Just wait for me there. No need to say much." Hearing this, the Lord asked if it was a hidden mission. Pham Tran waved his hand and said, "Consider it that way." The Dark Spirit tribe has fewer troubles. But don't listen to rumors. Remember what I told you. Okay, see you later, the Lord said cheerfully. Don't worry, brother. Bidding farewell, the two went their separate ways. Pham Tran went to where Velina was. She was now a level 10 mystic mage. Her vitality was 700. Her arcane energy was 250. Seeing Pham Tran, she waved happily at her big brother. I leveled up, he heard her say. My, you've grown up, sister. Velina said shyly. Before, I was affected by the seal. My body grew very slowly. Now, every 10 levels, my body will mature. Until I regain my original appearance. Hearing this, Pham Tran blushed. Regain her original appearance. Could she go from a lowly to an Oni-san? He found himself slightly anticipating it. Dai Ni, behind him, also wanted to show her progress. Master, my power has increased as well. I'm level 35, silver essence rank. My vitality is 2750. And my spiritual energy is 350. Pham Tran smiled and said, upgrade materials are hard to find. We can only wait for fate to slowly nourish us for now. Let's rest first. After saying that, he turned to Velina. Let's go, Velina. We're headed to Great Desert City. And the two set off. In Great Desert City, outside the West Gate, the city is constantly battered by sandstorms. Only by wearing scarves, reinforced with magic, can one avoid the sandstorm's damage. Pham Tran said, the dark spirits are west of Great Desert City. The environment here is truly terrible. Suddenly, ahead, a couple was exterminating wolves. Pham Tran looked and immediately recognized the two. It was Fawn An and his girlfriend. He thought to himself, in my previous life, when I was just an ordinary player, Fawn An already had some fame. He didn't look down on me as a noob, but instead taught me many skills. His girlfriend's name is Bak Tra. Tan Hone is a priestess. Seeing Pham Tran, she said, Fawn An, someone's here. She gave him a suggestive look and said, didn't expect to meet such a handsome guy in this desolate desert. Want to add a good friend. Hearing this, Pham Tran felt disgusted, thinking, indeed, Fawn An's girlfriend is the same as before. Blatantly hitting on me like that. Pham Tran recalled that in his previous life, Bak Tra, or Tan Hone, was Fawn An's girlfriend in reality. After meeting some rich guy, she betrayed Fawn An in the divine realm. Fawn An was heartbroken for a long time because of that. Didn't expect the signs of betrayal were there so early. The thought flashed through Pham Tran's mind as he said, instead of helping your teammate, you're flirting with me. Bak Tra replied, he's very capable. It doesn't matter if I don't help. She languidly poked her finger at her chest. On the contrary, you're the one I met. Meeting is fate. We can become good friends and hunt monsters together. Her words said one thing, but her thoughts were different. Those willing to spend money on cosmetics are just rich idiots. I must reel in that Fawn An behind me. Seeing this, Fawn An said to Bak Tra, when will you ever fix this habit of being too friendly with everyone? Bak Tra snapped back, what? I know my limits. Fawn An scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. My friend, she means no harm. If she offended you, let me apologize on her behalf. Pham Tran thought, it seems Fawn An hasn't realized her true nature yet. Bak Tra's true nature. If we had known each other before this life, then I wouldn't have allowed Fawn An to be deceived by Bak Tra like this. Pham Tran smiled and replied, it's okay, I just don't want to reveal my ID. Otherwise, I'd love to be friends with you too. Bak Tra quickly waved her hand and said, this is simple. Just make a divine covenant. Seeing this, Fawn An immediately ran over and said, Bak Tra, that's going too far. Before he could stop her, she said, Bak Tra Tan Hone makes a divine covenant. I absolutely will not directly state or indirectly reveal your true identity to anyone else. Fawn An helplessly said from behind, Fawn An makes a vow. I absolutely will not tell anyone. Seeing the fish had taken the bait, Pham Tran smiled and said, well done, Sister Bak Tra and Brother Fawn An, you've sworn so solemnly. I won't hide it anymore. System, player Pham Tran invites you to be friends. At this moment, the two of them were extremely surprised. Bak Tra cleverly asked, are you the number one priest of Sovoani? Pham Tran modestly said, it's just a name people like to call me, nothing worth mentioning. Seeing the plump prey approaching, Bak Tra sweetly said, you're too modest, Lord Tran. I've watched your videos for a long time. It's an honor to meet you in person. Why don't we team up? Pham Tran replied, no need to team up. I'm accompanying my sister and have tasks to do, so I can't stay long. Feel free to contact me anytime. Goodbye. Vuina waved and smiled beside him. Though he said that, Pham Tran secretly thought. In front of Phong An, Bok Tra Tan Hon didn't overdo it. I should give her a chance to perform. Bok Tra hurriedly said, feel free to contact me anytime. Seeing Pham Tran had gone far away, Bok Tra's face darkened as she thought slowly. I told you, what's the point? Which man doesn't like sweet talk? Phong An, seeing her expression, asked from behind, Bok Tra, what are you smiling about? Bok Tra, why are you laughing? Seeing she was asked that, she snapped, what does it have to do with you? Phong An said, come on, I know you're mad I didn't buy you that bag, but it was really too expensive. I can't afford it right now. Wait for me to defeat a few more monsters, then I'll buy it for you. Bok Tra pretended to say, okay, I'm not mad at you anymore. Let's work hard together. Seeing this, Phong An happily said, yeah, let's work hard together. While saying that, in her heart she was thinking, both poor and stupid. Looks like I need to quickly hook Pham Tran. Get rid of this short-term meal ticket. Withdrawing her thoughts, she sent a private message to Pham Tran. Lord Pham Tran, do you have a girlfriend? Receiving the message, Pham Tran smirked. The fish has taken the bait. He replied, no, why does the lady ask so brazenly? It's nothing. Just wanted to ask. What do you think of me? Without hesitation, Pham Tran replied, not bad. So what did you want to say? She messaged, it's because I have a good impression of you, but for a girl like me to say it outright, people would find it awkward. Seeing that, he messaged, don't you already have a boyfriend? Bok Tra shamelessly replied, Phong An is just a friend. He keeps clinging to me, it's annoying. I don't have any feelings for him. Pham Tran happily thought, I was waiting for her to say that. Seeing she took the bait, Pham Tran took a screenshot and sent the chat log between him and Bok Tra Tan Hon to Phong An, messaging, Phong An, take a look. After sending it, he laughed triumphantly. Vuina beside him asked, big brother, what are you so happy about? Pham Tran laughed, don't ask too much, kid. I'm just doing a good deed. Meanwhile, when Phong An received the message, and the chat log between Pham Tran and Bok Tra Tan Hon, he froze. Reading Bok Tra's message, he keeps clinging to me, I don't have any feelings for him, he was stunned. No feelings. Causing Phong An to berate himself for being such a fool. Seeing Phong An frozen, Bok Tra yelled loudly, why are you spacing out? Hurry up and defeat monsters. That bag is a limited edition. If you're slow, you won't be able to buy it. Phong An coldly said, feelings don't seem to matter much to you. Anyway, even if you leave me, you'll probably still be able to find another meal ticket to buy it for you. Hearing that, she angrily said, what are you talking about? I don't understand. The system announced, player Phong An has left the team. After saying that, he turned and left, not forgetting to leave a parting remark, I don't expect we'll meet again, miss. Are you crazy? After leaving, Phong An messaged Pham Tran, brother Pham Tran, thank you. Pham Tran thought silently, a happy breakup. Then Pham Tran also received a message from Bok Tra, Lord Pham Tran, help me, Phong An abandoned me in this desert. Seeing that, Pham Tran immediately blocked her instead. He laughed triumphantly. Having exposed Bok Tra's true colors beforehand, he had saved Phong An from emotional hurt a second time. Indeed, it was him. He continued receiving messages from Phong An. If not for you, I wouldn't have known Bok Tra's true thoughts. If there's a chance, I hope we can grab a drink together in the real world. Pham Tran messaged back, okay, we'll definitely have a chance. What are your plans next, Phong An? Phong An replied, I was going to level up, but just now I went offline to wash my face. I saw this morning on the forum someone obtained a guild creation order in the outskirts. The outskirts area. The Supreme Alliance is offering a high price to buy it. At this moment, Pham Tran froze, thinking, there's news of a guild creation order already. Until now, guilds in Zhu Shen have existed only in offline form. Offline, Only guilds established with a guild creation order are officially recognized by the system. They gain the effect of recruiting guild members. In the previous life, the major guilds never revealed the locations of the guild creation orders. So although I wanted one too, I didn't know where to start. But this life, Fong An continued messaging. The location where the guild creation order dropped has been leaked. I'm preparing to try my luck. I won't hide it from you. Now I rely on Zhu Shen to make a living. Pham Tran replied, I'm also interested in the guild creation order. Thank you for letting me know. Fong An messaged back, I'll go ahead. We'll keep in touch later. Pham Tran replied, sure. If you obtain the guild creation order, I'm willing to buy it at a high price. After that, he and Vuana continued their journey. He thought, complete the hidden mission quickly, then hurry to Kondia City. I must obtain the guild creation order. At the residence of the Shadow Spirit tribe, Pham Tran said, the marked location on the map is here. But this is just a lake. A member of the tribe, seeing the strangers, said, outsiders, leave this place immediately. At this, Pham Tran showed the token and said, I'm here to see An Lak Tu. This is the token, the other replied. So it is Lord An Lak Tu's token. Please wait a moment. Pham Tran thought, the Shadow Spirit tribe is so cautious. Not only is the tribe's attitude strange, but there's no news from Lan Tu either. Logically, he should have arrived before me. A while later, Lak Tu appeared, waving hello. I didn't expect to meet you both so soon. How fortunate. The Shadow Spirit tribe welcomed the visitors. Follow me, we can walk on the lake's surface. Seeing this, Pham Tran said, sorry for the trouble. Lak Tu replied, you're too polite. It is we who have troubled you, Pham Tran. To Moon Lake Island. Lak Tu pointed, that is where the princess resides. At this moment, I still haven't seen Lan Tu. So he messaged him, hey Lan Tu, I'm here. Where are you? Lan Tu replied, brother, you probably won't believe me, but I'm in the tribe's prison. Pham Tran was puzzled. What happened with the prison? Lan Tu said, let me explain briefly. I treated a girl from the Shadow Spirit tribe as an NPC, and teased her a bit. I swear, just a little. Pham Tran was now helpless with him. Seeing Pham Tran stunned, Lak Tu asked, Pham Tran, sir, do you need any assistance? Pham Tran shook his head, no, it's fine. I really want to meet the princess. At the Moon Palace, everyone respectfully visited the princess. The Shadow Spirit tribe's princess, named Li Nha Tu, said, Pham Tran, sir, pay attention. An Lak Tu said, you can help us find the path left by the demon god, right? Pham Tran smiled and replied, Your Highness, I think the one who can help everyone is not me. Surely An Lak Tu has seen Vuana's new abilities. Vuana then smiled friendly and asked the princess, what do you need me to do? Lak Tu said, before the demon god Bak Nhi was sealed away, he left a cursed object. It continuously emanates a cursed power, attacking the princess's body. This power is invisible. We cannot find its source. We hope you too can find the cursed object, so the princess won't suffer anymore. Hearing this, Pham Tran was puzzled. A cursed object, not a cursed power. Lak Tu said, we've invited sorcerers to purify the curse for the princess. But each time after purification, the cursed power returns again. If we cannot find the source, the princess will be drained of life by the cursed power. Pham Tran turned to Vuana, sorry to trouble you. Vuana added, I can see the cursed power, but if the cursed object isn't present, I cannot see it either. Seeing the situation, Lak Tu sincerely said, Pham Tran, sir, Miss Violina, please think of a way to help us. Our princess is still young. Li Nha Tu then spoke up, Uncle An Lak Tu, I'm already grateful that you could come here. Don't force them. Pham Tran pondered and said, don't give up so soon. Perhaps there's a way to find the cursed object. Vuana dispelled her invisibility. Vuana then used a technique, and around the princess, black aura began to appear. Pham Tran recognized something. This is the cursed power. He turned to Lak Tu and said, go invite the sorcerer from before. Tell him to purify the curse on the princess. Lak Tu hesitated. Seeing this, Vuana said, after the purification, the cursed object will surely emanate power to attack the princess. Then, we can trace the trail to find it. Hearing this, he no longer hesitated and said, I see, I'll immediately contact the sorcerer Hoak Cash. Hearing a familiar name, Pham Tran asked, Hoak Cash, do you remember him? He's your senior brother, right? Vuana said, I think Master Bak Min mentioned him before. I have many senior brothers. He said if I'm in danger, I should crush this crystal signal. The nearest senior brother will come to rescue me. Pham Tran thought. Bak Min's disciples, most have reputations equal to Vo Dan Kiem. The Shadow Spirit clan can invite him. The princess said, Pham Tran, sir, perhaps there's another source. May I speak with Miss Vuana? Pham Tran told Vuana to go. Then he thought, Vuana was trapped in the illusory dream city for 100 years. If she can have friends of the same age, it would be good. Li Nha too smiled and chatted with Vuana. Miss Vuana, thank you. Due to my body condition, I've stayed in the palace for a long time without going out. Can you tell me stories from the outside? Vuana happily agreed. Pham Tran thought silently. The girls are getting along so quickly. I wonder when Hoak Cash will arrive. On Hoak Cash's side, he was very happy to hear that his junior sister Vuana had come here. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Let me meet her, Li Nha too said happily. Uncle Hoak Cash, Vuana is here. Hoak Cash also waved friendly at his junior sister. I've heard Master mention you many times. Finally, we meet. Vuana respectfully bowed to her senior brother. He excitedly said, ah, still the well-behaved junior sister. More interesting than those unlucky Vo Dan and Thien Dan Yu. Lak Tu said wearily, Sir Hoak Cash, Pham Tran is waiting for you to purify the curse. Hearing this, he turned to Pham Tran and said, you're the holy son of light who made an equal covenant with my junior sister. Pham Tran asked in surprise, how do you know me, brother Hoak Cash? Hoak Cash smirked and said, you've got guts, kid. No wonder Master praised you. I heard from Master that you're quite deeply involved with the Luminous sect. Let me advise you, don't drag my junior sister into this. Pham Tran said helplessly, rest assured. Headmaster Bak Min has talked to me about this. Hoak Cash replied, well then, no more words. He snapped his fingers, using a purification technique. He continued, the curse's power has been thoroughly purified, but the root cause remains unresolved. The princess will soon be attacked again. Pham Tran said, what we're waiting for is the curse's power to return. Vuana immediately realized. Vuana, reveal it. Hoak Cash thought silently. The treasure of the illusory dream city. The true eye, it turns out. No wonder my junior sister knows illusory techniques. At this moment, around the princess's body, black smoke continued to appear. Everyone found its source was outside the palace. Pham Tran, Vuana, and Lak Tu ran outside. Hoak Cash stayed behind to protect the princess. I didn't forget to place a tracking mark on Lak Tu's back. Li Nha too asked, Uncle Hoak Cash, will they succeed? He replied with certainty, of course, but before finding the source, I still have to purify the curse for the kid. Otherwise, once the curse's power takes form, the curse's origin will go into hiding, and its aura will also dissipate. Li Nha too replied, then I'm troubling you, Uncle Hoak Cash. Hoak Cash said, what trouble? When you were little, your mother once saved my life. I just couldn't make it in time for the battle with the silver demon god to save her. If I'd been there, she wouldn't have had to sacrifice herself. On Pham Tran's side, Vuana said, big brother, the curse's power comes from here. Pham Tran wondered, what is this place? Lak Tu panicked, saying, this is Tang Ha, the graveyard of humanity. The dead of the shadow spirit race are buried here. We hope you two won't desecrate the bodies. Quickly find the curse's origin in the river. Pham Tran said, my apologies for the trespass. Welina then revealed herself. Under the river, a woman's figure suddenly appeared. This was the queen of the shadow spirit race, Li Nha Tu's mother. Hoak Cash said with a frown, I left a tracking mark on Lak Tu's body. Seeing he stopped moving, I guessed they must have made some discovery. Unexpectedly, it came to this. Hoak Cash's expression became tense, gritting his teeth as he said, it was like that. Pham Tran asked Hoak Cash, should we inform the princess about this? Velina also said, if Li Nha Tu knows the demon god exploited the queen's body, she'll definitely be heartbroken. Hoak Cash said, the queen is below, in Tang Ha, the resting place of the princess's sole spiritual anchor. The silver demon god, that wretched beast. The silver demon god has immense stealth abilities. All his skills can conceal his presence. Surely back when he fought the queen, he must have sewn the curse's origin into the body of the queen. The curse's origin has become one with the queen's corpse. I'm just a sorcerer, unable to purify the curse. Dispelling the curse's origin would mean the queen's body would also dissipate. If the princess knew, she'd rather die than harm the queen. Vuina looked at Pham Tran and said, "Big brother, you're so smart. Try to think of a way to help Li Nha too." Pham Tran looked at Vuina and thought silently. Vuina and Li Nha have similar backgrounds. She's thinking about herself. Pham Tran replied, "I have a way, but I'm not sure if it'll work." Hearing that, Hoak Cash urged, "Try it." Pham Tran touched his chin with 2 fingers, as if thinking, and said, "We want to dispel the curse's origin because we don't want Princess Li Nha to be attacked by the curse's power, right?" He raised his hand and continued, "So let's think from another angle. Can we seal the curse's origin instead, so that the curse's power cannot harm Li Nha? Hoak Cash asked Pham Tran, "You mean seal the queen's body, from which we can isolate the curse's power?" Then Hoak Cash refuted Pham Tran's idea. "That won't work. The reason the queen's body hasn't decayed is because Tang Ha can turn the dead into stars. Her body won't rot if it stays in the Tang Ha River, but if removed, Her Majesty's body will gradually decay until it disappears." Pham Tran smiled at Hoak Cash and said, "Why think so complicated? Just seal the queen within the Tang Ha River waters." Then he added a provocative remark to Hoak Cash, "I just don't know if you, brother Hoak Cash, can do it." Hearing this, Hoak Cash extended his hand toward Pham Tran, and a purple circle appeared, as he bluntly said, "You underestimate me, Hoak Cash." Hoak Cash then raised his palm, preparing to throw the purple circle toward the Tang Ha River. The purple circle now grew larger, with star patterns inside. Hoak Cash summoned the wind, then threw the purple circle toward the Tang Ha River. The purple circle covered the surface of the Tang Ha River. Black rays rose from the river's surface into the purple circle. At this moment, a signal appeared. "You have completed the mission. Rescue the Dark Elf Princess." Seeing this, Pham Tran thought, "This magic spell is incredibly powerful." It worked. Students of the academy are truly exceptional. Meanwhile, Vuina was overjoyed, smiling brightly as she said, "Thank you, Sir Pham Tran. Thank you, Sir Hoak Cash. The Dark Elf tribe will forever be grateful." Hoak Cash smiled and said, "Let's go back." Then the scene shifted to the palace. Everyone had returned to meet the princess. Hoak Cash smiled with narrowed eyes and said, "You're not bad, kid. Take good care of your little junior sister. When you reach the Imperial City, remember to find me." Pham Tran replied affirmatively. Then Hoak Cash waved goodbye to Li Nha. "There are still many matters in the Imperial City. I'll go ahead. Farewell, junior sister Li Nha. Li Nha bid farewell to Uncle Hoak Cash. "Farewell, and thank you both for helping me resolve the curse's power. As a token of gratitude, my tribe will offer the Dark Elves sacred treasure." Vuina then presented a blue vial, smiling as she said to Pham Tran, "This is the sacred treasure of the elf tribe. They would dream of finding it again." She handed the blue vial to Pham Tran. Holding the blue vial, Pham Tran thought, "If I'm not mistaken, the Holy Elf Spring is a supernatural item that can extend one's lifespan in reality. This vial can collect water from the Holy Spring. Truly a treasure of the elf tribe." Vuina continued, "If you need it, you can use it to trade with the elf tribe. The Great Gate of the Dark Elves will always welcome you." Pham Tran smiled in response. "The curse's power has been eliminated. We should get going. But before that, I have one unreasonable request." Scene transition. Vuina led them to the kingdom's dungeon. She opened the door, released Lan Thu, and said, "Your friend was in here. He was prowling around earlier. He repeatedly teased our tribe's guards. Even the male guards couldn't escape his mischievous hands." Lan Thu hurriedly explained to Pham Tran, "Big brother, don't listen to his nonsense. I just noticed those guards had really big chests. I wanted to ask how they trained. I absolutely didn't tease them." Pham Tran turned away, ignoring Lan Thu's words. Pham Tran tilted his head and said, "Please just throw him out." Vuina cheerfully agreed, "Since you've asked, I'll see it through." Lan Thu stood in the middle, a puzzled expression on his face. Inside the palace, Li Nha held a small stone, instructing Vuina, "Ina, be sure to visit me when you have time. Once I've fully recovered, I'll come find you to play. This is a communication stone. Use it to contact me." Vuina responded affirmatively. Then Pham Tran called out, Ina, you should go now. Vuina ran to catch up with Pham Tran, waving goodbye to Li Nha2. Li Nha2 said, I'll use the communication stone to contact you. Farewell, she added. Vuina turned to leave completely, but then the communication stone suddenly flew up in front of her, surrounded by small lightning bolts. Vuina was initially surprised, not understanding what was happening. Then Vuina looked at the stone and realized it was her master. Vuina said to Pham Tran, Big brother, my master is calling me back. He has borrowed a miraculous item and wants me to try it out, to see if I can use magic to materialize it. Pham Tran turned and said to Vuina, then you go ahead and try it first. I'll go to the Kondia city to handle some business. Once I'm done, I'll regroup with you. The next scene shows Pham Tran being teleported to Kondia city. Pham Tran was walking down the street when he heard a conversation between two passers-by. One with reddish-brown hair said, Yo bro, you just reached level 20 and want to join the fun, huh? His companion replied, What's so special about level 20? I heard the person who got the guild creation order was only level 20 as well. Their equipment is still pretty basic. Overhearing this, Pham Tran thought to himself, the guild creation order is something one can only encounter by sheer luck. Information on the forums has been kept tightly under wraps, yet it's now being spread in such a strange way. It seems someone is deliberately promoting this matter, intentionally disseminating the information. At that moment, a yellow-haired, curly-haired person called Sha Bao Archer called out to Pham Tran, Hey bro, don't leave so soon. Pham Tran asked, What's the matter? Sha Bao Archer extended his hand and replied, I want to be friends with you. I think your outfit looks pretty cool. But let me give you some advice, senior to junior, don't rush to throw your life away. Pham Tran asked, What do you mean? Sha Bao Archer replied, From my observation, the news about the guild creation order is being deliberately spread. The person behind this likely has malicious intentions. If it weren't for the cool outfit you're wearing, I wouldn't have been so kind as to warn you. Pham Tran frowned, indicating a desire to take risks, saying, I know this is a gamble, but I want to go all in. Sha Bao Archer exclaimed in surprise, My friend, you. At that moment, the game displayed a notification. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Triton Quan Lam for establishing the first guild on the Washa server. Triton Min has received the following rewards. Gold coins plus 1000. Guild reputation plus 1000. Another notification followed. Server-wide announcement. The guild ranking has officially opened. Finally, a notification for the Washa guild ranking. Top 1. Triton Min. Guild members basic attribute points plus 30%. Experience gain plus 100%. Top 2. None yet. Guild members basic attribute points plus 26%. Experience gain plus 90%. Top 3. None yet. Guild members basic attribute points plus 24%. Experience gain plus 85%. Top 10. None yet. Guild members basic attribute points plus 10%. Experience gain plus 50%. The higher the total guild reputation, the higher the ranking. Pham Tran bowed his head, thinking, finally, it has arrived. The era of deity guilds has officially begun. Sha Bao Archer exclaimed in awe, Wow, the benefits for the top 10 first guilds are insanely good. No wonder everyone wants to get the guild creation order. It's really something great. Pham Tran raised his index finger to his nose, looking at Sha Bao Archer, thinking, I must get my hands on this guild creation order. After establishing the guild, there will be matters that need handling. This clever kid could be useful. After thinking it through, Pham Tran asked Sha Bao Archer, interested in doing something big together. Sha Bao Archer struck a determined pose and said, I'm in. The scene then shifted to the two of them in the mountains, at Duan Fengshan. Pham Tran said, so this is the place, huh? As Pham Tran walked, he thought, Duan Fengshan, with many powerful bandits inflicting high damage. Yet the drop rate for items is extremely low, and the experience gained is also minimal. Almost no one hunts monsters here. Pham Tran's expression turned serious as he thought, but I remember Duan Fengshan has a special mechanism called the Mountain Protection Barrier. It activates every 3 hours and lasts for 15 minutes. During that time, the more players inside the barrier, the stronger the bandits become. The bandit leader will also appear, with a very high chance of dropping valuable items. As if realizing something, Pham Tran's expression turned cold. It seems this is the true objective of the one behind the scenes. But what makes them so confident that they can trap all the players here in one fell swoop? Sha Bao Archer received a message from Fong An, Pham Tran's friend. I arrived at Duan Feng Shan 2 hours ago. There are too few people here. But until now, I haven't seen any sign of the guild creation order. On the contrary, more and more players are gathering. Pham Tran thought silently. It seems Fong An has already discovered the issue. He didn't forget to add, someone must have intentionally spread the rumor about the guild creation order. Even if players come to the mountain now, Fong An said from behind a tree. But I don't understand what they gain by doing this. Pham Tran replied, in short, they have no good intentions. Fong An, come to my location first. Something might happen soon. The system announced, your party invitation has been sent. You have joined Pham Tran's party. Fong An then left, not forgetting to leave a message. I'll be right there. Sha Bao Archer asked curiously, where are we going? Not hunting. Not hunting, Pham Tran replied. Based on the current drop rates from small monsters, even the Emperor himself wouldn't get the guild creation order. The bait is reaching its limit. Up ahead were level 20 common bandits. Pham Tran asked, after the guild creation order news spread, has the mountain protection barrier activated yet? Sha Bao Archer replied, you mean that faint yellow glow? It seems to have appeared over 2 hours ago. But at that time, the news had just spread. I only heard about it on the forums. Pham Tran said, it seems the time is approaching. The sky turned strange. Sha Bao Archer exclaimed in surprise. Damn, your prediction was spot on. The bandits also noticed the abnormality. They clamored, everyone, look at the sky. What is this? Quick, everyone, look at the monsters. They've reset. Here are enhanced elite bandits. Silver rank, level 20. Super enhanced elite golden bandits, level 26. Duan Feng Shan silver boss, level 20. 5 Duan Feng Shan silver bosses, level 24. Duan Feng Shan silver boss, level 22. Duan Feng Shan silver boss, level 20. 3 Duan Feng Shan silver bosses, level 20, and the Duan Feng Shan golden boss, level 20. Sha Bao Archer exclaimed in shock. So this was the true objective of the one behind the scenes. No wonder the major guilds haven't shown up. It seems they knew early on that this was a gambit. Pham Tran smiled. Not quite right, to be precise. This is a gambit set up by the major guilds collaborating. No single guild would dare provoke the outrage of all players, but the veteran guilds collaborating together have nothing to fear. Fong An finally arrived. You're not wrong, my friend. Now we must leave. The immortal emperor rules the world. The Dragon Guild and Trial Tower, 4 Symbols Academy have joined forces first. They've led thousands of guild members, along with independent players. Sha Bao Archer said in a sweat, then what are we waiting for? Let's get out of here. This barrier doesn't restrict entry to Green Mountain. No need to worry about lacking firewood. Pham Tran calmly said, no need to panic. It's good to have help cleaning up the battlefield. The bosses in Feng Shan deal high damage, low health, short lifespan. Within the Feng Shan barrier, every player that dies, the boss's lifespan will increase. Sha Bao Archer said, you've said enough, Gi. What's the point of talking so much? The 3 of us, we might actually have a chance against the 4 major guilds. Fong An pondered, it's possible, indeed. At that moment, from behind, members of the Dragon Guild were charging to attack. Up ahead, there are still 3 of us, let's go. Don't delay any longer. Sha Bao Archer hurriedly drew his bow, ready to fight. They found us this quickly. If the tiger doesn't roar, they'll think you're a kitty. A real kitty. An arrow struck someone in the back. Fong An also took flight, preparing to attack. At this moment, Pham Tran received a message from the young master. My master has arrived at Feng Shan. Then he smiled dangerously and said, with enough people here, we can start working. The young master rushed confidently forward, saying, Big brother, I'm here. Leave this place to me. At this moment, Pham Tran was contemplating. The time until the passage to the Imperial City opens is less than 10 days. Currently, the independent players who can reach Fengshan are all exceptional ones. Yet they're being massacred by the traps of the 5 major powers. The people of these major powers, they truly haven't changed their ways. The young master continued fighting. Fan Tran said, if evil has been shouldered by a few, then let me take care of the good. Sha Bao Archer said helplessly, hey, brother, don't overdo it. Let's get out of here. While there aren't many people yet. Before he could finish, Fan Tran had already made his move. Activating the illusory ocean rock and windshield skills, he told Fong An, young master, get back. The Dragon Guild members were all eliminated. Fong An asked, so you're going to make your move now? He smiled and replied, big brother, I'm ready to follow your orders. Seeing the scene, Sha Bao Archer said, that was awesome. With that move of yours, Gi, today I'm going all out. What's the plan, brother? Fan Tran said, let's go, clear the battlefield. At the gathering points of the 5 major powers, Prince Huang Chu said, 1 gold-ranked boss, how do we split the 5 silver-ranked bosses? Ba Qi Kuang Nian suggested, after the silver-ranked bosses appear, they will roam around Fengshan. How about we split them evenly among the 5 sides? A black-haired member in the group, wearing a scarf, said, I have no problem with that, but your side seems a bit short on manpower. Not sure if you can handle it, Tin. Hearing this, the person next to him smirked and said, I can take on a boss too. Since NGU Long has decided, let's go with that. I'll lead my men to deal with the 6 Duang Jia. Tin, retreat your troops when you're done. I wish you all success first. So the 5 of them split up. At the site, NGU Long prepared to attack the 6 Duang Jia at Fengshan. He said, all NGU Long members, get ready, lure the monsters. The fact that Fan Tran's character didn't appear proved that the heavens are also helping us obtain the guild charter. So this time, we must kill the boss. Mages and archers at the farthest distance, lure the monsters. All NGU Long troops launched a concentrated attack on the 6 Duang Jia. The night squad tightened their formation, preparing to attack. At this moment, NGU Long ordered the warriors to stand by and get ready. As soon as he finished speaking, Fan Tran appeared behind him. He said, NGU Long, you can still leave now. In 3 seconds, I'll clear the battlefield. Hearing the voice, NGU Long frowned angrily. Who is this punk daring to cause trouble for my dragon guild? NGU Long said nothing more, ordering his mages to concentrate firepower and kill him. Flames erupted everywhere, as if to burn down the entire forest. While Fan Tran was dealing with it below, the 3 young masters, Sha Bao Archer and Fong An, were discussing on a tree branch. Sha Bao Archer doubtfully said, damn, are you sure, big brother? Can he withstand such a large-scale attack? Don't worry, I guarantee it, the young master assured. Trust our big brother. At this point, NGU Long couldn't see anyone. He ordered to cease fire. Laughing loudly, haha, he's turned to dust. A mere person dared to provoke my guild, how foolish. Before he could finish, Fan Tran had flown up from somewhere unnoticed. He said, guild leader NGU Long, I did warn you. NGU Long froze. Fan Tran continued, if you insist on being ungrateful like this, let me show you how one person can wipe out an entire guild. Fan Tran used a skill, with an extremely dangerous look in his eyes. Although using a virtual account, he still had to make it look convincing. He activated the illusory rock special effect along with the angel's aria skill. Seeing this, NGU Long angrily said, impressive. What kind of freak are you? First Fan Tran, now this mysterious person. The other 4 guild members were also taken by surprise. Look guys, is that the god of massacre? The heavens and earth shook. Finally Fan Tran had finished dealing with everything, bringing it to an end. The 3 on the tree watched from start to finish, eyes wide open, mouths agape, faces pale. Fan Tran said, next, we should find others. At the Fong Sun stage of the 4 Duang Jia, Prince Huang Chu ordered the front line to tightly hold the boss's aggro. The remaining mages gathered around him. A mage asked the prince, what's going on? With an angry look, the prince said, there is a freak with the ability to match Fan Tran. His level and class are still unknown. The NGU Long and Vong Jia Thinha guilds have been wiped out, and he has stolen the 2 boss raids. We may be his next target. Immediately contact the Immortal Legend Guild and cooperate to ambush him. The mage immediately complied. Yes, guild leader, I'll do it right away. Before any preparations, the Immortal Legend Guild had already arrived, saying, no need to trouble yourself, I've also received the news. I heard this person has many life-saving tricks, almost no skill he can't counter. You lead people to attract his attention, while I position archers in ambush. Stealth assassins will also lurk in the shadows, awaiting the chance. The prince nodded, saying, if he dares come, he won't be leaving. The confused archer Exabao said, hey guys, the Hoang True and Immortal Legend guilds are cooperating to ambush him. Pham Tran turned and said, your intel is that sharp. Exabao scratched his head with a wry smile. Even a small character like me needs some self-preservation skills. Pham Tran continued, if that's the case, listen to my plan, let's give them a surprise. The fierce Prince Hoang Chu said, the madman is showing himself. You finally arrived. So they used a preemptive skill to ambush Pham Tran. Luckily he was agile, using void concealment. He thought, the fat kid's intel was indeed accurate. But unexpectedly, the illusory shift could create illusions. Just in time to act as bait, Pham Tran, standing on the ground, suddenly flew up into the sky. At this moment, Immortal Legend charged forward, using blood execution to attack. But as he got close, he realized it was just an illusion that had dissipated. They fell for the trap, as the archer Exabao drew his bow, raining arrows down on the prince's group. He realized they'd been tricked, eyes wide, saying, that guy has teammates. Prince Hoang Chu panicked, shouting, priests, watch your health. Everyone, gather around me. Fawn An appeared behind him, saying, it's too late for that now. As he finished speaking, he used Shadow Strike, slashing a straight line through them. Immortal Legend, panicked, shouted, Hoang True, don't panic. Listen to my commands. Focus fire on that assassin. Before he could finish commanding, he was struck from behind. A staff flew straight at him as a voice said, focus on who, my friend? Your opponent is me. Seeing this, Pham Tran smiled, thinking Fawn An had struck decisively. The Hoang True forces lost their command, like a snake without a head. 7 assassins charged in, pinning down the leader, creating an excellent opportunity for Pham Tran to attack. This was the moment he had been waiting for. His eyes became dangerous. He raised his staff, activating the skill Illusory Shift combined with Celestial Revelation. The system announced the final battle. Congratulations on defeating the silver rank boss. 4 Celestial Realm Feng Shan and 3 Celestial Realm Feng Shan. Pham Tran muttered, 1 silver boss remains, the final one, and an old friend I haven't seen in a while. The final silver boss he mentioned was Tin Than, over there. Tin then was going all out to defeat the boss, shouting, warriors, keep taunting the boss's hatred. Priests, keep healing me. Everyone else, give it your all. A rather familiar voice rang out. Not bad commanding there, a Joe. He turned his head upon hearing this. His eyes showed no friendliness as he said, so you're that mysterious person. The prince's side couldn't stop you. Why are you targeting us? Pham Tran calmly replied. What do you mean by targeting? You set up this scheme for the guild establishment order, luring free players here to kill me. Mainly, I couldn't stand watching you bully others. Who doesn't want the guild establishment order? Seeing his dark intentions, Tin then said, if that's the case, this boss is yours. We'll leave the Feng Shan area immediately. Pham Tran replied, unfortunately, I don't like being yielded to. I prefer to take, and I most enjoy killing and robbing. Then he thought to himself, the 4 major guilds may still be negotiable, but Ngoi Sao Dem Qua must die. Tin then panicked and yelled loudly, quickly, pull him off. There's no need to fear, with the Green Mountain still there. The leader said, Ngoi Sao Dem Qua is ours. The other 2 quickly agreed. There's plenty of fuel left to burn on the Green Mountain. Ngoi Sao Dem Qua is yours, said the leader. The 2 remaining friends quickly responded as well. Wait for me to finish them off too. Hearing this, Pham Tran said, then I can focus on defeating the boss. Those 3 have killed my warriors, and now it's Tin Than's turn to face the fire. Fawn An said, your physical damage resistance is high. The leader said, don't waste words on him. Just kill him and be done with it. Seeing this, Tin then gritted his teeth and said, ignoring the boss to intentionally come and kill me. Are you all insane? A bunch of maniacs. But with just the 3 of you, you're not enough to take me down. Suddenly, a strange voice spoke up. 3 can't stop you. What about with us added? It turned out the free players were all here too. Help them thank that slaughter god. These are the free players. We're all very grateful for his help. Earlier, I snuck up the mountain and recorded a video of the slaughter god crushing the major guilds. I posted it on the forums. Thank you for existing, to let the guilds know about us free players. We're not the type to be bullied easily. Seeing this, Tin then knew there was no way out. Sweating profusely, he stammered, "Your work is impressive." Then, there was a loud scream. The agonizing cry echoed through the Fengshan area. The system announced, "Congratulations on defeating the Silver Cup boss." Pham Tran thought silently, the Fengshan stage's second Silver Cup boss. All 5 Silver Cup bosses have been dealt with. The system announced, received Intermediate Guild Establishment Order. Looking at the order in his hand, Pham Tran thought silently. It's actually an Intermediate Guild Establishment Order. The bosses from previous stages, no matter their level, only dropped basic guild establishment orders, allowing only basic guild establishment. But now, facing the Fengshan stage's main event, a level 20 Gold Cup boss, he pondered deeply. For subsequent stages to upgrade, a massive guild reputation would be required. No matter how much reputation, it wouldn't be enough. This intermediate guild establishment order came at the perfect time. Including the bosses from before, the orders he obtained would allow him to establish an intermediate guild. This was very fortuitous timing. I've obtained a total of 2 guild establishment orders and 3 items. For the guild headquarters, my luck seems to have been quite good. On the team's chat channel, Pham Tran ordered, "Fong An, leader, gather up. At the Gold Cup boss spot, come here now." Coming. Just witnessed a remarkably entertaining show. Pham Tran scolded him immediately. "Shut up and get over here quickly." The leader appeared with his 2 brothers. He waved cheerfully and said, "Big bro, you don't know how chaotic the battlefield was. The star last night tried to escape from our grasp, but down the mountain, all the free players wanted his life. Each of them had a skill. It was like a fireworks show at the foot of the mountain. Even after exhausting their skills, they didn't stop. Biting, scratching, kicking, everything was used." He continued with relish. "That guy was really too slow, it was truly pitiful." The archer added, "Wanting to die was also difficult. This outcome was well deserved." Pham Tran smiled benevolently and said in a kind tone, "After supernatural powers emerged, guilds have increasingly disregarded free players. It serves them right. They had it coming." He quickly ended the discussion, saying, "Enough. Stop getting excited and prepare to lure the boss." The boss, at this moment, also grinned with relish, thinking it would devour Pham Tran's group alive. Pham Tran rallied and ordered the leader, lure the hateful, sticky monster." The leader boldly responded, "Got it, little boss. Come to grandpa." Pham Tran ordered the archer, attack from a distance. Fong An, stealth around the back. Use the bleeding skill to maintain damage. The archer responded loudly, "Okay." The system announced, "An anonymous player has invited you to join their team. You have joined Pham Tran's squad." Since Pham Tran is anonymous, the message startled him. "Oh damn." Pham Tran's face suddenly turned sinister. He said, "Keep it secret, or I'll hunt you down across the entire game." Pham Tran brushed that aside for the moment. He said, "Whatever you want to say, let's talk after defeating the boss first." Pham Tran immediately used the skill, Sacrifice Life. The boss, struck by the skill, cried out in agony. The leader continued to bring down the boss, using the Soul Strike skill, followed by Forced Engagement, Wind Dance, Bloodletting. Pham Tran thought silently, "This team is good." Activating Mirage Stone Effect, Little Saint's Light Array Formation. A barrage of ultimate skills rained on the boss. It couldn't resist. The system message appeared, "You have killed the Gold Cup boss. Grandmaster Fengshan has leveled up to 22. 4 base attributes increased by 1. Received 4 free attribute points. You received a 4-star Steelgate headquarters. You received a mid-grade guild establishment order. You received a mid-grade magic artillery blueprint." Hearing about this item, Pham Tran thought, magic artillery. A blueprint for a divine weapon for later stages. This trip was very profitable. Pham Tran happily said to his teammates, "Next, I plan to establish a guild. Are you interested, my friends?" At the prince's mansion in Thanaquan City, guild manager Yuohan was reading a book. Then a voice suddenly rang out. "Hello." It was Pham Tran's voice. He smiled kindly and spoke gently, I want to establish a guild. Hearing this, guild manager Yuohan immediately responded, establishing a guild requires a guild establishment order. Immediately, Pham Tran took out the order and said, here. As soon as he saw this order, the guild manager took it and excitedly exclaimed, except for the Imperial City, I never expected to see a mid-grade guild establishment order. I must be dreaming. Then, he immediately changed his demeanor like flipping a rice cracker. With a friendly tone and expression, he said, adventurer, sir, you still need to pay 100 gold as the guild establishment fee and provide a guild name. Pham Tran didn't hesitate and said straightforwardly, the guild's name is Function. Not long after, a notification from the system popped up, you have established a mid-grade guild. Guild name, Function. Guild rank, mid-grade. Headquarters, 4-star Steelgate. No guild architecture. No members. Member limit, 500. Guild reputation, none. Guild assets, none. Server announcement, congratulations to player Nakdan for establishing a guild on the Washa server. Another notification for Function Guild quickly followed. Guild ranking, top 2, Function. Basic HP of guild members increased by 26%. Experience gain increased by 90%. Seeing this, the leader excitedly exclaimed with a joyful expression, we're the second guild established, these benefits. A while later, Pham Tran approached the leader and slowly announced, I've switched to guild leader only view mode. View guild member information. Our journey to Fengshan Mountain can be considered complete this time. We've made enemies with 5 major forces. Remember to conceal our guild to avoid being targeted later. Hearing this, Feng Ying nodded in agreement. Sha Bao, the archer, also rubbed his nose and confidently responded, understood, leader. Pham Tran said so. The leader then smiled brightly and continued, you're always so thoughtful, brother. As soon as he finished speaking, Pham Tran immediately instructed his teammates, later, I'll put the guild establishment order up for auction. The final profit received, I'll distribute according to attack and defense stats and send it to everyone's mailbox. If anything, remember to contact me. Sha Bao, the archer, also agreed, okay, bye-bye. Then he and Feng Ying left. Meanwhile, the leader followed Pham Tran to a small neighborhood. As they walked, he asked, brother, where are we going now? To the auction house first. Pham Tran answered straightforwardly without concealing anything. To the auction house first. Not long after, the system sent them an auction list to view. It included the Golden Godslayer, an assassin grade 20 weapon with a starting bid of 100 gold. The Bamboo Luck Sword, a melee grade 20 weapon, with a starting bid of 500 gold, and the Hainatu Armor, a melee grade 20 armor set with a starting bid of 600 gold. Pham Tran glanced through it briefly, then silently calculated in his mind, it seems the era of auctioning divine grade equipment has passed. Now, rare items and guild establishment orders are valuable. Equipment was gold in the early days, but now selling a guild establishment order can maximize profits. Thinking this, he didn't hesitate to put the order up for auction. Immediately, a notification from the system popped up. You have listed a mid-grade guild establishment order for sale. Starting bid, 10,000 gold. You have listed a mid-grade guild establishment order for sale. Starting bid, 10,000 gold. As soon as the auction notification appeared, the surrounding crowd immediately started murmuring. Someone has listed a guild establishment order for sale. A blonde-haired man exclaimed. Unable to contain his excitement, he shouted loudly, quick, inform the guild leader to come to the auction. With the devilish mechanics of Fengshan Mountain, who knows how long it'll take to defeat the bosses? We must seize this opportunity. Seeing everyone's commotion, the leader couldn't help but feel curious. Brother, they're auctioning off guild establishment orders. Hearing this, Pham Tran replied, not just auctioning them off, but roughly estimating, they'll likely fetch no less than 30,000 gold. After saying this, he smiled happily and continued, just wait and see. The 5 major forces from before, no matter where they know these 2 guild establishment orders came from, they'll have to grit their teeth and pay a high price to obtain them. Hearing this, the leader continued to inquire about the reason. Pham Tran didn't hesitate to explain, because on the current guild ranking board, whoever establishes a guild first will be able to develop faster thanks to the buffs. Hearing this, the leader finally understood the situation. He suddenly flashed a sinister smile, then spoke softly, I just glanced at the world chat, and it's very lively. Last night, the Imperial Dragon Guild called you out, and all 7 assassins appeared, demanding your surrender. Indeed, on the message board, everyone is arguing fiercely to obtain the treasure. The Night Star spoke up, buying all guild establishment orders server-wide. Price negotiable. If you agree to the transaction, brother, our grievances will be settled. The Imperial Prince quickly responded to the assassin. If you sell me the guild establishment order, everything will be easy to discuss. The 7 assassins refused to concede, saying, Immortal Legend sincerely wishes to purchase it, hoping our assassin brother can favor us. Meanwhile, Pham Tran leisurely observed for a while, then gestured to the leader, let's get going. Let them play by themselves. We should depart after a while. Finally, the 2 of them arrived at the chaotic wilderness. As soon as they set foot here, Pham Tran spoke a few words to the leader. I must venture deep into the chaotic wilderness to handle some matters. You train and level up out here. Wait for me. The chaotic wilderness harbors supernatural powers. If you sense anything amiss, flee immediately. The leader then waved goodbye and responded affirmatively. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Hearing this, the elder brother Pham Tran happily inquired, why have you come here? Vu Ina didn't hesitate to reply, I've just learned the new materialization illusion spell. Master Bak Min said I could come find you. After forming an equal covenant, we can sense each other's location and communicate. Hearing this, Pham Tran spoke in a friendly tone, that's right, you need to practice. Come, let's find the spirit tribes dwelling together. We'll take the spirit holy spring. As soon as he finished speaking, Vu Ina responded with an and the 2 ventured deeper into the chaotic wilderness together. Deep within the chaotic wilderness, rays of light and twinkling stars appeared in the sky. A voice spoke up, this demonic place. The spirit tribe truly knows how to choose their territory. No wonder the previous life's conflicts hardly affected them. Pham Tran thought, hopefully, we don't encounter any demons. Don't encounter demons, 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 he repeated as he led Vu Ina along. Flying was inconvenient, and riding a unicorn, he feared a supernatural boss might suddenly attack. His face was filled with worry and sweat beaded on his brow. Vu Ina, following behind, spoke up. Elder brother, is this forest very dangerous? You seem terribly afraid. Pham Tran reassured her in a low voice, it's not just dangerous. Before he could finish, a loud roar rang out. 3 demonic beasts appeared before them. The blazing black dragon, the golden gorilla, and the violent earth warlord. Their ranks and levels were still unclear. Pham Tran shouted for Vu Ina to come closer to him. As he spoke, he pushed her behind his back. Vu Ina came near and took shelter behind him. Then he unleashed his Imperial Illusion skills, Bloodline Suppression and Imperial Illusion. The protective light attacked the 3 demonic beasts before them, but the 3 ferocious beasts still charged towards the 2 of them. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the sky. Pham Tran and Vu Ina, their faces relaxing from tension, spoke together. That voice is. In the sky appeared the Martial Emperor, using magic to drive away the 3 demonic beasts. Get lost, you two, he shouted loudly. The Martial Emperor, using his magic to connect with all things, warned, listen well, spirits of the chaotic wilderness. Pham Tran is an honored guest of our tribe. If you dare trespass again, I won't hesitate to devastate this place. After driving away the 3 demonic beasts, Pham Tran praised her admiringly. You're truly formidable, Your Majesty. Thank you. No wonder you dared to challenge the Pope back then. It seems your condition has recovered quite well, Your Majesty the Martial Emperor. The Martial Emperor smiled back at him. It has been a long time, Lord Pham Tran, she continued. My recovery is not yet 3/4 complete, but relying on our tribe's innate authority and the lingering aura from the past, I still have enough power to make this place tremble in fear. She confidently looked at Vu Ina and asked him, this little girl is not bad. Where did you pick her up? Vu Ina respectfully greeted, Your Majesty. Pham Tran then explained, Vu Ina is my equal covenant partner. In turn, how did you know I was here? He asked. The Martial Emperor said, anyone who enters the chaotic wilderness, our tribe basically has a way to know. I saw the path you were taking to cross through here towards the spirit forest. You guessed correctly, he replied. I indeed intend to travel to the spirit tribe's territory. The martial emperor warned. Even you could deduce my purpose. Yes, I have business in the spirit tribe's domain, not just a casual visit. The spirit tribe is extremely xenophobic, the martial emperor said. Moreover, it happens to be a sensitive time recently, with the throne changing hands. If you recklessly proceed, you may very well be killed. Pham Tran asked in surprise. The spirit tribe will have a new king. She replied. The current spirit king is very old. His 2 sons and 1 daughter are vying for the position. Pham Tran thought, better late than never, and said, I have an important matter that requires me to go to the spirit tribe. Understanding, the martial emperor told him, I knew you wouldn't listen to my advice. Very well then, I'll lead you through a shortcut. Pham Tran thanked her as they went deeper into the forest. Standing under a massive ancient tree, the martial emperor said, under that giant tree root is a teleportation array to the spirit forest, set up by our tribe long ago. I cannot conveniently leave the chaotic wilderness, so I'll see you off here. Pham Tran cheerfully replied, thank you for your trouble, your majesty. Then the martial emperor turned and said, why so courteous with me? Remember to visit the blazing martial tribe more often. She smiled brightly at him. After that, Pham Tran and Vu Ina arrived at the territory of the spirit tribe, in a natural forest. Vu Ina asked him, is this really the spirit tribe? It's so beautiful, Pham Tran thought. The spirit tribe is indeed in a period of turmoil. Even their most important teleportation array has no one guarding it. He wondered, as suddenly bubbles started floating around them. Hovering nearby, Vu Ina asked him, Big brother, what are these? He said, these are natural spiritual energies. The spirit tribe can sense everything happening around them through these. Up ahead, in the bushes by the road, he heard strange sounds coming from there, putting him on alert. Suddenly, from the bushes, emerged a group of sword-wielding people with fierce expressions. Their leader shouted loudly, who dares to trespass into the spirit tribe's domain? By the princess's command, all intruders shall be executed, regardless of guilt. Pham Tran spoke up. I've heard the spirit tribe is gracious and noble. How can you resort to such cruelty without investigation? The spirit tribe is known to be friendly to all. Yet upon our first meeting, you wish to kill me without reason. What is the meaning of this? The leader of the spirit tribe's guards replied to him, you trespassed into our territory uninvited. We execute all intruders on the spot, regardless of guilt. Out of respect that you are an adventurer from another realm, I can spare your life. But this is a sensitive time for us. We cannot let you go free. Pham Tran immediately recalled his past life. The spirit princess emerged victorious in this power struggle. To achieve his goal, he would likely need to meet her first. Thinking this, he spoke up, I came here to request an audience with. Before Pham Tran could finish, the guard interrupted him, regardless of your reason. No human who enters the natural forest can leave. He said sternly, this is the princess's command. Pham Tran replied, I came precisely because of the princess. The guard immediately raised his sword in a defensive stance. The princess has no alliance with humans. Instead, it is the second prince who has been secretly contacting humans. You must be the ones the second prince sought out. Pham Tran's gaze sharpened with determination. His voice was resolute. I came to help the princess ascend to the throne. If you don't believe me, you can take me to meet the princess, the guard challenged. The princess has always despised humans. I hope what you say is true, or you won't survive leaving the spirit tribe. With that, he led the way. Pham Tran and Vu Ina followed behind. As they walked, he thought, it seems the eventual victor of the spirit tribe in my past life was also unfriendly towards humans. But in this life, at Princess Sabak's palace of the spirit tribe, the princess looked at her subordinate with displeasure and said, I told you to let the patrol team go to deal with the human reinforcements that my brother the second prince sought. Why did you bring them here? The subordinate respectfully reported, Your Highness, they said they came to help you, Your Highness. Then Pham Tran spoke up, Princess Sabak, I came here to find you. Sabak laughed derisively. The reinforcements my brother sought this time have multiplied quickly. Not a bad physique either, as Pham Tran helplessly pursed his lips in protest. I'm not the second prince. Just then, a loud voice came from the Tam Moi gate. It was the second prince's voice. Sabak laughed and waved her hand. Look, my impatient brother couldn't hold back, coming to rescue him. Pham Tran glanced at her, thinking, the second prince really knows how to cause more trouble. How can I get the spirit tribe's sacred relic now? The second prince asked the princess, why did you suddenly order the patrol team to leave? Sister, this action of yours disregards the safety of our tribe's territory. Sabak scoffed in response, isn't that exactly what you wanted, brother? The second prince grinned widely. Sister, you love to joke. This is a major issue concerning the safety of our tribe. Sabak no longer wished to converse with him further. Laying her cards on the table since it had come to this, there was no need for pretense anymore. Brother, you came to see if I knew about you inviting reinforcements, didn't you? The second prince stuttered, as sister, you knew all along. The princess replied, I don't just know that. I also know to seize power, you even involved humans. How foolish indeed. For you to stoop to such treachery as seeking human protection, the princess sternly stated. Pham Tran, standing beside her, had listened, from start to finish. He thought to himself, no wonder the princess could become the victor in his past life. In terms of demeanor or strategy, the second prince paled in comparison to her. It's a pity this time I came to meet the Spirit King. Compared to the princess, who holds victory firmly in her grasp, the Spirit King has lost the holy spring and grown feeble, needing me the most. Suddenly, the second prince shouted loudly, as long as there is power, it can be exploited. I'm certain I can keep them under control. Princess Sabak spoke up. The schemes and tricks of humans are beyond what we can compare to. The otherworld adventurer you invited is the perfect example of this. He seemed perplexed. An otherworld adventurer. Where did he come from? I never contacted anyone. At this point, Pham Tran spoke up. Your Highness, the truth is, I'm not with the second prince. The one I truly wish to meet is the Spirit King. I can prolong the Spirit King's life. Upon hearing those words, both the princess and the second prince felt as if they were being mocked. They said in unison, nonsense. Our father is old. His dwindling lifespan is fundamentally incurable. Don't spout such delusions to mislead others. Pham Tran looked at the two of them, and replied, Your Highnesses are so passionate. Could it be because you don't want me to save the Spirit King? Princess Sabak felt uneasy about Pham Tran's words. She said, Do you even know what you're saying? Pham Tran was completely serious. His words carried conviction. I said I can save the Spirit King. Princess Sabak, who greatly disliked humans, suddenly grew angry this time. She prepared to eliminate Pham Tran. She said, humans spout nonsense to mislead others. Death is the only place you should be. Pham Tran backed away, his expression changed. Yet his words remained calm. Princess Sabak, by killing me now, are you planning regicide? The second prince merely watched, also wanting to usurp the throne. Ha Vuina behind them cried out in alarm. Big brother. Princess Sabak looked at her with disdain and said, You think I don't dare? Suddenly, the Spirit King spoke up harshly. Stop and let them come to me. Princess Sabak and the second prince were stunned before the command of the Spirit King. She hesitantly obeyed her father. She called her subordinates to lead him to meet the king. The servant replied clearly, Yes, Your Highness. Pham Tran and Velina went inside. After they left, the second prince angrily complained that Otherworlder is doomed. The king may protect him for now, but not for his whole life. Lam Dik beside him spoke up, Your Highness, shall I have subordinates intercept and kill them? Upon hearing this, Princess Sabak replied, Nature spirits can control most areas. Intercepting and killing them carries great risk, she thought silently. Father's lifespan is nearing its end, fundamentally incurable, unless at the ancient tree of knowledge. The palace of the Spirit Tribe. Seated on the golden throne was Spirit King Azat. He was addressing his question to Pham Tran, the one from the otherworld. What is your name? Pham Tran spoke respectfully. Your humble servant Pham Tran greets you, King Azat. The Spirit King continued asking Pham Tran, Did you bring our tribe's holy relic? Pham Tran looked worried as he replied, Why would King Azat say that? The Spirit King patiently explained, After our tribe's holy chalice was lost, I sought guidance from the nature goddess. She sent down an oracle saying one from the otherworld would bring the holy chalice to the Spirit Tribe. I've waited many years, finally seeing a glimmer of hope. Please tell me you truly possess it. Hearing this, Pham Tran calmly said, Yes, I brought the Spirit Tribe's holy chalice here. I can give it to you, but you must agree to 2 conditions. The Spirit King happily invited him to speak. Pham Tran quickly stated the first condition, I need enough spirit holy springs. Second, I need 2 equipment pieces. Now I'll choose one, and the other in 6 months. On the day I obtain the equipment, I will only hand over the spirit tribe's holy chalice to you. After obtaining the equipment, the spirit king agreed, there should be no delay. Let us go to the holy spring immediately. At the spirit holy spring, King Azat said, this is the spirit holy spring. You may call it the spring of life. Pham Tran was tilting the chalice to collect the spring water. The king continued, only the true holy chalice can preserve the energy of the spring water. After collecting it, any container can be used to store it. Then the spirit king drank the spring water from the chalice. Immediately, he regained his youthful vigor. He joyfully said, finally, I can feel the power of life again. Thank you, Pham Tran. If you need, just a sip can help extend a human's lifespan by 100 years. Pham Tran excitedly replied, that is also my purpose for this journey. He then drank the spring water from the holy chalice. Pham Tran, who was lying down, suddenly woke up, causing Nhi, who was drinking, to spit out the water in surprise. The system notification appeared. Base blood volume increased by up to 50%. Lifespan increased. Specifically, doubled the lifespan limit of this being. After drinking, Pham Tran said, the supernatural item is different from the spirit tribe's holy spring. The spirit tribe's holy relic, the spring of life. After drinking, it enhances your life value, permanently increasing your base blood volume percentage accordingly. At the same time, you gain longevity. As it was a supernatural item, Pham Tran called out to Valina, Valina, come here quickly. This is a good thing. Valina smiled in response. Here I am. Seeing this, the spirit king Azat exclaimed in surprise, Pham Tran. Pham Tran turned and asked, what's wrong? The spirit king Azat replied, you don't know something. The water of the holy spring will gradually rise slowly. Over time, it's not infinite. Even after accumulating for many years, there's only 10 chalices worth. I hope you'll be sparing with it. Pham Tran smiled and said, as the one who saved your life, taking 5 chalices shouldn't be too much, right? The spirit king Azat had to admit, it's not too much. A notification appeared. You have received 5 spirit holy spring. Thank you. I've heard that near the spring of life, there's also some kind of life fruit. Upon hearing this, the spirit king Azat looked slightly perplexed. If you need it, I can certainly give it to you. But currently, it's not possible. My 3 beloved children are coming this way. Hearing this, Pham Tran suggested, King Azat, are you interested in seeing the true faces of your children? No, King Azat, I can't force you to do that. Then I'll temporarily hide my appearance. The eldest prince of the spirit tribe, the spirit Gai Luan, and the second prince, the spirit Ui Lim, along with the spirit princess, Sa Bak, approached and said, 2 elder brothers, this outsider from another realm has bewitched us. He has indeed bewitched our father, this outsider from another realm. Why are you on our sacred spirit tribe's land? Hearing this, Pham Tran replied, why did I come here? Didn't you all already know? Of course, it was to save your father. The second spirit prince raised his eyebrows and spoke up, then where is our father? The spirit princess, Sa Bak, also chimed in, saying, you said you could save our father, but now our father's whereabouts are missing. Yet you appear on our sacred spirit tribe's land. How can we believe you? Pham Tran scratched his head and smiled wryly. Wasn't I preparing to go and save him? The spirit princess, Sa Bak, thought, it seems our father hasn't been saved yet. If so, then. After thinking, the princess concluded with nonsensical words. I can see clearly that you intend to use the excuse of rescuing someone to steal from our tribe's holy spring. I have my 2 elder brothers. Our father has been blinded by this petty person. We cannot just sit and watch. The eldest spirit prince, Gai Luan, angrily said with furrowed brows, this person has deceived our father, trespassing on our sacred land. The second spirit prince said to kill him immediately. Seeing this, Pham Tran's gaze turned cold as he said, you truly are filial children. At this moment, King Azat stepped out and said, it seems I have failed in teaching you, causing you to mock me. The eldest prince Gai Luan, the second prince Ui Lim, and the princess, Sa Bak, were all surprised and exclaimed together, Father, Father, have you recovered your body? King Azat frowned and said with a smile, it seems my prolonged lifespan has greatly disappointed you all. The 3 children also frowned. The eldest prince sweated and said, "Father, this is a misunderstanding." The two princes also echoed, "Father, we didn't know he could actually save someone." King Azat sternly said, "I never wanted to believe that you would cut off your own father's path of life for a throne." But before he could finish, the spirit princess, Sabak, angrily interrupted. "Our tribe is powerful, but in his hands, we can only settle for a corner. If I become the ruler, I will definitely be able to lead the spirit tribe into conquering battles, expanding our territories in all directions. You should not live any longer. Anyone not from our tribe must have ulterior motives. You will regret this later." King Azak glared angrily and said, "Your thinking will only cause our tribe to fall into eternal ruin. Out of father-child affection, I will not kill you. From today, you will go to the cold north to train. If not summoned, you can never return to the tribe in your life." As King Azat walked away, he said to Famtran, "This is our tribe's treasure trove that you need. As long as our tribe has it, we will not be stingy." Famtran smiled and said, "Thank you very much, King Azat." In one room of the spirit tribe's treasure trove, various weapons appeared. King Azat spoke up, "Famtran, you can go in and choose for yourself. I will go prepare the life fruit for you. Thank you." Seeing the amount of treasure here, Famtran could not help but be in awe. As expected of the spirit tribe's treasure trove, there are truly many exquisite items. Welina pointed upwards to her elder brother, saying, "It seems there is an illusion here." Velina confidently waved her hand, "Let me try." Suddenly, a green light enveloped Velina's hand. She thought, "Dispel illusion." The scene shifted to introduce various items: natural sword, diamond tier, a sharp short sword with a silver color and simple patterns. Next, equality armor, diamond tier, also silver with intricate patterns. A pair of brown benevolent boots appeared, diamond tier. Finally, a shimmering bracelet called mysterious silver bracelet, diamond tier. Famtran couldn't help but marvel. These are all level unrestricted equipment. Not only are they level unrestricted, they are also diamond tier. That's overpowered. The other three pieces seem to be a warrior's set based on their names. Only this bracelet suits me better. The shimmering bracelet glowed with a green aura, mysterious silver bracelet, diamond tier. Life points plus 1000. Magic points plus 1000. Life points and magic points can be converted into each other. Additional effect, spell nullification. Actively nullify spells. After activating the effect, you can absorb and nullify all magic skills of enemies, except curses, lasting 3 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. The scene shifted outside the treasure trove. King Azat was already waiting outside, holding a brown fruit in his hand. He smiled and said, "Unexpectedly, Famtran, you were able to dispel the illusion and obtain the most suitable equipment. It seems you truly have an affinity with our spirit tribe. This is the life fruit you wanted before. It was nourished by the holy spring. It also has a slight life-extending effect, though weak." As he finished speaking, a green window appeared. "You have received 20 life fruits." Seeing this, Famtran said, "I have troubled you. I have matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you further. See you next time." Suddenly, a message from Lanthu appeared. "Big bro, I encountered an extremely, super, ultra cool chaos dragon." The information showed it's a chaos dragon. Seeing this, Famtran thought, "Chaos dragon, the final boss of the chaotic jungle," and he encountered it. He replied, "Are you messaging me in a dead state right now?" Lanthu replied, "No, big bro, I'm still alive." This huge dragon fell from the sky. It's lying motionless on the ground. It looks severely injured, as if protecting something. "I'm sending you my location. Come and see." The scene shifted to the chaotic jungle. Famtran's voice rang out. "Although there was the threat from the Martial Emperor before, caution should still be our top priority. A boss level like the Chaos Dragon might indicate the Martial Emperor is still in a weakened state." Welina nodded worriedly. Famtran continued, "Let's not fall asleep before the Martial Emperor arrives." Suddenly, his face paled as he thought, the Lunar Dragon, the mighty Flame Hound, the three-headed Cerberus, and King Kong were all staring intently at the Chaos Dragon like tigers stalking prey. The scene before them revealed three large, ferocious, and dangerous beasts facing a creature 3 times their size, a grayish, winged one. Famtran messaged, "Where are you? I can't see you." His face showed a panicked, worried expression. Lanthu replied, Big bro, I'm on the right side. Pham Tran looked over and saw Lan Thu waving. He, Willina, and Lan Thu entered the massive hollow tree trunk. As they went in, Pham Tran said, "You found a nice hiding spot." Lan Thu smugly replied, "This is the boss's blind spot. It's very spacious inside. This crevice allows us to observe the outside." The dragon is still lying there motionless. Pham Tran asked, "But what is this huge dragon doing?" Lan Thu answered, "After it fell, it has been lying on the ground. Its wings are half folded over its belly area. Maybe it's about to give birth." Hearing this, Pham Tran's eyes sharpened as he said, "Congratulations, you guessed correctly. To be precise, it has already given birth. Look underneath the dragon. You can see two rather large objects, resembling giant shells." Hearing this, Lan Thu had a cunning look and said, "Big bro, what do you think? Can we seize this opportunity to deal with it? Then we can take the dragon eggs and run. It's a perfect plan." Pham Tran calmly replied, "With just the three of us, it would be no different from accepting death. But perhaps there's someone who could try." He opened a pseudo-covenant transmission. Pham Tran said, "Martial Emperor, the Chaos Dragon has just given birth. It's in a weakened state. Are you interested in cooperating, Martial Emperor?" If the Martial Dragon race responded, "My power has not yet recovered. With my remaining aura and the Sword Saint, I can intimidate it for now. But if I risk my life now, I cannot guarantee killing it. Absolutely do not provoke it." Pham Tran replied, "Understood." The Martial Emperor agrees to leave it be for now. There's no other way, Pham Tran thought. An opportunity like this is hard to come by. If we let it pass, it would be a great pity. But the Chaos Dragon is an existence that we cannot provoke at our current level. A single swipe of its paw could kill us. Pham Tran held up a talisman and thought, "That's right. Old Diem. He must have some special artifact that can be used. The Diem Trong Fong's resonance talisman." Pham Tran said, "Use it." Before he could finish, the behemoth beast charged in. Seeing this, Pham Tran said, "Well, it's the behemoth beast. The heavens are truly helping us." Lan Thu asked, "What is the behemoth beast?" Pham Tran explained, "The behemoth beast, also known as the dragon-eating beast, is said to feed on dragons, according to legends. It is the archenemy of the dragon race. The behemoth beast is charging in to fight the Chaos Dragon." Pham Tran continued, "With the behemoth beast targeting the Chaos Dragon, it will surely be distracted. The Chaos Dragon is also charging to attack." Seeing the situation, Pham Tran said, "We might have a chance to seize it. Take Willina and teleport back to the city first. Later, I may not be able to protect you too." Lan Thu replied, "Understood." At this moment, the Chaos Dragon landed a hit on the behemoth beast. The behemoth beast let out a roar. The Chaos Dragon used a wind-based spell. Pham Tran, hiding behind a nearby tree, thought, "The dragon subjugation spell with the wind element. No wonder it's the king of the Chaos Wilderness." Pham Tran quickly ran towards the dragon eggs. As he ran, he thought, "This time, I truly seek fortune amidst danger." The system notified, "You have obtained the Chaos Dragon's dragon egg. Use the teleportation stone. Teleport to Kantian City." Pham Tran confirmed the teleportation. The system notified, "Teleportation stone has been activated. Teleportation will be completed in 10 seconds. Be cautious, external interference will immediately cancel the teleportation. 10 Chaos Dragon scales have been added to your inventory." 9, 8. As Pham Tran ran, he thought, "I can't fail." But at that moment, 3 beasts appeared. Pham Tran was startled and thought worriedly, "Why haven't these beasts left yet?" Pham Tran then used a spell to attack the beasts. At that very moment, a flash of light occurred. The Chaos Dragon noticed and turned towards Pham Tran. The Chaos Dragon roared continuously, displaying its might to its opponent. Pham Tran thought, "It seems the Chaos Dragon has discovered the stolen dragon egg. The behemoth beast doesn't seem capable of flight. Perhaps it can't stop me. But those 3 beasts behind are still persistently chasing." Pham Tran cursed silently, "Damn those things." Then he immediately took to the skies with his wings, heading towards the Chaos Dragon. He thought to himself, "Let's take a gamble. Hopefully, the Chaos Dragon is wounded." With a swipe of its paw, the Chaos Dragon appeared behind Pham Tran. It immediately opened its mouth to attack him. Pham Tran wasted no time. He immediately recited an incantation to unleash his magic power. the mysterious silver bracelet activated. After dissipating the magic power, Pham Tran regretted his decision. He thought, I've gone too far this time. The mysterious silver bracelet could only be activated for 3 seconds. The black wings could still be used for 3.5 minutes. Then Pham Tran immediately activated his concealment space, thinking he might still be able to evade one attack from the Chaos Dragon. The enraged Chaos Dragon counterattacked while roaring, "My child! Return my child to me!" Pham Tran retreated while evading and activating his concealment space to ensure his safety. Although Pham Tran hadn't found a way to deal with the Chaos Dragon at the moment, he continued to attack relentlessly. He thought he was out of options. His life-saving skills were cooling down. It seemed he could only rely on the old flame this time. Suddenly, the Blazing Queen, the Blazing Clan's queen, appeared, saying, "You really know when to admit defeat. Wouldn't it be better to listen to my advice?" Pham Tran, surprised, shouted, "Why are you here?" He worriedly asked, "The Chaos Dragon is not easy to deal with. Can you handle it in your current state?" The Blazing Queen seemed to have an immediate response. "Quickly go through the teleportation array. I have my own way," she said. Seeing her, the Chaos Dragon arrogantly asked, "Blazing Clan's queen, do you want to die? Your body is so weakened at this point. You can't even unleash a large-scale magic array. Yet you still want to kill me." The Blazing Queen didn't bother arguing further and immediately unleashed her power. She instantly used the Forbidden Suppression technique. The Chaos Dragon was hit. Stunned, it recognized the technique and asked in shock, "The Heavenly Sword technique." Then it angrily interrogated the Blazing Queen, "You aided the humans who stole my child. This grudge won't end until one of us dies." Seeing her spell could hardly restrain the Chaos Dragon any longer, she worriedly thought, "I'm still barely managing. The Heavenly Sword technique's effect can't bind it for too long. I must get Pham Tran away from here." Thinking that, she took him away. Though this grudge was unresolved and the enemies had vanished, the Chaos Dragon was extremely enraged, roaring a warning, "I will definitely kill you all." They went to another safe place. The Blazing Queen scolded Pham Tran, "You're too daring. If the Chaos Dragon was at its prime, one breath would have killed you." The more she spoke, the angrier she became, irritably scolding Pham Tran, "I told you to leave quickly. Do you enjoy toying with your life?" If I wasn't truly worried, Pham Tran would have been anxious for himself, so he hurriedly tried to placate her. "Yes, yes, yes. No, no, no. I assure you, it won't happen again." Seeing his remorseful attitude, her anger subsided. She said, "All right, then. Leave here quickly. Before long, the Chaos Dragon will break free of its bindings." Hearing the Blazing Queen, Pham Tran eagerly said, "Okay." But before he could finish, his eyes lit up, and he smiled, asking, "Why are you here?" Diem Trong Phong turned to Pham Tran, asking, "Why are you asking me that?" Pham Tran replied, "Elder Diem, why did you come to this chaotic forest when you're not in the city?" Diem Trong Phong answered, "I'm on a mission for the sect. Haven't you gone out for a stroll?" After he finished, the Blazing Queen asked, "Is Diem Trong Phong your friend too?" Pham Tran turned to the Blazing Queen and said, "You two know each other." The Blazing Queen replied, "Diem Trong Phong, the peerless genius of the Burning City, was the youngest great devil Dao, nearly 8,000 years ago. Of course I've heard of him." Then the Blazing Queen thought, could his purpose for coming here be? Hearing this, Diem Trong Phong responded, "That was in the past, but I really didn't expect to find the Blazing Clan's queen here." The Blazing Queen said, "Indeed, you came looking for me." Diem Trong Phong replied, "That business, I came to find you on behalf of the sect, to learn what I want from you." The Blazing Queen said, "So you did come for me?" Diem Trong Phong replied, "Yes, that business, I came to find you for the sect, to learn what I want. The sect invited me many times before, but I refused. It's just that lately I've been in a good mood, so I came out to take a few strolls." Pham Tran interjected, saying, "Don't tell me that after I resolved the threat of the ancient flaming shackles, you've been in a good mood to agree with the sect, huh?" Then he turned to the Blazing Queen and said, "And then you left the Blazing Clan to save me, which is why Elder Diem happened to find you." Pham Tran held his head and continued, "Oh my god, damn it, Elder Diem and the Blazing Queen are my covenant partners. You shouldn't fight among yourselves." Hearing this, Diem Trong Phong said, "In that case, let's drop this business deal." The sect can't do anything to me anyway. But why did you come to this chaotic forest? Pham Tran smiled and replied, to visit the spirit clan, of course. Oh, right, I have gifts for you too. He held 2 life fruits in his hands and offered them. Diem Trong Fong said in surprise, life fruits. The blazing queen took a life fruit and said, indeed, these are life fruits. They can help me recover from my injuries. Pham Tran smiled and replied, if that's not enough, I still have more. Before he could finish, the chaotic dragon king appeared and ordered, you who came from another realm, hand over my child. Diem Trong Fong exclaimed in surprise, the chaotic dragon. What did you two do to provoke this thing? Pham Tran scratched his face and said, well, I stole one of its eggs. Elder Diem, you wouldn't let me die without saving me, right? Hearing this, Diem Trong Fong didn't know what to say. Your personality really makes you an unreliable friend. An unreliable friend indeed. As he finished speaking, the chaotic dragon attacked them. Diem Trong Fong used a freezing spell, and the chaotic dragon was frozen. Seeing this, Pham Tran said excitedly, Elder Diem, can you conveniently deal with it as well? The blazing queen interjected, no, we can't. Once the chaotic dragon's life is in danger, it will use its life-preserving skill. At that time, it will unleash supreme sealing spells. No one will survive. Diem Trong Fong turned to Pham Tran and said, for now, it can't get out. I'll lead you away first. Where do you want to go? Pham Tran replied, the Adventurers Guild in Cantian City. Diem Trong Fong said, let's go. Pham Tran turned and bid farewell. Goodbye, Blazing Queen. The Blazing Queen replied, farewell. At the prince's mansion in Cantian City, Diem Trong Fong said, it's been a long time since I last saw the city lord. Hearing this, Cantian Thindyud turned and said, Lord Diem, you need to fix this habit of yours, coming uninvited. Diem Trong Fong laughed, ha ha, I'll definitely fix it. After saying that, Diem Trong Fong kicked Pham Tran out, saying, we need to catch up. You go out and play. Pham Tran thought, this Elder Diem is so rude. It seems I can only honestly go to the Adventurers Guild to find information about the Dragon Clan. At the Adventurers Guild, he looked at the posted bounty mission details. Pham Tran checked the mission difficulty and reward amount. 10,000 gold, posted by an anonymous person. A short-haired girl said in surprise, whoa, someone actually posted an S-rank bounty mission to assassinate the archdemon Pham Tran. A mushroom-haired boy also chimed in, what's this? There's someone posting a bounty to kick the archdemon back to square one. Another viewer commented, yes, yes, yes. Right below the archdemon Pham Tran, there's also an S-rank mission. Another viewer added, the one who posted the bounty must have mental issues. Who dares to accept this? As Pham Tran walked by without saying anything, someone else said, anyway, I wouldn't dare. It was hard enough to grind to this level. I don't want to throw my life away. At this moment, Pham Tran walked in and said, please get me the materials on the chaotic dragon. The senior receptionist, Miss Na, said to the adventurer, please handle the procedures of the reception counter. We don't accept requests here. Before she could finish, Pham Tran raised the item in his hand. The senior receptionist, Miss Na, was surprised and bowed, saying, S-rank adventurer, sir. My apologies, I'll go get the materials for you right away. Please wait a moment. Pham Tran replied, thank you, Miss Na. She then brought the materials and said, I'm sorry for the wait. Here are the basic and advanced materials on the chaotic dragon. Pham Tran reached out, took the materials, and said with a smile, thank you. Basic information on the chaotic dragon. It often appears in the chaotic jungle. A gigantic creature with black dragon scales and green pupils, possessing the chaotic magic attribute. It can cast high-level forbidden spells. According to records, the chaotic dragon has the bloodline of the primordial chaotic dragon. It has the ability to evolve, but the probability is very low. Danger level, 55. As Pham Tran read, he thought, a high-level dragon race like the chaotic dragon can still evolve. However, in my previous life, I've never heard of the primordial chaotic dragon being discovered. Attack methods. According to records, the chaotic dragon's eggs can be nurtured with fire spirit crystals, dragon blood grass, yang flowers, and yin flowers in a holy spirit spring. which can then cause the eggs to hatch. The chaotic dragon is extremely dangerous. To this day, no one has fully explored it. Pham Tran realized he had a holy spirit spring, and yang flowers from the Shichvium ancient land, yin flowers from a few northern citadels. Dragon blood grass can be found in the Dragon Spring Forest. The only thing missing is fire spirit crystals. Pham Tran then asked the receptionist, "Do you have any information on fire spirit crystals?" Receptionist Miss Na replied, "Let me look for it." "Oh, I see now." Seeing this, Pham Tran thought, did someone inform her? Receptionist Miss Na smiled and answered, "Sir, I just received the news. The association has received information related to fire spirit crystals, announcing a special C-rank mission. S ranks, go to the Laven volcanic mountain in Thafuang City to collect special materials. Mission details. The Laven volcanic mountain is currently active, with frequent small eruptions occurring inside. Large amounts of special materials have appeared. Go there and collect these materials. Mission rewards. Special equipment, determined by the quantity and quality of the materials. Quality of the special materials, ranked from low to high. Good fire embroidered steel, rare fire spirit crystals, excellent primordial fire gems. Pham Tran smiled and said, "Haha, I understand now. Please register me for this mission." After saying that, Pham Tran thought, what a coincidence. Though I don't know why he's helping me, I still thank the nameless sword saint. Seeing the nameless sword saint, receptionist Miss Na bowed and said, "Greetings, association leader. May I ask why you suddenly issued such a mission? Is that S-rank gentleman acquainted with you?" The nameless sword saint turned and replied, "That entity from the eastern glacier has become active again. Someone needs to deal with it. I originally planned to go myself, but upon seeing Pham Tran, I suddenly felt he could handle it." Receptionist Miss Na then said, "I don't understand. What does this have to do with the Laven volcanic mountain?" The nameless sword saint turned and left, waving his hand as he said, "You'll know when the time comes." As he descended, he thought, if he succeeds, I should prepare some reward for that brat. In Thafuang City, at the Laven volcanic mountain, there were copper-rank lava crystal ores. Pham Tran messaged Junior Leader, "Junior Leader has a mission for you. Go to the city outskirts and collect some yin flowers for me." Junior Leader replied, "Okay big bro, I thought you were kidding at first. Didn't expect you were actually different." Pham Tran, as he walked, thought, the lava crystal ores are scattered around. I can circle around to the mountain foot to find the materials. Then the three girls, White Fruit Cavalry, Death Archer, and Rose Warrior appeared. The Rose Warrior said, "You're that fake NPC guy. Why are you everywhere?" Pham Tran waved his hand and said, "Calm down. Who would have thought you'd actually believe it? Let's not talk about that anymore. The monsters at the Laven volcanic mountain are tough, totally unsuitable for leveling up. Why did you girls come here? Could it be you received some hidden mission?" The Rose Warrior blushed and said, "What hidden mission? They just carelessly entered the wrong place." Pham Tran calmly said, "Why get so worked up? Whatever you girls came here for has nothing to do with me. Bye-bye." The Rose Warrior, upon hearing that, said, "What did he come here for? Never mind him, let's go." After saying that, the two groups went their separate ways. Pham Tran continued on his way to hunt monsters. He thought, the further I go, the fewer monsters there are. There must be powerful monsters up ahead. But I only used a small skill, and I've already eliminated them all. The system notified, "You have received 8 fire-embroidered steels." Pham Tran thought, over 20 monsters, but only 8 fire-embroidered steels dropped. Moreover, around here, there are no signs of fire spirit crystals. It seems I have to circle up to the volcano's mouth. As he went back and forth, he encountered that group of 3 girls again. That's a hidden space, isn't it? Could it be they really received some hidden mission? He then saw all 3 of them enter that hidden space. Pham Tran thought, in my previous life, I didn't operate in Thafuang City before. The living environment at the Laven volcanic mountain is extremely harsh. On the nearby forums, there's almost no information or quests related to this area. I have no knowledge about the situation here at all. Let me follow them and see. Maybe I can pick up some good loot too. With that thought, he entered the hidden space along with them. As soon as he entered, a breathtaking sight met his eyes, causing him to reveal a perverted expression, thinking, indeed, there's good stuff here. It turns out this is a Death Archer's secret passage. The Death Archer noticed someone behind her, turned around, covered her skirt angrily and said, "Why is it you? Were you following us, you scoundrel? Don't look around shamelessly." Pham Tran drooled, scratched his head and stuttered, I didn't mean to." "What do you mean you drooled? I didn't drool at all. Close your eyes now, or I'll grope you somewhere." He stepped back apologizing, sorry. Finally, they managed to get out. Pham Tran asked, "Hey Granny, is this the location of the hidden quest you girls received?" The Rose Warrior, annoyed at unexpectedly meeting him again, said sharply, "What hidden quest? We just came here to hunt monsters and grind levels. Up ahead are the Lava Essence humanoid monsters. They're silver rank, level 24. Seeing that, Pham Tran waved his hand and said, "Not high-level monsters. The area hidden over there is a decent place to hunt. You girls continue on. I'll circle around, I have something to do." The Rose Warrior, hearing him, angrily said, "Scram, you monkey." She thought to herself, but based on his abilities, why wouldn't he steal our hunting grounds? I really don't understand what he's up to. After walking for a while, Pham Tran arrived at a place with lots of lava, thinking, so this is inside the volcano. Aside from the heat, this place is magnificent. Suddenly, the lava pile started bubbling violently, making him wonder what it was. Then, a lava essence dragon monster appeared, its level and rank unknown. After that, more lava essence monsters surfaced, their levels and ranks also unknown. Pham Tran thought excitedly. Seeing that, Pham Tran cursed, what the fuck? From the outside, it seemed like the volcano was about to erupt. The players outside saw it and said, "Oh damn, this volcano is going to erupt soon." Someone with them said, "Don't panic, it's probably just a minor eruption. Moreover, look over there." Suddenly, the volcano spewed out many rare materials that they were looking for. Inside, there were tremors, causing the Rose Warrior group to wonder, what's going on? What is that guy up to, anyway? There shouldn't be any danger, right? On Pham Tran's side, he was tense, facing the Lava Essence Dragon boss. He cursed inwardly, this is the boss of the Lavan volcanic area. My luck is really unmatched. The Lava Essence Dragon flew up high, opened its mouth wide, then dived back into the lava. Suddenly, when it submerged, many precious items were flung up. Pham Tran wondered what was happening. Then the system notified him, "You have received fire-patterned steel. You have received fire-patterned crystal X3. He wondered if these were quest items. Pham Tran seemed to understand what this place was about. Most of the special materials were in this lava layer. No wonder the drop rate from killing monsters was so low. He used his wings to fly wherever he could receive items. He continued receiving fire elemental gems. "Nice fire elemental gems," he said. Indeed, fortune lies in danger. Just as he was about to collect more, the Lava Essence Dragon used a long-range attack. Seeing that, Pham Tran panicked but quickly regained his composure. Using the Lightning Flash skill, standing on the shore, Pham Tran noticed it didn't attack anymore and wondered, could it be that it can't come ashore? But I'm still within its aggro range. It should be able to attack from a distance, so why did it stop? Maybe its skills are on cooldown, or it only attacks those who get close to the lava pool. But why would that be? Suddenly, he noticed something. There's a pattern here. He realized, behind it, something was glowing. What is that? He thought. Could it be guarding that thing? Screw it, I'll take it. With that thought, he flew quickly there and swiftly snatched it. The system announced, "You have received the Fire Soul Core." Seeing that it had been robbed, the Lava Essence Dragon seemed enraged, becoming ferocious. The volcano outside was also erupting. As the Lava Essence Dragon was about to catch Pham Tran, he fortunately used all his strength to fly away quickly. The people outside were surprised by the scene before them, saying, "What the fuck? Is that a Grim Reaper or something? How did he fly out of the volcano's mouth? You guys really like jumping into dangerous places, huh?" But judging by his appearance, it seems he's running for his life. Just as he had predicted, the Lava Essence Dragon could only function within the lava. As soon as it came out, it collapsed immediately, but now the volcano had erupted. Pham Tran thought to himself, this super boss is really crazy. I've gone so far beyond its aggro range, yet it's still chasing me. I just took some materials. Does it need to be so stingy? The system displayed, Fire Soul Core. A special equipment used in the special equipment slot. Effect 1. Increases by 5% per level the damage of all fire attribute attacks. Additionally, increases by 10 per level the fire attribute damage. Effect 2. Reduces by 2.5% per level the damage taken from fire attribute attacks. Pham Tran muttered to himself, so it's not just materials, but a special equipment. No wonder it went berserk. The lava essence dragon used all its strength, flying up high to catch him. Seeing this, Pham Tran used void concealment. I've used up all my survival tricks. My wings can only sustain me for a bit longer. It's a race against speed now. So he flew towards the dense forest area. Time for a speed duel. Hopefully, I can use the terrain to shake it off. If not, I'll find a spot out of its line of sight and use a teleport stone. Immediately, he unequipped the pseudo-heart armor and equipped the Fire Soul Core. Down below, the players recognized him, saying, "Look, the Grim Reaper Guild is still offering a bounty on him." The bounty is the same as Pham Tran's. One from the Imperial Guild, named Hung Ba Tian, laughed, "Ha ha, crispy priest. As long as we act before Vien Trin, we can shoot him down for me." "Vien Trin, shoot him down for me." Seeing this from above, Pham Tran said, "A bunch of fools rushing to their deaths." Hearing this, Hung Ba said, "You dare insult me when you're about to die? Vien Trin, what are you doing? Shoot him down." Seeing trouble ahead, Vien Trin stuttered, "Be big brother." Immediately, flames rained down on Hung Ba up above. Pham Tran thought to himself, as expected, this boss can't enter the forest. As long as I get out of its skill attack range, Vien Trin won't. Heh, I hit the jackpot this time. Finally, Pham Tran found a safe spot and breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind him. "Not a bad haul, Congratulations." Pham Tran saw the acquaintance and said, "Why are you here?" "Worried I couldn't complete the mission you gave me." The guild leader chuckled, "So you figured out I assigned the mission. Indeed, a smart kid. But you stole the Fire Soul Core. The lava essence dragon couldn't catch up, and you've started provoking other adventurers. In the short term, the Laven volcano won't be peaceful." Pham Tran grinned, "I didn't expect that either." The guild leader continued, "Now the Laven volcano is in an abnormal state. My next mission to the extreme east has to be postponed. You'll have to take responsibility." Pham Tran asked, "So this is a consecutive mission?" "Haha, straight to the point. What do you need me to do next?" The guild leader said seriously, "Hurry up and deal with it. Complete the mission. I'll reward you with the king's equipment, no level limit." But the guild leader said seriously, "Because you angered the lava essence dragon, causing abnormal activity at the Laven volcano, other adventurers can't proceed. So if you don't complete the next mission, you'll face severe punishment." Pham Tran also became serious, scratching his nose, "You talk too much. What's the mission?" The guild leader patted his shoulder and said, "Go to the Adventurers Guild for the mission. The Laven volcano mission will be there. I'll wish you luck in advance. Good luck completing the mission. I'll check on the volcano situation. Bye." He flew up into the sky. Pham Tran thought to himself in Vodan's manner, "This mission doesn't seem urgent, but I can visit the Flame Ancestral Land to find the Triduang flower needed to hatch the dragon egg at the Flame Sacred Palace." Seeing an acquaintance, Pham Tran said, "Ayo, look at you, living well these days, huh?" The person, hearing the voice, became cautious and asked, "Who's there?" "This is the Saint Master's residence. Unauthorized personnel are forbidden to enter." That person's name was Nyat Din. Hearing Pham Tran call his name, he wondered, "Do you know me?" Hearing this, Pham Tran took off his mask and said, "It's me. I came to take care of some business." Finally, Nyat Din recognized him and said, "Sir Pham Tran, what brings you here?" Pham Tran replied, "To pick some Triduang flowers." Nyat Din said, "The Triduang flowers bloom all over the sacred palace. You can go in and pick them." After saying that, Pham Tran went and picked them. The system notified, "You obtained Triduang flowers." A girl from afar saw them and greeted cheerfully, "Sir Pham Tran, long time no see." Her name was La Tang. Seeing her, Nyat Din and Pham Tran stood up and approached her. Nyat Din asked, "La Tang, why are you out here? Pham Tran also said, Latang, what's up? You don't seem well. Latang said happily, the Saint Master left a life-preserving item for me. That day, after I was severely injured by the Diemtan Master, my demonic divine power dissipated. It was thanks to Hua's blessing that Nyat Din. He put his arm around her and said, thank you, Sir Pham Tran. Because of you, Latang and I could understand each other and be together. You two make a lovely couple. Pham Tran smiled and said, I'm glad you're both well. I'll be going now. Seeing him about to leave, Latang said, Sir Pham Tran, wait a moment. The Saint Master invites you to the palace for a chat. Pham Tran asked, Sister I Saw is looking for me. The red-haired girl in front turned and said to Pham Tran, you came to the Flame Ancestral Land because you're confident you can kill the Demon Lord Gai Ni. Hearing this, he said, Sister I Saw, if that's what you say, then I'll be going. Seeing Pham Tran about to leave, Ixa spoke seriously. That would be a pity. I was thinking, since it's rare for you to visit, I should give you a gift to help you grow stronger faster. But if you insist on leaving, it seems my efforts were wasted. Hearing those words, Pham Tran stopped and turned around, saying, your efforts were not wasted. I know Sister I Saw is most generous and indulgent towards me. Hearing this, I Saw smiled, holding a stone in her hand, and said, well then, take this Enlightenment Divine Stone. The Enlightenment Divine Stone is a skill creation stone. It can open a self-creation skill board, allowing you to create entirely new skills based on the ones you've learned. After creating the new skill, the Enlightenment Divine Stone will disappear. Pham Tran took it and wondered, a self-creation skill board. Let me see what skills I can create. Suddenly, the system notified. Based on the selected skills, a new skill has been derived. Skill type, healing damage, strength level 7 star. A 7-star skill. Pham Tran's mouth gaped open as he said, a 7-star skill. Seeing Pham Tran's expression, I Saw asked, are you satisfied? Pham Tran laughed and said, with the Enlightenment Divine Stone, perhaps I'll obtain a 9-star skill in the future. So you're still not satisfied? Isn't that being too greedy? I Saw turned to leave. Before leaving, she said, if that's the case, then go. I'll wait for you to grow stronger soon, and kill the Demon Lord Gai Ni. The people of the Flame Ancestral Land will then be able to live normal lives again. Pham Tran replied, certainly. He was then teleported to Celestial City. Upon arrival, someone called out to him, Sir Pham Tran, the City Master Thien Da has summoned you. Hearing this, Pham Tran wondered, what could it be about? He thought to himself, I forgot to wear my faceless mask again. Hopefully, it's nothing bad. Saying that, Pham Tran followed the person. Inside was a middle-aged man with blonde hair, commonly known as the City Master Thien Da. He said, Sir Pham Tran, I've admired you for a long time. Pham Tran asked, how does the City Master know me? Thien Da continued, I've heard many people mention you. Previously, Diem Trong Phon also mentioned you. If I'm not mistaken, you are. Perhaps you're about to depart for the Eastern Frozen Realm. That's correct, he replied. But how is this related to the City Master? Thien Da's expression turned solemn. It seems my senior brother, the Sword Saint, hasn't informed you of your next mission. If so, allow me to explain. The Eastern Frozen Realm is holding a despicable person captive. Your mission is to kill him. Pham Tran got straight to the point, asking the City Master, what exactly do you want to say? He seriously said, I hope you do not complete the mission. And at the same time, do not allow any other adventurer to complete the mission. I know you have the capability. You're right, I do have the capability, but why should I do that? If I complete the mission, I can obtain a level free sovereign equipment. If I don't do the mission, I'll be punished. Why should I do something so wasteful that brings no benefits? I have to take my leave now. As Pham Tran prepared to leave, Thien Da quickly said, wait, whatever reward they offer, I can give you as well. You can completely abandon this mission. This is a profitable deal. Pham Tran put on his mask and said, unfortunately, I've already agreed with the senior. The nameless one will complete the mission. City Master, find someone else. Seeing him about to leave, Thien Da quickly said, Pham Tran, do you know who the mission target is? He is the Beast Human Prince, Tak Kak. Hearing this, Pham Tran suddenly remembered, that guy. In the previous life, the Beast Humans and humans went to war to save Tak Kak. If I recall correctly, the background information Thien Da mentioned before was that when he was young, His entire village was sold and slaughtered by the beast humans. That's why he became a slave of the beast humans, branded with the slave mark. Pham Tran said, so you're saying, you want to incite another war? Thien Da seriously said, Tak Kak has the purest royal beast human bloodline. As long as he lives, there will always be beast humans. The beast human king will never give up on rescuing him. At that time, war will immediately break out. Pham Tran responded, but if I silently killed Tak Kak, the death of one royal lineage won't have much impact. And as a city master, you cannot openly incite a war. He continued, that's correct, so I won't let you kill him. Pham Tran said, actually, to incite a war, there's an even simpler way. I'll help you kill the remaining beast human princess. That will trigger the special hidden mission to incite war. Are you interested? Mission details. Go to the beast human territory. Capture the beast human princess. Hand her over to City Master Thien Da. The reward for completing this mission is unknown. Seeing this, Pham Tran thought, this way, it won't conflict with the Nameless One's mission. But Pham Tran said, you're really stubborn, you know. Capture her. How? City Master Thien Da of Cantian City heard this and said, some things are not as simple as rumors suggest. I can teach you how to subdue the beast human princess. You just need to bring her before me. This needs to be kept secret. After you complete the Nameless One's mission, I'll give you the details. As for the reward, it will certainly not be less than the Nameless One's. Pham Tran thought as he walked, it seems Thien Da and the Nameless One have different goals. I'd better not get too involved in their brotherhood issues, as long as the missions don't conflict. But I still need to complete the Nameless One's mission first. The receptionist said a total of 53 fire-patterned steel pieces, 2 fire spirit crystals, and 1 fire origin gem. The mission completion rating is A+. Pham Tran thought, oh, even though I kept some fire spirit crystals, with so many materials, it's only rated A+. That's quite strict. I thought it would be higher. What about the mission reward? He asked. The receptionist Guy Nha replied, the special equipment reward needs to be forged using the materials you obtained. The forging process takes about 3 hours. Please come back later to receive your reward. Hearing this, Pham Tran thought, I can't get it today then. Then he said, the nameless leader mentioned another mission. The receptionist Guy Nyan said, according to me, it's a special mission. You need to go to the main hall to receive the special mission. Go to the ice wind boundary in the eastern frozen realm and kill the beast human prince Tak Kak. The mission requires you to complete the Levan volcano mission first, with a rating of B or above, to be eligible for the mission reward. The equipment has no class level requirement, and grants the regal quality. The brown-haired priest said in surprise, equipment with no level requirement and regal quality. That's quite enlightening. The girl next to the priest also said, I haven't even touched any golden equipment yet. Regal equipment has already appeared. This is the gap between me and the strong ones. Someone said, the more people you find, the better. Take the opportunity to go to Levan volcano for the mission. Another person responded, the mission briefing only mentioned finding materials. Who knew there was another mission after that? Moreover, the reward is so awesome. Seeing this, Pham Tran thought, I wonder if the Nameless One has cleared the volcano area. If not, going there now would be suicide. He said, did the Nameless leader leave any other instructions? The receptionist Guy Nha replied, the leader asked me to convey this to you. If you fail the mission, he will seal any equipment on you. He hopes you'll be careful after completing the mission. He'll also give you a sealed Kiemi furnace as an additional reward. Pham Tran replied, okay, see you tomorrow. A priest asked, who was that? I've never seen the receptionist so respectful before. Another priest answered, it seems to be a true apex assassin. Even the receptionist obeys him. The receptionist Guy Nha said to the Nameless One, when you leave the association, you disappear completely. The Nameless One replied, perhaps I've returned to the other realm. Wait for him here tomorrow morning. The receptionist continued, I don't understand. With your power, you could easily handle those from the original realm without offering equipment. Why invite someone from the other realm? The Nameless One answered, if I take action, the opportunists might exploit it and spark a war between the two races. This must not be revealed. Those from the other realm always fear chaos. Pham Tran returned to the other realm, stretching, finally. Ha Nhi came over and said, what's with the, Don't tell me you did something despicable in the game. Pham Tran said, Sister Nhi, do you think I'm that kind of person? Ha Nhi replied, who knows? Confess quickly what you did in the game. Why are you acting like a child all of a sudden? Confess honestly now. Hurry up and confess. Pham Tran was pressured by Ha Nhi, Sister Nhi. You're putting pressure on me like this to test me, aren't you? Ha Nhi said, well, let me see if you can endure this test. Pham Tran exclaimed, Sister Nhi, wait, this. The next morning, Pham Tran woke up without clothes on. Ha Nhi left, blushing, and walked out the door. She turned back and blew a kiss. You performed well last night. I'm very satisfied. I'll see you in the divine realm tonight, sister. Pham Tran watched her leave, blushing. Welcome back to the divine realm. The receptionist Guy Nha bowed and said, Good morning, Pham Tran. Pham Tran replied, good, very good. The receptionist Guy Nha continued. This is the reward for the Levan volcano mission. Pham Tran's gaze was drawn to Guy Na's chest, and he blushed. Seeing this, Guy Nha asked, Sir Pham Tran. Pham Tran took the reward, turned away, and said, good item. Thank you, I'll go accept the next mission now. The receptionist Guy Nha watched him leave, perplexed. She said, I wish you success in your next mission. Fire Jade Bodyguard. Special grade A equipment that can be equipped in the equipment slot. Special equipment effect. Reduces 750 points of damage from ice attribute attacks. Pham Tran looked at the Fire Jade Bodyguard and thought, the Ice Wind boundary has ice damage. It seems this is the necessary equipment for that mission. Even more practical than the Fire Soul Insight. I should definitely exchange it, it will be very useful in the frozen wasteland. As for Sister Nhi, I'll deal with that later when I have time. In any case, I must treat Sister Nhi better from now on. Liang Xiao sent a message to his brother. Let me know when you're online. I'll give you the Yin Kai flowers I collected, brother. There's new information on the forum. A group is rushing to take on the mission in the frozen wasteland. You haven't read the 99 posts, brother. Pham Tran replied, when you're online, go to the Long Yuan forest and find me some dragon blood grass. Don't approach the dragon blood grass rashly. There may be dangers nearby. Be careful of the dragon boss type monsters. Outside the extreme frozen wasteland city, the blonde priest said, the guild leader told us to come help, but we can't even get in to help. What a waste of time. The brown-haired priest said, well, we can only wait. We don't know which idiot provoked the Levan volcano boss again. If you die a few times on the first mission, you basically can't complete it. The infamous Pham Tran appeared. He thought, it seems the anonymous one hasn't dealt with the volcano incident yet. The blonde priest said in surprise, oh my, the demon slayer. The demon slayer is renowned. Did you provoke the boss, causing the volcano to erupt? Is that true, demon slayer? Pham Tran ignored them and walked ahead, thinking, these players really have too much free time. But in my previous life, I also came here for a different mission. Back then, the death of another player caused a huge uproar. The ice prison also became a hot check-in spot on the forum. At that time, the bosses here were almost all dead. I didn't expect they'd still be alive now. The vampire dragon lord, and duck, the fallen ice spirit worshippers, the demonic madmen, all familiar faces. The half-beast prince player is located in the deepest area. The half-beast prince player faces the white gold boss. Level 30 Pham Tran saw the Dragon Rider guild leader and said, Guild leader Dragon Rider, we meet again. The Dragon Rider guild leader turned and said, it's you. The brown-haired person next to the guild leader said, you're the demon slayer, who has been causing a stir everywhere lately. Pham Tran replied, what do you want from me? If you don't provoke the monsters, I won't bother you. The brown-haired person said, I know you're very strong, but don't be too arrogant. Those like you before, their names are still on the bounty list. If you want to die, I can help you fulfill your wish. Pham Tran said mockingly, but I remember the top priest on the server has never died before, according to the bounty list. Hearing this, the Dragon Rider guild leader said, don't waste words on him. Let's join forces and drive him out first. The brown-haired man replied, alright. Without further ado, Pham Tran began activating the illusory stone effect. The healer said to the Dragon Riders, you guys really thought this guy was deaf, huh? The brown-haired man panicked, thinking if he didn't have damage immunity, that attack would have killed him. To avoid further escalation, he had to placate the demon slayer. Demon slayer, please calm down. Let's talk this through. Don't attack, he said. If I die, we'll become sworn enemies. The dragon rider said unhappily to the brown-haired man, the Supreme Commander ordered us to cooperate, and you're backing out. The dragon rider hurriedly explained, listen carefully. The demon slayer and I have no grudge. Before he could finish, Pham Tran interrupted him. We didn't have one before, but we do now. Then he attacked. The Supreme Commander, caught off guard, shouted, Demon Slayer, you're playing dirty tricks. You'll pay for this. Before he could finish, he saw Pham Tran's sinister smile and turned purple with rage. Pham Tran said, you. He then left, but not before threatening, you wait. I'll definitely regain my honor. Seeing the three of them fighting like children, the half-beast prince player couldn't help but laugh and say, ha ha. You visitors from another realm are quite amusing. But when he saw only Pham Tran remaining, he suspiciously asked, you drove them all away. Do you want to kill me alone? You weak, lowly insect race, unaware of your limits. Pham Tran cast a spell and said to him, you talk too much. But the half-beast prince remained disdainful, continuing to insult him. Your damage is quite pitiful. Seeing his attacks had little effect on the half-beast prince, Pham Tran was perplexed. No wonder he's a supernatural boss, who caused havoc in his previous life. This will be tough. The half-beast prince immediately swung his battle boomerang axe, taunting, come, let me show you a move. The battle boomerang axe threw its chasing axe, dealing 300% damage to targets within 20 meters range, then summoned the axe back, dealing another 200% damage to targets along its path. Seeing how formidable the battle axe was, Pham Tran thought to himself, with that chasing effect, I must risk it. Looks like I have to go all out. As the half-beast prince attacked, Pham Tran activated the illusory boot effect. While fighting, he contemplated his next move. While his skill is on cooldown, I'll drain him with area of effect attacks. So he decided to use the heavenly revelation formation. But the half-beast prince seemed to anticipate this. Without hesitation, he charged at Pham Tran, saying, you want to finish me with a survival skill and an AoE skill. How interesting. Watch this axe. In the blink of an eye, Pham Tran dodged the attack. Gritting his teeth, the half-beast prince said, still have survival skills, huh? Without wasting another moment, Pham Tran immediately unleashed his healing beam. The half-beast prince mocked with a laugh, ha ha, not bad damage. But for your level, those are the only skills you have, huh? Then it's my turn to speak. He unleashed his Frenzy Rage skill. Frenzy Rage doubled his size, increasing attack power by 100%, and attack range and skill range by 100%. He roared and followed up with the Battle Roar skill. When using this skill, the half-beast prince roared, dealing 50% damage to all targets within a 10 meters radius and stunning them for 3 seconds. The system announced, you have entered a 3-second stun state. Hit by the attack, Pham Tran thought, damn, this damage output, even my healing skills would need 5 to 6 casts to match. He considered flying higher, thinking, I wonder how long the cooldown is for this Battle Roar skill, to see if I can escape its range. The half-beast prince continued roaring and using Battle Roar. Pham Tran flew up to avoid it but was still surprised, thinking the cooldown for the supernatural boss's control skill was so short. But then he suddenly remembered, that's right, I almost forgot I have this skill. So he immediately activated his Radiant Holy Form. Pham Tran's Radiant Holy Form was only at the basic level. After activating Radiant Holy Form, he became immune to control effects when hit. It had a fixed duration that could be used once per day. At his level, it lasted 2 minutes. Currently, he had 11 minutes remaining without consuming it. He thought confidently, if I'm immune to control skills, I can use Void Stealth to evade that chasing skill one more time. The duration should be enough. No more courtesy. Thinking that, Pham Tran activated the Angelic Crystal Magic Chant effect. Hit by the skill, the half-beast prince let out a growl. Pham Tran, having expended all his power in that cast, was gasping for breath. He cursed inwardly, first time using up everything. all my skills and mana. Finally, he felt his energy drained, the fatigue and emptiness feeling so real. But it's fine. Suddenly, the half-beast prince let out a deafening roar. Pham Tran was surprised to see him still barely alive after that fatal blow. He wondered in confusion, how is he not dead yet? At this point, the half-beast prince had taken quite a heavy hit, gasping for breath, but still acknowledged Pham Tran's formidability. You are very, very strong. Pham Tran calmly replied, you're powerful too. If it weren't for the fact that I could suppress your skills at the right moment, I apologize for not letting you die a glorious death this time. The server announced, you have killed the platinum ranked boss, the half-beast prince. First battle achievement completed. Special mission completed. Level raised to 25. 4 base attributes plus 3 points each. Received 12 free attribute points. Pham Tran took pride in his accomplishment, thinking, leveled up 3 times in a row, huh? Killing bosses is indeed the fastest way to level up. Following the old rule, he added to his intelligence. The server announced his rewards. You have received a Diamond Rank Beast King's Belt. You have received Diamond Rank Furious War Greaves. You have received a 4-star sealed skill book. The rewards for defeating the boss are not bad at all. Pham Tran nodded. 2 diamond gears and a skill book. Not a bad haul, though I don't know their effects yet. Suddenly, he was startled. What's going on? The vampire dragon Duke, the Soul Eater, they're all rampaging. Then he realized something was wrong. The seal was cracking. I need to leave immediately. After getting out, Pham Tran breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, should be safe now. Those bosses, I can't deal with them in my current state. At that moment, the guild leader of the Celestial Alliance, Zoa, as if waiting for him, said to Pham Tran, Brother Pham Tran, you're indeed here. I'm the guild leader of the Celestial Alliance. I want to invite you to join us for a boss raid. Pham Tran replied, the mission boss is dead. This place is very dangerous now. But this guild leader didn't believe him, saying, you don't want to team up, no need to lie to us. That's a level 30 boss. Even if you killed the boss, we can't be killed. Let's go. After saying that, they left, leaving Pham Tran feeling resentful. Why won't the players I meet listen to my advice? Whatever, I still feel uneasy. I should leave this place quickly, he thought in astonishment. Then he saw the seal of the ice prison realm had broken. Pham Tran reckoned. The ice prison realm's seal broke due to the earlier battle. He wondered, could the battle with the half-beast prince have disrupted the seal's stability, causing it to shatter? Then he realized the situation was worse than he thought. This is really troublesome. Being chased by multiple supernatural bosses at once. I might be the first one. This doesn't look good. I can only. Before he could think of a suitable countermeasure, the vampire dragon Duke and Duck Liat threatened him, don't run anymore. You can't escape. But, Pham Tran was not one to surrender easily. Facing a sudden attack, even if it meant death, he had to accept it. Then he immediately used the Void Concealment skill. He thought he still had one life-saving skill left. Finally, he resisted with the Force Dissolution skill. And Duck Liat sneered, don't struggle anymore. Let my blood essence devour you. Pham Tran tensed up, thinking, his skill doesn't need a cooldown time. Indeed, they're the infamous monstrous bosses from the previous era. It seems I'm really out of options this time. Finally, Pham Tran used his ultimate skill, catching the vampire dragon off guard. It only had time to scream, this sword energy. After defeating Duck Liat, Pham Tran noticed a familiar figure. He shouted, Brother Vo Dan. Vo Dan waved and smiled. Ha ha, going big again, huh? Completed the mission, I see. Pham Tran happily replied, if I hadn't completed it, I wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Understanding the situation, Vo Dan responded, it seems your battle with the half-beast prince loosened the seal. Then the half-beast prince's death triggered these maniacs. And Duck Liat, resentful, said to Vo Dan, you will certainly not have a peaceful death. After I recover, I will definitely take your lives. You all leave quickly. Vo Dan didn't let the vampire dragons act arrogantly. He shouted, you want to leave, and used the sword will meteor skill. And Duck Liat didn't take Vo Dan seriously at all, laughing, Vo Dan, you can't stop me. Ha 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 ha. But Duck Liat couldn't laugh for long, as he was attacked by Thien Da's chaotic strike. Thien Da suddenly appeared, swiftly dealing with the vampire dragons. He told Vo Dan, "Your brother's swordsmanship is a bit lacking." Vo Dan jokingly replied, "If the world is at peace, then so be it. Otherwise, why did you suddenly come here?" Pham Tran wondered if Thien Da was an imposter. Thien Da said, "The ice prison realm has issues, so of course I had to come and check." As if by chance, Vo Dan found reinforcements, and satisfiedly said, "Ha ha, alright then, let's go repair the seal." Then he turned to Pham Tran and said, "Pham Tran, my friend, remember to stand back to avoid getting hurt. We'll come find you after we're done with the task." After saying that, Vo Dan manifested his sword aura into a wind and disappeared. Pham Tran thought, two people sealing an entire area. No wonder they're renowned as the world's top strategic characters, the divine beings. Suddenly, he heard the voice of Kai Tun Quan Lam echoing, "Master, the one who killed my son is right in front of us. You must help me kill him." Pham Tran thought, this voice is here to regain face later on. As the battle tension rose, Kai Tun Quan Lam brought a mysterious old man, his face hidden under a hooded cloak. Only his wrinkled skin was visible, reflecting his advanced age. This man seemed to provide Kai Tun Quan Lam with extra energy, giving him extraordinary confidence. It allowed him to now have the courage to face Pham Tran head-on. The old man calmly asked the one in front of him, "Is this the one you want to kill?" When asked, Kai Tun Quan Lam nodded vigorously, pointing at Pham Tran. Yes, it's him. That's the one." Then he shouted loudly like a whining child, "Master, help me kill him. Master, please help me kill him." The old man was Kai Tun Quan Lam's master. He heard his disciple's plea, but showed no reaction. At this point, Kai Tun Quan Lam felt he had found a solid rock to cling to, so he dared to boast and call himself the god of slaughter. "Today, I'll make you a dead dog." Pham Tran watched Kai Tun Quan Lam dance around like a jester. When he finished speaking, Pham Tran calmly smiled, his gaze on the master. "Kai Tun Quan Lam, you found a wanted criminal who turned his back on the divine faith and is hunted by major strongholds as your master. Aren't you afraid of living too long?" Kai Tun Quan Lam's master, who initially hid his face mysteriously, turned out to be the black sorcerer Hak Mak Duk. The named sorcerer did not hide it, removing his disguise, revealing his dark wizard face. This unveiling came with a sinister, intermittent laugh. "You know me, Hak Mak Duk?" he questioned Pham Tran. The one caught in the middle was Kai Tun Quan Lam. In a dilemma, unable to advance or retreat, he couldn't believe his master's betrayal ran so deep. "Master, he's lying, right, isn't he? How could you be a wanted criminal, master?" But Hak Mak Duk coldly denied it, demanding him to be silent. Immediately, the black sorcerer's hand transformed, conjuring a stream of dark magic, further proving his evil identity. What surprised Kai Tun Quan Lam even more was Hak Mak Duk's indifferent attitude. A line appeared on the system board, "Hak Mak Duk's goodwill towards you has decreased. The master-disciple relationship has been severed. Furthermore, you have been supernaturally silenced. The silencing effect lasts 2 minutes. And now, it's time for the battle between Hak Mak Duk and Pham Tran." The sorcerer showed a challenging, sinister look. "Unexpected, that one from another realm like you would know me. I can only make you shut up forever." But Pham Tran was not as serious as his opponent's combative attitude. He called out sincerely, "Brothers, help. They're not here yet. I'll be done for by this wanted criminal." Vo Dan had finished his mission, laughing for 2 minutes. "Ha ha, I thought you were going to claim the bounty alone." Thien Da agreed. "My thoughts match my brother's." Pham Tran's face was full of goodwill as he looked at the two brothers. "Indeed, I wouldn't dare fight back. Brothers, continue your performance." Vo Dan managed to respond to Pham Tran. "Ha ha, you rotten brat." Then they returned to the front as the sorcerer attacked. His dark magic manifested as extremely powerful gusts of black wind. Seeing Vo Dan and Thien Da, the old wizard taunted, "You have accomplices. Then die together." A strike with a blue aura hit Hak Mak Duk's back squarely, causing him to spurt blood from his limbs, simultaneously ending his magic. Just this one strike made Hak Mak Duk realize, this sword aura You're the Sword Saint Vo Dan. Another strike slashed across his neck, and the same to Thien Da, sending him to the afterlife. Thien Da immediately escorted him to the underworld in an unblinking state. This scene left Kai Tun Quan Lam extremely terrified. A level 65 elder just died like that. The system board displayed. Effect: your silence has been removed by the Sword Saint Vo Dan. Only then did Vo Dan ask him, were you his disciple? Kai Tun Quan Lam, fearing death, looked at the one who killed his master with wide eyes, raised both hands pleadingly, don't kill me. My master-disciple relationship with him has been severed. The Sword Saint Vo Dan kindly reassured, rest assured, we won't harm adventurers from other realms without reason. These words reached Kai Tun Quan Lam, as if a blessing from heaven. He hurriedly packed up and left, thanking them profusely. But Pham Tran is still here. He aggressively gripped his staff, ready to strike Pham Tran's head, wanting to settle the score with the Quan Lam leader. Are you leaving? We haven't settled our score yet. This made the lowly Kai Tun Quan Lam visibly afraid. He knelt down, pleading, Lord Assassin, I made a mistake. He cried 2 streams of tears, bargaining for his life. I've used up all my death exemptions. Don't kill me. I'm willing to compensate you. Please don't kill me. Let's reconcile. I'm ready to pay compensation. But bearing the name Assassin Pham Tran, how could he be so gentle? He explained, you failed to kill me, and now offer compensation. That's utterly unreasonable. You're thinking too highly of yourself. Then he cast a spell, instantly killing Kai Tun Quan Lam without ceremony. Pham Tran's action only allowed his opponent to curse once before disappearing. Vo Dan teased Pham Tran jokingly, I thought you'd accept the compensation first before taking action. Pham Tran responded politely to brother Vo Dan, I'm not that kind of person. You've misunderstood me. But after all that, Thien Da looked at Pham Tran sternly and questioned, I found the effect of your skill quite strange. Did Master Back Min give you the metamorphic stone? Pham Tran raised his eyebrows in puzzlement. How did you recognize the effect of the metamorphic stone? Isn't it? Before Pham Tran could finish, the Sword Saint Vo Dan smiled and answered for him, don't worry, others won't discover the metamorphic stone's effect. Then Vo Dan reassured Thien Da, rest assured, not everyone knows the effects of various skills like Thien Da. The city lord Thien Da nodded in agreement. Ordinary people can't distinguish them at all. Moreover, I could detect the issue because I used to use the metamorphic stone for a long time in the past. That's the main reason. Pham Tran then spoke up and asked Thien Da, do you also need to conceal your identity? The city lord's hand suddenly emitted a dark magic aura, as he denied, my attack doesn't have a dark attribute. The cities don't like that. Moreover, to avoid trouble, there's no need for that. My master only lent me the metamorphic stone temporarily. Pham Tran then said, so now, you. Thien Da calmly replied, now that I'm the lord of Can Thien City, recognized by the deities, I don't need to conceal my identity anymore. Vo Dan witnessed their intimate conversation. Unable to contain his curiosity, he interjected, you two seem very familiar with each other. This made the two turn their attention to the forgotten Sword Saint. After the battle, Vo Dan could now speak to Thien Da. Brother, you haven't explained clearly. Why are you here in Lam Dong Bang Nguyen, the territory of Kuk Han City, the Icewind boundary? It's related to the Adventurers Association. That can't be the reason you came here. So Vo Dan concluded, you came here because of Pham Tran. Pham Tran, being mentioned, was utterly bewildered. He immediately turned to Vo Dan. Brother Vo Dan, what are you talking about? Thien Da's expression darkened, his voice tinged with sadness. Brother, you probably know I didn't want to kill him mercilessly, but you stubbornly wanted to kill him. How could I just sit back and let it happen? I regret that I still didn't make it in time. Vo Dan heard this and could only advise, you should let it go. My mind is made up, Thien Da said firmly. I know this decision will go against your wishes, brother. He closed his eyes and continued, unless you've experienced others suffering, don't advise them to be benevolent, brother. You have no right to tell me to let it go. Vo Dan stopped persuading him further. He sternly warned Thien Da instead, regardless, I cannot allow you to spark a war between the two races. But Thien Da didn't respond. The Sword Saint, Vo Dan, didn't want to dwell on the unpleasant matter. Let's stop here, he said, ending the conversation. Then Vo Dan turned to Pham Tran standing behind his brother. You should resolve this properly. Seeing Vo Dan about to leave, Pham Tran asked, "Are you leaving now, brother?" Vo Dan then teleported away, leaving the two with his fading silhouette. He waved, "Yes, I'm leaving. The association has many matters to attend to. Brother Pham Tran, I'll wait for you at the Adventurers Association." Pham Tran grew suspicious. This brother seems suspicious, yet he just leaves like that. Afterwards, Thien Da also followed Vo Dan's footsteps. "If that's the case, I'll head back first," said Thien Da. "Diem, Trong Phong is under my care, so if you need anything later, you can find me in Canteen City." Watching the two leave, Pham Tran felt utterly perplexed. They just left like that, without even inviting me to go with them. It was indeed strange. At that moment, the Sword Saint Vo Dan smiled again, what made Pham Tran both delighted and break out in a cold sweat. "Well, this brother hasn't really left yet," Vo Dan calmly explained to Pham Tran. "Thien Da has a profound and patient character. You're also someone who fears chaos in the world. In the end, I still have to keep an eye on both of you. Now it seems there's no conflict between you two." Pham Tran didn't pay much attention to those words. "Brother, are you done yet?" he asked. "I still need to go back and hand over the mission." The Sword Saint Vo Dan didn't say much. "Whether you have a mission or not doesn't matter. This is your reward, take it." On Pham Tran's system panel appeared. "You have received the Furnace of Sword Chi and the Wisdom Sword Art." The Furnace of Sword Chi is a consumable item, containing the Sword Saint Vo Dan's Sword Chi. After using it, it will have the effect of Sword Chi Body Protection, negating all damage, 100% increased movement speed, lasting 15 seconds. Another treasure Pham Tran received is the King Grade Wisdom Sword Art, comprising the Lamb Sword capable of magic attacks. It can increase magic power, magic defense, and magic recovery rate, and the Hong Sword capable of physical attacks. It's suitable for all classes without any level requirement, and can freely change its form. The Lamb Sword increases magic damage by 200 and intelligence by 80. The Hong Sword increases attack power by 150 and strength by 50. The effects include mana storage and imposing aura. For the mana storage effect, you can store any skill beforehand and release it instantly, except for channeling skills. As for the imposing aura effect, all offensive skills have a 30% chance to inflict the imposing aura effect, causing the target to be unable to move for 2 seconds. After reading through the abilities, Pham Tran was overjoyed. These attributes are heaven-defying. It seems my lightning flame staff can be retired now. However, Pham Tran couldn't help but wonder, without completing a mission, he's giving me a reward. Don't tell me this brother has other demands. Good things are rare, and good things aren't free. He was suspicious of the Sword Saint's intentions. Vo Dan did have a request for Pham Tran. "There's only one request for now. Don't go to the Fuda city, especially the Lord's Chamber." Pham Tran replied, "I told you I wouldn't, didn't I? If I won't go, I won't go." Then Pham Tran turned and left. "I'll head to Extreme Cold City first. You take care, brother." But behind the facade of brotherhood, everyone has their own schemes. Pham Tran realized Vo Dan was monitoring him, thinking to himself, "This brother is keeping an eye on me. Seems I can only wait for Thien Da to find me." In the Lord's Chamber of Extreme Cold City, the Lord, Xie Yang, sensed the intrusion of an outsider and cautiously shouted, "Who's there?" Thien Da teleported there, signaling, "It's me, Lord Xie, on a top-secret mission." He whispered, "Send a soldier to the north gate to await an adventurer, then bring him to me." Pham Tran praised, "Well done, Lord Thien. Lord Thien is impressive. This east-west trickery is getting a bit excessive." Lord Thien replied, "You can keep your promise and come see me. I'll be glad." He snapped his fingers using Dark Realm magic, then said, "That Sword Saint brother of mine has started to become suspicious. He'll definitely try to stop me from meeting you by any means. Extreme Cold City is the safest place. I'll be brief. This is a soul-stunning powder. It can render the Beast Princess unconscious." The system displayed, "Soul-stunning vial, quest item, untradeable. After using it, a large amount of powder will be released, causing the target to lose consciousness." Pham Tran spoke up, "Beast folks have strong physiques. How did you obtain an item that can knock them out?" The Lord continued, "It wasn't easy getting this. You only get one use, so you must seize the opportunity. If you fail, No matter how many times you revive, no matter where you hide, at the ends of the earth or depths of the sea, I will find you and make you pay a heavy price. His tone was stern and threatening. I will hunt you down at any cost, he warned sternly. Pham Tran forced a laugh and replied with understanding. Once you're ready, Lord Thien said, I'll take you to the outskirts of the beast folk territory. Oh, Pham Tran stammered. Suddenly, a message from Ling Tiao arrived. Big bro, I found a large patch of dragon blood grass in the Long Yuan forest. But there's a venomous drake eating the dragon blood grass. What should I do? I'm afraid it'll eat it all. Ling Tiao also sent his location. After reading the message, Pham Tran turned and asked Lord Thien, Lord Thien, can you take me to the Long Yuan forest instead? I have something to take care of. The Lord agreed, sure, we can go to the beast folk territory later. That way, it may ease my brother's suspicions somewhat. Then he told Pham Tran, but if I take you to the Long Yuan forest, you'll have to go to the beast folk territory on your own. Pham Tran agreed, no problem. You can send me part of the way to the beast folk territory, and I can go the rest on my own. Give me the address, he said while using his magic, then added, but I hope you don't go back on your word. Otherwise, hunting you down will be tiring. Don't worry, you heard me, Pham Tran replied. He told the Lord the location. I want to go to the southwest entrance of the Long Yuan forest. The location is about 1,000 meters away. Inside the Long Yuan forest, Ling Tiao grew impatient, thinking, Big bro still hasn't replied to my message. This whole patch of herbs is about to be eaten. What should I do now? He hid behind a tree, watching the venomous drake in front of him gnaw on the herbs. Suddenly, a circular light appeared before the drake's eyes. Pham Tran emerged from that light. The venomous drake and he stood facing each other, staring blankly. Pham Tran roared like a mighty dragon. Ling Tiao, hiding behind the tree, sweated helplessly, thinking, mighty dragon. You mean me, right? Mighty dragon. Oh, it's big bro. Why do you always go overboard like that? Next, the ferocious venomous drake opened its massive jaws and spewed the blue-green venom from its throat. Pham Tran quickly dodged, thinking, damn, that was dangerous. This teleportation from Tian Yi is really something. It sent me right in front of a level 45 boss. The beast roared loudly as it took to the air. Pham Tran ran on the ground, thinking, can't attack a diamond boss, huh? He shouted loudly. Ling Tiao sent Pham Tran a message after witnessing the scene. Big bro, are you dead yet? He asked. Pham Tran immediately texted back, I'm still alive, don't worry. Thanks for asking. But were you nearby just now? As Pham Tran was dodging, Ling Tiao replied, I was behind the venomous drake's butt. Saw your cool moves, so I didn't call you. What should I do now, big bro? Should I wait here for you? Pham Tran helplessly replied, wait there and quickly gather dragon's blood grass. Aye, sir. Ling Tiao obediently responded. He gave a thumbs up and laughed heartily. At that moment, Pham Tran was still being chased by the venomous drake. He angrily thought, what the heck? Why do I keep having to run away lately? Looks like I need to take fewer quests and spend more time grinding levels. Then he suddenly said aloud, wait a minute. He glanced sideways, looking at someone. Pham Tran was pondering when he looked down, and saw Xiao Yao. Why wasn't she in Cantian City leveling up, but running around in the Long Yuan forest instead? On her way, Xiao Yao saw the venomous drake fly by. She was a bit worried. Xiao Yao's good friend, Xiao Ling the archer, noticed her friend looking up at something in the sky. So she asked, what's wrong? Xiao Yao replied, a venomous drake just flew over our heads. A young man accompanying them, named Nong Chuan Mua Trang Sang, said, the Long Yuan forest is a supernatural map, the warrior said. It's normal for monsters to roam around here. No need to panic. I don't want to waste any more time. He urged his teammates, you've seen enough, let's go. The Dragon Valley is still far away, don't delay me. Xiao Ling replied in a bored tone. Got it. Xiao Yao was still pondering, but I think I saw someone else too. At this moment, the scene shifted to the chase between the drake and Pham Tran. A message from Ling Tiao. Big bro, I gathered the dragon's blood grass. I'm out of the Long Yuan forest now. Pham Tran replied, good work, see you in the city later. At that moment, Pham Tran was still battling the boss. While dodging in the air, he pondered his strategy. Pham Tran thought to himself, looks like it's time to settle the score with this boss. Luckily, it's not a supernatural boss, still bound by rules. Right after that, the Drake spewed another stream of blue venom. Pham Tran immediately used the void concealment skill to evade the venom stream, while also erasing the boss's hatred. The boss, having lost its memory, appeared dazed on the ground. Pham Tran looked at it with relief. He thought, done. If I hadn't encountered this dragon, I almost forgot. I haven't used the nameless blade yet. Pham Tran's profile. Player Pham Tran, unique yin-yang movement talent, priest class, level 25, intelligence 304. He thought, the arcane sword state allows me to pre-store spells to use Angel's Aria. I've stored it in Wisdom Blade. He continued thinking, now I can unleash 2 consecutive Angel's Arias. I can safely return this time. On the way, Pham Tran encountered Xiao Yao's group. Xiao Ling noticed Pham Tran and said, oh, someone's alone in the Long Yuan forest. Trang Sang guessed, maybe it's that fearless newbie again. After all, the early gods didn't get punished in reality, so let's take the chance to explore the map. Don't waste any more time. Seeing Pham Tran, the 3 ignored him to catch up on time, but they heard his words. Pham Tran thought, Xiao Yao's new teammates are quite arrogant. Only Xiao Yao, seeing him, seemed to have lingering memories. She thought, he looks so familiar. Xiao Yao then messaged Pham Tran, are you Pham Tran? Pham Tran turned and smiled at Xiao Yao. The world's top summoner's perception is no joke. He replied to Xiao Yao, keep it a secret. Xiao Yao's face lit up with a smile. Seeing Xiao Yao stop, Trang Sang angrily shouted, Xiao Yao, why do you always do this? What's the reason for stopping again this time? Xiao Ling felt worried about his sudden anger. She replied to Trang Sang, don't assume Xiao Yao has something. Trang Sang, calm down. Xiao Yao must have her reasons. Trang Sang said with an annoyed face, the Dragon Valley has been chaotic lately, and Xiao Yao is a famous person. If you didn't ask me for help, this trip would take forever. I barely managed to clear an old map. Do you still want to team up or not? Xiao Ling looked at Xiao Yao worriedly and asked, what's going on with you, Xiao Yao? Xiao Yao apologized with her head down. She messaged Pham Tran, sorry, I made you lose face. Pham Tran replied, what's the situation? Xiao Ling is my new friend. She said I need to go to Dragon Valley to tame the water yuan hatchling, so I intentionally sought help. The explanation just now didn't answer what you asked. I know you didn't ask about that. She continued, after we separated, Tan An and I were targeted by major guilds. It's been hard to find teammates recently. Tan An had a task to do, so I went alone. Seeing Xiao Yao still not continuing, Trang Sang yelled at her, do you still want to do this mission or not? The number 1 priest on this server has ignored you. You're just a nobody that I'm teaming up with out of pity. Before he could finish his sentence, Pham Tran, not wanting to hear those harsh words, interrupted. Hey, who says nobody needs her? Trang Sang angrily raised his voice at Pham Tran. This is an internal team matter, none of your business. I dare team up with her, and I've already faced a lot of pressure. She can't even behave properly. Then he yelled again, Xiao Yao, hurry up. Pham Tran felt he couldn't stay any longer. He urged Xiao Yao, let's go, Xiao Yao. At that moment, he messaged her, I'll help you with the water yuan hatchling. That guy is just being petty and arrogant. I can tell you two know each other. But now I'm her lifesaver. How can she listen to you? But at that moment, a notification was sent to the players. Xiao Yao has left Trang Sang's team. Upon receiving this notification, Trang Sang was dumbfounded. Trang Sang raised his hand and yelled at Xiao Yao, you'll regret it if he can't handle you later. Pham Tran angrily turned his back and said, let's go. Let's go, hurry up. Xiao Yao followed him, replying, yes, Pham Tran. At the same time, she was contacting Xiao Ling. I'll go with my brother first. I'm really sorry. Xiao Ling asked curiously, is that your brother? Go ahead, I'll handle this. Be careful. I didn't expect Trang Sang to be so ill-tempered. Xiao Yao replied hesitantly, it's okay. Don't worry, my brother is very strong. As she finished speaking, Trang Sang angrily yelled again, damn disrespectful bitch. Xiao Ling worriedly said from behind, Trang Sang, let's go, I'll pay you the promised reward. You shouldn't talk about Xiao Yao like that. At this point, he continued yelling at Ho Long Kok. The major guilds have already blockaded it. I want to see how they plan to enter without me leading the way. Meanwhile, on the other side, Pham Tran said to Xiao Yao, please apologize to your friend for me. My identity is quite sensitive, so I can't bring others along for now. Xiao Yao replied, I've told her, brother. Sorry for troubling you again. Pham Tran blamed himself. It's my fault, I didn't expect this situation with you and Trang Sang. I'll invite you to the guild first, then you can bring Xiao Ling in later. If you need anything, just message the guild. As he finished, the system notified, Pham Tran invites you to join the Feng Shen guild. Xiao Yao was stunned and asked, brother Pham Tran, are you the famous Da Sat then recently? He smiled and replied, wandering requires some alt accounts. Then the system notified again, player Xiao Yao has joined the guild. Now on the guild chat channel, Xiao Sai Ling Xiao suddenly said, oh my, is this your sister, brother? Are you preparing a harem? Pham Tran replied, shut up, she's my sister. Everyone, take care of her from now on. Xiao Yao greeted, hello everyone, please help me in the future. Feng An said, no problem. Just ask if you need anything, we can help with quests or grinding. We're available anytime to hunt monsters, get equipment, or do quests, all free of charge. Xiao Yao happily thanked everyone. As soon as she finished, Xiao Sai Ling Xiao asked for a photo. Pham Tran said, shut up. Then he continued walking and said, don't just stand there. Hurry up, help your sister tame the water yuan hatchling. Xiao Yao scurried after him, giggling, coming. Meanwhile, at the entrance to Ho Long Kok, the Hoang True Guild, known for their handsome members, their priest was yelling, an illusory dragon egg has appeared inside. This entrance is now under Hoang True's control. No individual players are allowed to enter. Don't blame us if you force your way in. Upon hearing this, Trang Sang arrogantly said, I told you they can't enter. They definitely won't be able to get in. Tiu Lin thought to herself, yes, thank you, brother. He continued, I must let Xiao Yao know clearly, only I can help them. I'm a member of the Tin the Club. I'm also acquainted with the Hoang True Prince. As he finished speaking, Tiu Lin said, brother Trang Sang, why don't you take a look over there? Trang Sang turned and replied, what's there to see? On the other side, Pham Tran approached and said, hello. The angry priest turned and shouted at him, I said no one can enter here. Pham Tran smiled and said, I need to go in and handle some things, if that's okay. The priest was stunned, you. Realizing it was Da Sat then, he thought in panic. Then the priest shouted loudly, of course. Please, go ahead. Make way quickly. Pham Tran smiled satisfactorily. Alright, let's go in. Xiao Yao happily replied, okay. Watching Pham Tran and Xiao Yao's backs as they entered, the priest thought to himself in shock. Why is Da Sat then coming here? I must immediately inform the guild leader over there. Tiu Lin said, they can't enter, can they? Trang Sang angrily replied, this identity concealing guy has some skills. Let's go in and take a look. Outside Ho Long Kok, people were panicking, looking up and saying, what's happening to these illusory dragon eggs? Why are there so many? And they're flying around. How do we catch them? Quick, call the guild leader to figure out a way. Pham Tran said, it's quite lively. Xiao Yao, are you interested in the dragon eggs? After asking, he pondered, in my previous life, who got the illusory dragon egg? Oh well. Forgetting, Xiao Yao replied, the illusory dragon eggs keep changing positions. There are also many fake dragon eggs causing confusion. Even if you catch the real egg, you need materials to incubate it. It's too time-consuming, I don't need it. He smiled and thought to himself, if I didn't have to find materials to hatch the dragon egg, I probably wouldn't have met her. Then he continued speaking, that's true. Let's find the primordial water dragon first. At that moment, 3 dragon eggs appeared high above. Someone far away said, look, there are 3 dragon eggs standing still over there. The other person asked, where? The first one replied, over there, by that man and woman. Then he said to Pham Tran and Xiao Yao, hey you two, stay still for me. Don't try to hog the dragon eggs. The one beside him responded, wait, that silhouette. Isn't that the summoned being who follows Pham Tran? Then the other one continued, and the other seems to be Da Sat Than. Why are they together? On Pham Tran's side, at that moment, the two of them were looking up at the 3 dragon eggs above. He said, what are these 3 eggs doing? Letting us catch them voluntarily. You think they look alike? At the same time, Pham Tran heard someone shout from afar, the guild leader is here. Everyone made way, and he thought to himself, ah, well, We're about to meet again so soon. The prince greeted with a smile. Haha, hello there. I heard we have an honored guest. Didn't expect to meet you so soon. Before he could finish, someone else interrupted him. Prince, it's been a while. And it was none other than Trang Sang. In contrast to his enthusiasm, the prince showed disdain, ignoring him blatantly. Where did this weirdo come from? Get lost, don't block the way. Trang Sang was stunned for 3 seconds by the cold shoulder. The prince ignored him and continued approaching Pham Tran. Sir Da Sat then, I was really at fault last time. I heard you came to Ho Long Kok, so I came to apologize. Pham Tran thought skeptically, this guy knows manners now. Then he politely responded, Prince, you're too courteous. We don't really know each other that well. I hope the prince will take better care of me in the future. I wouldn't dare. We'll take care of each other, ha ha ha. Speaking of taking care, about these 3 dragon eggs. He paused here, not finishing his sentence, as the 3 eggs had started flying around erratically, causing him to be flustered and awkward. Seeing this, Pham Tran wanted to ease the awkwardness, so he forced a laugh and said, ha ha ha, it seems these 3 dragon eggs are quite mischievous. It's alright. The texts say that catching these requires luck. I'm sure you, Da Sat then, also came to catch the dragon eggs, right? Let's rely on our own luck, okay. Hearing this, he relaxed and replied, okay, good luck to you, sir. He smiled and wished, may Da Sat then also have a bountiful harvest. But in his heart, he thought, since his power is so strong, if we really fought, the royal court would suffer greatly. It's best to maintain a cordial relationship. But that Xiao Yao follows Pham Tran, doesn't she? Never mind, I won't think about it anymore. Then he left. Xiao Yao messaged Pham Tran, the prince, so arrogant, yet had to yield to you. If he knew your true identity, he would surely be furious. Everyone in this world relies on acting. It's not acting, I rely on my true strength. Haha, this girl. Hee, hurry up. The texts say, the infant dragon water source is deep inside Ho Long Kok. As for Trang Sang, he only then realized his eyes were wide open, mouth agape, sweating profusely. So all this time, I've been trying to act tough in front of Da Sat then, mocking him right to his face. I must be crazy. Xiao Ling behind him gave him a sidelong glance, thinking to herself, whether you're crazy or not, I don't know. But your brain definitely has issues. Then she clicked to leave the team and invited Trang Sang. Xiao Yao, wait for me, let's go together. Seeing their friend wanted to join them, Xiao Yao messaged Pham Tran, hey, let her come along, but don't add her to the team. I still don't want others to know your true identity yet. So the 3 of them continued on. When they arrived, Pham Tran was a bit doubtful, asking Xiao Yao to reconfirm, are you sure it's here? Yes, it should be here. The texts clearly state the infant dragon water source is. Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Yao spotted a cave and exclaimed loudly, found it, there's an infant dragon, with such an adorable face, flying out. Xiao Yao's eyes were filled with affection. Come here, cutie. Seeing her expression, Pham Tran thought to himself, even after being raised for so long, Xiao Yao still acts like this. Don't tell me she's become a lolicon. Or perhaps back then, Xiao Yao also had this look behind others' backs. At the same time, he recalled her gloomy and cheerful expressions. How terrifying. The Xiao Yao back then was a cold loli in many weebs' dreams. I can't think about her in that way. The infant dragon slowly approached Xiao Yao, and she successfully cast a magic circle. Pham Tran was astonished by the result. Is that it? So simple. He sighed in amazement. Indeed, those with talent are different when summoning dragons. Unlike the dragon tamer, who exhausted himself but couldn't contract a single dragon, even summoning an infant dragon is extremely difficult. Then a stone appeared in her hand. I also got this dragon stone. Indeed, the chance of obtaining a dragon stone is higher around dragon lairs, but the attributes of dragon stones are random. Let me see what attribute yours has. The infant dragon responded with a sound, as if agreeing. Chaotic attribute. Unfortunately, I don't have a chaotic infant dragon. The chaotic dragon stone is a special material that has coexisted with the dragon race for a long time. Absorbing the dragon race's breath, it can enhance the stability of their bloodline. Hearing this information, Pham Tran was utterly astonished. A chaotic dragon stone. Xiao Yao opened the dragon's space, and the newly contracted dragon went in. Go rest in the summoning space, little one. The dragon obediently flew in. Kiki Pham Tran asked Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao, do you mean you have a lot of dragon stones? Xiao Yao smiled and nodded. Yes. When I was at the academy, I went searching for infant dragons with Senior Tan. Although we didn't encounter any infant dragons, we found quite a few dragon stones. But I heard these are very rare. I don't know why I got so many. Then she asked, do you need dragon stones? I have plenty, feel free to take some. Pham Tran smiled awkwardly, thinking, haha, does she have a luck charm or something? I don't need any. I only need the one in your hand. Right after that, the system displayed, you received a chaotic dragon stone from Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao smiled and said, you don't need to be so polite with me. Pham Tran thanked her, haha, thanks. Then he thought of something, if I'm not mistaken, the chaotic ancient dragon has part of the primordial chaotic dragon's bloodline. Perhaps this dragon stone can stabilize its bloodline. He smiled at Xiao Yao, I can't just take your things without giving you anything in return. Then the system displayed, you received a life fruit from your friend. Pham Tran was surprised and asked her, Pham Tran, in the item description, it says it can increase lifespan. Don't tell me it's what I'm thinking. She felt she shouldn't accept something so valuable. I can't take this. Pham Tran said comfortably, just accept it. Why are you being so polite with me? You're right, it can increase lifespan in reality, but you must keep it a secret. Otherwise, using it could lead to a deadly disaster. A deadly disaster in reality. She smiled and replied, yes, I understand what to do. Pham Tran said goodbye. Okay, I'll message you later. When you meet Tan, ask her if she wants to join our guild. If she does, feel free to invite her in. Be careful on your way back, and keep that dragonstone safe. You'll need it in many places later on. She replied, don't worry. From behind, Xiao Ling approached and asked in a strange tone, so you're the great demon slayer, but you're also his. Are you his blood brother, cousin, or lover? Xiao Ling. Xiao Yao shouted as Xiao Ling burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, okay, let's go back to the city. As for Pham Tran, from behind, many people looked up at the tree and asked in surprise, did someone get a dragon egg? It's hard to get a real one, they're usually fake. Hurry up, there's one over there. A young man appeared from the front, holding a large egg in his hands, grinning happily as he ran towards them. I got a dragon egg. I can't believe I got a virtual ancient dragon egg. I'm rich. Ha ha ha. Pham Tran looked at him, thinking absently, the blessings of a fool. But, suddenly, someone called out in an arrogant tone, hey, you happy guy over there. Hand over that dragon egg, you idiot. The young man hesitantly hugged the egg and said, Your Highness, I'm a member of the Prosperous Guild. We've met before. He threatened, hand it over or else. Shut up. Don't make me use force. You know my methods. The young man stammered, I. The system notified, virtual ancient dragon egg added to inventory. Pham Tran turned and left, thinking, the Imperial Guild is not made up of good people. This guy is in trouble. The young man called out, Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer, please stop. The other was startled and asked, you know the Demon Slayer. The young man quickly wanted Pham Tran's help. Demon Slayer. I'm willing to sell you the dragon egg at a low price. Pham Tran bluntly said, I'm not interested in dragon eggs. The young man pleaded, don't leave so soon. I'll make you an offer. I'll let you be my partner, and guarantee you half the money from selling the dragon egg. Pham Tran turned back and asked, half the money? The young man immediately replied, yes. No matter how much I sell it for, I'll give you half the money. Pham Tran turned to the other man and said, the prince heard that too. Why don't you make an offer? The prince thought angrily, if he names a low price, 5,000 gold each, half is more than enough. Then someone else came and mocked him sarcastically, Prince, how can you offer such a low price? The Yan Wu Guild offers 10,000 gold. The system displayed, Yan Wu Cat, Guild Leader, Yan Wu Xing Chao. The prince glared at Yan Wu Cat, the Yan Wu Guild Leader. You want a piece too? Yan Wu Cat calmly replied, whoever offers the highest price gets it. Or does the prince think the Demon Slayer isn't worth it? Provoked by those words, the prince angrily said, don't add fuel to the fire. I offer 15,000 gold. Money is power. I bid 30,000 gold. Enough, everyone go home, take a bath and sleep. Pham Tran's interest was piqued. Haha, this is getting interesting. The real fun has begun. The imperial prince turned around, warning money is power. Be careful, money. Money can't buy a life. Before that warning, money is power just laughed and waved his hand, saying, don't worry about that. Anyway, it's better than being a broke demon like you who can't afford anything. Then money is power's face turned sinister. It's too late for regrets now. Everyone go take a bath and sleep. The dragon egg will definitely be mine. At this moment, Ling Xiao sent a message to Pham Tran. Big bro, I've arrived in Shap Fuang City. When can you give me the dragon bloodgrass? Pham Tran received the message and quickly finalized the deal's price. I have one last thing to do. State your final price quickly. I'll only accept the deal right here. Money is power. Feeling confident, decided on 46,000 gold, going all in. Any other offers? Seeing this, the imperial prince spoke up indignantly, cursing, damn it. This madman has too much money to burn. Seeing this, Yan Wu Xingqiao also had to admit defeat, saying, money is going all in. The Yan Wu guild concedes. The system's transaction notification sounded. Nong Chan Mua Trang has traded you 26,000 gold. Received the money. Pham Tran silently praised. This guy knows how to be generous, not bad. Then he turned and bid farewell. See you all later. After that, he left happily. The imperial prince watched his back and thought, best not to meet again. Then Pham Tran went to Shap Fuang City. He sent a message to Ling Xiao. I'm in Shap Fuang City. Bring the dragon blood grass to the Alchemists Guild to find me. The two met at the Alchemists Guild. Ling Xiao traded the item to him via the system. Big bro, here's what you need. The system then notified, your friend Tiu Sai, Ling Xiao, wants to trade with you. Pham Tran happily thanked him for his trouble. The system sounded again with a successful trade notification. You have received 18 dragon blood grass. You have received 10 vitality flowers. Received the items. Pham Tran waved his hand, instructing Ling Xiao. Okay, go stock up on some healing potions. After I finish this, I'll take you somewhere fun. Ling Xiao happily acknowledged. Yes, big bro. Then Pham Tran entered the Alchemists Guild. Hello, I have some materials that need compounding. Alchemist Tai Lak, engrossed in examining herbs, turned and said, hand me the materials. Pham Tran smiled, lifting a bag, saying, the compounding fee and materials are all in here. The rest is for your trouble. Alchemist Tai Lak eagerly turned, taking the bag, saying, you understand, kid. Wait half an hour. After a while, Alchemist Tai Lak came out, handing him a vial, saying, here you go. The purple, dragon-shaped vial contained the chaotic primal dragon incubation solution. Pham Tran took it, thanked him, and bid farewell. Outside the guild, he used the solution. The system sounded a notification. Use the incubation solution. You chose yes. After using the dragon egg and entering the incubation state, the system notified you, chaotic primal dragon egg is in the incubation state. Incubation time unknown, please wait. You received the notification. Pham Tran thought, waiting for it to hatch will take some time. Put it in the bag. Let's go call young Master Lan. Thinking so, Pham Tran quickly went to call young Master Lan. The two went to the boss Demon King Tree Spirit's location. According to the system, this boss's level and rank were still question marks. Young Master Lan was led to the boss, looking scared. Big bro, you're taking me to get wrecked, aren't you? Pham Tran replied confidently, yes, that's the target. The level 50 gold boss, Demon King Tree Spirit. Young Master Lan saw how difficult this battle would be. Looking resigned, he said, big bro, just kill me outright. I was about to log off and go to sleep anyway. Suddenly, the system voice rang out. Your good friend Pham Tran has gifted you a frost mist armor. You have equipped the frosty mist armor. Ling Xiao, after equipping the gear, curiously asked about the golden equipment. Big bro, are you giving me a gift before going to sleep? Acknowledging Ling Xiao's question, Pham Tran simply replied, nah, it's level 20 golden gear. Just what you need at this stage. Consider it a fee for helping me find materials. Then he began explaining to Ling Xiao, the peach blossom demon king doesn't move or have any skills. The falling peach blossoms are its attack range. The closer to the main branch, the denser the foliage. The damage is also higher. Its traits are very suitable for you to practice techniques. As long as you can handle it, your skills will definitely improve rapidly. Before Pham Tran's words, Ling Xiao could only accept, stammering, "Thank you, big bro. Big bro, be careful." Before leaving, he smiled and encouraged him not to be so gloomy. "Keep at it. I think I should go to the beast tribe to complete the mission." After that, Pham Tran arrived outside the beast tribe's territory. Standing there, he silently thought to ensure nothing was overlooked before going to find the beast princess. "I need to prepare a few things." Having thought so, Pham Tran continued walking to search. When he saw what he needed, he stopped and thought, found it, the beast spring. The system displayed a notification about this item. Beast spring. A water source the beast tribe needs to survive. Humans who drink it will become beastly. Plus 5% physical, plus 5% strength, plus 5% agility, minus 15% intelligence, lasts 2 hours. In the beast tribe's territory, outside the palace, there were 2 guards. They saw Pham Tran's beastly form approaching, and stopped him. One of them said, "The Beast Empire doesn't welcome wild beasts, get lost." Pham Tran smiled and said, "I'm from a tribe, here to join you. We're all beasts, why discriminate between wild and civilized?" Seeing this, Nadat laughed and said, "A tribe joining, though you're a wild beast, you don't seem strong enough. But your face looks quite delicious, just the princess's taste." His subordinate, seeing this, asked the captain doubtfully. Then Nadat led Pham Tran, saying, "Follow me. If you catch the princess's eye, it'll be an honor for you." He followed Nadat. The other guards watched the two leave and discussed, "With those skinny arms, this wild beast must not eat enough. Wonder if the princess will play him to pieces." Pham Tran heard all of it, glancing back with a frown. "The princess they mentioned must be my target this time. Seems the princess likes to play around too." At that moment, in the beast tribe's capital, at the royal beast fighting arena, Princess Tat Li was watching 2 beasts fight with her maid. Though the fight was very intense, she found it dull. Then Tat Li ordered that human to enter the arena. "I want to see him wrestle." The maid quickly understood and answered, "Yes, princess." Suddenly, another maid came to inform her, "Princess, Nadat caught a wild beast with an outstanding appearance to present to you." Tat Li smiled, thinking, his offerings are always exquisite, but this is the first time he mentioned outstanding appearance, it must be something. She said, "Yes, go tell him to bring it." After hearing the princess's order, Nadat exclaimed, "What?" The princess wants him to enter the beast fighting arena, to wrestle that savage human. Pham Tran frowned upon hearing this, judging, this beast princess is no benevolent one. He then entered the beast fighting arena, facing the level 9 human slave fighter. The fighter said, "Get to kill another beast, huh? All beasts deserve to die." The fighter 9 looked at Pham Tran and judged, "This beast seems a bit scrawny." Pham Tran didn't respond, only thinking to himself, most humanoid bosses and monsters are data constructed by the game, but if unnecessary, I don't want to kill anyone. Perhaps I could try talking to him. Then the fighter 9 took a stance, waving to call Pham Tran over, saying, "Come here, you beast dog. If you don't attack, then die." The fighter 9 charged at him to attack, saying, "Then die." But Pham Tran nimbly dodged and calmly communicated with the fighter 9 silently, "I'm not a beast. I'm a human who drank from the beast spring. We don't need to fight to the death. I have a mission to complete. If you help me finish my mission, I'll find a way to get you out of here." The fighter 9 heard this as if realizing something, turning to say, "You." Then Pham Tran spoke loudly towards the princess, "Wait, I have something to say. I am an unsupervised beast. I have my own dignity. Please change my opponent to another beast." Tat Li heard this and was puzzled. An unsupervised one is rare in our tribe. Then she decided, if that's what he wants. If he fails, then let the slaves tear him apart. After that, another gold-rank beast, Lukak Tin An, level 35, entered the arena to face him. Lukak said ferociously, "A weak, wild beast. They say you're a martial artist. I haven't killed any martial artists yet." Facing Lukak, Pham Tran calmly calculated, "Can't use weapons, only bare-handed martial arts. But luckily it's just a gold boss." Then he pointed his hand to the sky. A powerful red killing intent radiated around him. Seeing this, Tat Li's face flushed, exclaiming, "A true sorcerer. How did I not notice that?" Tat Li's face became desirous, her tongue licking her lips, saying, "Then his flesh must be very tender. The taste surely won't be bad." She immediately stopped the duel. Bring him to my chamber. This princess wants to savor him." The surrounding scene was enveloped by muffled sounds that made Pham Tran unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. "Ah, princess, so good. Ah, the best princess ever." In his view were the figures of a man and a woman engaging in an unspeakable act. The female figure was holding her shaft and thrusting it straight into the male figure beneath her, calling him master. Though in pain, the male figure felt immense pleasure, exclaiming, "Master, ah, ah, so good." Pham Tran stood there, eyes wide open, speechless, unsure if he should interrupt their good time. That princess seemed to notice his presence and stopped her actions. Turning around, she licked the sweat off her hand and asked, Well, the darling has arrived. Got a name?" Pham Tran sweated and replied in a feminine voice, My name is Pitch Lich." Princess Tat Li approached him, eyeing him up and down, as if evaluating the person before her. Lifting his chin disdainfully, she said, "I hear the unsupervised rarely engage in close combat. So how are your martial arts?" She scoffed, probably not much to speak of. Pham Tran secretly thought, Tat Li is a princess, but she knows nothing about the unsupervised. Could it be that there are no unsupervised in the beast realm? The shameless Tat Li approached closer. "Moreover, your body looks so soft and tender. I've never played with someone like you before." Dealing with the situation at hand, he maintained a calm face, devising a plan to handle this infamous, indulgent princess of the beast realm. Too troublesome. My tastes aren't that heavy. It seems I can only knock her out first, he thought to himself. He tightened his grip on the purple glass vial hidden behind his back. Tat Li was completely off guard, shamelessly advancing and flirting absent-mindedly. "Never played like this before. I'll slowly teach you, little Pitch Lich." Pham Tran was sweating profusely, feeling awkward, but if he knocked her out now, the king's summons would be his salvation. "Your Majesty commands, the foreign sorcerer must come to the castle immediately." Tat Li sensed Pham Tran's discomfort, while he could only breathe a sigh of relief and gratitude. The majestic and sturdy castle looked imposing from afar. It was like a heavy shield to deflect bombs and bullets from foreign enemies. Its master, the Beast King Tad Don, was awe-inspiringly mighty. His muscular frame was seated on the golden throne, welcoming Pham Tran. At his feet was the fire mage Kim Viam, a ferocious beast entirely covered in fiery red fur. The scars on his face were like battle marks from years of glory. Beside Tad Don, he spoke, "Our tribe has a visiting wild beast unsupervised. It is you." Pham Tran placed a hand across his chest ceremoniously and bowed. "Sorcerer Pitch Lich greets your majesty." The king expressed his excitement towards him. "We beast people are born with insufficient spiritual power. It's very rare for sorcerers to appear. Though you are a wild beast person, you are far more important than many in the empire. This king happens to have a matter needing our tribe's sorcerer's aid." Pham Tran slightly bowed his head as the king continued speaking. "Now, Tad Don began to explain. In the kingdom that worships the divine beast, there is an artifact that can help our tribe pray to the divine beast. However, this artifact has been dormant for many years. Only the spiritual power of a sorcerer can awaken it. Will you agree to help me?" The system then displayed a quest activation prompt. Special quest. Activate the divine beast's artifact. Do you accept? Pham Tran silently pondered. The beast people tribe's rise to an empire could not be separated from the divine beast's grace. If he accepted the quest, the calculated great race war might face variables. But if he refused, he might be killed right then. After silently calculating, he slightly nodded in acceptance, vowing to dedicate himself to his tribe. The system notified, "You have accepted the Activate the Divine Beast's Artifact quest." Tad Don smiled contentedly. "Ha ha ha, good." He immediately left his golden throne, leading Pham Tran to the location of the divine artifact. On the way, he promised to reward him. "As long as you can activate the divine beast's artifact, I will appoint you as the kingdom's sorcerer. At that time, wealth and women will be yours to choose from my side." Pham Tran followed behind, his expression changing. He didn't need those things, did he? He reluctantly replied, "Yes." King Tad Don turned to instruct his ferocious beast companion, who had accompanied him through many battles, big and small, over the years. "Take him to the sacrificial altar for a visit, my brother. If anything happens, you can handle it on my behalf. Kim Wiem opened his eyes, seemingly in acknowledgement of the king. He let out a growl. Tad Don led Pham Tran to a plateau where a solemn sacrificial tower stood. At the top was an eye emitting a red aura. Tad Don spoke up. This is our tribe's sacrificial altar. He looked up at the object above, explaining to him, the object being worshipped above is the divine beast's eye. Beast. This is the divine beast's artifact that you need to activate. Pham Tran seemed unable to believe his eyes. He asked again, to make sure, is this really the divine beast's eye? King Tad Don spoke up. Of course. This is the lost eye of the great divine beast, from before he became a deity. It is a part of the divine beast, with the most direct connection to him. After saying that, Tad Don turned and ordered him, place your hand on the crystal pillar and channel your spiritual power. Pour your spiritual energy into it. Pham Tran pondered. The divine beast of the beast people did indeed have only one eye. So it wasn't born that way, but lost an eye instead. He bowed his head in obedience. Pham Tran slowly approached the pillar before him. The beast people king's schemes were not easily seen through. It seemed he had to give it a try. As he raised his hand, his thumb touched the pillar, and the divine eyes slowly changed. A white aura appeared around the divine artifact. The power of the eye was spreading down the entire magic pillar. As soon as he touched the magic pillar, a message appeared in the system. You have touched the crystal magic pillar. Will you channel mana into it? Without any hesitation, Pham Tran immediately said channel as if the divine artifact was awakening. The divine aura of the eye radiated even more. The energy flow grew stronger. On the side, the beast people King Tad Don excitedly said, there's a reaction. That's right. Keep channeling mana into it to awaken that divine eye even more. But it might be beyond Pham Tran's capabilities. He thought to himself that his spiritual energy was draining too quickly. If he didn't use a spiritual energy replenishing potion, he would soon be depleted. Seeing the beast people's reaction earlier, it had probably been a long time since they had a sorcerer give it a try. After calculating, he withdrew his hand from the crystal pillar, no longer channeling mana. He turned around, scratching his head in embarrassment, saying to the king, please forgive my inability. My magic power is insufficient. I cannot awaken the divine beast's eye. Tad Don said in surprise. Currently, you are the only sorcerer in the kingdom. If you cannot do it, then what should we do? Ah, wait, what about a spiritual energy potion? If we give you a spiritual energy potion, then what? Pham Tran remained silent. A spiritual energy potion would certainly help. Indeed, he was not easy to deceive. But he didn't believe Pham Tran decided to go all in on this gamble. He said, Your Majesty also knows that we beast people are not sensitive to magic power. I would need time after drinking the potion, but if the magic power channeling is interrupted, Your Majesty, it would be a pity. That's true. How sudden. A system notification sounded. Pham Tran observed the divine artifact again, silently evaluating it gradually. This divine beast's eye is a special equipment item. The system seemed to confirm his speculation. The unactivated divine beast's eye is a special equipment item. After equipping it, you will gain specific divine beast powers and unlock a special form. Tad Don interrupted his thoughts, saying, Forget it, this cannot be forced. It's a pity that the beast people race, under my rule, cannot restore its former glory. As Pham Tran had anticipated, his plan was about to fall apart here. He hurriedly interrupted the beast people king. Your Majesty, he ceremoniously placed his hands crossed before his chest, lowering himself onto the ship. I cannot bear to see Your Majesty disappointed for the beast people race. For the kingdom, I am willing to use a forceful secret technique to increase my power and awaken the divine beast's eye. Hearing this, Tad Don could not hide his excitement. He exclaimed delightedly, Are those words true? Pham Tran calmly closed his eyes and replied, Of course it's true. But this cruel technique requires a sacrificial person. After hearing of this cruel method, some may retreat, but for Tad Don, he did not hesitate at all. But he even willingly laughed loudly in response, as if it's a common matter. What's so difficult about this? You can have as many people as you need. I have over 10,000 soldiers and 3,000 slaves. You can choose freely. As Pham Tran had anticipated, his trap was about to succeed. He continued, a dozen or so strong slaves will suffice. Our tribe's valuable soldiers should not be used for this. But the requirements for the sacrificial people are high. I must personally select them, he added. Furthermore, we need the most secluded place, where during the secret techniques performance, no one can disturb us. Tat Don agreed to the conditions Pham Tran set forth. He turned to make preparations. Alright, I'll bring the strong slaves here. As for the secret sacrificial location, this will do. This is our tribe's forbidden ground. Without my order, no one is allowed to enter. Pham Tran narrowed his eyes and replied, very well. Thank you, Your Majesty. He thought to himself, indeed, the heavens are on my side. This time, I will take the divine beast's eye and Princess Tat Li. I will take them all. A while later, Tat Don returned with a group of people. All the tribesmen were strong and healthy. He said to Master Pitch Lich, the people you need are all here. This is the first group. If you can't choose anyone, there are more outside. Pham Tran looked over the Beast People tribe's slaves before him, with anger in his eyes. The Beast People truly spared no race, even earth spirits and humans were included. No wonder they were hated by all races. He wondered if Vo 9 was here. He scanned the men standing before him, then suddenly stopped at a familiar face. That man belonged to the human race, his face covered in scars, looking extremely rugged at first glance. Pham Tran confirmed in his thoughts, I found him, the trap is set. Now is the time to act. He turned to the cruel king and said, Your Majesty, the secret technique cannot be revealed. So when I select the sacrificial people, apart from them, no one else can remain. No one else can remain. Hearing this, Tat Don turned and left, saying casually, very well, Your Majesty, I'll wait for you outside the sacrificial ground. After he was far enough away, Pham Tran turned to the scarred man and said, you, come with me. He then led Vo 9 into the entrance of a temple. The stranger followed, puzzled, and asked, why did you bring me here? Pham Tran lowered his voice, reminding Vo 9 behind him, keep your voice down. Only after Vo 9 entered and ensured no one else was around did he speak. If I'm not mistaken, with your capabilities, you must have been thinking of a way to escape from here, right? He continued, so you must know the security arrangements here in the royal city, even near where Princess Tat Li is being held. Vo 9 asked in surprise and confusion, why do you want to know about the security arrangements? Pham Tran turned to him with a determined look and said, you don't deny it, so you must know. Tell me. I'll help you escape from the royal city, consider it an exchange. Vo 9 looked pensive, then slowly replied, why should I trust you? Moreover, I want to take all the enslaved tribesmen here with me. Most of them are my comrades, my brothers in arms and friends from before. Just because you claim to be human, I cannot trust you at all. Facing Vo 9's questioning, as he was thinking of a way to prove himself, fortunately for him, it was as if the heavens were helping him. He thought in surprise. Has the beast transformation potion worn off? After the green aura disappeared, his appearance reverted to his human form. He spoke, this time, I don't need to explain anymore. But to face that beast people king, I cannot use this form. Luckily, I still have half a bottle of the beast transformation potion left. Witnessing what happened before his eyes, as if grasping a lifeline, Vo 9 could not hide his joy. Raising his voice, he said, you're really human. Can you really save us? At this moment, the system chimed in. You have activated a special mission. Rescue the enslaved human tribesmen oppressed by the Beast People tribe. Upon accepting, you will receive a map detailing the royal city's security arrangements of the Beast People. Pham Tran smiled amiably at Vo 9. I promise you, as long as I can safely leave the Beast People's royal city, I'll try to instigate a war between the two tribes. At that time, I'll infiltrate again during the chaos and rescue everyone. That way, the chances of escaping will be much higher. Now, it could be said that Pham Tran was in the same boat as these enslaved tribesmen. Smiling warmly at this new comrade, Vo 9 replied, alright, I'll draw out the security situation here. After a while, to avoid arousing Tat Don's suspicion, Pham Tran used the remaining beast transformation potion to revert to his beast people form. He then left the temple with Vo 9. Your voice doesn't suit the next person. A while later, Pham Tran appeared before Tad Don, with a selected group of beast people behind him. He boldly said, Your Majesty, the 20 sacrificial offerings have been chosen. Now I will complete the ritual. Please continue guarding this place, and do not let anyone enter. Tad Don excitedly said, Work hard, monk. I will lead all the soldiers to guard below. Rest assured, you must activate the relic of the divine beast. Pham Tran bowed in acknowledgement. I will not fail your majesty's expectations. He then walked to the magic crystal pillar and turned to the group of enslaved people behind him, saying, All turn around. No matter what happens, do not look back. The group behind him turned around, confused. They asked each other what this monk intended to do. Others shook their heads, equally clueless. Pham Tran thought to himself, Luckily, the number of beast people among the enslaved is just enough. He then turned and calculated in his mind. The last half of the beast transformation potion was used up. He had to seize the opportunity to act. He cast a spell, chanting the Petite Saint Light Heaven opening formation. Immediately, strong winds arose around him. The formation manifested, a circle surrounding the 20 enslaved with intertwining red streams forming the shapes of magic seals. As the seals completed, the 20 beast people enslaved simultaneously collapsed. Their life forces were all transferred to Pham Tran. He received a massive amount of mana, then stepped up to the magic pillar, placed his hand on it, and began pouring mana to activate the divine beast's eye. It didn't take as long as the first time. The divine beast's eye lit up, energy swirling around it, more winds enveloping the eye. The system immediately displayed a notification. You have completed the mission to activate the divine beast relic. You have obtained the divine beast eye. The majestic eye on the crystal pillar, the magic now rested compactly in his palm. Pham Tran held the eye in his hand, murmuring to himself, Done. The system announced, Divine Beast Eye equipped. Pham Tran stored away the summoned divine relic. Black wings appeared, soaring into the sky. He chanted a void concealment spell. Utilizing the black wing's speed and the illusory eye's concealment effect, he traveled by air, easily bypassing the dangerous areas marked on the patrol map. He smiled faintly, then went to find Princess Tat Li in her chamber. Suddenly, Pham Tran appeared behind her. The princess turned, surprised, It's you. Didn't my father summon you? Pham Tran no longer seemed hesitant like before. He raised both hands, holding a purple glass vial in one, smiling. I have completed the mission His Majesty gave me. He agreed to let me return to follow you. Princess Tat Li replied, Satisfied, since you understand, I'll go easier on you. The princess just noticed the vial in Pham Tran's hand. She asked, What is that in your hand? At this moment, the purple glass vial emitted a strange fragrance that made anyone who smelled it easily fall asleep. After inhaling this fragrance, Princess Tat Li's expression became intoxicated by the scent. The system made a sound. You have used the soul entrancing powder on the beast human Princess Tat Li. Tat Li lost consciousness, her body floating. Duration, 12 hours. She will wake up if injured. Pham Tran caught her body in his arms. Now, just the final step. At this moment, the beast-human transformation lost its effect, and Pham Tran reverted to his human form. He slung Tat Li's body over his shoulder, spread his black wings, and took flight. Murmuring to himself, the final step of the plan, leave the beast-human kingdom. The system recorded, beast transformation has ended. In the sky, a portal to another dimension appeared, welcoming Pham Tran. A new notification popped up. You have pierced through the boundary, sensing the aura of the beast people city. The gate opened slowly. The space and the princess's scent vanish, awakening the fire mage Kim VM's roar, shaking the entire domain, like an omen of impending calamity. The fire mage Kim VM seems to have discovered that the princess of their tribe has been abducted, and is pursuing rapidly. Pham Tran glanced back, anxiously wondering how it detected them. He was careless. The black wings have only half a minute left, hoping to shake it off. Otherwise, he would have to use all his power right now. He could only risk using the divine beast eye to unlock the special form, the divine beast's true power. The duration is rank multiplied by 50%. Fixed 6-hour cooldown after use. Effect 1. The 4 basic attributes are transformed into divine beast power. Based on the Divine Beast power score, you can gain attributes like stat points, defense points, damage points. Effect 2. Gain the Divine Beast attack effect. Divine Beast Rage, Divine Beast Domain. Divine Beast attack allows one standard attack per minute with Divine Beast power x2, standard damage points. Divine Beast Rage empowers the standard attack, increasing the standard damage of Divine Beast power by 5 times for all targets in range. The range is ranked by 50% meters ahead. Divine Beast Domain, after activating, can silence all targets within the diameter range, preventing skill casting, for ranked meters, lasting 10 seconds, with a fixed 60-second cooldown. 10 minutes later, Pham Tran luckily escaped, landing in the forest below. The fire mage Kim Viam was still searching in the sky. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, luckily the illusory eyes cooldown just ended. Goodbye, big shot. The fire mage couldn't find us. He bid farewell. As the fire mage Kim Viam failed to locate them, he was extremely furious, roaring continuously and transmitting in beast language to Tad Don, who received the news and became enraged. What's going on, brother? You definitely just left the boundary, didn't you? It must be broken. It could be ruined. Without hesitation, he rushed outside in anger, furiously saying, humans, you sent someone to steal our sacred relic, abducting my daughter. This grudge cannot be settled under the same sky. The troops received orders and immediately set out, preparing for war against humanity. The guild leader was fighting a boss when he accidentally heard the loud commotion, wondering what had happened in that direction of the wilderness. The disturbance is huge. At this moment, Pham Tran was also ahead, saying, if I'm not mistaken, Tad Don must be raging and preparing for war. He remained calm. Guild leader, it's been a while. You haven't dealt with this boss yet. Hearing the familiar voice, the guild leader was startled, stuttering, big bro. You took someone's daughter without saying anything. Pham Tran handed Tat Li to the guild leader, saying, don't change the subject, keep an eye on her. I'll go kill the boss that the system reported as a hideout. The guild leader has joined the team. Pham Tran headed towards the tree trunk, thinking it was a good time to try the new equipment. Immediately, he used his divine beast power. The entire forest was now bathed in a red glow. 20 minutes later, the system reported you have killed the boss, the golden demon king of the island tree. Leveled up to 27, plus 4 attribute points, plus 2 bonus, and received 8 free attribute points. Please allocate them properly. Pham Tran sighed, gaining 2 more levels is alright. The guild leader also benefited. Overjoyed, he repeatedly patted Tat Li's buttocks, saying, big bro, big bro, big bro. I leveled up 4 times in a row, reaching level 24. You gifted your good friend, the charming guild leader. The Dao Tong Koi 2 dropped 3 items, Pham Tran said. This one is for you, take it. The Dao Tong Koi 2 is a consumable item. When used, within an hour, if you die, you will revive at the same spot. Cannot be used after death. The guild leader was delighted. Thank you, big bro. Suddenly, a voice came from somewhere. You, friend Pham Tran, you're having too much fun this time. Both of them turned around. It turned out to be the nameless sword saint. He continued, can you explain to me, what's going on with the beast princess on your friend's shoulder, standing next to the kid? The guild leader, standing behind, angrily said, who are you to talk to my big bro like that? Seeing the guild leader, the nameless sword saint asked, who is this? Pham Tran replied, he's my friend. Hearing this, the guild leader said, you tell him. Why is my big bro being polite to an NPC? What nameless sword saint? He's the peach blossom sword god. Tired of the guild leader's rambling, the sword saint used a spell to throw him onto a tree branch, saying, I see your friend is too hot-tempered. It's better to stay calm, little brother Pham Tran. Now that there's no outsider here, you can tell me what's going on with the beast princess. The reason why the beast princess is here. Not yet. Pham Tran gently put Tat Li down on the ground and forced a smile. This matter, mainly because I've admired the princess for a long time. Yes, I admire the princess. Hearing this, the nameless sword saint said seriously, do you think I'm stupid? I've been waiting in Cantian City for so long, without seeing my junior brother. I guessed right away that you two were up to something. I didn't expect you to actually do something like this. Return the beast princess immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for not considering our friendship. Pham Tran was helpless to explain the matter. Returning her may be useless. I conveniently took this from the beast tribe. He also stared at the beast princess's eyes. You took their sacred object. Pham Tran calmly said, yes. Moreover, no matter what, I won't hand this over. The nameless sword saint said helplessly, you've taken it already. Why return it? Do you know why I didn't want to wage war against the beast tribe? I dare not guess. Could it be related to the beast's eye? He said seriously, precisely. The beast tribe has a small population and low intelligence. The reason they haven't been exterminated is their sacred object, the beast's eye. It allows them to summon divine beasts. Once a divine beast descends, humanity will face annihilation. Now that you've taken the beast's eye, I have no reason to stop Tian Yi from his long-held belief. Tian Yi's years of conviction will finally come to an end. Pham Tran finally understood his intention. So that's how it is. If that's the case. Suddenly, a familiar voice spoke up. If that's the case, please guide me, senior brother. It was Tian Yi. He stepped out from a black spatial rift and said, Senior brother, I absolutely won't let you release the Beast Princess. No one can stop the war between the Beast Tribe and Cantian City. Seeing Tian Yi appear, the nameless sword saint waved his hand and sighed. You two fools, come here. I'll go prepare for our conversation. Saying that, he stepped through a spatial gate. Hearing this, Tian Yi wondered, what did my senior brother mean by that? What does he want to prepare? What did you two discuss, after all? Pham Tran replied, the nameless one agreed to wage war. Tian Yi was surprised. What? How is that possible? Pham Tran said embarrassedly, well, it's because I conveniently took the beast's eye with me. Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel helpless, saying, take Tat Li and follow me back to Cantian City. I'll explain the details. After saying that, the two of them left, forgetting that Liang Xiao was still hanging confused on a tree branch, asking, hey, big bro, what about me? At the port city of Heavenly Kingdom, Tian Yi's face became very serious. Now we can talk without worry. What's going on, after all? At this point, Tian Yi had inquired about the reason. So that's the Beast Tribe situation. Unbelievable. Pham Tran even knows such a secret. No wonder the Beast King couldn't see through your disguise. Pham Tran thought proudly to himself. After all, I have been reborn. Though I don't remember many details, I still clearly recall such well-kept information. However, Tian Yi has another request besides that. He politely asked his friend Pham Tran, I have an unreasonable request. Can you lend me the beast's eye for 2 days? Suddenly being asked to lend his treasure, Pham Tran couldn't help but be suspicious. He immediately asked, what do you need the beast's eye for? Tian Yi didn't hide it. He explained his plan clearly. The beast's eye is the sacred object of the beast tribe. I'm afraid Tat Dun has a way to track it. If it's with you, I worry Tat Dun will not wage war against Cantian City. After considering it, Pham Tran found the idea quite reasonable. After all, Tian Yi's reasoning is correct. I'll hand over the beast's eye to Tian Yi. In return, Pham Tran, you're the one benefiting. Therefore, you should trust the Lord of Heavenly City. Satisfied, Tian Yi expressed his gratitude. Thank you, but Tian Yi is a reciprocal person. Asking a favor from Pham Tran is not just empty words. He cast a spell, creating a talisman, and handed it to Pham Tran, saying, this resonance talisman is to compensate for borrowing the beast's eye. Please don't take offense. Additionally, this map of the treasure maze in the aberrant lands is also a reward I've prepared for you. Immediately, Pham Tran's system displayed a notification. You have received a resonance talisman and a map of the treasure maze in the aberrant lands from Tian Yi. Pham Tran was puzzled about one thing. The aberrant lands. Isn't that what the Radiant Church calls the heretic lands? Why is Tian Yi so adamantly affirming it? Actually, this is a treasure maze of the Dark Church, left behind from the battle between the two factions 100 years ago. The Dark Church was defeated, leaving behind many legacies, and this is one of them. Tian Yi continued to explain. Later, this map passed through many hands. Eventually, it fell into my possession. I've been there once before. Although it's a bit dangerous, the benefits outweigh the equipment your senior brother gave you. Hearing this, Pham Tran turned and left, not forgetting to bid farewell. Thank you, Lord of Heavenly City. Pham Tran takes his leave. Seeing Pham Tran leaving, Tian Yi managed to remind the Beast King, the king and his army will surely arrive at Chantian City soon. It's best to leave here quickly. There's no need to see me off. After Pham Tran had left, Tian Yi frowned deeply and spoke. Finally, the day has come for the beast tribe. He ordered his men to head in Pham Tran's direction. At this moment, he's heading to unlock a skill book. He's thinking that when he killed the beast prince earlier, a skill book also dropped, so he might as well unlock it while he has the chance. The pastor profession guide, Ho Hua, eagerly welcomed the guest while holding the book. The unlocking fee is 200 gold. Please wait a moment. He performed a spell to unlock the book. Soon, the item's stat panel appeared. First, the 4-star Swift Chant skill. Use magic power to play the chant. Within a 20 meters diameter range, centered on yourself, all allied targets gain 20% increased movement speed and 20% increased attack for 15 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Magic power cost, 75. Pham Tran was stunned after reading this. He didn't expect to have such a skill. But there's more. The Yin-Yang reversal talent. It says, 4-star debilitating swift chant. Use magic power to play the chant. Within a 20 meters diameter range, centered on yourself, all enemy targets suffer 50% reduced movement speed and 50% reduced attack for 15 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Magic power cost, 75. That's all. They provide Pham Tran with perfect travel supplies. He marveled in admiration. After unlocking the book, Pham Tran left that place, continuing his journey. He thought about the treasure location on the map. Let's see. Suddenly, a beautiful girl ran towards Pham Tran, shouting, "Big brother. It's me, Ina." Ina excitedly showed Pham Tran, "I've learned a new skill, mirror replication. I can copy other people's skills now. The teacher said I can freely move for the next 2 days." Her progress left Pham Tran wide-eyed. "Can you really copy any skill?" Ina clung to him affectionately and replied, "Theoretically, yes. But the replication skill will consume my virtual energy. If I exceed the limit, I won't be able to copy. This is a miraculous coincidence." Indeed, Pham Tran, you are looking for someone with such power. He then joyfully turned to Anako and said, "You're my lucky star. Come with me to collect the treasure." Upon reaching the treasure location, Ina innocently ran around, excitedly asking Pham Tran, "Is this the location marked on the map?" He replied, "The map indicates it's here. That stone pillar might be the switch for the maze." As predicted, the maze gate opened. Before them was a swirling black miasma. Ina probed for a moment, then reported to Pham Tran, "Big brother, there's a path under the stone pillar. But there's also chaotic black miasma billowing up. It looks very dangerous." Seeing this, Pham Tran went ahead to scout the path. Suddenly, the black miasma spoke. "You've crossed the boundary," it said, startling Pham Tran, who wondered if there was someone down there. Ina sat watching the black miasma. She turned to her companion Pham Tran, vaguely asking, "Big brother, what should we do? Should we really go down there?" Pham Tran found it extremely strange. Didn't Ina hear the voice coming from that miasma? So he chillingly asked his little sister again. But indeed, Ina didn't hear anything. She innocently denied it, saying no. She only saw Pham Tran spacing out. This left Pham Tran perplexed. He quickly realized that the voice earlier only he could hear, and perhaps there was danger lurking inside. Regardless, they were siblings. Pham Tran's courage overcame all doubts. He insisted that since they were already there, they should go down and check it out. He reassured Ina, "Don't worry, I'll go down first." At that moment, before their eyes, a large rock was levitated by a supernatural force, suspended in midair, surrounded by a blue protective barrier. It turned out to be a hatching chaotic dragon egg. The dragon egg was accepting its master. Do not stand far from the hatchling. Pham Tran and Ina were taken by surprise. The two watched as the dragon egg hatched, glowing and transforming into a chaotic dragon hatchling. A low-level bronze rank, an item worth 1000 study points. Dragon Race Energy, 500. Dragon Race Energy determines attack power and magic intensity. The hatchling's dragon language spell carries the breath of the chaotic dragon. Chaotic Storm, Chaotic Windstorm. In the future, when it matures, it may gain new abilities. The dragon hatchling seems to have won Ina's heart. She showed no fear, gently petting its head and cooing, "So cute. Does it have a name?" The dragon hatchling now belonged to Pham Tran. Delighted to have a new pet, he named it Chaos. with the hope that one day it would become a primordial chaos dragon. Afterwards, Pham Tran sent it to the pet space to rest. White wings sprouted from his shoulders. He told Ina, "There may be danger below, so wait here for me. I'll call you down if I need you." Ina softly replied, "Be careful, brother." Pham Tran descended into the black miasma, wanting to investigate. What danger was hidden here, after all? Suddenly, a gigantic humanoid figure appeared. Only then did he realize it was the Statue of Enlightenment. A massive hand reached out to strike Pham Tran, accompanied by a resounding, deadly roar. The Statue of Enlightenment had broken one of its horns. It had now lost its original form, completely transformed into an evil, anti-magic force. Pham Tran was stunned and perplexed by this unexpected situation. Was the Statue of Enlightenment truly a dark god? He frowned, utterly confused. No, that couldn't be right. This method of attack, causing such immense damage to the statue, couldn't be the work of a dark god or a dark disciple. The Statue of Enlightenment was being empowered by dark forces, growing stronger and stronger, becoming an immortal, divine stone. Truly an undefeatable evil deity. Pham Tran appeared tiny before it, but the battle was not entirely hopeless. Pham Tran quickly noticed an abnormality. Could someone be controlling this statue? Indeed, it was the one abandoned by the Enlightenment sect, Chatko. Carrying the resentment of his clan, he spread calamity across the world. Spotting Pham Tran, he approached, speaking in the Enlightenment sect's tone, "All must die." Pham Tran confirmed Chatko possessed supernatural powers. He knew he was in grave danger. Instead of stubbornly using force, he spoke calmly, "I'm not from the Enlightenment sect." But the old man's hatred had blinded him. He insisted on labeling Pham Tran as an Enlightenment disciple. "But you carry their scent. On your body, there is the breath of the Enlightenment sect." Pham Tran vehemently denied, "I've only infiltrated the Enlightenment sect, but I'm not loyal to them." The old man is indeed hard to deceive. Chatko sneered, "Even my mind-reading technique cannot be evaded by you. You dare claim to have merely pretended to join the Enlightenment sect. Are you toying with me?" While clinging to life, Pham Tran switched his special gear from illusory stone to heart-concealing stone. He looked at Chatko with a meek expression. "Elder, please try again to read my mind." Chatko pondered for a while, intrigued by him. "So, you have this trick up your sleeve. In that case, I won't kill you. Stay here and join me." Then he reminisced about the century-old conflict between the two sects. "I ended up here after slaying dark disciples. Traditional stones don't work in this place. Spatial magic is also ineffective." Pham Tran was stunned by this information. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What?" Then Chatko levitated into the air. He muttered, as if fanning the flames of hatred in his heart, "I worship the Enlightenment sect, yet they abandoned me, Chatko." As if wanting to unleash all his repressed emotions, he hissed, "They imprisoned me here for 100 years. Pham Tran's face reluctantly showed that he thought, with Ina's true sight, as long as she was here, they could surely find a way out of this place. On the other hand, this old man might be able to test. He had thought. He waved his hand with a friendly smile, inquiring, "Elder, please calm down. If you could get out, what would you do?" Chatko sneered in response, "If I could get out, I would definitely kill those hypocrites in the Enlightenment sect." Pham Tran continued to probe. "Has the darkness corroded your mind, Elder? Killing the Enlightenment sect is akin to seeking your own demise." But Chatko calmly replied, "You need not question me. Perhaps initially, my mind was indeed corroded, but now, I have comprehended the dark attribute magic, and I am very lucid. Those from the Enlightenment sect deserve to die." As he spoke, he controlled the flow of dark magic in his hands. Pham Tran continued provoking and questioning Chatko. He frowned and said, "If the Elder has mastered magic of both attributes, why not return to the Enlightenment sect? Great things in this world have always decayed and been destroyed from within. An outsider can effortlessly bring down a towering edifice without exerting any effort." Hearing those words, Chatko laughed in delight. "You're right. After getting out, I will return to the sect and wait for the opportune moment. Then, I'll strike them a fatal blow." Chatko also praised him. "You're a cunning one, kid. But can you really lead me out of here?" When asked, Pham Tran smiled ominously. "Heh. Elder, wait a moment. At the same time, he silently called out to Ina. Ina appeared from somewhere, calling him Big Brother. Both Pham Tran and Chatko were taken aback. Ina looked worried and asked him, "I was still a bit concerned up there, so I came down. You're not mad at me, are you?" Outwardly, Pham Tran smiled, replying to Ina, "Of course not." But in his mind, he thought, Ina must have copied some concealment spell. That's why even this old man couldn't detect her. Chatko immediately understood the situation upon seeing Ina. He laughed joyfully and said, "Unexpectedly, even after 100 years, I can still sense the aura of the illusory technique. To think my ancient treasure could perceive illusions. True vision. How is it that you—" He paused. "We can definitely escape from here like this." Then Ina used her illusion dispelling technique to reveal the path, leading them out of their confinement. Ina said to Pham Tran, "This path can lead us out of here." Ina then led the way for Pham Tran and Chatko, following behind, saying, "Big brother, you two follow me. This place is a labyrinth. A slight misstep will cause your mind to be deceived." Pham Tran followed swiftly, replying, but in his mind, he silently calculated, "So this is the labyrinth that the treasure map depicted. This place indeed holds many treasures." Within half an hour, the three of them saw the exit. Ina turned to Pham Tran and said, "Going this way, we can leave this place." At this moment, Pham Tran's system panel appeared. It clearly showed that he had collected many items. You received an attribute pill. You received 500 gold. You received a blueprint for a butterfly spinning machine. You received the demonic fire-scorching scripture. You received a formula for weapon attacking water. He cheerfully replied, "Let's go." Following him was Chatko, equally delighted. Upon reaching the outside, Chatko exclaimed, "I thought I would die in endless darkness." He sighed, "Never did I expect to see this day." He seized the opportunity to seek help from the elder. "My future in the sect relies on you, elder. You must help me." Chatko joyfully agreed, "Rest assured, young one. I will definitely take care of you. But I'm not sure how to address you." Before he could finish speaking, Kim Dao Fu appeared, interrupting the two. "Greetings, emissary Pham Tran. Long time no see." Pham Tran, upon seeing him, asked, "Why is the sect leader Kim Dao Fu here? Could it be that you were monitoring my movements?" Kim Dao Fu smiled wryly and said, "I heard that Dog gifted the emissary that treasure map, so I hurried to provide assistance to the emissary. But it seems the emissary didn't need my help after all." Pham Tran questioned him suspiciously. "What do you mean by that, sect leader?" He continued with a sinister smile. "The treasure map was a gift prepared by our sect for Da. Deep within the labyrinth is a lost land. Once you fall in there, it's difficult to escape. 100 years ago, a powerful disciple fell deep inside." He continued, "We haven't seen any trace of him since." Pham Tran's face hardened as he realized, so the sect knew everything. They just left that old man trapped there. And now they're brazenly mentioning it to my face. Chatko, hearing his name mentioned, spoke up, "Is the sect leader talking about me? The disciple who fell into the lost land 100 years ago?" He asked, "Why did that disciple fall in? How did he end up in the lost land?" Chatko greeted, "Hello, sect leader." Kim Dao Fu was utterly surprised. He cautiously asked, "Are you the elder Chatko? How did you escape from the lost land?" Chatko calmly replied, "The emissary Pham Tran rescued me." He smiled, but inwardly calculated, unexpectedly, he's an emissary of the luminous sect. An emissary harboring rebellious thoughts. It seems the heavens wish to destroy the luminous sect. Then I know what to do next. He secretly communicated with Pham Tran, "I will help you overthrow the current luminous sect, and make you the new luminous pope." Pham Tran was delighted and thought amusedly, "Playing big, aren't we? Hee hee, I like it." He asked Kim Dao Fu, "It's been a while since you visited the sect. I wonder, does the luminous sect still care for its disciples?" Kim Dao Fu smiled, "The luminous sect will forever stand by the elder Chatko. I will immediately take you to meet the pope. Upon hearing of your return, His Holiness will be overjoyed." Chatko smiled slyly and said, "Let's go then. Lead me to meet His Holiness." Afterwards, Chatko and Kim Dao Fu went through the gate to have an audience with His Holiness. Before leaving, he left Pham Tran with a remark, "Your Eminence, I'm taking the elder back to the sect. The secret of the treasure map, I hope you'll keep it confidential." Pham Tran calmly replied, "Of course." After the two left, Pham Tran thought to himself, Elder Chatko is indeed quick-witted this time. Finally, we have someone on the inside of the sect. Ina then asked him curiously, Big brother, why does this sect leader seem like an unsettled spirit? He gently explained, the luminous sect is wary of me, so they sent someone to monitor me. But they can only monitor me, nothing more. Then he said, let's head back to the city, Ina. Afterwards, the two returned to Cantian City. On their way into the city, they saw many soldiers training. Seeing this, Pham Tran deduced that Thien Da was preparing for a great war. Then he turned to Ina and said, Ina, go back to the academy. Rest in Cantian City. We'll meet again tomorrow. Instead of answering, Ina asked him, Big brother, are you going back to the other world? Ina's face turned a bit red. She shyly asked, can I go home with you? I want to stay with you. Hearing Ina's words, Pham Tran smiled and replied, perhaps there will be an opportunity in the future. A memory of a white palace flashed through his mind. With someone's words, step onto that stair. Everything is possible. The next day, the system displayed a notification. Announcement. The 4 main gates of Cantian City are temporarily sealed. No one is allowed to enter or exit. Seeing this, Pham Tran wondered if the Beast Clan had arrived. His team members said, our comrades outside the city reported that the Beast Clan's army has surrounded the area. The captain sighed, war is really about to break out, isn't it? Suddenly, Pham Tran received a message from Thien Da. Come to the city wall to meet us. He silently left. The captain continued speaking, earlier, I wanted to go up to the city wall to assess the situation, but they didn't allow me up. Perhaps they haven't issued the mission yet, so we'll wait. When he arrived, Thien Da asked him, and he replied, it seems I'm not late. He looked down at the Beast Clan's troops, asking, the enemy has arrived in full force, but you're not deploying troops. Thien Da calmly responded, take it easy. Some people haven't arrived yet. This battle can't be fought. Suddenly, the Chief Justice of the Luminous Sect, Min Dao Tu, appeared. He said, City Lord Thien, Your Holiness the Sword Saint, the Luminous Sect protects all beings and absolutely will not allow this war to break out. Then he asked the Sword Saint, you've never advocated for war before. Why are you letting the City Lord act recklessly? The Sword Saint also responded, the Beast Clan soldiers have arrived at the city. Now that the enemy is here, do you still want my junior to surrender without resistance? To be captured? Min Dao Tu continued questioning. It's clear that Thien Da kidnapped the Beast Clan's princess, and took the Divine Beast's eye first. That's what sparked this war. Don't reverse the cause and effect. If the Sword Saint remains stubborn like this, then he must return the items and the person, or has the Luminous Sect become so powerful that it can defy the threat of the Divine Beast's descent? At this point, Thien Da laughed and asked, Dao Tu, do you have any other comments? Then, Thien Da shouted orders to the troops. Soldiers of Cantian City, raise the flags and commence battle. The system then announced, the city of Cantian is under monster attack. The server-wide mission to defend Cantian City has been activated. Seeing this, Pham Tran smiled wickedly, thinking, here it is, the server-wide mission. The Chief Justice took out a large holy cross, shouting, stop. The Sword Saint's eyes turned cold as he asked, do you think I'm heir? Now that a great battle is about to begin, the Chief Justice remains here to help defend the city. He then unleashed sword strikes that shattered the Holy Cross. Seeing this, the Chief Justice gritted his teeth. Thien Da, you've used 1,000 tricks to provoke the monsters into attacking the city, and you didn't stop them. Instead, you supported this action of the two of you. I will report the truth to the Pope. He then turned and entered the teleportation array. The Sword Saint smiled without seeing him off. Pham Tran thought, the Luminous Sect boasts of protecting all beings, but in reality, they are the most belligerent of all. They truly have no shame. The Sword Saint turned and asked him, my friend, are you addicted to watching dramas? You've forgotten to fight the monsters. He looked down and said, get ready to go down there, but it seems the number of monsters has decreased. I don't think there are enough for the players to get their fill. The Sword Saint licked his lips. This is just the beginning. Thien Da gave orders to those below. The soldiers of Cantian City obeyed, opening the city gate for battle. Then, the city gate opened, and thousands of soldiers charged out, shouting for battle. On the monsters' side, they also rallied their warrior clan. Raise Celestial City to the ground, retrieve the princess and the beast eye for me, kill Thunderwolf, kill the runaway slave Thien Da. This is my order. Understood. The one replying was the beast-human leader, Thunderwolf. He stood below the city walls, shouting at the runaway slave Thien Da. The taste of those people brought to our tribe with you back then was exquisite. After that, I ate many slaves, but none compared to them. Now, finally, I can have you as a delicacy. Thien Da leapt up, telling him, enough nonsense. Today, our lord will exterminate the beast-human tribe with your blood and then kill you. Thien Da skated past, saying, to offer to their souls. The leader roared, Thien Da, I must kill you. He turned and called out behind him, humans have declared war. Beasts and monsters, lend us your strength. Don't let humans achieve their goal. Humans must pay a heavy price. In the sky, many winged monsters flew in. Pham Tran used his black wings to fly up, contemplating strategies to deal with the monsters. It seemed the time had come to join the battlefield. The system displayed, you have entered the illusory realm. You have activated the illusory realm effect. Below, the soldiers of Cantian City and the monsters were fighting. In front of the city gate, mages were casting spells. Pham Tran stood in the air, pointing his sword downward. Behind him appeared a red magic array. The monsters caught in the attack died en masse. He felt it wasn't enough, and thought he needed to lure more monsters. He could use Celestial Hymn to wipe them out all at once, but alone. On the city gate, the group of Tan An, Dao Yu, Vio, and Ina appeared. Vio waved and called out, Big brother, we've come to help you. The system displayed a message. Commander, the young master has called your siblings. Is anyone in Cantian City not doing the server-wide mission? I'm already at the battlefield. Dao Yu replied below. I'm in Tan An's slot, sister. I, Bao Exa, am on my way. Fong An is coming right away. Seeing this, Pham Tran smiled and said they could form a team. Tan An charged forward with her shield, using the taunting skill. The little deity excitedly said, lure the monsters, lure the monsters. Tu released 2 baby dragons, and the little dragons charged forward. Meanwhile, Pham Tran raised his sword high, using the celestial hymn skill. One of the monster beasts trembled and said, what is that? Is that human magic? Then he shouted, everyone, be careful and fall back. The powerful spell fell to the ground, causing a massive explosion. He had to tell the monster beasts, scatter, scatter quickly. They hurriedly ran away from there. Vio and Ina were flying in the sky, using the mirror image spell. The monster beasts turned back in fear and anxiety, asking, is there more? Another explosion fell below, causing everything to become hazy. Tan An happily called out Ina's name. The two of them, Tan An and Dao Yu, praised, awesome. Pham Tran proudly said to Ina, you did great. Everyone has grown up, it seems. He looked at the incoming monster beasts, ordering, kill them, you three. Follow the order. They responded clearly. The incoming monster beasts were defeated by their spells, only managing to let out a cry. The young master, holding a sword on the ground, teased, big brother, why didn't you wait for us? Sha Bao, the archer, standing on the city wall, laughed, that's right, haha. Jump in and keep killing. Pham Tran turned and saw the three of them, and they joyfully said, that's everyone. Okay, let's start. I'm ready. A moment later, a notification appeared. You have reached level 28. He thought, that's enough for now. Then Pham Tran sent a message to everyone. The message system displayed a conversation from him. Everyone worked hard. Next, all head into the center of the battlefield. Everyone, protect yourselves. Dao Yu obediently replied, understood. Brother Pham Tran, be careful. The commander and young master added, don't worry, big brother. I will protect my sisters. Fong An simply said. Sha Bao arrogantly said, leave your sisters to me. You go slay the monsters. After messaging everyone, Pham Tran flew away, leaving Dao Yu's team. In the center of the battlefield, Tad Don was defeated, lying at Thien Da's feet. He said to Tad Don, today is your day of death. He trembled in shock. Humans shouldn't be this powerful. They shouldn't be. Thien Da said wearily, he's noisy, go to the embrace of death. Saying that, he struck and killed him, then turned and left. As he walked, he said, today, genocide. A notification appeared. The Beast King Tad Don has died. Pham Tran, who was flying, saw the notification, thinking Thien Da handled it quickly. But why do I suddenly feel? Then Thien Da contacted him, friend Pham Tran. I'm returning to the city. to eliminate the remaining forces near the Beast Kingdom's capital. I'm counting on you, don't let anyone survive. You'll get your reward later. Then a quest notification appeared. Activate quest. Annihilate the Beast Kingdom's capital. Reward, unknown. Pham Tran smiled wickedly, replying to Thien Da, understood. Thinking, perfect. Later I'll ask Thien Da and Vodan for upgrade materials for chaos. One of the monsters shouted loudly, Captain. The captain, Godat, annoyed, said, what's the shouting? His subordinate reported, there's a human massacring the city guards in a frenzy. He trembled, unable to finish the sentence, only pointing as Godat angrily yelled, point at what? Then, in front of him was Pham Tran, consecutively defeating his subordinates. Pham Tran slowly approached, looked at him and said, only your left, old friend, in a condescending tone. Godat, afraid and trembling, could only say, you. Then screamed, asking, who are you? Pham Tran smiled and said, considering our past friendship, I'll give you a chance. Lead me to the slave quarters or die. Godat asked in utter confusion, who are you, really? Pham Tran, full of killing intent, glared at Captain Godat. He's really dumb, he continued. This trip, your majesty came to kill you. How dare you return to the capital? Surely your majesty has. Seeing his fear, Pham Tran confirmed, you guessed right, Tad Don is dead. Got it yet? He then made the decision, lead the way or choose death. Pham Tran, pleased, said, at least you know what's good for you. Where do you keep the beast tribe's treasures? Godat froze, then asked, what treasures? I only know his majesty has a treasure vault below the sacrificial altar. Seems to be relics left by divine beasts and some architecture. Pham Tran smiled inwardly, delighted, surely there are good things. Hurry to the quarters. First, take me to the treasure vault after dealing with the slaves. At the slave quarters, everyone looked at Pham Tran in bewilderment. He said, you're all free to go. If anyone knows Vo 9, tell them to see me. An old man spoke up, asking, who are you? Why are you looking for Vo 9? Pham Tran replied, you seem not to trust me, sir. People came before, the old man said, saying they wanted to save us, but they only wanted to sell us, keeping us as slaves. You have the same aura as them. Pham Tran, surprised, asked Godat, what does he mean? The beast tribe deals with humans. Godat, worried, raised his hands to explain, sir, this matter, I truly don't know about. I'm just a small captain. I haven't heard about the slave quarters. Pham Tran thought silently. It seems Godat doesn't know about finding Vo 9 before. So, I came to find Vo 9. Tell him Pitch Lich has arrived. The old man, hearing this, happily asked, you're Pitch Lich. Why did you follow me? Vo 9 is resting from his injuries. Vo 9, Pitch Lich has come to find you. At this moment, Vo 9 saw Pham Tran and exclaimed loudly, brother, you really came. War between beast tribe and humans has happened. Did the humans win? Pham Tran replied, Tad Don is dead. I've come to lead everyone out of here. Gather the survivors and leave. There are no more soldiers in the city. I have a few things to take care of. Godat, is there a back door or a small path out of the city from the slave quarters? Godat pondered, then replied, as you said, it seems when building the slave quarters, there was a small path for workers to enter and exit, but that path was sealed off later. No one goes there anymore. Pham Tran had a thought, indeed. Take me to check it out. Follow me, sir. Up ahead, there was a broken wall blocking the way. What happened here? Godat hurried over to explain. When was this place broken through? Pham Tran deduced. It seems there was a traitor among the humans. While Pham Tran was deep in thought, he heard Vo 9 calling from behind, Brother Pham Tran, we're preparing to return to the humans' place to bid farewell. I also want to meet you in person to express my gratitude. Pham Tran replied, no need to thank me. This is what I had promised you. Moreover, you helped me back then. But did you know about the humans trading slaves with the beast tribe? Vo 9 answered, I knew. When those people traded, they wore black cloaks, with hoods covering their faces completely, making it impossible to identify them. The old slave added, little friend Pham Tran, my perception of magic aura is better than ordinary people's. When you used magic before, your aura was very similar to those people's. That's why I misunderstood. Hearing this, Pham Tran understood somewhat, hastily saying, so that's how it was. I have some clues now. The beast tribe soldiers in the city have all been killed or injured. Everyone can leave safely. Tonconthine might not be a bad place. You all may meet again there later. Vo 9 also bid farewell. We'll meet again, brother Pham Tran. After parting with Vo 9's group, Pham Tran continued into the treasury under the altar. As he walked, he thought, if I had known about this real treasury before, I would have explored it then. When he reached the treasury door, Ma Dat said, inside is the treasury. I happened to see the king open this door once, so I knew about it. Pham Tran coldly threatened him, you can leave. If I run into you again, I won't go easy on you. Hearing Pham Tran let him go, Ma Dat hurriedly ran away, shouting back, yes, sir. I'll go home, pack my belongings, and find a remote mountain to live in seclusion for the rest of my life. After Ma Dat left, Pham Tran eagerly entered the treasury. He thought, how exciting. I wonder what Tat Don left here. Before he could finish speaking, Pham Tran was overwhelmed by the treasury's grandeur. He exclaimed, wow, Tat Don is truly a good person. An extremely good person. Not only did he give me the beast eye, but he also left me such a great inheritance. At that moment, the system announced rewards for Pham Tran. You have received 300,000 gold coins. You have received the Black Abyss Fortress. The Black Abyss Fortress was the royal palace of the original Tat Don's tribe. It was seized by the beast god Ka O Shen as punishment. Then the system explained the effects of the Black Abyss Fortress. Reminder. The Black Abyss Fortress is a construction artifact. It can be placed in your territory. Hearing this, Pham Tran couldn't help but be surprised. He exclaimed, oh my god, it's a beast artifact. Suddenly, a voice asked, who are you? Pham Tran was startled and asked, who's there? Caught off guard, Pham Tran irritably cursed, what the hell is that? What voice was that? Huh? Startled, he asked, who's there? What are you doing here? It turned out, the person was Lac Lan Tin, a member of the royal guards. He had probably been here for some time. His entire body was bound by vines. He mockingly responded to Pham Tran, you're human too. What game is Tat Don playing this time? Pham Tran laughed and said, the beast tribe has been wiped out. Tat Don is dead. I'm a kind-hearted person who has inherited his legacy. Hearing this, Lac Lan Tin's face lit up with joy. He asked in disbelief, Tat Don is dead. Then who are you? Pham Tran cheerfully replied, the adventurer Pham Tran. Lac Lan Tin immediately asked, you're from another world. I'm Lac Lan Tin of the Royal Guards. I was sent to the Beast Tribe to investigate the slave trade case. Please free me from here. I'll reward you handsomely. The system immediately assigned a quest to Pham Tran. Pham Tran activated the quest special request from Lac Lan Tin. Quest details. Rescue Lac Lan Tin of the Royal Guards imprisoned in the abandoned treasury. Pham Tran accepted the quest, but had some doubts in his mind. He thought the Royal Guards were the soldiers in the Imperial City at level 30, under the monarch's command. Mysterious and powerful, but this name seemed too familiar. After freeing Lac Lan Tin from his chains, Pham Tran said, follow me. In his current state, he had already investigated who was trading slaves with the Beast Tribe. Lac Lan Tin had realized this before, so he said, yes, I already know the identities of those scoundrels. This is a confidential matter. Hearing this, Pham Tran became more certain of his own suspicion. He immediately asked, they're from the Luminous Church, right? Lac Lan Tin was startled. How did you know? Hearing this, Pham Tran confidently replied, how I know is not important, said Pham Tran. What matters is the Imperial Court will punish the Luminous Church. Only then did Lac Lan Tin sigh. I can only ensure that I report the truth accurately, but I cannot know how the higher-ups will handle it. This is not something I can decide. He angrily continued, I won't hide it. I have no goodwill towards the Luminous Church. If I had the authority to decide, I would certainly have them killed. Hearing this, Pham Tran smiled in agreement. What a coincidence. I don't like them either. Unfortunately, right now the Luminous Church's power is overwhelming. Their religious authority surpasses even royal authority. It's truly lamentable. Lac Lan Tin said dejectedly, Sir Pham Tran, once we leave the Beast Tribe's territory, we cannot speak of this anymore. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Lac Lan Tin's goodwill towards you has increased. Simultaneously, as they headed out of the Beast Tribe's territory, Pham Tran said, Lac Lan Tin is right. Let's go and figure it out later, said Pham Tran. Lac Lan Tin excitedly exclaimed, let's go. After leaving the Beast Tribe's territory, he spread his arms joyfully. I was imprisoned for over a year. I never thought I'd have the chance to return to the Imperial City. Thank you so much. At this, Pham Tran thought to himself, it's what I should do. Then he silently wondered, why does he look like he's about to dine and dash? Seeing this, Lac Lan Tin quickly laughed and explained, I just remembered that the wealth I accumulated over the years is all in the Imperial City. I'm afraid I can't pay you immediately. Hearing this, the protagonist exclaimed in surprise, Lac Lan Tin. While thinking to himself, his handsome face belies that he's actually a dine and dasher. Lac Lan Tin then quickly explained, Sir Pham Tran, don't be upset. What I mean is, I have a younger sister in the Imperial City. She is unmarried and very beautiful. I want to arrange a match between you two. Pham Tran broke out in a cold sweat, imagining Nhi's angry expression. Then he thought that in the later realm of deity's stage, he could bring people back in a short time. But getting a real wife is a reward, huh? By then, Sister Nhi won't beat me to death, right? Thinking this, he could only laugh it off. We should be a bit more traditional. Lac Lan Tin hurriedly explained in a panic, my sister's name is Lac Lin Wei. She's the #1 beauty in the Imperial City, brother. I'm not deceiving you about my sister. Only then did the protagonist suddenly remember that she was the pure white saint maiden Lac Lin Wei of the Luminous Church. In his previous life, elder sister killed over 100 people during the Holy Fire Purification event. He broke out in a cold sweat and blurted out, Saint Maiden Lac Lin Wei of the Luminous Church is your sister. Hearing this, Lac Lan Tin was puzzled. How can my sister be a member of the Luminous Church? You must be mistaken. The protagonist thought to himself. Perhaps at present, Lac Lin Wei hasn't joined the Luminous Church yet. Then he forced a smile and said, maybe I'm misremembering, Lac Lan Tin. We're brothers, there's no need for a reward. When I reach the Imperial City, I'll still need your care. Hearing this, Lac Lan Tin smiled in agreement. Of course, if my sister is still unmarried by then, I'll continue to. Before he could finish, he was startled and fell backward after seeing the beams of light shooting up. In the blink of an eye, Pham Tran flew into the sky, promising, I have an important matter. Let's meet again later, Lac Lan Tin. Lac Lan Tin looked up at the sky and thought, haha, this otherworldly friend is quite interesting. Then he bid farewell. I should return too, to report the news to the Luminous Church's ruler. On Pham Tran's side, the system announced to the entire server, the server-wide mission to protect Canthian City has ended. Adventurers, please go to the notice board in Canthian City to receive your rewards. Hearing this while flying, he wondered, so soon? It's already over. Let's return and claim the reward. At the city gates, the system voice rang out. Adventurer Pham Tran, have you completed the mission? He replied, System, calculating your mission completion level now. Please wait a moment. Mission completion level is 5. Receiving 5 times the reward. Received 2,500 gold, 15 attribute pills, 15 basic teleportation stones, 10 special life potions, 10 special mana potions. Seeing this, he forced a smile, thinking, this reward is barely passable, better than nothing, I suppose. It seems I can only count on the rewards from Tianda and Wuming. Suddenly, from behind, that person's voice called out, Adventurer Pham Tran, the City Lord invites you. He then turned around and said, City Lord Tianda, do you have my reward ready? Hee, I want to claim a portion. As he finished speaking, he was stunned to see the headmaster of Baiming Academy standing with the City Lord. He asked in puzzlement, Headmaster Baiming, why are you here? This is your divine beast's eye. Returning this to you first, along with some energy crystals. That little one of yours is quite powerful. To have tamed a chaos whelpling as a pet. Notification sounds continuously appeared. You have received the special equipment, Divine Beast's Eye. You have received 10 Chaos Energy Crystals. Chaos Energy Crystals, crystallized energy, provides chaos attribute to pets. Pham Tran smiled warmly and replied, nothing can be hidden from you, sir. But with both of you here, I assume you have something to ask of me. Hearing this, the headmaster of Baiming Academy responded, indeed, we need your help. Previously, didn't you rescue someone said to be a royal guard from the Beast Tribe's territory? How did the headmaster know about this? The person you rescued is Lac Lan Tin, the renowned one. He has now returned to the Imperial City, and sent someone to thank you. Pham Tran's face showed disbelief as he asked, the renowned one. He's a member of the royal family's strongest guard unit, yet he was able to break through and rise up. Pham Tran found it hard to understand, so he was captured and imprisoned for such a long time. Tianda thought it was normal. It sounds quite tragic, but the beast tribe is not weak. Moreover, Lak Lan Tin is renowned for his innate talent, recognized by the god of war himself. The headmaster continued, my friend Pham Tran, what do you think about the Luminous Church's involvement in the slave trade? Pham Tran's face turned serious. Headmaster Baiming, please speak directly. I know you joined the Luminous Church out of desperation, so we want to invite you to help us. Tianda added about Lak Lan Tin's case. The investigation has angered the higher-ups in the imperial court, splitting the high ranks into two factions. One faction advocates against the church. The other believes since the beast tribe has been eliminated, there's no need to cause further unrest. Moreover, currently, the church has gained a new devotee who participated in the Light and Dark War, with unfathomable power. This faction feels they cannot turn against the church now. Hearing this, Pham Tran pondered silently. The devotee is Trak Ko. Then he replied solemnly, so that's why you two sought me out. What do you want me to do? Considering your unique position, we need you to go to the Luminous Cathedral and investigate just how powerful this devotee Trak company really is. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Activate special mission. Investigate Trak Ko's power. Accept or decline. Hearing this, his face lit up with excitement, thinking to himself, the mission has come, but temporarily. I cannot reveal my relationship with Trak Ko. I must let him secure a firm position within the church first. Then he replied, the Luminous Cathedral is in the Imperial City. I cannot go there at the moment. Just accept the mission, and we can help you instantly reach the required level. But you'll have to open the gate to the Imperial City yourself. This is a test set by the gods themselves. We cannot intervene. You can only rely on yourself. Then he eagerly accepted the mission, thinking to himself, the temptation of accelerated leveling up, everyone understands, right? The headmaster then took out 2 stones. These are the Experience Stone and Energy Resonance Stone. Take them. The Experience Stone contains the cultivation experience left behind by our predecessors. The Experience Stone, after using it, will boost you to level 30. This quest item cannot be traded or gifted. The Energy Resonance Stone senses and records the energy fluctuations of the target. Its effective range is 1 meter. This quest item cannot be traded or gifted. We hope you can complete the mission successfully. Then he turned and replied, rest assured, I'll take care of it. After they left, system notifications kept appearing. Player Pham Tran has reached level 31st. Side quest, Road to the Imperial City, unlocked. Completing the side quest will open the gate to the Imperial City. Yin-Yang movement unlocked. After using this innate skill, contrasting effects will be applied to your other skills. Skill power increased by 200% upon reaching level 30, putting Pham Tran in a great mood. He walked along, laughing, finally having reached level 30. Seeing their big brother level up, everyone sent messages to the young master, full of admiration, praising their top-tier big brother. In contrast, Tan An felt a bit sad. Brother, you really can't wait for us, can you? Even little fairy doubt you didn't lack admiration. Great God, please guide us too. Seeing this, he cheerfully replied, haha, okay, I'll lead everyone to grind levels. Suddenly, Fong An's message also appeared. Congratulations on reaching level 30, Pham Tran. I just spent a fortune buying a top-tier treasure map. Interested? Hearing about the top-tier treasure map, Pham Tran's expression turned serious again. In Tai Nyat City, Pham Tran and Ina were conversing. Pham Tran said, outside the city lies the path to the deep realm. Before Pham Tran finished, Ina understood his intention. She confidently replied, rest assured, brother. After saying that, Ina opened her black umbrella. The little lady excitedly explained to her brother, this skill can avoid damage once, and also conceal one's breath. This way, it won't reveal your identity, brother. Pham Tran looked at Ina and praised her illusory magic. It's really powerful. Let's go to the deep realm. On the way, Pham Tran said, after passing through the maple forest ahead, we'll reach the mountain ravine. Beyond the ravine, we'll see the deep realm, Ina. Before entering the forest, use your true sight to observe, okay? Ina replied, yes. At this moment, someone messaged Pham Tran. On the forum, someone put a high bounty on you. The reward is now over 1 million. Be careful on your way to the deep realm. Pham Tran frowned in annoyance. Someone is really jealous of me, huh? Deep in the maple forest, a group of youths with weapons stood ready, waiting for Pham Tran to pass by. But Pham Tran was nowhere to be seen. One of them impatiently spoke up, we've been waiting for hours. Why hasn't Pham Tran shown up yet? The blue-haired one replied, maybe he heard about the bounty, so he's too scared to come. A white-haired one also chimed in, don't forget, I heard the bounty on the forum has increased. If we kill Pham Tran and record a video, each participant can get 1,500,000 gold. The black-haired one gaped, that's even faster than robbing money. Pham Tran's reputation is huge indeed. Another said, I just want to know where he is. The red-haired one, who posted the bounty, ordered, I can behead warriors with 1 slash. He crossed his arms angrily and shouted, spread out and wait quietly. Don't ruin my plan, or don't blame me for not paying you later. The Baron Ice Archer standing beside him said seriously, on Mr. A's order, there are only 2 targets left on the Washaw server now. If you can't kill this one, you're useless. Another youth calmly said, rest assured, this time I will definitely satisfy Mr. A when he and the players engage in battle. I'll take advantage of the chaos to strike. I guarantee a fatal blow. The Baron Ice looked at him and said, you'd better succeed. Although they hadn't reached their destination yet, Ina and Pham Tran had already sensed the magic of the maple forest. Ina looked with her true sight and saw the thick miasma ahead, then said, brother, indeed, there's an ambush with magic formations up ahead. Pham Tran had already seen their tracks. He calmly said, they're quite well prepared. It seems they're determined to capture me this time. Ina, can you pinpoint the exact location of the ambush formation? Ina became cautious and told her brother, it seems to be nearby. If we get too close, we might alert those inside. Pham Tran then remembered Ina's ability. He asked, then, your true sight. Can you nullify the effects of the ambush formation and observe the situation inside with your true sight? Ina resolutely answered, I can do it. Ina then used her true sight to probe the ambush formation, but what she saw surprised everyone. A youth was walking and groping a girl. They were discussing the bounty for killing Pham Tran. The one called Unrivaled Beheader said, the bounty is 1.5 million. Everyone gets a share. I don't believe I can't handle that rabbit Pham Tran. The blue-haired girl looked at him and said, with so many of us ambushing him, he's dead once he shows up. We're sure to succeed, Unrivaled Beheader. Unrivaled Beheader then said, that would be too easy. If anything goes wrong this time, Mr. Star will probably fire me. The girl looked at him and said, why worry so much? Just enjoy each day as it comes, Unrivaled Beheader. Unrivaled Beheader said, you're right, your sweet little mouth is so nice, let me have a taste, he said. Then they made out passionately. Seeing this, Ina's face turned red as she said hesitantly, and then that man's name is. Pham Tran's face also turned red. He coughed a few times and said, all right, that's enough. Seeing our opponents are nothing formidable, he said confidently, it seems Unrivaled Beheader issued the bounty. And the one behind him is my old foe, Mr. Nightstar. Deal with him, and Mr. Nightstar probably won't be able to sit still anymore. Then he told his sister Ina, dispel the ambush formation and find a place to hide. Ina obediently answered, yes. She then used her dispel ability to shatter the ambush formation. Unrivaled Beheader panicked and shouted, the ambush formation has been broken. Everyone be on guard, the enemy is attacking. At that moment, Pham Tran teleported right in front of him, his face beaming, praising their quick reaction. Then his expression turned serious. He said, but you're too late, Unrivaled Beheader. Unrivaled Beheader's mouth gaped open, his face drained of color. How can you be the god of slaughter? He said, the god of slaughter. Upon facing the god of slaughter, Unrivaled Beheader hurriedly tried to flee, screaming miserably, God of Slaughter, save me. As the god of slaughter made his move, he noticed behind him an arrow was flying towards him. He leapt away to dodge it. It turned out one of the bounty hunters had used the frozen bone binding technique. Anyone hit by it would be immobilized for 5 seconds due to the binding effect. The god of slaughter recognized the technique, thinking to himself, an area control skill. The bounty hunter confidently said to the god of slaughter, "Heaven has no room, so you can't go to hell either. You keep barging in, so I'll take action." After saying that, he launched into a furious assault. As he attacked, he cursed, "What kind of freak are you to call yourself the god of slaughter? Today, I'll send you to the underworld." Then he used his hellfire beheading technique. The god of slaughter immediately countered with the void ambush skill, instantly vanishing from sight. That made the bounty hunter confused, asking where the person was just a moment ago. Duke Frost was utterly surprised. He shouted loudly, "It's impossible. My frost blade should have immobilized him. He shouldn't be able to move." The god of slaughter suddenly appeared behind him and asked, "What's the real reason you two want to kill me? Don't tell me it's because of the Fengshan incident. I know that's not enough to make us enemies. I want to hear the real reason, or else you'll die." Duke Frost raised his talisman and replied, "Sorry, I don't like being threatened by others. This resonance talisman was meant for Pham Tran, but using it on you isn't bad either. Who told you and Pham Tran to be so blind, obstructing his excellency and getting on the extermination list?" The god of slaughter asked doubtfully, "Extermination list? What exactly?" Before he could finish, the Centurion Transcendent appeared. He confidently asked, "You called for me?" Duke Frost welcomed him, saying, "This man is my great enemy. Please kill him." The arrogant Centurion Transcendent said, "You otherworlders came from the god's homeland. Even if you die, it will only partially damage your power. To waste my resonance talisman on such a trivial matter." The god of slaughter wondered if there was another ruler like this in the god's city. Duke Frost added, "This man is a great scourge to my close subordinates. I hope the Centurion Transcendent will take action." The confident Centurion Transcendent replied, "Very well. My resonance formation is extremely precious, and it's here now. If it's just an ordinary punishment, it would be a waste of my time." The god of slaughter sensed the situation was not good, so he thought to retreat quickly. After thinking it through, he immediately fled, because if affected by the Centurion Transcendent's brutal aura, after death, all attributes would permanently decrease by 20%. As he ran, he worried the death punishment was too terrifying. They sneered seeing the god of slaughter flee. Duke Frost said, "As expected of the Centurion Transcendent, your planning is truly meticulous. So this is the renowned god of slaughter, only daring to flee. From now on, his name will be erased." At this, the god of slaughter was very displeased. He asked, "If you are a Centurion Transcendent, you must have been approved by the gods to take action against other worlders. Aren't you afraid of being punished?" The Centurion Transcendent didn't hesitate to say, "I haven't been a Centurion Transcendent for a long time. The gods can no longer control me." As he swung his blade at Pham Tran, he shouted loudly, "Die, otherworlder." Before the god of slaughter could react, a flash of light struck him. He hurriedly thought, "The Centurion Transcendent is no brainless boss monster. I'm no match for him." Then an idea occurred to him. "Can I use Thien Da's resonance talisman?" He decided to use it. Duke Frost was both surprised and hesitant, saying, "He's also using a resonance talisman." Hearing this, the subordinate behind him stuttered in reply, "It seems so." Then he continued in surprise, "How does he also have this? This can't go on." He urgently turned to plead with the Centurion Transcendent, "Please strike swiftly to avoid any incidents." Hearing this, the Centurion Transcendent confidently smiled at Pham Tran, saying, "Among the 32 Centurion cities and 8 royal cities, those who can match me don't even fill one hand. But if you insist on this request." With that, he charged straight at Nam Chin with his blade, shouting, "You brat. Obediently accept death." Pham Tran looked up in shock, thinking it was a raging star formation, and then a massive explosion followed immediately after. Duke Frost retreated, exclaiming in shock, "He's dead." The Centurion Transcendent turned with a confident smile, saying, "Few can survive my raging execution formation." That brat probably didn't even have time to finish his words, but Pham Tran, with a protagonist halo, flew in from afar, saying, "Centurion Transcendent, your arrogant words are a bit premature." Hearing Pham Tran's voice from behind, the Centurion Transcendent froze for a few seconds, then said, "You even have the ability to fly." At this, as he prepared himself, he continued swinging his sword at the protagonist, smiling smugly as he said, "It's useless, though. If I want to kill you, no one can stop me. Pham Tran seized the opportunity to dodge the attack. Then he said, your arrogance knows no bounds, Centurion Transcendent. Due to your innate cruelty, you were stripped of your position as Centurion Transcendent of Feng Wei. Yet you refuse to stay home and reflect on yourself. Instead, you dare come out and attack an otherworlder. As soon as he finished speaking, from afar, a force targeted the Centurion Transcendent, catching him off guard and knocking him backward. Barely regaining his senses, he looked up and saw Pham Tran along with a new Centurion Transcendent above. He exclaimed in shock, Thien Da. Hearing this, Thien Da said, your memory isn't too bad. He continued grinding his teeth. I can't believe in over 15 years, you've become a Centurion Transcendent. You arrogant mutt. Before he could finish, the new Centurion Transcendent flung him far away, slamming him into a nearby tree. He angrily shouted, You are. At this, Thien Da calmly said, there's nothing strange about me becoming a Centurion Transcendent. It's you who's strange. Do you even know your crime? Hearing this, the Centurion Transcendent glared angrily and shouted, who do you think you are to judge my crimes? Then, he charged at Thien Da with his blade, arrogantly unleashing his cruel execution domain. Thien Da remained calm, mentally communicating with Pham Tran, warning his friend Pham Tran, stay away. Be careful not to get caught up in this. Pham Tran understood, silently saying, Centurion Transcendent Thien Da, be careful. Seeing this, Thien Da smiled in agreement. Then, nonchalantly, he easily avoided the Centurion Transcendent's attack. It was extremely simple. Afterwards, he was shocked when surrounded by a mysterious black smoke, and muttered to himself, is this the Night Storm Wind domain? Below, his two subordinates were in a panic at this time, shouting, we're caught in the buff too. If we die, we'll become discarded chess pieces. They quickly turned and fled in fear. Before they could get far, Pham Tran suddenly appeared, asking, where do you think you're going? You didn't even greet me, how rude. The terrified Baron said, what do you want to do? The other stammered, Lord Assassin, please speak slowly. Pham Tran impatiently replied with a smile, there's nothing to say. I just want to kill you both. Hearing this, the Baron broke out in a cold sweat and quickly said, I'm from the Deathblade family. If you lay a hand on me, there will be dire consequences. We don't need to go to such extremes, to the point of one of us dying. At this, Pham Tran narrowed his eyes, thinking, the Deathblade Corporation of the European Union, so they're from a foreign financial corporation. That explains why. The Supernatural Security Bureau knew there were troublemakers, but only came to my house to inform me. I'm being watched. Turns out they couldn't act freely. Alright, let's go home. Thinking Pham Tran had spared them, they immediately expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Lord Assassin. We will certainly repay you in the future. The one in the blue robe also said, thank you so much. Suddenly, Pham Tran showed a friendly smile, slowly drawing his sword and saying, you too, wait a moment. Seeing this, the other became extremely panicked, asking, what do you mean? Lord Assassin, what are you saying? Since you're leaving, let me see you off for a bit. As he spoke, he performed a sword technique. A powerful magic circle emanated from his sword. Celestial revelation formation. The Baron angrily shouted, You will regret this. As he finished speaking, their figures vanished, but Pham Tran didn't forget to respond to their final words. Deathbound, all attributes reduced by 20%. If I don't kill you, then I'll regret it. But by then, there was no one left to hear it. After that, Pham Tran turned to Thien Da, asking, Centurion Transcendent, can you handle this? Thien Da replied without hesitation, easy as pie, I've done this before. Ina hurriedly followed after Pham Tran. Brother, wait for me. After Thien Da dealt with the obstructors, this kid sure moves fast. I didn't get to tell him that the church's people will also come to Deep City. Hopefully nothing happens. The scene shifts to Deep City. The system voice rings out. You have entered Deep City. From afar, the silhouettes of the two siblings, Pham Tran and Ina, gradually appear. As they enter, they see many elite silver-rank evil spirits scattered about. Level 30, these monsters look quite difficult to deal with. Pham Tran asks Ina, is there a way to lure all these monsters together? She replies, yes, with the materialized peony seeds. They have low damage but are perfect for luring these monsters. She then casts a spell, summoning countless floating peony flowers around them. Seeing the peonies, the monsters quickly approach. Pham Tran then sets up the celestial revelation formation. The monsters were swiftly annihilated. Pham Tran thought to himself, up ahead is the Lord's residence of Deep City. No need to conceal my identity anymore. Otherwise, when the time comes, it'll be announced server-wide. I won't be able to keep this Lord Assassin clone account. At the same time, he raised his hand and removed his faceless mask. Then the two of them continued deeper into the Lord's residence of Deep City. After entering, they saw the serpent guard lying unconscious on the ground. He immediately sensed something was amiss. The boss guard is dead. Could someone have arrived before us and killed the boss? It must have taken considerable skill to subdue this giant serpent. I should have expected surprises. Thinking this, he used his soul stacking technique on the serpent. You have used soul stacking. Wait for the soul imprint to complete to control this target. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Pham Tran, what are you doing? A church ascetic appeared before Pham Tran. There were two figures wearing long black robes down to their feet. Both had hoods covering their faces, making them unrecognizable. One held a trident emanating negative energy, seeming somewhat dangerous, as they approached Pham Tran step by step. Faced with these two mysterious figures, Ina unconsciously tensed up, raising her guard. Pham Tran, however, merely furrowed his brow slightly, seeming to scrutinize the opponents without any fear. Pham Tran deduced, ascetics of the church, acting on orders from the Pope and Lord. Only these two would issue orders for the ascetics to act like this. These were Pham Tran's thoughts before being interrupted by one of the figure's inquisitive voice. The hooded figure approached, revealing his features. In the moonlight filtering through his hood, one could see a face with skin slightly wrinkled, unable to resist the power of time. His cheeks were sunken, and his eyes narrowed, giving a stern look. He asked in a questioning tone, Pham Tran. His aged appearance suggested he had been through a lot recently. What did you do to the monster's corpse, Pham Tran? As Pham Tran was about to answer the man's question, he changed his special equipment. The system displayed, Pham Tran has changed his special equipment. Pham Tran's face remained slightly wrinkled as he turned his sharp eyes toward the man and questioned back, who are you to interrogate me? On what grounds do you question me? At this moment, one of the robed figures, whose attire seemed slightly more breathable than the previous hooded robes, stood out in a bright red color. At a glance, one could tell this person's level was much higher than the previous two. He was the Red Cardinal, the church's pope. Without haste or delay, he approached Pham Tran and explained, we are the ascetic monks of the enlightened. With just a glance, Pham Tran recognized who this man was and his importance. He was the youngest Red Cardinal, the Pope, and a promising figure in the church's future. He is the most promising successor to the position of Pope. Getting involved with him will undoubtedly cause a lot of trouble for Pham Tran this time. Although fully aware of the identity of the person standing before him, Pham Tran still asked, who are you? The cardinal's response was gentle and polite in tone. He calmly answered, this humble one is Cardinal Bostock, an ordinary follower of the enlightened. Saint Pham Tran, I have long admired and wished to meet you. Upon hearing the response, Pham Tran's face darkened as he questioned the cardinal back. Cardinal Pope, if you knew I was a saint of the enlightened, why did you allow them to interrogate me? The cardinal Pope did not hesitate, immediately replying, then I must ask you, what did you do to the monster's corpse earlier? Any ritual performed on a monster's body is considered dark magic, not approved by the church. As a saint, you should know better than to intentionally violate the rules. I hope the saint will accompany us back to the church for judgment. Pham Tran found the cardinal's suggestion laughable. He thought to himself, they couldn't kill me, yet they think I'd willingly go to the church. They're practically asking for death. After considering, Pham Tran declined the cardinal's offer, saying, as a saint, I have no obligation to make this trip. As he finished speaking, the two hooded figures angrily shouted, how audacious. The cardinal seemed amused by the scene, flashing a slight, malicious smile. Without a moment's hesitation, Vio Ina summoned her book, angrily yelling, how dare you? What are you going to do to my brother? Yet Pham Tran stood motionless beside her, showing no signs of wanting to defend himself or concern for his own safety. He simply kept his expression unchanged and turned to the Cardinal Pope, asking, Cardinal Pope, what do you intend? The Cardinal Pope's tone was his tone no longer carried any gentleness, but was instead filled with murderous intent. He viewed forcibly taking the saint back to the church for judgment as a trivial matter, not worth Pham Tran's reaction. It's just to invite the saint back and ask a few questions, not to take action against him. I hope the saint does not make things difficult for us. Isn't that right, Pham Tran? Pham Tran realized he was being backed into a corner, and was preparing to risk an attack. As he was about to strike, Chatko's voice shook Pham Tran's intentions to the core. No need for complications. If you have any questions, ask them here. The man behind the Cardinal Pope bowed respectfully. Greetings, Chief Judge. To Pham Tran's astonishment, the one so intent on taking him to the church for judgment was addressing Chat Company as the Chief Judge. This left Pham Tran utterly confused. He wondered to himself, so Chat Company is actually... The man had only recently joined the church, yet he had already become the chief judge. With Chatko's presence, there was likely no need for violence to resolve this, but him becoming the chief judge meant the former chief justice of the church had already stepped down. If that was truly the case, did the pure Saint Lac Lan Wei from her past life still hold the position of Chief Justice? Chatko's tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction as the elderly face turned to confront the Cardinal Pope, questioning his earlier actions. Explain what happened. Why are you here instead of completing your mission? The Cardinal Pope spoke respectfully to the elder. In your presence, Senior, we followed your instructions to investigate the abyss briefly. We did make some discoveries, and then encountered the Saint Pham Tran. He seemed to be performing a ritual on the corpse of a giant serpent. After saying this, the Cardinal Pope could not help but eye Pham Tran and Vio Ina suspiciously, his gaze filled with doubt and scrutiny. Well, consider it an early karmic retribution. Seeing the scene before him, Chat Company quickly glared back at the Cardinal Pope, who said, I can sense no evil magic on the corpse. It must have been a misunderstanding. Unsatisfied with this conclusion, the Cardinal Pope began to object, but before he could utter a word, Chat Company swiftly cut him off. There's no need for that. Cardinal Pope and ascetic priests, you are all members of the church. Your sensitivity to evil magic should be acute. Can you all sense any evil magic on the corpse? When questioned directly, the others hesitantly responded, no, there is none. We must have been mistaken. Seeing their 180-degree change in attitude, Pham Tran was pleased, thinking, the soul stacking technique is a soul-based magic modeled after the death trance, so of course there's no evil aura. Chat Company must want to quickly resolve this situation for me. He continued his thoughts silently. As expected of the chief judge, Chatko, hoping to swiftly diffuse the situation for Pham Tran, quickly set a line to conclude the matter. If there is no trace of evil magic, Cardinal Pope, you can rest assured. Let's put this aside for now and recount the situation in the abyss. As if the tense atmosphere had dissipated, the Cardinal Pope's next words provided the answer to this matter. My team discovered an ancient statue of the Dark God in the 7th layer of the abyss. The Abyss Entrance, also called the Deep Abyss Entrance, is a place one must pass through to reach the 18 layers. When Pham Tran entered, he found the abyss to be a demon paradise. Only by defeating the gatekeeper can players proceed into the abyss. Cardinal Pope, you said. The Dark God's statue is surrounded by an indescribably powerful force, making it difficult to investigate. But this statue is nearly perfect. I speculate its divine nature is still preserved. He paused briefly. It's very difficult to study, but this divine statue is nearly flawless. I surmise its divinity is very close to that of the primordial divine statue. Chief Judge Chat Company understood his implication and said, in other words, this divine statue is highly likely to become a medium for the Dark God's descent. Not only a medium for descent, but it could also be exploited in the opposite direction, becoming a vessel for mortals to ascend. There's a legend in the divine scrolls. The mortal realm is the sea, the body is the boat, the soul is the rower. Reach the shore, and you become divine. The Cardinal Pope was aghast. This is heretical doctrine. We need only believe in the great radiant God, who will show us the way. Chat Company continued, so we must immediately destroy this statue. To prevent further calamity, the Cardinal Pope raises a good church point. I will issue an adventure quest to deal with this. Jack Company then said, why make it so complicated? There's a suitable option right here. He's an otherworldly adventurer himself. This could be a good opportunity for him. and also a member of the Radiant Church. Pham Tran wondered from the start to the end what Jack Company meant. Then he recalled someone's words. Seize the opportunity to take this divine statue. I want to know what would happen if you possessed both dark and radiant divinity. Back in reality, the two men turned to look at him as Jack Company said, the divine statue lies in the abyss. You cannot enter yet. Wait until you complete the trials, then we will issue you a quest regarding it. We'll take our leave first. Pham Tran smiled and said goodbye. After the Chatco group left, only he and Vu Ina remained. She asked, brother, what should we do now? Pham Tran replied, the soul imprint needs 30 minutes to complete. The boss corpse will disappear over time, usually within an hour. Just then, the system announced, soul imprint complete. Pham Tran said, let's wait 30 minutes for the soul imprint to finish. The boss corpse will disappear in about an hour. Then the system announced, soul imprint complete. You can control this target for 30 minutes. They received the black scaly spiny serpent, a level 30 silver rank boss. Pham Tran said, let's go. Then the two entered the Abyss Realm's inner sanctum. The golden lady inside, hearing the noise, asked, who goes there? Speak up. Pham Tran replied, adventurers. The one inside was the Abyss Realm's lady, and Win Van. She asked, otherworldly guests, what brings you here? Pham Tran bluntly said, to slay the Abyss Lord. And Win Van laughed and said, I knew this day would come. If you wish to kill him, then accept my gratitude. Vu Ina asked in confusion, brother, why does she want to thank us? He replied, perhaps it's her request. And Win Van said with a tinge of sadness, the Abyss Lord is my husband, Hoke Chien. Since becoming Abyss Lord, he has changed greatly. He is no longer the man I married. I hope you can end his suffering. His name is Hoke Chien. Since taking the Abyss Lord position, he has been guarding and protecting this place every day. This place is called a citadel, but it is more accurately a crucial gateway blocking the abyss. He has fought off countless evil demons invading here, but in the end, he could not resist the abyss's corrosion. He fell completely, becoming an evil demon who killed our child. Before he was fully possessed, the demon imprisoned me here. I've awaited this day, day after day. Finally, you two have arrived. Please, kill him. After hearing the tragic story from the Abyss Lord's wife, Pham Tran and Vu Ina felt even more indignant and motivated to complete the quest to slay the crazed Abyss Lord. After walking a distance, a figure approached to greet them. The figure was an elderly man with sharp features. The stranger spoke up, I am Hoke Chien. Greetings to you both. I welcome you. May I ask what brings you two here? Pham Tran's group, including his sister Vu Ina and the black scaly serpent beast, along with Lady and Win Van, seriously assessed the target standing before them. Pham Tran calmly stated, to kill you. Hoke Chien, on the other side, was filled with surprise. It seemed he did not expect that a group of strangers would enter his citadel with their first words reeking of killing intent. He spoke up, why? Pham Tran, cautious, replied while observing the man, because I have accepted the quest to slay the Abyss Lord. Hoke Chien, seeming used to this misunderstanding, shook his head wearily. But I am not the Abyss Lord. The Abyss Lord is my wife, and Win Van. This information left the trio in confusion, contrary to what they had known, that the Abyss Lord was the evil demon Hoke Chien. They were lost in their own bewilderment. It differed from their prior understanding that the master of the Abyss Realm was the evil demon Hoke Chien. He was originally very upright, but due to participating in too many battles and experiencing too much resentment on the battlefield, it changed his entire personality. Lady and Win Van, helpless in a wheelchair, reproached Hoke Chien, things have come to this. You're still deceiving yourself. Vu Ina looked at the couple before her, full of questions. Hoke Chien slowly recounted the painful history of the Abyss Realm's lovers. The Abyss Lord has always been my wife. Since she assumed the title of Abyss Lord, she has guarded this place every day, fending off the invasion of evil demons. He recounted while recalling the glorious years of this place, when the skies were filled with those intending to destroy the home of so many people who loved living here. And there was only Lady and Win Van, alone in her iron armor, gripping her sword tightly, fighting back against the enemy. Those years seemed like they would last forever, but little did they know the tragedy would begin from here. He continued, but ultimately, she could not resist the corrosion of the abyss, completely falling into depravity, killing our child. Hoke Chien closed his eyes and said, I know I should have killed her. but I truly could not bring myself to do it. Then he slowly opened his eyes and walked towards Winvan's wheelchair, pleading, if you two have come to kill her, then I beg you, please kill her. This story left Vu Ina perplexed. She was confused by the current situation. What is going on here? Who is telling the truth? Who is lying? Pham Tran thought silently. Even in our previous lives, no one knew the answer. He sighed, I don't know either. Both stories sound plausible, just with the characters swapped in the plot. Perhaps from the beginning, they were both just struggling for the lives of the people in the Citadel. But gradually, they were both corrupted by the very evil they often faced, causing both of them to gradually lose the ability to distinguish right from wrong. Pham Tran silently mourned the gloomy fate of the two figures before him. He said sadly, perhaps they're both lying. Or maybe they're both telling the truth. Neither of them is lying. They've just both been driven mad by the corrosion of the abyss. Vu Ina could only shake her head at the current situation. Before being corrupted by the abyss, whichever of them was the Citadel Lord, they surely both loved this Citadel dearly. Though their hearts were burdened by past events, the pain of loss, the hatred for each other, intertwined with the love they shared shoulder to shoulder when building this Citadel. But now, the couple faces each other filled only with longing after being apart for so long. Neither cares about who was the Citadel Lord or if someone is plotting an assassination. What lingers in their eyes is the familiar face of the other. Hope Chien raised his hand in the air, choked up as he called out Winvan. Winvan gazed intently into her husband's eyes, separated for too long. She reached out and took his hand, calling husband. They exchanged a warm look and spoke in unison, without prompting. All that happened in the past ends today. A warm light enveloped them, as if something was changing. Vu Ina looked up and exclaimed in alarm, the two of them are merging. Before Pham Tran and Vu Ina was a warrior emanating an orange aura, holding two swords, one in each hand. And the striking feature that astonished them was the face of this being before them. One half was the chiseled visage of Hope Chien, aged by years. The other half, the gentle, graceful face of Winvan. The system announced this new character, Fallen Duality Boss, Gold Rank. Level 30, First Ultimate Skill, Sword Dance Frenzy. Unleashing chaotic sword slashes firing energy blade beams in a 30 meters radius, dealing 150% damage to targets hit by the slashes. Lasts 15 seconds. Second ultimate skill, Demonic Aura. When HP drops below 35%, it emanates a demonic breath, dealing 100% damage with a fear effect, causing targets to lose control, moving randomly for 5 seconds. Third ultimate skill, Wicked Lies. When HP drops below 30%, it activates a delusional attack, causing targets to lose reason and attack allies. The figure before Pham Tran radiated murderous intent. The left half, Hope Chen's face and consciousness, spoke, Adventurer, you must kill her. The remaining right half was Winvan, who also said to the adventurer, you must kill him. Facing this monster's new skills, Pham Tran could not act rashly. He quickly leapt back, telling Vu Ina, find a place to hide temporarily. I don't need you yet. Vu Ina immediately leapt back to find a safe corner. Understood. It was truly too rushed at this moment. He hadn't had time to focus his inner force to awaken the Bao Qian, nor could he hastily attack. The only way left was to probe the opponent before him. Pham Tran raised his sword in front of him and loudly summoned the black spiny serpent. The serpent immediately slithered before him to protect Pham Tran. It slid straight towards the dual form, baring its fangs. The dual form before him used both hands holding swords crossed before its chest to block the serpent's energy that it was emanating. Hope Chen's voice rang out, I can't suppress her much longer. Be careful. Though his words were such, the power he exuded was extremely formidable. With just one physical attack, he could evade and counter the ferocious serpent beast. And Winvan's voice then rose, I can't suppress him much longer. Be careful. Pham Tran steadfastly looked at the dual form before him, raising his sword to the sky and chanting, Devote your life force, creating a powerful wave to overwhelm the dual form of the couple charging at him. The dual form, struck by Pham Tran's move, cried out in pain, letting out a loud awe. Their two eyes flashed, their angry energy gradually turning red. After stabilizing their stance, they swung their swords to attack. The left half of Hope Chien created a red lightning stream, unleashing a sword technique, while the right half of Winvan manifested a blue lightning stream, chanting a blade technique. This was the sword blade technique. The two streams of lightning moved rapidly, accurately targeting Pham Tran within seconds. He couldn't move in those brief few seconds. Currently, he could only use his spirit beast to take the hit instead of himself. Pham Tran summoned the black spiny serpent. The beast immediately slithered before him and was struck by the two lightning bolts. The powerful impact made the ferocious beast writhe, and when he looked back, the ferocious beast still lacked the strength to get up. He frowned, the speed was too fast. There was still sustained damage, he had to increase his pace. Quickly, he raised his divine sword and launched two consecutive strikes. Devote life force and petty saint celestial enlightenment. The destructive power of the two attacks continuously pounded the dual form's head, causing their anger to explode. They let out a loud roar that echoed everywhere. Then, in an extremely terrifying tone, they uttered one of the sins of the evil human: pollution, depravity, deception. The dual form was furious, with the intention of punishing that human once and for all. Finally, they unleashed the evil deception technique. Pham Tran stood there, unwavering, witnessing the dual form's final attack. By then, the serpent beast had also recovered and was ready for battle. He smiled, victory was finally at hand. In an instant, he summoned an orange circle of light and unleashed the holy radiance technique. Immediately, numerous physical attacks from multiple directions pounded the dual form in front of him, with powerful and rapid strikes, leaving the dual form no chance to retaliate, only able to stand there and cry out in pain. As if realizing that they would dissipate into nothingness, the consciousness of both focused on a final goal: to eliminate the evil spirit that possessed the body of their beloved. Both sides simultaneously stabbed their swords into the other's chest, to Pham Tran's bewilderment. The powerful stab caused blood to spurt from their chests. Hope Chien cried out in pain, "I must kill her." Win Van also declared resolutely, "I must kill him. I must." Witnessing the heartbreaking scene before him, Pham Tran could only sigh. In the end, he himself had failed to exorcise the evil spirits from the two of them, and they ended up killing each other, partly out of fear for the people of Tanvuch Sao City. They would have to suffer under the rule of a lord who had lost his clarity, whose integrity had been eroded by the evil spirits on the battlefield, partly due to the resentment of losing a child, killed by the one they loved. To free them both, Hope Chien and Win Van, may the two of them rest in peace in heaven. Everything here will be taken care of. He pointed his sword towards the sky, summoning the angel's song. He spoke loudly to the dual form before him: "The two lords guarding this place, rest in peace." The Win Van side spoke up, expressing hatred towards Hope Chien. "You should have died long ago. Our child and soldiers are watching you." Hope Chien blamed Win Van for being close to death. "You still cannot escape the lies you wove yourself, can you?" This argument seemed to revive memories of their passionate love. The two were like an ordinary couple, without any turmoil, arguing over trivial matters in life. The dual form seemed to find peace at the end of their lives. They gently closed their eyes. On their faces now, there was no more hostility they held towards each other, or resentment like before, but only a warmth and peace remained, like a pair of lovebirds in their early days. Win Van spoke up like a wife prone to sulking. "You are the one who cannot escape." Hope Chien was like an exemplary husband, only able to endure, gently saying, "Number. It is you who feels love and hatred torturing us both, not knowing how to face the other in the remaining half of our lives." Although this story cannot yet clarify which of the lords had fallen, according to the rumors of the city's people, but presently there is one undeniable, unchanging fact in the people's rumors. It is a pair of lovers who loved each other so much, and the efforts of both to protect, maintain, and preserve this Tanvuch Sao City. Before taking their last breaths, the two only whispered each other's names. The last words of love they had for each other were of affection, cherishing the other who had been by their side for so many years, still stubbornly as ever. After that, when that form collapsed, the system displayed a line of text: "You have killed the gold-ranked boss." The fallen dual form side quest completed, opening the gate. Pham Tran sighed, saying, "2 quests done." On the shared system of all players, a server-wide announcement appeared: "Congratulations to player Pham Tran for clearing the Tanvuch Sao City side quest, becoming the first to pass through the gate, opening the way to the Imperial City, starting from now. Level 30 players can now teleport to the Imperial City. Somewhere, the Imperial Prince muttered, "It's that Pham Tran again." Another player thought enviously, "Pham Tran." An annoyed female player said, "That guy must be using hacks." Another player just silently listened to the announcement. After completing the side quest, rewards were continuously bestowed upon him. The system kept ringing. You have received the platinum-ranked blazing crossbow. You have received the platinum-ranked sturdy cloak. You have received the platinum-ranked thief's gauntlets. Pham Tran couldn't help but marvel. This time there were even 2 rare equipment pieces. The system began explaining the effects of these 2 rare items. Platinum-ranked sturdy cloak, an armor piece that increases defense by 30 points. Additional effects, stealth and prolong. Required level, 30. Stealth effect, allows the user to voluntarily enter a stealth state. When moving within 5 meters range, they will become invisible to others' sight. Attacking or being hit will break stealth. This effect lasts 60 seconds. Cooldown is fixed at 10 minutes. Prolong effect, can be used with any skill or sustained effect, extending its duration by 50%, up to a maximum of 60 seconds. Pham Tran exclaimed joyfully, "The prolong effect is exactly what I need now. Regardless of whether it's a wing skill or not, I can extend its duration." Platinum-ranked Thief's Gauntlets, a hand equipment. Attack speed increased by 20%. Additional effect, 3 hands. Suitable for all classes. When a player uses the 3 hands effect on a target within 1 meter range, there is a certain probability of taking an item from the target. The target's level cannot exceed the player's own level. For the same target, it cannot be used more than 3 times. Cooldown is 1 hour. Pham Tran thought to himself again, the attack speed is useless, but this 3 hands effect might come in handy. After receiving the dropped rewards, Pham Tran waved to Vio Ina. "Let's go to the big gate ahead, Ina." To the Imperial City. Vio Ina cheerfully ran after him, responding affirmatively. After passing through that gate, there was a vast city, magnificent under the starry night sky. The system announced, "You have been teleported to the Imperial City of Heavenly Descent." Vio Ina excitedly ran ahead of Pham Tran, shouting loudly, "Is this the Imperial City?" In contrast to her excitement at discovering something new, Pham Tran remained extremely calm, walking towards the city in front, thinking silently, "Finally, I'm back." Suddenly, a voice came from behind, causing Pham Tran to be on high alert. "Lord Pham Tran, the Commander-in-Chief summons you." At the Commander-in-Chief's residence, a man turned and said, "Lord Pham Tran, please have your friend wait outside." Pham Tran asked quizzically, "Why?" The other replied, "The Commander-in-Chief only wishes to see you, sir." Vio Ina spoke up from behind, "I must go with my brother. My master said, as long as I mention his name, I can move freely within the Imperial City. My master is Hoak Cash." The man was stunned, exclaiming, "Lord Hoak Cash." Then someone immediately said, "Please invite both of them in." Vio Ina smiled and said, "Master Hoak Cash is renowned, right, big brother? Let's go in." Pham Tran also stepped forward behind Vio Ina, saying, "Let's go inside the residence." Lac Lan Tin came over, waving and greeting, "Pham Tran, I didn't expect to see you again so soon." Behind him was a girl running over and saying, "Lac Lan Tin, wait for me." She is Lac Lan Tin's younger sister, Lac Lan Wei. Seeing Lac Lan Wei for the first time, Pham Tran looked at her in a daze, thinking to himself, "This is the pure white holy maiden, Lac Lan Wei, different from my memory." Lac Lan Tin happily said to Pham Tran, Come, let me introduce you. This is the Imperial Guard Commander-in-Chief. These two are Kak, Liluan and Lilam. They are members of the Royal Guards, and my teammates. And this little girl is my younger sister, Lac Lan Wei, if you don't mind. She will be your future wife. Hearing that, Lac Lan Wei immediately shouted loudly, "Lac Lan Tin, do you want to get beaten up?" Pham Tran, in an awkward situation, forced a smile and said, "Brother Lac, that's not a good joke." Vio Ina, along with the 3 members of the Imperial Guard squad, exclaimed in unison, "Whoa!" Lac Lan Tin also raised his voice, saying, "Little sister, with your temperament, Lac Lan Wei, any potential match I find for you is for your own good." Lac Lan Wei replied dismissively, "Ha ha. If you want to get married, go ahead and do it yourself. Don't use your sister as a favor to repay me." Pham Tran spoke up helplessly, "Brother Lac, sister, This matter also requires my consent, so please don't argue with each other. Right now, I truly have no intention of getting married. Lak Lan Tin took out something and said, "Ah, Pham Tran. Even if you don't want to get married now, you can get engaged to my sister first. I can make this decision. Take this." The system announced, "You have received the heart-binding lock of the Lak family. The heart-binding lock of the Lak family. A special artifact with the following effect. By possessing this lock, one can register to marry the owner of the heart-binding lock of the Lak family. Effect 2. Related female NPC. The owner of this lock and the owner of the heart-binding lock of the Lak family can know each other's location and transmit sound to each other." Seeing her brother give the heart-binding lock to Pham Tran, she shouted loudly, "Who allowed you to give the heart-binding lock to someone else? Moreover, why him? He's an outsider from another realm." Lak Lan Tin frowned and said seriously, "Years ago, our parents gave me the heart-binding lock. I have the right to decide who to give it to. Moreover, you're intelligent enough. Surely you know why I did this." Hearing that, Lak Lan Wei fell silent, not knowing what else to say. Pham Tran thought with a headache, "I feel like I'm not gaining another wife, but rather receiving a burning hot potato that can't be thrown away." He spoke up wearily, "But there are still two of us here." Lak Lan Tin smiled and replied to Pham Tran, "We'll deal with this later. If your betrothal with my sister has been decided, then so be it." The palace guard spoke up, "We should discuss the main matter now. Mr. Pham Tran, this time, we invited you to ask if you're interested in joining the Imperial Academy. Are you interested?" Pham Tran thought to himself, the Imperial Academy and the 8 major academies in the royal cities are similar, allowing players to join. The difference is, the Imperial Academy requires completing a survey quest to be able to join. Correspondingly, the treatment at the Imperial Academy is also more generous. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The palace guard's invitation to me is likely not just for this reason. From what I know, only after a certain number of players from other realms enter the Imperial City will the survey quest be unlocked. Only then can one join the academy. The palace guard continued speaking, "I heard, Mr. Pham Tran, that you are a member of the Radiant Church." Pham Tran replied, "It's true that I have joined the Radiant Church, but that doesn't mean I am a person of the Radiant Church." The palace guard responded, "Precisely because of that, I want to entrust you with a mission. I want you to help kill someone, an official of the Radiant Church." Pham Tran said to the palace guard, "I have no intention of turning against the Radiant Church." The palace guard smiled and reassured, "You don't need to take action yourself. You only need to lure the target, the mission objective, to the Radiant Cathedral. Someone else will take care of killing him." Pham Tran pondered for a moment. "If it's just luring someone, then I can consider it." He then said to the palace guard, "If luring someone also carries a significant risk, I need to know the reason for you doing this." The palace guard replied, "Don't you remember the Radiant Church had people involved in slave trading? The person we want to kill is the official who handled the slave trading. The conservative faction in the royal court doesn't want to turn against the Radiant Church. The monarch needs to balance the opinions of all sides, but they can't decide to kill him, which would tear off the veil, leaving the conservatives no choice but to turn against them. At present, the church's power has surpassed even the royal authority. If we back down, even a single step, it will cause chaos. And you are the key to this chess game." Pham Tran thought to himself, "Once exposed, I will become enemies with the Radiant Church, but the reward could be very worthwhile." He said out loud, "I need to think about this for a moment." Suddenly, Kim Dao Fu came from afar and said, "I, Kim Dao Fu, have come to meet the Great Commander. I heard the Great Commander invited our church's emissary here. I purposely came so the Great Commander would not hold anything back." The palace guard smiled and replied, "Of course not. Well, since the church leader Kim Dao Fu has arrived, I won't keep you any longer, Mr. Pham Tran." Kim Dao Fu said to Pham Tran, "The emissary Pham Tran is not being deceived by others, right?" Pham Tran thought to himself, "Fortunately, I haven't revealed my true intentions, yet he's here. Moreover, he came so quickly." Pham Tran smiled and said, "Of course not, my heart is directed towards the radiance. How could I be blinded?" Kim Dao Fu went ahead and replied, "That's good then. Please, let our emissary escort you to the Radiant Cathedral." Pham Tran turned to Ina and said, "Ina, stay at the commander's residence and wait for me. I'll come back for you later." She replied, "Yes, brother." At the Radiant Cathedral, Kim Dao-fu said. Emissary Pham Tran, although you are a radiant emissary, your position in the church is not high. You should quickly pass the theological examinations to be promoted. Pham Tran replied to him, unfortunately, I'm only interested in fighting. I may not be able to comprehend theological books like skill books, for example, mind-reading techniques, holy word techniques, and so on, which are all taught by the church leader Kim Dao-fu. Perhaps when you have time, you could teach me. Kim Dao-fu laughed and replied, once you're promoted, emissary, I will certainly not hold back any knowledge. Pham Tran glanced away and said, we'll see about that later. From the previous Lightning Arena tournament, I obtained an entry pass to the Holy Scripture Hall. I should be able to choose skills there, right? Kim Dao-fu replied, of course, but what skill books you can obtain from the Holy Scripture Hall depends on your fate. Someone approached and respectfully said, greetings, church leader, sir. Is this the emissary Pham Tran? Sir has cordially invited him. Kim Dao-fu replied to that person, if a senior has cordially invited him, then go ahead. That person went ahead. Emissary, please follow me. Pham Tran turned and bid farewell to Kim Dao-fu. I'll see you again, church leader Kim. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his head. Pham Tran, can you hear me speaking? Pham Tran recognized this voice, thinking to himself, Lak Lan Wei. Then he also asked her, what's the matter? Lak Lan Wei replied, the commander asked me to inquire with you. Are you still accepting this mission? If you're not, then I won't bother you anymore. It seems you've decided on your path. System notification. You have activated the special mission, the palace's plan. Mission details. Lure the Radiant Cathedral's supervisor to the northern part of Jiang City. Lak Lan Wei was transmitting to Pham Tran. She told him, this supervisor is in charge of slave trading. Who knows how many lives he has ruined? His death would be no loss. If possible, I still hope you. Pham Tran thought to himself, as long as the target comes to the northern district, if it weren't for this person, the Vo Jia clan wouldn't have been sold to foreigners. System notification. You have accepted the special mission, the palace's plan. Pham Tran said to Lak Lan Wei, I accept the mission. She joyfully said, thank you. Pham Tran also said beforehand, but the risk of this is not small. I advise you all not to underestimate the cathedral's capabilities. Reckless actions. Once I'm done, I'll contact you again. He had arrived at Chak Ko's place. The guide announced to inform him, Lord Chak Ko, Pham Tran has arrived. Chak Ko turned with a gentle smile. Very well, you may leave. He said to Pham Tran, my friend Pham Tran, I didn't expect you'd reach the imperial city so quickly. Pham Tran got straight to the point, asking Chak Ko, Senior Chak Ko, why did you summon me here? Chak Ko replied, do you remember the dark god statue on the 7th floor of the abyss? I've devised a way for you to absorb its divinity. You just need to go on a trip. Pham Tran asked the Senior Chak Ko curiously, I want to know, why do you want me to go and seize the divinity of the dark god? Chak Company said, of course, it's to pave the way for your divinization. Pham Tran asked him another question, but why must I seize the dark divinity? Light and darkness coexist. Isn't it dangerous to my life? He also thought to himself, in comparison, ascending as a new deity seems a safer path to divinization. Chak Ko lowered his eyes and replied to Pham Tran, you're not wrong. Indeed, these two divinities repel each other. The slightest carelessness could endanger your life. Suddenly, a voice came from somewhere, saying, however, danger and opportunity always go hand in hand. Possessing both divinities would allow you to reach the realm of gods. Pham Tran turned around in surprise and asked, Senior Chak Ko, have you tried this before? A statue with a broken horn on its head. Sitting atop the statue's head was Chak Ko himself. He said, I'll wait in the square below. The cathedral's secret dark worship. For 100 years I've felt the corrosion and gnawing of darkness, and in solitude, I've also realized how the light and dark divinities can coexist. Unfortunately, my body has decayed. I cannot accept more divinities. I could only try it briefly. Then Chak Ko took out a vial and said, but you are different. You are still young with limitless potential. This is a container I refined from inert stone. I call it the yin-yang vial. Inside, it contains a faint trace of light and dark divinity to guide you. You can use it to absorb the dark divinity. The system also appeared and provided information about the vial. Yin-yang vial, a special artifact, containing a faint trace of the light god's divinity and the dark god's divinity. After using it, you can absorb and store the related divinity. At the same time, the system also notified you have received the yin-yang vial. Looking at the vial in his hand, Pham Tran said, refining the inert stone of the god statue. You can even refine it into something like this. Chakko continued, after extracting the divinity, I will try to teach you how to absorb and control it. Pham Tran bowed his head and thanked Senior Chakko, but he said, there's no need to thank me. I hope you can quickly gain enough power to become the new Pope of Light. Or perhaps I should say, the Pope of Light and Darkness. Hearing this, Pham Tran was startled and spoke a little louder. Senior, this is the cathedral. Chakko calmly raised his hand and replied, don't be tense. I specialize in spatial magic. I've isolated this space. Even the Pope cannot detect us here. Pham Tran felt relieved. He took out a stone and said, indeed, Senior is different, then. I just hope Senior can help me with a small matter. Chakko took the stone in his hand, and Pham Tran laughed. I can sense the energy, oh ha ha. Do you need me to make it stronger or weaker? Pham Tran cheerfully replied, just keep it normal, whatever is fine. Suddenly, the system notified, the energy level of the target has been sensed. 555. Seeing this, Pham Tran was immediately surprised and terrified, sweating profusely. Chakko smiled and said, now you believe I can protect you in the cathedral, right? That's right, I can also help you find the person you're looking for. He's currently in the prayer room. You can go meet him. Inside the prayer room, the deacon Yu Han was praying. Pham Tran put on a mask and said, it's time. The system notified, you have equipped the faceless mask. He knelt down devoutly, praying to the beloved God of light. Faithful believer, I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Please forgive me. Pham Tran appeared behind him and said, after doing so many evil deeds, you dare ask the God for forgiveness. If this God you worship easily forgives you, then the suffering that the slaves had to endure, wouldn't it just become a joke? He turned around in surprise and shouted, who are you? How do you know about these things? Pham Tran replied, who I am doesn't matter. What matters is someone is waiting for you in the northern district. Go there now. Are you crazy? Why should I listen to you? Pham Tran showed a murderous expression. It's up to you whether you go or not. I just came to tell you this. That person knows about your slave trading. He sweated profusely, thoughts racing through his mind. Perhaps there's still a chance to live if I go. After some thought, he reluctantly left. As he left, Pham Tran contacted Luke Lan Wei. He's on his way to the northern district. This is going too smoothly. You'd better be careful. I have a feeling it won't be this easy to succeed. She replied, understood. Pham Tran walked around observing the room. This person has quite a high position in the cathedral. He even has his own prayer room. Looks like he comes here very often. He touched the papers in front of him and thought, so many things to repent for. The notification appeared. You received Yu Han's letter of repentance. Pham Tran picked it up and read it. On the papers were written words. I started assisting in this matter. I'm in great pain and unease. Please forgive me. I cannot face these commoners. Seeing them traded like livestock, my soul is being tormented. What should I do? Other papers wrote, the Grand Master said to me, this is a necessary sacrifice for the Cathedral of Light to become more glorious. But I'm still in great pain. Another group of products was discarded. Each of them was only 10 to 14 years old. They tried to please me, but I unleashed my own desires upon them. I took them to my quarters. What am I doing? I couldn't control my evil thoughts towards them. Another group of mother bodies is about to give birth to experiment products. I couldn't resist. I sent the substandard mother bodies away. Pham Tran clenched the papers in his hand tightly, enraged at the thought of discarded products and mother bodies for experiment products being treated like animals. It seems he needs to visit this person's residence. But who exactly is this Grand Master he mentioned? Shortly after he left, he was caught by Kim Dao Fu, terrified. Lord Kim Dao Fu, please forgive me. Kim Dao Fu kicked him while gritting his teeth. The royal court knows about your slave trading at this sensitive time. Yet you dare go to the northern district. He trembled. I was just meeting an old friend. Kim Dao Fu turned to someone behind him. You, take his face. Go to the northern district and see what's really going on. The man quickly obeyed. Yes, Grand Master. Kim Dao Fu turned back to him with a murderous look. It made him beg, Grand Master, please. Grand Master, please, I beg you. Just a second later, his blood splattered on Kim Dao Fu's face. accompanied by a horrifying scream. Kim Dao-fu cheerfully wiped the blood off his face. "Everything I do is for the Cathedral of Light, God. You will forgive me, won't you?" Returning to Pham Tran at Yu Han's residence, he had found a passage leading underground, a basement room. Ha ha. As he went down, a scene appeared before his eyes. These people are all discarded products, mother bodies and experiment products. If the cathedral used them for auxiliary experiments, entrusted with such an important matter, there must be people monitoring Yu Han. Then it seems he realized something. He quickly contacted her. Lak Lan Wei told them not to act here, but Lak Lan Wei replied too late. In front of her was the disciple Kim Dao-fu had sent earlier. "We're in big trouble now." Lin Wei transmitted to him. "The one we killed was also from the Cathedral of Light. Killing Yu Han would be justified, but this one before us hasn't committed any crime yet. Killing him would make it hard to escape the Cathedral's judgment." He spoke up. "It seems our plan has been exposed early on. This is the Cathedral's trap. Unless Pham Tran betrayed us." Before he finished, Lak Lan Tin interrupted. "Mr. Pham Tran would never intentionally harm us. Moreover, the commander trusts him, which is why he was assigned this mission." He doubted. "The thoughts of those adventurers from other realms are unrestrained. They don't see us as human beings. Who knows what he might do?" She then spoke up. "Earlier, when Pham Tran transmitted to me, I told you all to be careful. Just now, he also transmitted to me, telling us not to act. It's because we moved too quickly." Then she turned away. "Let's wait for news." Back to Pham Tran. He silently assessed what had happened. The cathedral's methods are indeed cruel. Lak Lan Tin's group will likely suffer. Keeping too many missions will surely lead to failure. He walked on. "If I can find some evidence in here, there might be a chance to turn the tide." He noticed a bottle of water on the table. "What's this?" The system displayed. "You received an unnamed medicinal water. It's a mixture of many body fluids. It's impossible to know what this originally was." He turned and asked a nearby product, "What is this?" But in response, it remained silent. He turned away. "It seems I can't communicate with them. I can only search here." He touched the stack of papers beside him. The system notified, "You received Yu Han's handwritten notes." The papers were titled, "How to Finally Create the Holy Body Parts." The Lord's methods are truly correct, but why did it fail? There's simply no perfect vessel. The other two papers read, "The Angel Project is a myth. It can never succeed." What are those high-ranking lords thinking? How can humans create angels? He was dumbfounded. Creating angels. Suddenly, voices came from outside. "Search thoroughly. Destroy everything." Pham Tran was startled. "Someone's coming. I can't let the cathedral's people find me." The system then displayed, "You received the Lord Governor's directive." He held the paper in his hand. "The Lord Governor is involved in this too." He quickly left. "I'll check on Lak Lan Tin's group situation first." The void concealment. He arrived at the commander's residence. As he arrived, the commander spoke up, "Mr. Pham Tran, this is the West Marquis, who commands the army in the extreme western borderlands, against the invasion from other realms." Ina also stood beside them, waving at her brother. The commander continued, "Mr. Pham Tran, I've heard of you for a long time. This is the West Marquis, Kang Lok's son." He thought, in the Imperial City, there are 4 other marquises. They are stationed at the ends of the 4 directions, forming an invisible boundary wall at the world map's borders. But in my previous life, I've never heard of other realms. He then asked, "What invasion from other realms?" The Marquis replied, "Over 10,000 years ago, other realms invaded this continent. Now space is stable, but we still need to guard it." He continued, "The reason I invited you here this time is to ask you to rescue Lak Lan Tin and the others." He politely replied, "Lak is my friend. I can rescue him. Of course I will rescue them." But then he paused and asked, "How can I rescue them?" Kang Lok's son said, "I want you to stop the cathedral from holding their trial." He quickly replied, "I can't do that." He shook his head. "This is caused by the imperial court. Asking me to clean up their mess is unreasonable." After observing him, the Marquis said, "As I know, although you hold no position, the cathedral's higher-ups value you greatly. If you speak on their behalf, you can ensure their lives are spared. Isn't Lak Lan Tin your friend?" Pham Tran refused. "Don't force me to be unethical. Don't kidnap my ethics." This situation arose from the imperial court's negligence. So even if Lak Lan Tin dies, it's your fault. Lak Lan Tin's group approached the West Marquis. This is ultimately due to our misjudgment. Please don't force Mr. Pham Tran. The commander urgently said. Lac Lan Tin's group is recognized by the war god. They can certainly help you in the future. Moreover, we can promise, if you rescue them, the Imperial Academy will always welcome you. Lin Wei pleaded with Pham Tran, please save my brother. I'll agree to any of your requests. He also relented out of respect for Lac Lan Tin's group and the commander. I can help you, but in a different way. Hearing this, the commander immediately became pleased. As long as you can rescue them, Mr. Pham Tran, please explain in detail. Before he finished, people from the cathedral arrived, by the Pope's order to apprehend the suspects. A voice rang out, squad leader of the religious verdict platoon, Holy Knight Father Li Duc, ordered to apprehend the suspects. Please cooperate, Commander. He is the religious verdict platoon leader, squad leader Father Li Duc. The commander's expression turned serious. Father Li Duc's light shield. The cathedral is showing off its might by coming here. Kang Lok Sun wondered, is he very famous? The commander turned and replied, this man has been famous everywhere recently. Rumored to have comprehended the white card's mysteries, possessing the light shield and defense. He's absolutely the cathedral's seed. Hearing this, Kang Lok Sun sternly said, Father Li Duc, this is the commander's residence. Even if they broke the law, it's not the cathedral's place to apprehend them. Father Li Duc scoffed in response. Over 100 years ago, the imperial court ordered the Cathedral of Light to attack the Cathedral of Darkness. They once allowed the cathedral to have judicial power. And now you want to revoke the agreement. Pham Tran, standing nearby, observed carefully. No wonder the cathedral is so arrogant. Back then, the imperial court wanted to use one evil against another, but ended up going too far. They brought this upon themselves. Kang Lok Sun asked him, where's the evidence? He said, a cathedral executor was killed, and his soul card recorded the scene before his death. He demanded to the West Marquis, Commander, hand over the 3 Lac Lan Tin. Otherwise, don't blame me for using harsh measures. The commander, worried, secretly signaled Ina, it's not safe, Ina. Come over here. I saw you and him standing together. He thought Pham Tran feared exposing his identity by acting. Then can Lac Lan Tin's group still be rescued? He turned to Father Li Duc and continued, you must think carefully. Acting here will start a war. Suddenly, the adjutant stepped forward and said, Commander, the Imperial Guards. Are you representing the Imperial Court and demanding war? If not, let me take the suspects to the cathedral for trial. Kang Lok Sun also spoke up. A trial is fine, but we must also be present at the scene. He agreed to that. Pham Tran told her, Ina, take that thing and go with them first. I'll follow after. On the other hand, he secretly signaled Lac Lan Wei, come here for a moment. I have something to tell you. At the Cathedral of Light, the adjutant ordered, begin the trial. Li Duc replied, yes, Your Eminence. Then he began presenting. This morning, a cathedral member, and Cash Nhi, died in the northern city. When the fatal wound was discovered on his body, it was caused by you. Lin Wei spoke up. I didn't know any in Cash Nhi when I killed him. He was the executor Nguok Han. Nguok Han traded in slaves, a crime punishable by execution if your cathedral failed to manage it, then let me do it. The adjutant interrupted, who said we didn't punish Nguok Han. The adjutant sneered. We investigated and found out Nguok Han was involved in slave trading, so we executed him. For such a cruel act, the cathedral certainly won't show leniency. He continued, similarly, those who killed innocent cathedral members must bear the consequences. Lan Tin stepped forward. When I killed that person, he had Nguok Han's face. But explaining further now is meaningless. He pointed at himself. The one I killed is not related to them. I just lured them. The other two were startled by this action. Lac Lan Tin said, what are you saying? It's nonsense that I lured the two of you. It's clear that I, Pham Tran, just arrived. What's going on here? Why is it so crowded? The adjutant shouted loudly. Why is the Saint Pham Tran here? He just smiled calmly. I've never seen a cathedral trial before. I came intentionally to broaden my knowledge, Your Eminence. The adjutant would not be fooled. He didn't care either, of course not. Continue with the trial. Lin Wei quickly stepped in front of Lan Tin. Wait, I suspect in Cash Nhi was instructed by you to disguise himself as Nguok Han on purpose, and come seeking death. He looked at her disdainfully and said, you girl can't talk nonsense. She didn't back down either. I have evidence. Evidence. He glared, produce it for me to see. Pham Tran just smiled and said, Your Eminence, the adjutant, let her finish speaking first. If she can't produce evidence later, outsiders will accuse us of being unfair. He listened to the advice. He said sternly, but if you make baseless accusations, don't blame me for putting you on trial too. She raised her voice, I'm not shameless like those cathedral people. I have evidence proving Nguyen Han's slave trading involved high-ranking leaders. Ina suddenly raised the paper in her hand. The evidence is in here. He was surprised. Evidence. Suddenly, he became furious, using the nonsense talking technique to shine light. Lin Wei shouted a warning. The Grand Commander also prepared to use a skill, the audacious Holy War Guard. Thanks to him, Ina and Lin Wei were safely shielded. Lin Wei was surprised at the Grand Commander. Kang Lok Sun angrily said, Adjutant, you really don't respect the Imperial Court. Pham Tran also spoke up, Your Eminence, the adjutant's actions are unacceptable. He argued, there's nothing unacceptable. I suspect the two of them are heretics. Evidence from heretics cannot be used, of course. He ordered Li Duck, take those suspected of being heretics for interrogation. Li Duck replied, Yes, Your Eminence. Li Duck approached the Grand Commander and said, Obstructing the cathedral's interrogation of heretics will be seen as an accomplice. Grand Commander, I hope you don't interfere. The Grand Commander threatened, You try touching them. Anne quickly transmitted sound to Ina to call someone. Li Duck was so eager. Then you've offended the Grand Commander. Ina quickly followed An's words. Senior brother, someone wants to bully me. The adjutant was alarmed. The top Grand Master of the Great Demon Path, Senior Hoak Cash. He appeared before them. I heard someone is bullying my junior sister. Ina quickly pointed at the adjutant. Senior brother, it's him. He falsely accused me of being a heretic and wants to put me on trial. He smiled kindly, rest assured, senior brother will support you. He glared at him, you dare to slander my junior sister. If the girl is a heretic, then are you implying I'm also a heretic? The adjutant sweated, I didn't mean that. Since you're here, then, we should invite the Chief Justice to handle this. He also quickly summoned the Chief Justice. Please come over for this matter. Pham Tran secretly rejoiced. This good man actually called for an ally to help. Track Company appeared soon after. Adjutant, what's the matter you called me for? He quickly explained the situation to Senior Track Co. These three have malicious intentions, killing members of the cathedral, and refusing to accept trial. They just let others disturb us from start to finish. Lan Tin spoke up indignantly, it's clear the cathedral's high-ranking members slandered me. Track Company said to him, for such a trivial matter, you had to call me over. He only replied, Senior, I didn't want to disturb you either. It's really because someone inside is causing trouble, preventing me from carrying out the trial. Kang Lok Sun spoke up, you're the newly appointed Chief Justice, right? My king investigated and found the cathedral staff selling slaves, so he sent people to handle it. Unexpectedly, someone knew about this beforehand, and set up a trap. Track Company observed the two, then said, it seems you two are talking about different matters. Lin Wei spoke loudly, Chief Justice, this is really the same matter. If the cathedral wants to put the three of us on trial, then they must treat everyone equally. The mastermind behind the slave trade must also be put on trial. Hoak Cash didn't care. Power is focused in my hands. I have no time for your nonsense. I'll just say this, whoever bullies my junior sister, I'll settle the score, no objections. If there are no objections, I'll take care of this. The adjutant panicked, Senior Hoak Cash, please hear me out. Before he could finish, he was struck by Hoak Cash's move, severely damaging his body. Hoak Cash mocked, what qualifies you to make me listen? My business is settled. You all continue, I won't interfere further. Only then did Track Company speak, if each of you has your own stance, then present the evidence. Inwardly admiring this kid's strength, the adjutant struggled to stand and whispered to Track Co. Senior, you can't, this involves the cathedral's secret plans. We absolutely cannot disclose the evidence publicly. He has also heard about it. Track Company transmitted to the secular Anne Pham, what do you want to do? Anne replied, let's see the performance. Ina quickly showed the paper in her hand. The evidence is an order from the high leadership. She said, transmit my order about the slaves we bought back. The paper records to report the handling to me. Immediately leave to transmit my order. Imprison those slaves we bought back. Do not delay this important matter. The adjutant mocked, "This is even signed." The signature was his, leaving him dumbfounded. "This matter ends here. The Lackland Tin Group no longer needs to accept trial." Track Company said to him, "Whether the cathedral master tries them or not, seems I have the final say." He whispered, "Senior, this matter has huge implications. Please be lenient and let them go, I beg you." He turned to Anne. "What does the messenger Pham Tran think of this matter?" Only then did Anne speak up. "It seems the sect master has his own troubles. You all didn't mean any harm. Let's just let it go." The sect master bowed. "Thank you, Saint Envoy." He only replied, "It's nothing, we'll take care of each other from now on." But in his heart, he thought, "I'll play with you again next time." He suddenly looked at Ina. "That's right, I should take this evidence." He quickly burned that piece of paper, his face expressionless. "You won't be so lucky next time." As Ling Wei left, she told Pham Tran, "The palace has summoned you to meet the monarch." He found the mysterious monarch's thoughts hard to fathom. No one from his previous life had wanted to see him. Later, in the palace's council hall, the monarch spoke up. "I heard today, it was thanks to your efforts that those lost souls from Lingtian escaped the church's trial." She was the monarch, Shu Ru Tan. He smiled, "It was a small matter. The Grand Marshal has agreed to reward you." She suddenly asked him, "I want to know where the previous evidence came from." And also frankly explained, "From the secret underground chamber at Uoc Han's place." Inwardly, he was still surprised, didn't expect this ruler to be a woman. Nhu Tan smiled kindly, "Did you discover anything else there?" Anne simply replied, "That's all." Ina, full of killing intent, said, "Pham Tran, don't lie." He calmly said, "Yes, I discovered a few more things, but..." She quickly cut him off, "If you're honest, I'll agree and consider a reward." Nhu Tan was very excited to quickly grant a title. The system promptly appeared. "You have activated the special mission, suspicion of the ruler." Anne laughed loudly, "All right then." At Uoc Han's residence, there's a secret underground chamber with many young women down there, whom Uoc Han called defective products. Nhu Tan said reassuringly, "Indeed, that's the case. It seems the previous intelligence my people gathered was not wrong. The cathedral is truly plotting something." She happily gave Anne a reward. "Thank you for letting me know. This is your reward." The system appeared. "You have received the Count Badge, a special Count Badge as proof. After obtaining it, you will automatically receive the Count rank. It cannot be traded." Anne accepted the reward. "Your Majesty is indeed generous." The Commander-in-Chief told Anne, "A Count receives 10 gold daily, and can command 4 guards to follow, enjoying privileges at all palace services." Anne bowed respectfully, "Then thank you very much, Your Majesty." She quickly opened the portal. "Next time we meet, I hope you, Sir Pham Tran, can succeed in letting me know more information about the cathedral's plans." Outside, Anne asked the Commander-in-Chief, "What about the Lackland Tin Group who killed in the palace? This crime warrants execution. But there were reasons behind it, so they were only demoted to work in the mines." The Commander-in-Chief added, "There is more than one faction within the palace. If not handled properly, they cannot communicate with the palace and the cathedral." Anne said, "I understand." The Commander-in-Chief handed him a letter. "This is good then. This is the admission letter for the Royal Academy." The system appeared. "Royal Academy admission token, a special admission token. Use this to enter the Royal Academy. Become a student, temporarily cannot be traded." Anne happily accepted the letter. "Thank you, sir." Next, the Royal Academy. Pham Tran and Ina also arrived at the Royal Academy. Ina excitedly said, "Brother, this place is beautiful." Anne told her, "Well, it is the Royal Academy after all. Most students are nobles. The nature of this place differs from Kantian Academy." She looked at him excitedly. "So where do we go to register now?" Anne calmly said, "Just stay calm and accept missions. Observe the mission board. Remember, the Royal Academy often has missions to the deep realms, but today there are none." As they were puzzled, then a woman approached and asked, "What kind of mission are you looking for?" She was the combat instructor of the academy, Gai Lo Lo. Anne just stared intently at her cleavage. "Oh my God, it's huge." Gai Lo Lo noticed Anne's behavior and said, "What are you looking at? I don't have any missions." Anne blushed in embarrassment. What? Oh right, I want to find a mission to the deep realms." "Yes, deep realms." She smiled. "You're a new student, right? You look very unfamiliar. An adventurer who just entered the city." "I'm the combat instructor. You can address me as Miss Guy. Anne responded casually, I see, I've been rude to Miss Guy. But if you don't have anything else, then all. Guy Lolo quickly interjected, don't look anymore. There are no Deep Realm missions in the Academy lately, but I do have a mission. The system promptly appeared. You have activated Guy Lolo's special request mission. Mission requirement, level 35 or above, or have the ability to fly. Anne asked in surprise, Miss Guy, do you know me? Lolo smiled, I don't know you personally, but I've heard others mention you. The first adventurer in the Imperial City, Pham Tran. She teased, don't tell me you can't accept the mission, Mr. Pham Tran. You can't refuse, can you? Anne quickly accepted. You have accepted Miss Lolo's special request mission. Anne confidently said, it seems I can't refuse this mission, miss. Please explain the mission details. She smiled and started walking while explaining. You have entered the Deep Realm. Lolo described the mission as they walked. This time, you need to follow me to the 5th floor of the Deep Realm and find 2 special materials. Anne asked, the 5th floor isn't a big problem. What materials do we need to find? She gently said, Evil Star Stone and Blood-Colored Demon Lotus. Anne was startled. What? These are both demonic materials. The Evil Star Stone directly affects reality, driving people insane. And the Blood-Colored Demon Lotus. Then, it will cause a 50% decrease in all of the player's attributes. Wow, this path is quite demonic. Anne outwardly smiled, hiding his unease. I understand. After walking for a while, Lolo was surprised by the sight before her. What's this? What's going on here? Why is the Deep Realm Gate appearing right here? Before, we had to use some tricks to enter. The Deep Realm Gate automatically appears after players clear the level 30 sub-instance. Anne smiled. Let's go, miss. You see something? Someone is coming out slowly. It's DM Trong Fong's group. The city lord spoke up. Pham Tran. Why do I keep running into you, kid? Anne approached and greeted old DM cheerfully. The city lord coldly asked, what are you doing here? Anne replied, I was about to ask you the same. I'm here for a mission. He answered, I and some city lords came to the Deep Realm to hunt down a fugitive criminal. Lolo, standing behind, broke out in a sweat. Old DM, the city lord. Then she spoke up, you are DM Trong Fong, the DM city lord. Anne asked, you know me, miss. You admire me. Lolo said, you are Lord Lolo, the practical combat instructor of the Royal Academy. I have admired you for a long time. I didn't expect to be so fortunate as to meet you in person. Anne teased old DM, you're quite famous too, you know. He calmly replied, thanks to everyone's fondness. He waved his hand, let's not discuss this further. If you plan to enter the Deep Realm for a mission, you must be extremely careful. One of the city lords beside him told Anne, DM City Lord, it's best not to mention this matter. He replied, I know, I'm just giving a word of caution. He stepped closer and whispered to Anne, the one we're hunting is extremely dangerous. He's missing one hand. If you encounter him, try to keep your distance. Anne made a disdainful expression. 4 city lords are hunting him, and he's still not dead. He glared at Anne. The target's ability to escape is formidable, but he's suffered a mortal wound. He can only await death in the Deep Realm. Pham Tran asked, so you're just going to wait here for him? He laughed, no need to be so troublesome. We just need to set up a detection formation. Once he appears, we'll know immediately. Another city lord spoke up, this cannot be delayed. Let's set up the formation. Pham Tran's group left first. Then we'll head in too. Farewell. He watched An's back as he pondered. Pham Tran is still as reckless as ever. I was originally going to advise him to change missions, but now it seems, I can only hope he doesn't encounter that person. System. You have entered the 1st floor of the Deep Realm territory. Deep Realm Floor 1 all stats restored. 2% decrease upon death. Additional 1% decrease to base stats. Lolo said, let's head straight to the next floor. Anne asked wearily, how? There's no Deep Realm crystal to descend. Lolo raised a crystal fragment. I have a Deep Realm crystal. Rest assured, we can go down to the 5th floor. The Deep Realm has a total of 18 floors. The entrance to each floor is an altar. A Deep Realm crystal is needed to activate it. Killing Deep Realm monsters can make them drop Deep Realm crystals. They walked along a path littered with slain bodies. Anne looked at them. The corpses hadn't disappeared yet. It seems these evil creatures were killed not long ago. Lolo wondered, couldn't be the one the city lords are hunting, could it? Anne also suspected that was a possibility. Then he turned to Ina. Did you see any suspicious figures? Ina used her eyes to scan the surroundings, but saw none. Lolo looked at Ina, the celestial eye of the illusory city, the true sight, yet it's in the possession of a little girl. Fan Tran went ahead. Let's go. We must be cautious after descending. Lolo and Ina followed behind. System. You have entered the second floor of the Deep Realm territory. Deep Realm Floor 2. All effects restored. 4% decrease upon death. Additional 3% decrease to base stats. Anne pondered as they went. The monsters would only get stronger the deeper they went. Ina quickly warned, "Brother, there's someone up ahead." He urgently asked, "How far away are they from us? Could you make out their appearance or figure? How many arms does this person have?" "About 100 meters away from us." As for their appearance, he transmitted his voice from afar to Pham Tran. "Hee, I only have one arm. Hee, I only have one arm." Ina turned and told Anne, "It seems he only has one arm. I already knew that earlier." Lolo chimed in, "How did you know? Do you also have the true sight?" Pham Tran hesitated. "It's not him who answered me." She continued, "A voice transmission technique is not strange, but to be able to hear us from that far away, that's a bit unusual." Pham Tran turned to Ina. "You can still see him, right?" She replied, "He's gone already." He said, "Then let's not let any more incidents occur. Let's head to the Deep Realm entrance of the next floor first." She agreed. Lolo added, "It's right behind this mountain. There's a crevice here we can use to quickly pass through." "Follow me," she said. "This can be considered a shortcut out of here." "I can see it," Ina said. "Brother, that person is on the sacrificial altar." Lolo said in surprise, "What is it?" Pham Tran responded, "He's transmitting his voice to me. This person is telling me to go over there." She shouted to stop him. "The city lord of Diem has said not to approach him. The city lord of Diem has said not to approach him." Pham Tran calmly replied, "I won't go over there. How can we descend to the lower Deep Realm floor then? Let's retreat this time. Who can guarantee we won't encounter danger next time?" He continued, "Dita won't harm you if you come here." Pham Tran asked the mysterious man, "What exactly do you want to do?" He replied, "Those people have deceived you. They severely wounded me. They want my bloodline. I am the son of the god of war. I have the bloodline of the war god within me. If you save me, I will awaken. The bloodline will grant you a semi-divine body, bestowing you with limitless power." Pham Tran replied in bewilderment, Actually, I am the Tan Tui Emperor. Just transfer me 5,000 gold, and when I restore my kingdom, I will appoint you as the Grand Marshal of the Cavalry. How about that?" He asked disappointedly. "What?" Pham Tran calmly continued, "What I mean is, I believe you. I will go and save you immediately. My mind isn't very quick, so I have a chance to fall for a trap." Ina worriedly shouted, "Brother, you can't go." Lolo also chimed in, "If you go over there, it's too dangerous. It's too dangerous." Pham Tran calmly said, "Trust me, Ina. If any problem arises later, remember to use your true sight to break the illusion for me." He continued, "I will go over there, but you must dispel the illusion on me." The mysterious person said, "Welcome, Akak. You have been imprisoned by a sealing formation. During your imprisonment you will be sealed, unable to use your magic power." Akak said, "Welcome to your death, for the son of the great war god. Your life's origin will be offered." Pham Tran arrogantly replied, "It's not certain who is seeking death yet." Activating the thief's glove effect, you successfully used triple strike on the target. Pham Tran doubtfully replied, "Succeeded, really?" Akak said in bewilderment, That is my war spear. An ancient bronze war spear in a special sealed state, unable to activate item properties, effects unclear, accompanied by souls under the spear, passive souls under the spear. After using this weapon to kill an enemy with a body, there is a chance to absorb that enemy's soul, turning it into your own battle slave. Can absorb up to 1,000 souls maximum. Active souls under 6, after using, release the souls in the war spear, making them fight. Current number of souls, 98. This is the weapon Ares used before becoming a god. After being sealed, it was tarnished and rusted by time. This weapon has 4 levels of seals. Currently, the first level has been unlocked. When unlocking each seal level, you will gain new properties or abilities. Pham Tran thought, This is indeed the equipment of the god of war, Ares, huh? He angrily shouted, return my weapon to me. He replied, or should we try it out after eating? He shouted angrily, you despicable human scum. Pham Tran activated the souls under the spear skill. Active, if you don't take action, I'll have to go ahead and deal with him. Akuk charged, I'll kill you. Tran Pham was surprised by Akuk's strength. How can he be so strong without a weapon? Ina, true sight, dispelled the illusion. He calmly said, stay calm, brother. I said I would save you, and I will. Healing him. He angrily shouted, you die. He calmly replied, I don't think I'll die, but you're about to. Pham Tran thought silently. He disappeared. Ina asked, brother, are you okay? He answered, I'm fine. Ina, see if you can spot that guy anywhere. She replied, he has already run out of my field of vision. He thought silently. Could it be that celestial strike hit him, forcing him to flee? He must have gone down a level. You have entered the 3rd level of the Deep Abyss region. Deep Abyss, Level 3. All recovery effects reduced by 7%. After death, basic attributes further reduced by 5%. Luo asked, why did you come to White Bone Mountain? Zan Pham said, someone has targeted us already. We can't just sit and wait to die. We must find a way to deal with it, to be prepared. She continued, at the peak of White Bone Mountain, there is only the corpse of the demon bone dragon. It has never disappeared. Whatever you're looking for, you've come to the wrong place. He cheerfully said, how clever, that's exactly what I'm looking for. The Langma clan is facing the demon bone dragon. Miss Luo said, people have tried to awaken this bone dragon before, but all failed. It's just unknown why its corpse is still preserved. Could it be that you know the soul necromancy technique? Pham Tran manifested and said, it's not soul necromancy, but a kind of soul magic, temporarily borrowing the corpse. And it's called the soul transference technique. The system notified, you cannot use this skill on living beings. Miss Luo said helplessly, but it has never disappeared. It's very likely that a remnant soul still exists within this corpse. It's possible. He said in confusion, it's still alive. Pham Tran looked up at it, and saw it smiling friendly. He thought silently, the chaotic dragon hatchling, has it awakened? Is that what it wants? It let out a sound, as if in response. Seeing this, Miss Luo asked, you have the chaotic dragon hatchling. The chaotic dragon hatchling is a rank 13 hatchling. A silver rank, she said, and everyone moved forward towards the next destination. Miss Luo said, can you tell me how you obtained it? I'm willing to pay a fee. Seeing her expression, he asked, you really like dragons, don't you? She expressed her interest, saying, Lord Nap Kai is my idol. I've always wanted to become a dragon rider, but unfortunately, until now, I only have a common earth dragon. Pham Tran thought silently upon hearing this. A female dragon rider that big. It wouldn't be very powerful, but the sight of flying in the sky would definitely be very cool. Thinking this, he said, stop, chaotic hatchling. You can try your luck in finding evidence. The chaotic hatchling saw something ahead and gestured. Pham Tran asked, you want to eat it? He thought worriedly, this chaotic hatchling eats anything. Can I even raise this dragon? It smiled, as if answering, yes, of course. When it bit into the bone dragon's face, suddenly, the bone dragon opened its eyes wide and said, enough, kid. Seeing food open its eyes and yell at you, the chaotic hatchling immediately fled in fear behind Langma. The demon bone dragon stood up fiercely and said, who are you people? Pham Tran thought, why isn't it attacking us? He said friendly, we are adventurers who came to the deep abyss and disturbed you by accident. We'll leave right away. As if realizing something, it said, no, wait. Hearing this, Pham Tran turned and glared at the chaotic hatchling, saying, you eat anything. Now you've brought trouble upon us. See, now we're being scolded like this. It acted innocent, then fiercely let out a sound, blaming the bone dragon. Seeing this, the bone dragon said helplessly to the kid in front, you little dragon dare threaten me. Not afraid to die. Miss Luo said, you're not a magic bone dragon, right? You're a dragon vessel human, aren't you? Pham Tran beside her asked, dragon vessel human. Miss Luo said seriously. When it communicated with the dragon hatchling, it never used the dragon language. The dragon race has always disliked the human language, especially when talking to their own young. It's said that in a distant desert, there's an ancient tribe, called the Dragon Clan. They worship the dragon god, aspiring to become the dragon race. They seek out dying ancient dragons, and use secret arts to fuse their souls into them. They are called dragon vessel humans. Hearing this, the bone dragon said, "That's just a name used by the ignorant. Call me a dragon life vessel instead. Out of respect for the dragon hatchling, I won't harm you. But you must agree to one request of mine." The bone dragon said, "Help me leave this deep abyss. I need to return to my tribe." Miss Luo Luo then informed it of what had happened. "While you were asleep, you slept for too long. Perhaps you still don't know, the dragon clan was destroyed hundreds of years ago." Hearing this, it said in shock, "That can't be. We were protected by the dragon god. How could we be destroyed?" Miss Luo Luo explained, "The dragon clan was destroyed by the dragon race itself." Seeing this, Pham Tran whispered, "This matter, you're not afraid it might turn against us for telling it?" She said confidently, "Don't worry, trust me." Looking up at the sky, she said, "I've long expected a day like this." Though the dragon race was born close to the dragon god, they are fickle, treating all beings like trash. This is a flaw that cannot be mended. The tribe's destruction is a very normal occurrence. Hearing her words, Pham Tran thought confusedly, "Indeed, my knowledge from my past life is still too little. Are the believers and deities all so simple-minded?" After telling it everything, Miss Luo Luo said, "If the dragon clan has been destroyed, then you don't need to leave this deep abyss anymore." But it insisted, saying, "I must leave here. I have awakened, the pure spiritual energy in the abyss will affect my soul. Moreover, my awakening before the appointed time must be a sign from the dragon god. Even if the tribe is destroyed, the place of worship will not disappear. I must return to the tribe, and in perfect form, worship the dragon god and seek a response." Pham Tran suggested, "We can lead you out of the deep abyss, but you must accompany us to the lower level of the abyss for one trip." Without hesitation, it said, "All right, let's go. I'll carry you." So everyone climbed onto its back. Pham Tran said, "By passing through the vortex formation ahead, we can reach the entrance to the lower level." So the whole group moved forward. System notification. You have entered the 5th level of the deep abyss. Territory of the 5th deep abyss level. Recovery effect reduced by 14%. Additional 9% reduction after death. Basic attributes. Everyone, seeing the sights from such a height was very exciting. Miss Luo Luo said, "If we relied only on ourselves, it would have taken us much longer to reach here. The primordial dragon is indeed different. Just keep flying in this direction, and we'll get there soon." Seeing this, Pham Tran said, "Without the ability to fly, crossing the vast valley below would not be easy." Miss Luo Luo replied, "I want to find the evil crystal stones in the center of the forest below." As she finished speaking, in front of them was the three-eyed demon tree, a silver rank elite monster at level 38. It has two types, the staring type, each one can stare at targets within 5 meters, causing them to move 50% slower. The other type is the blood-draining kind. It thrusts its branches into the target's body at an extremely fast speed, draining their blood. Each vine deals 250 true damage over time, lasting for 5 seconds. Seeing the scene before them, Pham Tran said, "Dragon friend, can you clear this entire forest with ease? Do we need to get involved?" The primordial dragon calmly replied, "I only agreed to accompany you, not to join the battle. I never said I would participate in combat." Hearing this, Pham Tran said helplessly, "It's just a big magic creature. You could defeat it with a snap of your fingers." "What do you say?" Miss Luo Luo cheerfully said, "No worries, let me handle it, I'll find it quickly." As for the primordial dragon, I don't think it intentionally refused. After saying that, she flew down. Hearing this, Pham Tran smiled slyly and said, "Could it be that she meant to say, Dia? Doesn't she know it's the dragon language magic?" Velina beside him also felt helpless. The bone dragon, feeling a bit useless, said, "Although I don't know magic, I can perfectly control the power of this body." Pham Tran didn't blame it, saying it was fine. Velina beside him said, "Brother, that one-armed person is here again, and there's a giant beside him." Seeing them in front of him, Pham Tran said wearily, "I didn't expect to find a giant tribe in the deep abyss, worshippers of the war god. This is troublesome again." Akak said, "I've gone through great hardships to survive, and spent so much effort to find the remains of the giant tribe in the deep abyss. But how is it that that person has the dragon race accompanying him? The giant behind him, whose name was Boli Luo, said faithfully, God Akak, allow me to lure away that bone dragon, so you can fight the enemy without worry. Akak said to him, that would be too dangerous for you. Boli Luo insisted firmly, I am of the giant tribe, born for battle, fearless of danger. Hearing this, Akak felt helpless. I told you it's dangerous, but you giants are indeed madly brave. Boli Luo said, when I say it's dangerous, I mean for myself, you're the one who's gone mad. The giant looked down on cowards. Akak proposed a plan. I know you are very brave, but sacrificing yourself for an enemy is unnecessary. Here's what we'll do. Let me handle luring away the bone dragon. You take care of dealing with that old enemy. Hearing this, Boli Luo, thinking his master was assigning him the easier task, was extremely grateful and said, you are indeed the son of the great war god. I am honored to serve you. Follow my lead, said Akak as he climbed onto the giant's hand. Then the two of them flew forward, preparing to attack Pham Tran's group. On Pham Tran's side up above, they were still standing and discussing. Pham Tran said, the giant tribe's talent is immunity to mind control, plus extremely high defense. But what about Akak? Valina replied, he's standing on the giant's shoulder. Moreover, it seems he can conceal his breath and turn invisible, so Zilama won't attack him. Shortly after, she saw them attacking from the front. She then said, brother, they're attacking. Akak and the giant charged quickly towards them. Akak punched the bone dragon in the face. The bone dragon asked defiantly, you want to die? Pham Tran realized Akak's intention and said, Akak is luring it away. So he's leaving the giant to deal with me, huh? He told Valina to take care of herself. Then, the giant flew straight at him, saying, enemy of my god, I will end your life. Hearing this, Pham Tran defiantly used life sacrifice. He used the life sacrifice skill, thinking, with only 3 million blood for the giant tribe, he's merely average or below. Easier prey than I thought. The giant was caught off guard by his skill, saying in surprise, what is this? Why is my life draining away so quickly? You humans, what sorcery is this? He said nothing more after that, as Pham Tran spread his wings, ready to fight. He had to wait for life sacrifice to drain fully. Seeing Pham Tran grow stronger, the giant became furious. The giant issued many warnings, so you're just a winged rat. He used the air torrent skill. He was indeed quite strong, but luckily Pham Tran's wingspeed could still handle it. Meanwhile, Pham Tran's life sacrifice had already drained fully. Being attacked relentlessly like this only made Boli Luo more enraged, saying, vile humans, I'll crush you. The players were getting bored too, so Pham Tran used his Angel's Aria skill to finish it quickly. The system announced, you killed the white gold boss, giant Boli Luo. Pham Tran then used soul stacking. The system announced, you used soul stacking. Wait for the soul imprint to complete to control this target. While waiting, Pham Tran picked up the dropped items, including 10 Deep Realm crystals, a giant bone shield, diamond rank, and a Deep Realm teleportation stone. He thought regretfully there weren't many Deep Realm crystals, but this shield could probably still fetch a good price. And this teleportation stone dropped at just the right time. The Deep Realm teleportation stone is used at the altars, teleporting to a floor. Can be used 3 times on any floor from 1 to 18. Seeing it was resolved, Valina asked, brother, what should we do next? Pham Tran replied, I don't know how far Akak's fight has gone. Let's wait. 20 minutes later, Lord Luo finally returned. She said, I got the evil star crystal, but what happened here? Where's Magic Bone Dragon? And what about this giant? Seeing Lord Luo's surprise, Valina explained, this was an assistant he found, killed by my brother. Hearing that, she smiled and said, you even killed a giant, looks like we profited from this mission. Pham Tran smiled, let's put that aside for now. The system announced, soul imprint complete, you can now control this target. Duration, 30 minutes. Target, Boli Luo the giant, white gold rank boss, level 55. The giant respectfully bowed, greeting his new master. Seeing the scene before her, Lord Luo said in surprise, so this is the effect of that spell, the soul technique you mentioned before. It's just like the corpse possession technique. Pham Tran said, the control duration isn't long. Let's go find the blood-red demon lotus now, if you still want it. She asked in puzzlement, not waiting for Magic Bone Dragon. Hearing that, Velina, who stayed behind, said, "Brother, everyone be careful." He continued, "Don't worry, just stay here and wait for a Kak to return." Velina waved happily, saying, "Brother, don't worry, leave it to me." Then the two proceeded forward. Pham Tran asked, "Where is the blood-red demon lotus?" Lord Luo Luo replied, "Just go straight ahead, it's at the craggy mountain up front. Seems you know everything. No wonder you're acquainted with the DM City Lord." Hearing that, Pham Tran calmly said, "I think you're exaggerating, old DM and I are just acquaintances. I'm just an ordinary person. I still have a long way to go before I can achieve my goals." Suddenly, he noticed her equipment and thought it was very powerful. Seeing him looking, she asked, "What are you staring at?" Flustered, Pham Tran quickly changed the subject. "Ah, this. I was going to ask if that's what you're looking for." Lord Luo Luo saw the scene ahead, and recognized it as the blood-red demon lotus. Pham Tran continued, "Not only that, but there's also a guardian, the demonic venom python." Seeing it, Lord Luo Luo said, "One of the most venomous serpents, its corrosive venom is deadly. It can spew a venom bone mist, weakening any living thing within its range. This guardian is extremely rare, a once-in-a-century encounter. We're in deep trouble. How unlucky." Seeing this, Pham Tran calculated the sustained damage and weakening effect from being in the venom bone mist's range. Then he suddenly had an idea and said, "You stay here, I'll go take care of it." Lord Luo Luo called his name and looked at him, with utmost admiration in her eyes. Pham Tran approached the demonic venom python cautiously. He swung his sword, using a healing technique to deceive it, then used Flash Step to swiftly retrieve the blood-red demon lotus. Evading its attack, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, lucky this thing isn't too smart, I could lure it away." Just as he grabbed the lotus, it appeared behind him, jaws wide open. Seeing this, he used the void concealment technique to escape. Then he boasted of his feat to Lord Luo Luo. "Luckily, I still completed the mission. Let's go." Lord Luo Luo was extremely grateful, saying, "If you weren't here, it wouldn't have been this easy. Thank you." She then gifted him a reward, saying, "This is your mission reward. System. You have received 500 Deep Realm Crystals, and received a Royal Academy Special Training Pass. The Royal Academy Special Training Pass can be used in the Royal Academy's special training rooms. Heavenly Descent after training is complete. It will enhance corresponding attributes including strength, magic power, defense, and speed. The usage time is 74 hours. Seeing such a great reward, he thanked her. As she was about to leave, suddenly the demonic venom python came charging at them from nowhere. Seeing this, she quickly pushed Pham Tran away. "You plucked the blood-red demon lotus," she said. "This snake has gone mad. You've been hit by its venom bone mist. You'll be weakened, as I mentioned before." He carried Lord Luo Luo and flew away, leaving the giant to hold off the enraged snake along with Kot Long. Seeing him from afar, Kot Long cheerfully said, "Brother, you're back." Pham Tran saw Kot Long and asked about the giant. "What happened on your end?" "The situation." He replied, "That scoundrel managed to escape." Pham Tran said sternly, "Then let's leave this place." As mentioned earlier, the group flew straight ahead. "We're nearing the entrance to the lower realm." Lord Luo Luo realized it was time for her to go, saying, "Perhaps you came to the deep realm for another reason. I'll go ahead. See you at the academy." Hearing her words, Kot Long, worried for her safety, said, "Let me go with you." She refused. "You promised Pham Tran. I trust he'll lead you out." "I'll go ahead. Be careful, dangers lurk everywhere here." She opened a spatial portal and stepped through. Pham Tran and Vuina bid her farewell cheerfully. Pham Tran said, "Senior, wait for me to finish my task, I'll lead you out. Now we must go to the 8th floor." Kot Long agreed to follow him. At the 8th floor's colorless mountain, the entrance was too small for Kot Long, so Pham Tran said, "Senior, wait outside for us." As he entered, he thought to himself, the dark deity statue mentioned by Chut Company seems to be inside here. Inside the cave, Pham Tran and Velina saw a giant statue. At the end of the cave, in front of them was a massive statue holding a sphere. The statue began speaking, "I was born from the darkness. I am the dark deity." Pham Tran also spoke up, warning Vuina to be careful. He wondered to himself, is this a dark deity descending, or a deity's consciousness gaining self-awareness? As if reading Pham Tran's mind, The statue continued speaking, I am the dark deity. Are you willing to worship me, to grasp the power of a deity? Pham Tran pondered. The divine essence within me is of light. The dark deity would never tolerate me. Then Pham Tran said to the statue, I agree. I agree to become the most devoted follower of the dark deity. I agree. Hearing Pham Tran's decision, Vuina was stunned. She tried to dissuade him, but Pham Tran telepathically said, Vuina, stay back. Don't come near me. Then, spreading his arms, he said to the statue, O great deity, I am willing to follow your path. Stay back, Vuina. Don't come near me. O exalted one, I am willing to walk in your footsteps. The dark deity statue responded to Pham Tran's words, if that's the case, take a step forward, bow, and recite my name. I shall grant you the power of a deity. As the statue finished speaking, something seemed to affect Pham Tran, causing him to look stunned, as if resisting it. Clenching his teeth, Pham Tran thought, is this a divine power? This mind-influencing ability? Even I can hardly resist it. Why don't you kneel? The statue asked. Pham Tran deduced, this must be the limit. If I go further, I'll enter its domain. No need to pretend anymore. At that moment, a crescent moon mark appeared on his forehead. Kneel. Bow your head. Pham Tran unleashed a lightning-fast strike at the statue. Suddenly, a notification appeared, corrosion of the dark domain. Spell damage cannot be sustained for 20 minutes. Caught off guard, Pham Tran had to quickly absorb it. But another notification stated, unable to absorb dark domain corrosion. Spell damage cannot be sustained for 20 minutes. Pham Tran was surprised and had to quickly adapt. However, the system notification informed him, unable to absorb a deity's self-aware consciousness. Impossible. Pham Tran was stunned. The statue grew angry, declaring, I will seize your soul. Pham Tran began strategizing methodically. It seems I must deal with this deity statue. But spell damage is ineffective now. Let me think. Ah, I've got it. He used the life sacrifice skill. Immediately, the statue lost 300,000 health points. It counterattacked. O Dark One, heed my command. Bury Pham Tran. Stuck, Pham Tran had to temporarily flee. He couldn't think of a way to defeat it. He could only escape with speed. But his dark wings were about to expire. Perhaps he could use life sacrifice again, then grind it down slowly. The statue taunted the killer. You cannot escape my punishment, mortal. Pham Tran turned and used void concealment. You wretched, fake deity. The deity has gone mad. He swung his sword. He performed the life sacrifice skill again. Immediately, the deity statue lost another 300,000 health points. You deserve to die, it exclaimed, both surprised and enraged. The plan wasn't groundbreaking but seemed effective. Now he could only grind it down gradually. He contacted Ina telepathically. Slow down the statue's speed to help me. I'm ready, she replied. Ina activated the time wheel. The statue's speed gradually decreased. Pham Tran sighed in relief. Finally, I won't have to use up all my dark wings time here. Then he unleashed his ultimate skill, Angel's Chanting Name. The statue gradually lost around 60,000 health points each time. Since spell damage was nullified, he could only grind it down slowly. He worried Ina's power might not be enough, so he asked her if she could persevere. Don't worry, brother, she smiled reassuringly. Alright then, die. The system notification displayed, you have killed the boss. Absorbing the dark deity's divinity. Estimated time, 45 seconds. Ina worriedly reminded her brother, be careful, something feels off. The remaining energy of the deity statue was continuously expanding. The cave was about to collapse. Pham Tran agreed they had to leave immediately. Ina, wait a bit and then boost my speed. Okay. The system countdown for absorption showed 19 seconds remaining. What's this? A shard of the dark deity's magical orb of power, symbolizing dark authority. After shattering, it lost all its power. One shard was stuck in the deity statue. Its current integrity is 1/10, as you predicted. A shard of the dark magic orb. No wonder it could develop self-awareness. An independent divinity. Brother, Ina shouted. The energy orb is about to explode. The divinity absorption is complete. Go. Pham Tran resolutely carried Ina and flew out of there. A thunderous explosion destroyed everything. They both sighed in relief. We almost became stardust. But in the end, they resolved the issue. Let's find the exit and leave the abyss. System notification. You have been teleported to the city of the abyss, Pham Tran said with relief while on his dragon's back. Finally, we're out. People below were murmuring, is that a dragon? A familiar voice rang out, the abyss city has dragons too. Pham Tran recognized it immediately. Sister Tan-an, Ina called out joyfully. The dragon asked curiously, are those people down there your friends? Well, you could say that, Pham Tran replied. That female knight is my friend. If that's the case, for your sake, I won't hold you accountable for trespassing on a dragon. It explained. Pham Tran thanked it. Oh, right, one more thing. Fly straight through the city gate ahead, through the thick mist. You should then be able to discern our direction. Farewell here. Pham Tran and Ina landed and bid farewell to the dragon. The dragon felt a tinge of regret at their parting. If you have a chance, you can visit the dragon clan to find me. Farewell. Back on the ground, the two were delighted to see Tan-an. Ina, it's been so long. I'm so happy to see you, Sister Tan-an said joyfully. I missed you so much, sister. Tan-an was equally delighted. Pham Tran's expression showed his eagerness. Ina, I missed you both too, she said, hugging Ina tightly. A Western warrior felt jealous of Tan-an. Even though Pham Tran is the top priest and has ties with a dragon, she doesn't need to throw herself at him like that. Pham Tran felt puzzled. Are these people her teammates? She replied, we were a temporary team assigned for an outdoor mission before. Ina saved them a few times. Later, they volunteered to help her with missions. Pham Tran felt a bit annoyed. Tan-an saved you all before. Is this how you speak to her? The man nonchalantly replied, I'm just looking out for her. She's a woman. It's not good to throw herself at men like that. The high priest Cao spoke up. That's inappropriate behavior. Great deity Pham Tran, please forgive him. Everyone, if you knew I disliked my former teammates long ago, why bother pretending in front of us? Understanding the situation, Pham Tran asked Tan-an if she needed help. She said no. They used to pretend very well before, making me think they were normal people. A notification showed Tan-an left the team. The warrior cursed, that B*TCH Tan-an, she's all over the great deity. The high wizard Harry Potter reminded him, Western warrior, don't forget why we came here this time. He remained furious. Tan-an, rejoin our team immediately. I'll act like what just happened never occurred. I said I'd lead you on this mission. Tan-an couldn't contain her anger either. Just because I'm nice to you, you think you're special. I only saved you all conveniently. You clung to me insisting to team up, and you'd lead me on missions. Get lost, we're leaving. The Western warrior felt provoked by Tan-an's words. That shameless B*TCH. As he finished speaking, he was hit by Ina's illusion attack skill. Ina gently reminded him, Sister Tan-an is kind and doesn't hold grudges against you all, but I'm not. I can be cruel, so don't insult her again, or blame me for being merciless. She then smiled, Sister Tan-an's brother is waiting for me. The man was still resentful. Damn it. That Pham Tran must be really talented, to have so many girls around him. I want to beat him up. The high wizard Harry Potter looked cunning. Enough, he said, let's hurry and follow them. This mission is related to the hidden profession, and Pham Tran has information, which we can sell for money. Pham Tran worriedly asked Tan-an, do you need me to send them back to the city? She replied, well, they did help me quite a bit before. Let it go this time. Her eyes turned cold, but if they cause trouble again, I'll beat them to death. Pham Tran smiled, satisfied. Pham Tran thought, Tan-an has matured since we first met. That's great, he spoke up. I haven't asked why you suddenly came to the deep realm. She replied, I came to find a hidden spatial rift. Inside is an item I need for a mission, possibly related to the hidden profession. The NPC giving the mission was a holy knight. Pham Tran understood, so that's why they're following us. She agreed, they're stupid, ill-natured, and shameless as city walls. Pham Tran, shall we wait a bit? Pham Tran understood and laughed mischievously. We can do that, hee hee hee. She sternly said, Pham Tran, it seems we've arrived. The map shows a spatial rift ahead. Tan-an, like a beautiful guide, has led the team to the exact location. She continued showing the way. We can use reveal stones to find it. Originally, I thought only reveal stones could guide the group. But now, besides Pham Tran, there's also Valina. Pham Tran fully understood his teammates' abilities. He smiled happily and entrusted the task. No need for that. Ina can see it, so Valina, stay by my side. Receiving her trust, Ina couldn't help but feel delighted. Leave it to me. She snapped her fingers, and a swirling matrix appeared before everyone's eyes. It looked incredibly mystical, like an all-powerful unlocking force capable of opening any path ahead. Witnessing this, Tan An felt immensely proud of the little girl with extraordinary abilities. Ina is truly exceptional. Ina smiled back at her senior sister. Tan An is also very skilled. As the leader, Pham Tran saw the unity and bond among the members, his face beaming. Their journey couldn't be delayed, so he quickly gestured, "Let's go in and see." Pham Tran's group entered the level 30 silver-ranked spatial rift area. Not finding what they needed, Pham Tran turned to ask Tan An and Ina, "I can't find the item we're looking for. Where is the mission item?" Tan An couldn't find the item either, but she spoke up, sharing what she had gathered. "We may need to defeat monsters. Perhaps the boss of the spatial rift will drop the item." Pham Tran acknowledged the information with an okay response. But then, Ina, walking behind, noticed something strange. She immediately identified the issue and reported to her brother, "They're following us here too." The group from Tan village had caught up, chasing after Pham Tran's group. They blatantly trespassed without any restraint. The warrior spoke first, as expected of a mission related to the hidden profession. "Even the mission location is this special." Pham Tran showed his disdain, drawing a clear line. "Who let them in? Are they planning to steal our monsters?" Tan An reacted even more strongly. With disdainful eyes, she firmly drove them away. "Get out. I won't say it again." But those people clung like leeches. The warrior smugly made an excuse on behalf of the group. Earlier, they promised to help Tan An with this mission. How can they abandon it halfway? The mage who insulted Tan An earlier now said with a fake expression, "They came to help that old vixen, you know." They even twisted logic to justify their actions. What's Pham Tran's group afraid of? This spatial rift doesn't belong to Tan An. Why can't we enter? Tan An couldn't stand these despicable people, jumping and dancing in front of her, infuriated. She exposed their hypocritical pretense. Without Ina's unlocking ability and Tan An's map, how would you enter this place? "You shameless wench, I've tolerated you for too long. Shut your mouth." Of course, Pham Tran couldn't let Tan An suffer alone. As a great deity, if he didn't act righteously, how could he live up to his far-reaching reputation? Without long words, he firmly asked Tan An, "Do you want me to deal with them?" Tan An nodded. "Having too many people inside the spatial rift will destabilize it. Let me drive them back to Tan village." Pham Tran summoned his staff, ready to fight. Tan An, eager for battle, immediately decided, "Leave that wench to me." The Tan village group, seeing the deity about to attack them, turned to Tan An in horror, playing the victim. "Tan An, we came to help you." The mage, Harry Potter, couldn't stay calm and hastily tried to defuse the situation. Tan An listened to their explanation. Before he could finish, Pham Tran's cold voice resounded, sealing their fate. "Enough nonsense." Pham Tran lazily spoke, while setting up his attack formation. The petty saint illuminating heaven and earth formation appeared behind Pham Tran, predetermining the outcome of victory or defeat. The Tan village group, one by one, became fixed in the formation, unable to escape, along with them having to give up the arrogance they showed in front of Tan An earlier, which didn't yield good results. Their true nature was exposed. They didn't hesitate to speak the most audacious words. "We're not leaving." They even pointed at Pham Tran, "Don't you dare shut her up." In Pham Tran's group, even Vuina didn't stand behind him anymore. She wickedly opened her spellbook, looking at Tan An with sincere intention. "Sister Tan An, let me help you." This made Tan An feel an astonishing surge of attacking power. In her heart, she deeply hated those people. Now, the valuable chance for revenge was right before her. Tan An didn't care about status or position. Sword in hand, her sharp, knife-like gaze seemed to want to pierce through those people. She fiercely shouted, "Ina, well done." Yet the priest of Tan village still tried to speak. Tan An shouted loudly, "You can't kill me. You can't kill her." Before she could finish, one of Tan An's sword strikes knocked her body into the air. Divine sword technique. Tan An wielded her sword with overwhelming might. She silenced the woman. Pham Tran didn't interfere with how she dealt with those people, but upon witnessing Tan An brutally strike down that woman, he couldn't help but show concern and ask, "Tan An, why do you hate her so much? Why were you tolerant before? That's all in the past." Tan An didn't want to dwell on the past meanly, only smiling calmly when rescuing people. She didn't expect her to be so hateful. Moreover, those three before. Never mind, let's just fight the monsters. Hearing that, Pham Tran didn't inquire further. Their main task there was still to complete the mission. He immediately returned to work mode. Alright, I'll summon the monsters. Then Pham Tran used a healing spell to surround the area and open a crystal, which contained the monsters. Suddenly, a gigantic monster in the form of a black beetle crawled out. Its massive body and legs, with enlarged arms revealing sharp claws and fangs, made the monster look extremely ferocious. The system displayed information about the beast. This was a level 30 silver rank boss, the Black Steel Beetle King. Tan An didn't care about the boss's fierce appearance, but announced to the whole team system, reminding them that the quest item was on the monster's body. At the Deep Realms town square, there was a time shift gate, unlike the dimensional rift Valina had created to enter the quest area. Those people approached the gate and explored around it. This is an MO. Spoke to Kayla, a warrior of the Swordmasters Guild, first. It's a Deep Realm Fisher, level 30 star rank. Pham Tran's group focused their power to fight the monster. Pham Tran holding his scepter, Pham Tran prepared for the next attack. He looked serious as he commanded Tan An with an old rule. Tan An had been Pham Tran's close comrade for many years. His words to her carried deeper meaning. Their close cooperation had built a seamless fighting style. Now, Tan An responded immediately. She then performed the divine assault technique, setting up Pham Tran's finishing blow. Tan An faced the monster first, unleashing the divine scattering blast, a counterattack against the beast. Tan An's sharp slashes created waves of airstrikes, leaving disturbed spaces. Of course, though Tan An had a good start, it didn't mean an easy boss fight. To defeat the monster successfully, teamwork was crucial. Pham Tran didn't let Tan An fight alone. He quickly assigned Valina to provide support. Valina opened all her support skills to aid Tan An. Valina had been waiting to join the battle. She immediately adjusted her state for fighting monsters and shouted to acknowledge the order. A swirling illusory wind spell arose from her controlled hand motions. The opportunity had come. Pham Tran, after the path was cleared for his finishing blow on the monster, bravely charged straight at the enemy, embodying the spirit of the life sacrifice technique. Pham Tran's attack dealt massive damage, aimed directly at the monster's fatal spot, causing it to screech in pain. But that wasn't enough. Pham Tran decisively commanded, Tan An, hold it for 30 more seconds. Don't use damaging skills. Tan An immediately obeyed, unhesitatingly executing the Bagua formation. Tan An knelt, one hand holding a sword, the other a shield, mustering all her strength to create the Bagua formation, trapping the monster in its valiant center. A divine shield. Now it was up to Pham Tran. Of course, Pham Tran's request for the divine shield formation had a reason. Everything was going according to his plan. Witnessing the favorable development, Pham Tran sighed. If it continues like this, the Angel of Massacre will be summoned. 10 minutes later, Pham Tran had indeed summoned the Angel of Massacre, perfectly seizing the opportunity to defeat the boss. Formidable, no monster could withstand the power of a great deity like Pham Tran. The Beetle King screeched and collapsed. The system displayed, you have killed the silver rank boss, Black Tower Beetle King. After the successful hunt, quest rewards quickly appeared for the victors. Instead of hastily claiming his share, Pham Tran offered the exciting loot to his comrades first. Tan An, collect the items. Tan An, receiving such generous treatment, politely replied, I only need the quest item. The rest of the equipment belongs to you, Pham Tran. With courtesy, she said, I only need the quest item. The rest of the gear is all yours, Pham Tran. But Pham Tran politely declined. Even though I've reached this position, I've accumulated quite a bit. He generously smiled and explained, it's fine, take them. I don't need the golden equipment anyway. Seeing Pham Tran's insistence, Tan An understood there was no need to argue over the loot. Then I won't be courteous with you anymore. Tan An's system displayed, you have received the golden divine shield. Everything was settled. The equipment was collected. The three then left the quest area, following Pham Tran's lead. Let's go out. Passing through the gate, Pham Tran's party arrived at the Deep Realm Square. Immediately, Pham Tran was drawn to a group of 3 people. He quickly recognized their identities. Those are the sword masters of the Tu Gao Hall. One of them stared in astonishment, recognizing Pham Tran's identity. Is that the great deity Pham Tran? Pham Tran had no goodwill towards him. Facing the other party, he spoke without hesitation, and even skillfully boasted a little about his recent achievements. The Tu Gao Hall also came for the sub-realm. Then I'm truly sorry. We've already cleared this sub-realm. He paused briefly, then continued. Perhaps the spatial rift is about to disappear. The Tu Gao sword master didn't dare raise his voice. Suppressing his anger, he replied through gritted teeth, it's a small matter, a small matter. Our hall only intended to take a look. Tan An, on the same side as Pham Tran, offered some encouraging words. You didn't receive the quest. Then it's meaningless to enter the sub-realm. The Tu Gao sword masters had to represent their team. One of them reluctantly responded to the taunts. It turns out this was Tan An's sister's quest sub-realm. Congratulations on completing the quest, he said cordially, since we've met the great deity Pham Tran. Ah yes, of course. If we've encountered the great deity Pham Tran, I must also express my gratitude. Because after Pham Tran cleared the level 30 sub-realm, all the major academies unlocked unlimited access to the training rooms without time limits. All members of the Tu Gao Hall, including us, were able to reach level 30 so quickly. This is not just a simple expression of gratitude, but also a warning about the growing threat to Pham Tran's own rank. He politely said, following etiquette, the Tu Gao Hall leader has been courteous. Pham Tran thought to himself, ah yes, I almost forgot about this matter. It seems I must also hasten my leveling pace. The group had lingered there for too long. Pham Tran now found an excuse to leave. Tu Gao Hall leader, please attend to your matters. Pham Tran also has business to attend to. I'll take my leave first. But the Tu Gao sword master didn't want to end it like that. He called out to stop Pham Tran. Great deity Pham Tran, wait. He smiled and made a suggestive inquiry. Great deity, is Pham Tran interested in the hidden platinum level sub-realm? Not really. This remark caught Pham Tran's attention. He replied, oh, I am quite interested, but I have a quest to complete now. Swordmaster. The Tu Gao sword master immediately smiled and made another suggestion. No problem. We can become friends whenever we're ready to enter the sub-realm. We can contact each other then. Pham Tran's system panel received a friend request from the sword master. Tu Gao, player sword master, has sent you a friend request. Do you accept? Pham Tran had no objections. He casually responded, accepted. At this moment, the system voice sounded. You have been transported to the celestial capital. At the same time, the Tu Gao sword master sent a message. Great deity Pham Tran, we will contact you when the time comes. Pham Tran replied accordingly. He chatted with Vuana, praising, the Tu Gao sword master is indeed an interesting person. He even deliberately sent you a message to remind you, in case you forgot. Hearing this, Vuana asked her brother in confusion, do you really want to agree to that person's request? Vuana thought, I don't think he seems like a good person. Pham Tran laughed and said, he can't trap me. I have to go to the Radiant Temple to receive a quest. You go to the Commander's Manor or the Demon Sage's Manor and wait for me there. She obediently replied, yes, I understand. It's a pity Sister Tan An still can't reach the capital. Otherwise, you could have gone with her. Pham Tran waved goodbye. Be good, I'll see you later. Now Pham Tran had arrived in the next room. A girl came out to greet him, saying, Holy Envoy Pham Tran, the Great Elder is waiting for you inside. Seeing him enter, the Great Elder asked, have you obtained it? He replied, I have obtained it. Hearing this, the Elder praised, well done. Now the Great Elder bestowed upon him the Yin-Yang seal token, while saying, I heard from the Golden Tao Master that your name is on the list to receive the Radiance blessings. Next, go receive the Radiance blessings. Then, seize that opportunity to absorb the Radiance blessings. As he finished speaking, the system voice sounded. You have received the Yin-Yang seal token. After using it, you can absorb and store both the Radiant Divine Essence and the Dark Divine Essence. Among them, Pham Tran, having just received the seal token, said in surprise, "This really won't cause any problems, right?" In the blessing hall at this moment, Pham Tran arrived just in time to meet a tall subordinate. He said, "This is the blessing hall. Those without business, stay out." Hearing this, Pham Tran, holding a certification letter, smiled slightly and said, "I'm here to receive the Radiant's blessings." After verifying, the subordinate said, "The certification is valid, go on in." Pham Tran stepped inside, turned around and said, "That was troublesome." Upon entering the main hall, everyone was already standing there, waiting. Pham Tran approached, greeted them, and said, "Do you know how long the blessing ceremony will last?" The Taoist nun standing nearby answered in a daze, "The blessing time received by each person is different, but generally, the longer the time, the more blessings one receives." He smiled and thanked her, then thought to himself, "It seems I'll have to stay here for quite a while." Just as he finished speaking, the elder monk called out the next person. Hearing his name, Artisan Koa N stepped inside to receive the Radiant's blessings. Suddenly, a man entered from outside, drawing everyone's attention. He walked in while complaining annoyingly, "I didn't expect there to be so many people ahead. If I had known, I would have sent people to clear them out." That and Lu Min continued, "Elder monk, I'm here to receive blessings. Can you have those people wait and let me go first?" Hearing this, the elder angrily scolded Lu Min, "This is the blessing hall, not your home, quietly wait your turn." Seeing this, and Lu Min had no objections, only saying, all right, what a bother." At this moment, Pham Tran glanced at him, thinking, "I remember the Crimson Robe Grand Master and Hong Kwang is also from the Yin family. It seems relationships are highly valued within the church." Feeling stared at, he angrily shouted, "What are you looking at? Lining up with you peasants is beneath me." Pham Tran helplessly thought, "What an idiot." Right after, the elder monk called out, "Next person." The purple-haired girl, Mong Lap Lap, raised her hand and responded. Then she stepped inside to receive the blessings. Mong Lap Lap glanced back at Lu Min, and Lu Min lowered his head, saying nothing. Pham Tran observed and thought, "It seems there's some conflict between these two. But regardless, it has nothing to do with me. I'll just calmly wait." 20 minutes later, Pham Tran thought, "Finally, it's my turn." But the elder monk said, "Wait a moment," leaving Pham Tran puzzled. The elder monk continued, "The previous person's blessing time was quite long. The sacred sword statue needs time to recover its blessing power." Hearing this, Pham Tran thought, "I wonder, if the blessing power fully recovers, will it be enough for the yin-yang vase to absorb?" And Lu Min scratched his nose and said, "Typical peasants. I wonder how they obtain such a prestigious blessing position. They don't even understand this kind of appreciation." Hearing this, Pham Tran frowned and glanced at Lu Min, saying, "The blessing is not yet complete. No need to provoke conflict with this kind of person." 30 minutes later, the elder monk said, "The sacred sword statue has fully recovered. The one receiving the blessing, please step forward." Hearing this, Pham Tran stepped forward. The elder monk continued, "Great master, please use your supreme authority to bestow blessings upon your faithful follower." Pham Tran looked up at the brilliantly glowing sword. "You are receiving the Radiant's blessing. Please wait patiently." A radiant glow appeared before Pham Tran's forehead. The sword emanated a dazzling light. Seeing this, and Lu Min thought, "This guy looks ordinary, yet his blessing time is quite long. It's already been over 40 minutes, if this continues." And Lu Min loudly said to the elder monk, "That guy seems a bit abnormal. He's just a peasant. The blessing time is too long." The elder monk scolded, "Do not disturb the blessing. Perhaps he has exceptional talent." Receiving the master's recognition, a dazzling light surrounded Pham Tran. "You have completed the radiant blessing. Your special vocation has evolved. You have become a radiant disciple. You have received the radiant domain." Pham Tran was surprised, thinking his hidden job had advanced. He also received new abilities. The elder monk spoke up, "If this shepherd has completed the blessing, he may depart." And Lu Min also shouted loudly, "Yes, hurry up and get out of here. Don't delay. I'll use the yin-yang vase seal." A mark appeared on Pham Tran's hand. Pham Tran replied, "It's not over yet." Light emanated from the mark on the sword, and Lu Min angrily said, "Why is it not over yet? The power contained within the sacred sword statue is about to run out." The blessed sword cracked. Pham Tran went down and said, "My blessing is over, farewell." The elder monk replied, "The master highly recognizes your talent. I hope you won't disappoint him. It's just that the radiant sacred sword statue needs repair. I'm afraid we can't continue the blessing today." Pham Tran said embarrassedly, "Hee, sorry, Divine Father." Hearing this, and Lu Min angrily said, "Unacceptable. I must receive the blessing today." And Lu Min shouted to the elder monk, "Tomorrow is my coming-of-age ceremony. I have to go to the wilderness area to hunt and kill a Bronze Lord-level monster." He glanced at the elder monk and explained, "With my current strength, without the Radiant's blessing, I may die." The elder monk understood in Lu Min's intention. There's no other way then. Pham Tran was about to leave, but Lu Min loudly called him back. "You, stay." He grabbed Pham Tran's collar angrily, yelling at him for delaying. "I will proceed with the radiant blessing. You are going to leave as if it's none of your concern." Pham Tran looked at Lu Min threateningly. "I only came to receive the radiant blessing. Other matters are not my concern. And take your hand off me." "Stop, let me say it again." And Lu Min was a bit scared and stuttered, You, I'm certain you're up to something sinister. I have reason to suspect you're intentionally trying to harm me." Pham Tran calmly said, "The first time we met, you said I want to harm you. Do you have a brain problem?" And Lu Min suddenly cast a spell, summoning a spear, and said, "I suspect you're a heretic cult follower infiltrating the church. I will pass judgment on you." Pham Tran frowned. "You want to attack me in the Radiant Sanctuary? Are you crazy?" But Lu Min ignored Pham Tran's words. He cast another spell, summoning a large sphere flying towards Pham Tran. He shouted loudly, "Die!" Pham Tran casually dodged Lu Min's attack with his sword. Pham Tran showed no mercy, gripping his sword tightly, saying, "You brought this upon yourself." After speaking, Pham Tran swung his sword, casting a spell, a golden light enveloping his hand. He cast a healing spell. Immediately, a vortex attacked Lu Min. Lu Min angrily doubted, "The Earth Shield can absorb over 10,000 damage points. How could it be cracked? Who are you, really?" Pham Tran mocked Lu Min. "This turtle shell is your only defense." The elder monk stepped in to mediate. "Stop this." Pham Tran glanced at him contemptuously and said, "You kept quiet before, but now that I've acted, you want to stop me. Why should I listen to you?" Pham Tran continued casting minor holy light heaven opening formation. Immediately, a magic circle surrounded the area below, and Lu Min was trapped inside, but he seemed unaffected. Pham Tran frowned, pondering, "Why is there no damage yet?" Suddenly, the crimson-robed patriarch in Hong Kwang appeared, dispelling Pham Tran's technique. He said, "Emissary Pham Tran, fighting in the Bamboo Blessing Hall. You seem rather arrogant." Pham Tran withdrew his technique and mocked, "Speaking of arrogance, how could I match the one standing beside you, Great Patriarch N?" And Hong Kwang turned to Lu Min and asked him, "Did you attack first, Lu Min?" And Lu Min hurriedly explained, "I suspected he was a heretic cult follower. Master, quickly kill him." And Hong Kwang coldly looked at Lu Min. "The Golden Path Patriarch recommended him to our sect. He cannot be a heretic cult follower. Or are you questioning the Golden Path Patriarch's judgment?" And Lu Min became meek, saying, "Who dares question that venerable one?" And Hong Kwang gently appeased the saint emissary Pham Tran. "Today's incident was my grandson's misunderstanding. Would you accept my compensation on his behalf?" Pham Tran turned and left indifferently. "No need. Let's not meet again next time. I will end his life to dispel this misunderstanding." And Lu Min complained to Hong Kwang, "He cracked the holy statue. His sword harmed me, preventing my blessing. Yet he was so arrogant." And Hong Kwang said solemnly, "Do not provoke him further. I will find a way to resolve the blessing matter." Pham Tran glanced at the two, pondering, "After all, I underestimated the enemy. Yet I let him live. Next time, I must take his life." The purple-haired receptionist appeared, saying to Pham Tran, "Sir, please follow me. The great elder instructed me to lead you to him." Pham Tran replied to the girl, "Let's go." As he walked, he thought, "Time to check the new profession's information. The Holy Light Priest can be advanced. I can learn the priest profession, which includes all support and judgment skills. The Holy Light domain is mid-tier. After activation, it forms a 30 meters diameter Holy Light domain. Each day, it can be used at most level times 10%, currently 3 times. The total overtime is level times 50% minutes. Holy Light Domain. Effect 1. Within the domain, the 4 basic attributes including physique, strength, agility, and intelligence are increased by level times 2%, currently 68%. Effect 2. Within the domain, movement speed increases by level times 10%. Effect 3. All enemies attempting to cross the boundary will be imprisoned for 5 seconds. Seeing this, Pham Tran thought silently. The profession's innate skills are amazing. The system continued. Holy Light Body is mid-tier. After activation, it grants immunity to all control effects. Each day, it can be used for level times 75% minutes, currently 25.5 minutes. Holy Light Transfiguration is mid-tier. After activation, it transforms any skill used by the target, except seals, into your own offensive skill. Each day, it can be used level times 15% times, currently 5 times. He thought of advancing both innate skills as well, gaining more life-preserving methods, and calmed down. In the hall, Jack Company asked, "Have you absorbed the Holy Light Divine Power?" Pham Tran forced a wry smile and said, "I have absorbed it, but there was a slight incident during the process. While absorbing the divine essence, the Holy Light Sword statue cracked. I don't know if it will cause others to doubt me." Chad Company said, "Only when absorbing divine power beyond the limit will cracks appear. I had already controlled the capacity of the seal beforehand. By the way, how long did your blessing last?" Pham Tran opened his eyes wide and said, "Over 40 minutes, which made Chad Company gasp. He asked, "Why so long? What ability did you receive after the blessing?" He replied, "Profession evolution. I went from Holy Ground Light to Holy Light Priest." Chad Company said solemnly, "You must know, you are treading the same path as the Holy Light God. Before the Holy Light God ascended, he too went from Holy Ground to Holy Priest." Hearing this, Pham Tran pondered and said, "So if I complete this path, is it possible that I will become the next Holy Light God?" Then he thought, "But can there really be 2 Holy Light Gods?" Ko replied, "It's uncertain if 2 Holy Light Gods can appear. You know, from now on, it's good that the church will pay more attention to you. You must be absolutely cautious. The good news is, once you have the opportunity, you will be able to legitimately become the Pope, taking over the Holy Light Church." He asked, "What about the cracked statue?" Ko replied, "Don't worry about it. The Holy Light blessing allowed you to become the Holy Light Priest. No one knows how much divine power was ultimately consumed." Hearing this, Pham Tran asked, "How should I use the divine power I absorbed?" Ko held up a book and said, "Your level is too low to directly control divine power. This is a secret technique I created after sitting idle for 100 years. It can help you use divine power. The Holy Light Divine Power technique is a special skill that allows you to utilize divine power through secret techniques. After learning it, you can combine the Holy Light Divine Power and the Dark Divine Power you've absorbed. After combining, you'll obtain the Holy Dark Divine Power, which can buff your attack with a percentage effect. The more divine power, the stronger the effect." Pham Tran received it and said, "Thank you. Unfortunately, my skills are insufficient." The system reported, "Have you learned a new skill? You have learned the Holy Dark Divine Power technique." Jack Company said, "According to the world's rules, each person can only possess 9 types of skills. But you don't need to worry. This is just a technique for transfer. Wait until you level up, then you can remove it." He replied, "That's good then, senior. There's one more thing I want to ask you. Do you remember that enforcer, Yu Han, whom I asked you to find before?" He frowned and said, "How could I forget?" He said seriously, "I discovered some things at his residence. Do you know the plan of the Holy Light Church's angel?" Hearing this, he asked, "You're asking about the angel's plan?" Ko said, "I just returned to the church not long ago. I've never heard of this before. Is it related to the previous bishop's matter?" Pham Tran briefly replied, "I can't explain it clearly for now. Wait until I have time later. I will tell you the details, senior." Then he planned to leave, saying, "I still need to investigate this matter first." As he left, he thought to himself, "I wonder what the situation is now in the underground room at Yu Han's residence. Let me go take a look." Church Residential Area Note 1235, Li Wei Ear. Upon arrival, he realized this place seemed to have been renamed. He used the flash technique to enter and take a look inside. When he entered, he found that the interior had been sealed off. A voice appeared, "What are you looking for?" Pham Tran glanced back and saw it was the sect leader Kim Dao Fu. He said, "Apologies, Holy Envoy Pham Tran, What are you doing here? Seeing this, Pham Tran secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Why is he inside here? It's a good thing that at home, I always wear the heartstone, otherwise I'd be in trouble, he said, correcting himself slightly. Now I am the Holy Envoy of Light. You can correct the way you address me. Hearing this, Kim Dao Fu asked in surprise, the Holy Envoy of Light. What have you done, boy? He scoffed, I thought you could see it. Anyway, before, with just a glance, you immediately recognized my identity as a Holy Envoy. He forced a smile and replied, the reason I knew you were the Holy Envoy of Light is because the Pope himself told me. The Pope possesses authority and also possesses profound wisdom. Corresponding to that authority, Pham Tran pretended to laugh and said, oh, so that's how it is. The Pope is indeed great. In his heart, he thought, profound wisdom is like the player's system, even more comprehensive than the system itself. After all, in this life, I've never seen the Pope. Kim Dao Fu asked, you still haven't told me how you became a holy envoy. He calmly replied, it was the blessing of light. Then he continued to inquire, well then, let's return to the issue from before. The holy envoy asked, why did you come to Yu Han's former residence? Annoyed with the person in front of him, he said, why do you keep remembering this matter? Do you think I'm making excuses if I don't explain? Kim Dao Fu said solemnly, no need to explain. You were the one who initially lured Yu Han away from the Holy Palace, right? You also knew about the Angel Project. Hearing this, Pham Tran frowned and said, so you already knew everything, why ask me again? As an otherworldly adventurer, representing the righteous Holy Envoy, the Church of Light worship, I want to destroy the evil plan of human experimentation. Isn't that reasonable? He chuckled and said, it's very reasonable, I think so too. I believe Holy Envoy Pham Tran will definitely be able to destroy this plan. After saying that, the system appeared, activating a special mission. Destroy the Angel Project. Accept or not? Pham Tran said in surprise, what do you really want to do? Kim Dao Fu calmly said, from the beginning, I opposed this plan, but the Patriarch and some others insisted. I couldn't stop them. We also can't let them carry out that work. So I arranged people to keep an eye on Yu Han. Without hesitation, he asked, so you were the one who replaced Yu Han, and you killed him? He replied, yes, I did it. Even though I intended to stop this plan, I couldn't let others ruin the church's reputation. However, our ultimate goal is the same. After speaking, he also decided. The system notified, you have accepted the special mission to destroy the Angel Project. He thought to himself, being caught by Kim Dao Fu for conspiring with the palace. This time it's hard to get off the tiger's back. I have no choice but to accept this mission. Pham Tran asked, you're right, so can you tell me what I need to do? The mission details are, go to the church's secret underground altar, and destroy all the experimental equipment inside. Seeing that, he thought to himself, the underground altar. Kim Dao Fu reminded him, remember, no matter what you see in there, you cannot tell anyone else. Including the Angel Project, you must keep it strictly confidential. Pham Tran asked further, so where is this underground altar? He replied, it's in a village outside the Imperial City, called Wan Nian Village. I'll send you the address. Let me remind you, it's getting dark soon. It's best to wait until daylight to go. Map information updated. After speaking, he left. As he was leaving, he thought, it's not convenient to act at night, so I should go get a permit from the guild headquarters. When the time came, he and the little demons had a place to stop. At the martial arts ground. At the counter, there was a middle-aged man. He asked, what's your business? Seeing this, Pham Tran wondered, isn't this the martial arts ground to apply for permits? The guild headquarters, right. Do you offer any other services? He replied politely, no, it's just been a long time, nothing else. The guild has a total of 4 sizes, small, medium, large, and extra large. He continued, but for adventurers like you, we recommend the extra large guild headquarters, which will definitely suit you better. Before he finished, Pham Tran smiled and said, medium size. Hearing that, the man's attitude changed from the beginning. The medium guild headquarters, he said reluctantly, costs 20,000 gold for the paperwork and land. Hearing that, he thought to himself, the gods' prices are outrageous. Then he showed a card and said, I heard I can use this for a discount, is that right? Seeing the card, the man's mood brightened. Of course. It turns out you're a noble lord, my apologies. I'll go process the paperwork for you right away. Just 15,000 gold and here's your land deed. After speaking, he handed Pham Tran the land deed. The Medium Guild headquarters land deed is. After using it, you can choose an unoccupied plot of land nearby to establish the guild headquarters. The maximum permitted area is 2,000 square meters. Only the new guild leader can use it. He received it, thinking to himself, the noble status is quite convenient. Suddenly, someone was signaling him. Pham Tran, you're still in the Imperial City. I have something to tell you. He thought, is Lac Lan Wei looking for me? Wondering where Lac Lan Wei appeared from, he calmly said her name. What's up? She said in a panic. Brother, I've reached the extreme western lands, Tran Te Vong. Seeing this, Pham Tran asked in confusion, huh? It's good to go train, but did you just look for me to tell me this? She said weakly, after he was punished, I realized I'm too weak. I don't have the ability to protect my family, so I want to become a warrior. He asked curiously, I'm a priest, I can't teach you. She said sadly, my parents left me a sword, it's now in the outskirts. I want to go get it, but that place is a bit dangerous, so I need your help. Quest activated. Lac Lan Wei's request accept or decline. Seeing this, he asked, where is the location? Lac Lan Wei said, in the outskirts near Van Nine village. Hearing that, Pham Tran thought, what a coincidence, the same place as the underground shrine. The plot is too obvious. Looks like I have no choice but to go. Thinking it over, he reluctantly agreed, alright, I'll accept this quest. At Van Nine village, Lac Lan Wei said, this is the village where my father used to live. The sword that he and my mother left behind is buried on the mountain. Hearing that, he asked curiously, are there monsters on the mountain? She said grimly, ferocious beasts often roam the mountain. I don't know how to fight, so I need you to lead me up there. Pham Tran's expression darkened as he thought, in her previous life, she was a pure holy maiden, the renowned reputation of the church's high priestess. Now she claims to be a helpless damsel, is that logical? He asked, you don't know how to fight. Lac Lan Wei replied with a smile, of course I don't know how. My brother is a royal guard, someone has to take care of the household. Pham Tran asked further, Lac Lan Tin went to the extreme western lands, so you want to learn how to fight? She replied, it's not entirely because of him. Do you know Lord Tui De too? Hearing that, he wondered, the most mysterious of the 4 cardinal archbishops in crimson, from the Illuminati Church. She recounted, a few days ago, my sister suggested that I join the Illuminati Church. He asked, did you agree? Pondering in his heart, could this be the reason Lac Lan Wei became the pure holy maiden? Lac Lan Wei calmly explained, if I had agreed, I wouldn't need to ask for your help. I must have refused my sister, and as a result, she said she knew the whereabouts of our parents. Hearing that, Pham Tran asked, why does it have anything to do with your parents? Before she could finish, she suddenly shouted, be careful, there's a ferocious spirit beast charging at us. He just waved his hand, and it was already howling in pain. Seeing what just happened, she asked admiringly, you're that strong. Pham Tran smiled and said, leave the monsters to me. You just lead the way and don't worry. After saying that, the two continued forward. Upon reaching the grave, she said sadly, this is the grave where my parents' clothes and belongings were buried before they left Van Nine village. They built this grave, and said if they didn't return, we should come here, to make offerings to them. My brother and I used to come often, to make offerings to them. I thought I would never be able to see them again in this life. Hearing her heartfelt words, he realized her intention. So you took the sword too? Before he could finish, she replied, to go find them. I don't believe Lord Tweed did too. I want to find them myself. To leave the Imperial City, I need the ability to protect myself. After saying that, she stretched out her hand, and a sword flew up from the ground into her palm. He wondered about this sword. Lac Lan Wei quickly explained, the Lac Tui sword. My parents said it was destined to be mine. Now I understand the meaning of those words. Then she took out a key and continued, thank you for helping me obtain the Lac Tui. This is your reward. When he received it, he didn't know its use. The system reported, Imperial City Key. This key can open the gate of house number 12, Bao Bin Alley, North City, Imperial City of Heavenly Descent. Lac Lan Wei calmly said, it's the key to my house. Pham Tran thought, she's even giving me her house key. Could it be the next step is inviting me to stay over? He asked, isn't this going too fast? Hearing him, Lac Lan Wei blushed and said, what are you thinking? That house is your reward. The two looked at each other, their faces flushed. Pham Tran coughed to ease the awkwardness. Ahem, let's go. I'll escort you down the mountain. After a while, feeling it was enough, she bid farewell. You can leave me here, thank you. He replied, be careful on your way back. Contact me if you need anything. Watching her leave, he thought to himself, hopefully in this life, you can hold on to your beliefs, and refuse the church's temptations. Otherwise, the pure white saint will appear again. The church's power will surpass even the monarch's authority. In the future, we may become enemies. The map showed an underground altar nearby, but it was built openly in a residential area. How is this possible? Upon entering, he wondered if this was the entrance. It doesn't seem like a secret underground place. Then many magic arrays appeared behind him. He thought, sealing magic arrays. So that's how it is. Suddenly, 3 demon ladies appeared in front of him out of nowhere. Pham Tran guessed silently. These must be the test subjects for the Angel Project. Besides the demon ladies, there was also a path. Deciding to release them, he used beast rage. The 3 demon ladies turned extremely ferocious. They charged towards Pham Tran, shouting, kill the intruder. Seeing this, he thought, no saving them now. Then he used the Petty Saint Radiance Array. The 3 demon ladies were swept away. Afterwards, he thought, the mission isn't complete yet. There must be something down that path. While his beast power hadn't faded, without further thought, he ran quickly down the path to the underground altar. Before Pham Tran stood a woman, who looked like an angel. He thought, this test subject seems special. Suddenly, the woman spoke. An angel has descended. Pham Tran opened his eyes wide in surprise, thinking, angel wings, golden pupils. What kind of experiment is this? Did the church's angel project succeed? The woman flapped her wings, her expression not very pleased. This frail body, she said, cannot bear my descent. Suddenly, her expression turned to one of shock and panic. Pham Tran thought silently. Because it couldn't withstand the power of the descending angel, it shattered. Pham Tran received a notification. You have completed the mission to destroy the Angel Project. Pham Tran couldn't believe it was that easy. He wondered, the mission was completed so easily. The Pontiff Bon Duc stepped forward and spoke, Saint Pham Tran, do you know you have destroyed my life's work? Pham Tran turned and asked Pontiff Bon Duc, why are you wandering around in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Pontiff Bon Duc calmly replied to Saint Pham Tran, I was about to ask you the same. Pontiff Bon Duc asked Pham Tran, this is the underground altar of the project, Pham Tran. There's nothing strange about me being here. Then Pontiff Bon Duc asked in return, what's strange is a saint being here? Pham Tran frowned and thought, then suddenly shouted loudly, what? This evil experiment site is related to you. Could it be you're a follower of the evil cult hiding in the church? Kim Dao Fu showed an angry expression, saying, Saint Pham Tran, don't speak nonsense. Pontiff Bon Duc said, the Pope himself has always known about the existence of this underground altar. Its existence is to strengthen the power of the church, yet you destroyed it. What were you really after? Pham Tran asked in return, so the Pope ordered you to come here. Pontiff Bon Duc naturally replied, there's no need to report this to the Pope. I will punish you myself. As he spoke with Bon Duc, Pham Tran became even more confused. He wondered, how does Bon Duc know I'm a saint of light? It seems someone has played a dirty trick. How interesting that the Pope doesn't know, you said. Bon Duc turned around, exuding authority, and said, destroying the holy altar is a grave sin. I will punish you in the name of the church. Pham Tran showed no fear, but remained perfectly calm. You're being too hasty, he said. Go ahead and try. I'd like to see that. Before Pontiff Bon Duc could act, Kim Dao Fu appeared and intervened, saying, you're both members of the church. There's no need to turn on each other. Pontiff Bon Duc replied. To Kim Dao Fu, he destroyed the underground altar. He must be punished. Kim Dao Fu said, punishment must follow the rules. Kim Dao Fu affirmed firmly, in my capacity as pontiff, I will vouch for Saint Pham Tran. If you wish to punish him, you must come to me first, by the rules. Having said that, Kim Dao Fu immediately turned and left, telling Pham Tran, let's go. Pham Tran replied cheerfully with a bright smile, okay. Ah, I see. So this was Kim Dao Fu's intention. Kim Dao Fu turned back to Pham Tran and said, don't worry about Bon Duc's punishment. I'll take care of it for you. Then, Kim Dao Fu took out a feather and gave it to Pham Tran, saying, this is your reward. An angel's refined feather. It seems to be a feather that fell from some angel's body. After using it, your movement speed increases by 15%. If you have the ability to fly, your flight speed increases by 30%. Using the refined angel's feather, movement speed increased by 15%. Flight speed increased by 30%. Pham Tran was delighted. This is awesome. Then Pham Tran bid farewell. I'll be going now. Kim Dao Fu said to Saint Pham Tran, even though I saved you, there's not even a word of thanks. Pham Tran was puzzled. Saved me? Wasn't it you who invited Bon Duc here? Pontiff Bon Duc's scheme was exposed by Pham Tran, but he didn't panic. He laughed ominously, looking at his opponent and asking, how did you know? Pham Tran didn't hide his thoughts. You were calm and honest. Bon Duc called you a saint when he saw you. Moreover, until now, only you knew this identity of Pham Tran. Putting those reasons together, isn't my conclusion too obvious? When Pham Tran said that, the other person had no way to deny it. He lowered his head in admission. How unexpected, that Saint Pham Tran would be so perceptive. At this point, Pham Tran didn't argue further with his opponent. He spoke directly to Pontiff Kim Dao Fu without hesitation. If you want me to owe you a favor, then just give me a gift directly. Why go around in circles and waste both our time? At this, Pontiff Kim had no choice but to explain his current situation. The destruction of the frozen cinnabar altar was inevitable. I originally intended to use the holy altar to gain your trust as the pontiff, but I didn't expect to be seen through so quickly. Upon hearing this, Pham Tran did not make it difficult for Pontiff Kim Dao Fu, but left a way out for both their interests. He responded boldly to Pontiff Kim Dao Fu, trust must come from both sides. I, Pham Tran, also hope the pontiff has some trust in me, but still ensuring necessary safety for myself. The pontiff did not readily accept. He built trust in his response without any pretense. In a situation where I cannot read Pham Tran's thoughts, the smarter you are, the harder it is for me to trust you. Seeing him ponder like that, Pham Tran spoke up humorously, you make a good point. Next time, I'll be more cunning. Pontiff Kim Dao Fu glanced at Pham Tran. Without much thought, he calmly threatened, I will always keep an eye on Pham Tran. If I find you are content with the sect, I will immediately deal with you. Then he promptly bid farewell and left. Pham Tran watched the other's lively back fade away. Following courtesy, he promised, I will wait then. The pontiff's parting words left Pham Tran with many concerns. After all, he did not hide his intentions, to monitor Pham Tran's every move. So every plan must be executed more carefully now. Being closely watched by this man, he would have to be even more cautious in the future. As the two parted, night fell over the city. The next day, the system displayed its default greeting, welcome back to the world of deities. Today, Vuana will still be your companion. She looked at the person beside her curiously, hey, what will you do today? Soon after, she received Pham Tran's reply, leave the city now. Go to the Fairy Valley to build the headquarters. Vuana excitedly spread her arms and walked, saying cheerfully, yes, to the vast and deep Vansangintang. Just like its name, Pham Tran and Vuana walked down the path, lined with towering ancient trees on both sides. This mountain range is so vast, their journey would still be long. Pham Tran looked around and told Vuana, the map outside the Imperial City is huge. We must cross the Vansorn Range to reach the Fairy Valley. Vuana also observed the other side of the forest. Suddenly, she noticed something strange and reported, brother, there are people over there. Pham Tran was surprised and asked cautiously, oh, it was a group of 5 people approaching them. The one in the lead wore a dull yellow robe, leading the group, called Cowan. On the other side was a one-eyed overlord thorn serpent, a suitable level for Cow to complete the coming-of-age ceremony. Pham Tran recognized the one called Cowan. It must be in Lu Men. Yesterday, after receiving blessings at the Radiant Sanctuary, he had said he would behead him next time. He didn't expect to meet him so soon. It seemed the will of heaven had arranged it. Having said that, he decided to settle the grudge himself. He did not forget to instruct Vuana, follow and observe me, but don't get too close. Vuana readily agreed, yes. He observed the group of people. After some thought, 5 people seemed difficult to handle. But no matter. Fortunately, he had brought Inatel towards Lu Men. The leader spoke as they were about to arrive. At this moment, Pham Tran was standing right behind that group of people. A ferocious one-eyed thorn serpent suddenly appeared. It took the form of a wolf. The leader declared to Cowan that it was the one-eyed thorn serpent, and Lu Men, standing behind, quickly decided to choose it. Before Lu Men could do anything, the commander, following the request, instructed him, as per the pontiff's instructions, you need to fight the overlord-level beast alone and behead it, bringing its head back to complete the coming-of-age ceremony. We subordinates will drive away any other monsters. In Lu Men, you can act without worry. And Lu Men, undaunted, arrogantly declared, after receiving Radiance's blessings, my power has increased. A one-eyed thorn serpent. This puny thing is nothing. Using it to complete the coming-of-age ceremony. And Lu Men demonstrated his spells, extremely overconfident. He used a binding spell, suspending the wolf spirit in midair, causing it to howl. But that was not enough to subdue the wolf. It leapt up onto invisible steps, attacking Lu Men fiercely. Pham Tran, standing in a corner, watched Lu Men fight the monster. The opportunity had arrived. Pham Tran entered the fray. He instructed Vuana, I'll clear the battlefield. Please watch the others for me. If anyone slips through, act without hesitation. Vuana immediately agreed, yes, brother. The group's leader, Lu Men, suddenly sensed the presence of an intruder. He turned his head towards Pham Tran, angrily shouting, who's there? Another named Hai Dukin. Unaware of what was happening, he was even more unaware of the intrusion by the outsider, Pham Tran. So he asked Lu Van in utter confusion, what's going on? But after all, they were Lu Men's men. Their duty was to protect Lu Men. They couldn't let their master suffer any harm. Hai Dukin shouted loudly, gather the team, be ready for any contingency. Cao En's coming-of-age ceremony cannot have any flaws. They gathered. Lu Van stood by, scanning every corner, trying to find the enemy. Lu Van felt strange and told his teammates, I just heard a noise, but I can't detect the enemy. They gathered together, unanimously expressing their resolve to serve their master. And Lu Men was completing his coming-of-age ceremony. No one was allowed near. No one could watch. Seeing Pham Tran was inevitable, because at that moment, he was watching the three from atop an ancient tree branch. Pham Tran mused, only 3 people. But there was nothing stopping Pham Tran from fighting anymore. So let's deal with these 3 first. With those words, he created the Little Holy Light Heaven Opening Formation, a divine defensive spell that suppressed all of Lu Men's group's actions, trapping them in a Bagua formation, with no way out. Hai Dukin noticed the formidable spell before him, extremely powerful. He shouted a warning to his teammates, the enemy is attacking with demonic magic. The Little Holy Light Heaven Opening Formation, like the Grim Reaper's scythe descending, slowly taking away the enemy's life. Immediately, Lu Men's group felt clearly that their lives were being severely damaged. Unable to withstand the terrifying harm, he couldn't endure it. Hai Dukin's reaction was even more exaggerated. He screamed miserably, I don't want to die. Even Lu Van, surely, had never encountered an enemy so cunning before. They didn't even know what the enemy looked like yet. That would be the most humiliating defeat. He, like Hai Dukin, didn't want to die like that. But before they could make up their minds, one of Pham Tran's moves sent them all back to the respawn point. Only then did Pham Tran step out majestically, parting the curtain of light. That's how he dealt with those 3. Only one person's whereabouts were still unclear. At this point, on Lu Men's side, he was still struggling in agony, trying to kill the monster to complete the coming-of-age ceremony. But the problem was, even with additional resources, Lu Men couldn't successfully defeat the monster. No matter how hard he tried, it was futile. Compared to Pham Tran, who dispatched 3 warriors with a flick of his wrist, the difference was like heaven and earth. Pham Tran approached Lu Men, planning his next move as he walked, determined to kill Lu Men as well, to prevent any further trouble. Fortunately, by the time Pham Tran arrived, Lu Men had already killed the monster. One problem was gone, but then, another Grim Reaper was sent to threaten his life. Pham Tran didn't forget to greet the other person, Lu Men. What a dreadful coincidence to meet again. Pham Tran's words struck like a thunderbolt. The opponent was startled in terror. He couldn't have expected this. But above all, Annoyance had consumed in Lu Min's mind. He shouted loudly at Pham Tran, "You!" Pham Tran didn't mince words, but stated directly his purpose for finding in Lu Min. "Last time I said if we met again, I deal with you. I'm here to keep that promise," and was stunned by his opponent's murderous intent, not concealed at all, but fully revealed, deliberately letting him realize his own life was about to end. Facing this demonic presence before him, and Lu Min could be arrogant for a moment, but of course he also understood Pham Tran's power, how terrifying it was. Those were no idle threats. So he screamed for help from his subordinates, "Are you crazy? Lu Van, hurry and save me." Pham Tran had calculated everything. Only the two of them remained in this space. No one else could save in Lu Min anymore. He coldly announced, "Don't shout, they're all dead." Pham Tran decisively unleashed a threatening move to intimidate in Lu Min for a moment, and had enough resilience to withstand this strike. But a slight effort from Pham Tran, a mere threat, awakened the fear within in Lu Min. He panicked, crying out that Pham Tran couldn't kill him. His reaction gave Pham Tran a momentary satisfaction. He glared at him and said, "Didn't you say that last time?" Then Pham Tran formed a minor holy light strike, the heaven opening formation, which had killed 3 people earlier. Seeing this attack, and Lu Min became even more frantic. He, of course, knew the lethality of this killing move, so he mustered all his innate strength to resist it. In a flash, and Lu Min only survived thanks to his blessed abilities. He angrily turned to Pham Tran and threatened him, "You'll pay a heavy price for this." Then he left. And Lu Min knew clearly he could never defeat Pham Tran. At this point, he sought to escape. "I must hurry back and find my uncle." But Pham Tran had already spread his dark wings, soaring in the compressed space. The surrounding silence, as if an evil spirit had descended. He was determined this was in Lu Min's day of death. His tricks to preserve life were ultimately useless. The final move Pham Tran prepared for in Lu Min was the Angel's Song. A decisive, lethal strike, far more powerful than the minor holy light heaven opening formation he had used in previous battles. The Angel's Song was truly in Lu Min's death sentence. He could do nothing more than watch as Pham Tran decided his fate, whether to scream or not. It should not have been this way. At the same time, and Lu Min's last subordinate, standing from afar, witnessed everything but dared not intervene to save his master, until his master was truly defeated. Only then did he show himself, confirming the tragic news that An was dead. He was the last glimmer of hope for the entire clan. He knew how to act appropriately. He had to report back to the An clan leader. Welina, while activating her magic with the book in her hand, turned to Pham Tran and said, "Brother, that fish is slipping through the net over there. He's preparing to teleport away." Pham Tran shouted an order to stop him. Then a sealing illusion was deployed. Chiam Tai ran in panic, thinking he was doomed. He used a haste spell to accelerate his escape. Welina's spell, determined in his mind, "I can't fall into their hands." Welina continued holding up her book, casting a haste spell on Pham Tran. He took wing and swiftly flew towards Chiam Tai's location. Smiling, he praised, "Well done, Welina." Then, while using her own magic, Welina also said to Pham Tran, "Brother, it seems he hasn't gone too far yet, but enough to use an invisibility spell." At that moment, due to Welina's dispel invisibility spell, Chiam Tai was revealed before Pham Tran's eyes. His face was utterly panic-stricken. Pham Tran leaned in close, narrowed his eyes, and said with a smile, "Did you really think you could escape until the end? So you knew the invisibility spell?" Seeing death was near, Chiam Tai stammered pleadingly with a despairing look, "Spare me, please." But Pham Tran now opened his eyes and said calmly, as if issuing a death sentence, "I'm sorry, it's too late." Then he used a killing move to eliminate Chiam Tai, whose body gradually faded away, indicating a player's death in the game. Having dealt with the last prey, Pham Tran said happily, "Done." Pham Tran also had some thoughts. "I hope in Hong Kong didn't use things like tracking spells on An Lu Min, but it doesn't matter." Thinking that, Pham Tran continued walking and said, "Let's go." To Kai Lak Tien. Ahead, Welina excitedly led the way, happily humming a tune before the Kai Lak Tien ravine. Pham Tran continued using the monsters in this ravine to train and increase his level. Before his eyes, he used his ultimate move, eliminating a wolf. The system announced, "You have reached level 35. Pham Tran sheathed his sword and said with a smile, "Not bad, leveled up." Then the two entered the Kai Lak Tien ravine. The scenery before them was picturesque. The mountains, rocks, trees, grass, and streams were all exquisitely beautiful. It truly lived up to its name, Fairy Ravine. Faced with the picturesque scenery, Pham Tran did not hesitate to praise it. Indeed, a suitable guild headquarters, surrounded by 4 mountain faces. The only entrance was also blocked by monsters. Wilina, delighted by the beautiful scenery, exclaimed, "So beautiful." Next came the construction process for Pham Tran's guild headquarters. The system notified, "Do you have land deeds?" No medium-sized guild headquarters here. Pham Tran selected yes, but then received a failed to use notification. The system informed him that a boss resided in this area. It's an occupied area, so it cannot become a guild headquarters. Pham Tran's face showed disappointment as he said, "I almost forgot. There's still a boss here. If I remember correctly, this boss is under the lake." Wilina's expression showed no less disappointment. Following his words and gaze, she looked down into the lake. Then he used his sword to strike powerfully into the lake, intending to lure the boss out. As the still lake waters showed no reaction, Pham Tran thought silently, "Come out already." As desired, the boss emerged from the depths of the lake. According to the system information, it was the White Viper Violet Eye. A platinum-ranked boss at level 45. Pham Tran took flight, raised his sword, and used a powerful healing spell on the boss. Although the White Viper Violet Eye was hit, its health did not decrease at all. Seeing this, Pham Tran frowned in puzzlement. What's going on? Why is there no damage? Suddenly, a stranger named Deep Tan Quan appeared. He stood on the White Viper Violet Eye, holding a wine jar, and said to Pham Tran, "This is my drinking companion that I raised. You cannot kill it." Pham Tran thought. In his past life, the Kai Lak Tien ravine did not belong to any guild. Many came to kill this snake, but he had never heard that this snake had an owner. Deep Tan Quan, that name sounded strange. Pham Tran asked, "What do you want?" Deep Tan Quan rudely set a condition. "Buy me some wine bottles. I'll let you kill this snake." Pham Tran, surprised, said, "I can buy wine, but I don't have much money. You can't expect me to spend my own money on this." Wilina whispered, "Brother, this max-level person is very strong." Deep Tan Quan replied, "I know you have money. If you buy me wine, I can help you with my specialty." Pham Tran doubtfully asked, "What is your specialty?" Deep Tan Quan confidently said, "Killing people." Then he urged Pham Tran, "Go on. Remember to buy 2 low buck. I only drink that kind." The server announced, "Special quest activated. Will you accept Deep Tan Quan's request?" After getting Pham Tran's agreement, the server announced, "You have accepted the quest. Quest details. Find 2 low buck wine for Deep Tan Quan. Time limit, 10 minutes. Pham Tran laughed, interesting. After thinking, he turned to the girl Wilina, "I'll go ahead." Wilina smiled, "Okay." The server announced, "You have been teleported to the Imperial City." In the Imperial City, Pham Tran observed the people around. He concluded there were quite a few people at level 30 or above. "I need to speed up my leveling." He went to the 10 Li Shang Tavern. "Get me some bottles of 2 low buck wine." The owner of 10 Li Shang flattered Pham Tran, "You have a discerning eye, sir. 2 low buck is a priceless fine wine. Only our tavern sells it in the Imperial City. We only have 1 bottle left." Not wanting to miss this leveling opportunity, Pham Tran showed his marquee token and said, "I want all the 2 low buck wine you have in your tavern." Sensing Pham Tran's authority, the tavern owner hurriedly replied, "Ah, the marquis himself. Let me fetch the wine for you, my lord." He brought out the 2 low buck wine and humbly said to Pham Tran, "We only have 5 bottles left, sir. Please be generous, a small sum would suffice." Pham Tran took the wine and cheerfully replied, 200 gold, I'll take them all. At this moment, the server announced, "You have received 5 2 low buck wines." Pham Tran then teleported back to the Kai Lak Tien ravine. In a blink, he calculated the cost of this quest. The teleportation fees are crazy. The server announced, "You are trading with Deep Tan Quan, 5 2 low buck wines." At this moment, Pham Tran handed the 5 wine bottles to Deep Tan Quan and said, "Here's the 2 low buck you wanted." Upon receiving the wine, Deep Tan Quan happily replied, "Good job, kid. Right on time, thank you." With Deep Tan Quan's acknowledgement, the server announced, "You have completed the quest, Deep Tan Quan's request." At this moment, Pham Tran was a bit suspicious. He thought, it can't be that simple. This guy can't just be all talk, right? But Deep Tan Quan was not one to mess with. He boldly proposed, 5 bottles, I'll help you kill 5 people, your choice. Hearing this, Pham Tran thought, let's see what he's got. Then he made a request to Deep Tan Quan. Well then, deal with this purple-eyed white snake for me first. Upon hearing this request, Deep Tan Quan acted as if he didn't hear it, suddenly asking, huh? Seeing Deep Tan Quan's reaction, Pham Tran couldn't hide his disappointment. He asked again, you can't kill it. I said that, but I don't think I actually wasted 200 gold, did I? At this moment, Deep Tan Quan mockingly called Pham Tran a kid, then immediately unleashed his martial arts moves. He said to Pham Tran with a hint of regret, seems like we've missed an opportunity here. Welina and Pham Tran broke out in a cold sweat, looking up at him with puzzled expressions. He hesitated and said, this is. Later, he was astonished to realize, it's dead already. Hearing this, Deep Tan Quan looked at him and smiled smugly. Anyone else you want me to kill? Pham Tran forced a smile and replied, not for now. How does your current power compare to when you used weapons? He cheerfully responded, it depends on my mood. I don't know my own limits. Then Deep Tan Quan turned and left, saying, you have 4 more kills left. If you don't need them now, I'll go ahead. He waved goodbye to them cheerfully. And here's how to contact me. I live nearby. Call me anytime. Welina watched his back as he left, puzzled. Brother, who is he, really? He won't harm you, will he? Pham Tran summoned a document as he replied, the guild headquarters deed. I'm not sure either. But at first glance, he doesn't seem to be our enemy. He continued, having a neighbor like that isn't so bad. Let me finish building the guild headquarters. He trailed off. The system announced, you have used the document, the guild headquarters deed, medium size. Pham Tran waved his hand, and white smoke spread around. At this moment, the guild headquarters was built, appearing before them at the entrance to Fairy Valley. The two of them entered together. The system continued. The guild's name is Phoenix. Guild leader, Pham Tran's guild, intermediate rank. Guild headquarters is in Fairy Valley. Guild buildings, none. 4/500 members. Reputation, none. Guild assets, none. Pham Tran entered, followed by Welina. As he walked, he said, the guild headquarters is built. Now we need to construct some basic buildings. Without the deeds, we can't build anything. Hearing this, she suggested, brother, we can buy the headquarters gate and some basic guild buildings from the guild administration. He nodded in agreement, then we'll have to return to the city. He said as they did so. Pham Tran immediately turned to bid farewell to Welina. Wait for me here, sister. At this moment, he had arrived at the guild administration office. Pham Tran greeted politely. The guild architecture specialist nodded. Hello, I want to purchase guild buildings. Hearing this, the architecture specialist pointed to the merchandise list, saying, you can choose what to buy. Today's list has hardwood gates, 1-star guild headquarters for 100 gold, 9 in stock today. Basic guild headquarters for 50 gold, 3 in stock. Mission notification boards, basic guild headquarters for 300 gold, 3 in stock. Basic guild arenas for 500 gold, 100 guild reputation points, 3 in stock today. Amalgamation cauldrons can merge 3 identical buildings, 100 gold per use, 10 uses allowed. Pham Tran looked over the list, deep in thought. He decided to buy 9 hardwood gates, 1-star guild headquarters, and 3 basic guild headquarters, 3 mission notification boards for guild headquarters. He smiled happily, calculating silently. Unexpectedly, there are 9 1-star gates. Adding the one in my bag, I can amalgamate them perfectly. As he thought this, the system announced, amalgamation successful. 5-star steel guild gate. Amalgamation successful. Intermediate guild headquarters. Amalgamation successful. Intermediate mission notification board. After purchasing everything, Pham Tran happily headed back. Seeing Pham Tran pass by, a red-haired girl turned and said to her 2 friends, that's the #1 priest in the country server. The blonde guy next to her scoffed, #1 in the country. Yeah, right. That's just hype. Hearing this, the other guy chimed in, to reach level 31st, he must have some skills. The blonde guy sneered arrogantly, don't exaggerate. That paper-thin blood type. I can kill him in 2 strikes. It's just that the melee combat phase is still developing. That's why a priest managed to hog the spotlight. Hearing this, Pham Tran threw a glance at the guy. You think badmouthing me behind my back is cool? And using me to impress girls? How pathetic. Then he turned to him and said, wait until I'm free. We'll see if your 2 sword strikes can cut me down. The guy didn't hesitate, arrogantly challenging, if you're so good, let's duel now. What's with the, when I'm free, excuse, coward? Hearing this, Pham Tran calmly walked away without looking back, telling him to wait clean at the Fairy Valley location. Pham Tran was trying to build a citadel to protect his guild. Text appeared. You used the 5-star steel gate. Guild headquarters to build a gate at this location. A sturdy golden gate materialized before his eyes. Pham Tran waved his hand, drawing a circle in the air. Immediately, an entire golden citadel appeared. The system announced the gate was built. He turned to the empty space in front of the citadel, waving his hand to draw a blue stream of air. The system prompted, asking if he wanted to place a mission board here. In an instant, a blackboard on a stand was planted at that spot. The system announced he had completed. Mission board has been placed. Countdown to first mission, 7 hours 32 minutes 20 seconds. Vuina was overwhelmed by what was happening before her eyes. She silently admired Pham Tran's current status. This is the power of the gods, how miraculous. I've heard the teacher say those from other realms are favored by the gods, but I didn't expect it to the extent of building mansions on flat ground, surpassing even illusion magic. Pham Tran gently looked at the sister who had accompanied him through so many trials. The warehouse hasn't been built yet, shall we go take a look? He went to the spot where the guild's item warehouse could be placed. With just a wave of his hand, the wind picked up for a moment, then a structure was instantly built, appearing before their eyes. The system announced, warehouse has been built. All guild members can deposit items here. The guild leader can withdraw items. Up to 13 warehouse managers can be assigned. Pham Tran sighed, finally done. He turned to Velina and said, Ina, let's head back now. Velina smiled, yes, somewhere else. Atop a tower, a blue-robed figure, Deep Tan Quan, was looking down, evaluating him. He muttered to himself, Loony, it seems I have a new neighbor. You've been living well alone up here. Wait for me a little longer. Once I find someone to transfer the Ebad to, I'll come for you. His gaze was probing, filled with doubt. I wonder if this kid is qualified to inherit my Ebad. Meanwhile, Pham Tran and Violina quickly returned to the Imperial City. As soon as they landed, a notification appeared. You have been teleported to the Heavenly Descent Imperial City. Pham Tran led the way, with Velina following behind. Suddenly, Velina heard her master's voice transmission. Ina, I found a new cultivation method. Come back and see if it suits you. Velina had neglected her cultivation for quite some time to accompany him. This new method came at an opportune time. She couldn't miss this chance. She spoke up, brother, I may not be able to accompany you further. The master asks me to return and try the new cultivation method. It's said to accelerate my growth. He couldn't hold back this little sister of his. Pham Tran replied cheerfully, that's great. Go back and cultivate diligently at the academy. Who knows, when you return, you may be able to protect me. Velina beamed, I'll definitely work hard. Pham Tran smiled and waved goodbye. He approached the citadel, wondering if those people had left yet. I was only gone for a while. We might still run into each other. At the headquarters, just as he had guessed, the group he dreaded encountering the most was currently exiting the guild's passageway. 2 male figures and 1 female. Pham Tran descended the citadel's steps, glancing towards their path. They're heading out of the city, he thought. It's inconvenient to act within the Imperial City. Enemies cannot dwell under the same sky. The less we encounter, the better. Pham Tran thought so, and walked in the opposite direction from that group. Suddenly, the female figure sighed. That place is very far. The monsters' levels are high too. The 3 of us might not even obtain the guild's teleportation array, and risk our lives instead. Pham Tran turned back, annoyed. The guild's teleportation array. He glanced at them. He himself didn't want to get involved in unnecessary troubles, but if it meant achieving his goal, a little trouble could be overlooked. Thinking so, he couldn't help but smirk. Then I should discuss this a bit. He looked at the group's silhouettes leaving before his eyes. A female silhouette, New Nhu, wearing a red cloak along with two male silhouettes, a yellow high-level lonely warrior, a blue spirit-bearing warrior. The male spirit-bearing archer silhouette also spoke up. New Nhu's concern was not unreasonable. It's better to be cautious. The female silhouette New Nhu suggested, how about we find one more person to join our team? At that moment, Pham Tran appeared behind and casually said, can I join you? New Nhu cautiously looked behind. Pham Tran's appearance seemed to have alerted the group of three before his eyes. New Nhu pursed her lips as if showing an unwelcoming attitude towards him. The spirit-bearing warrior asked in surprise, it's you. The arrogant lonely warrior laughed scornfully and said, when did you start following us? The arrogant warrior always looked down on Pham Tran, thinking he was unworthy of the title and position of the #1 server master. He scornfully called him a coward. You're just a wimp. I thought you had run away already. Didn't expect you to dare to come here. The more he spoke, the more his anger erupted. His tone was filled with jealousy towards him. He shouted loudly, just a priest being praised by others, thinking you're so great. He arrogantly challenged, come at me and let me see how a priest can damage me. Don't tell me you'll heal me, ha ha. As he finished laughing, he was struck by a blue light, causing him to freeze. Unable to do anything else, his inner energy seemed to be frozen. His mind lost consciousness, only able to stand still. This was a healing spell. The other two immediately turned around looking at Pham Tran in surprise. A large aura surrounded him. His sword aura spread out rapidly. Its destructive power was irresistible. Pham Tran spoke calmly. What a loud annoying laugh. He lowered his sword. He smiled victoriously, forcing the group to sit down and discuss. Then we can talk about the transmission array. Right. Notification. You have joined the player Tin Man's team. Pham Tran smiled lightly. Thank you. Hoak Chien asked Pham Tran, what do you really want to do? Pham Tran cautiously replied, I heard you two want to go to the transmission array. Gongwei is short-handed. Losing one person won't affect the mission, right? New Nhu the mage spoke up. We're from the Jiang Alliance. When we get it, we had to hand over the map. Transmission to the Alliance. Hoak Chien agreed. Everything she said is true. If you insist on stealing the transmission array map, you'll become an enemy of the 8 major guilds. Pham Tran said bluntly, it seems you two have misunderstood the situation. Don't talk about the Jiang Alliance or whatever. Even if it's a major guild, I'll slaughter them all. Immediately, Pham Tran turned away. He beckoned Hoak Chien and New Nhu the mage and said, don't delay, let's get going. New Nhu the mage hesitated to speak up, but Hoak Chien turned back and told her not to be like that. Now the penalty for death is very severe if we disobey. We're lucky to still be alive. Pham Tran asked, how much longer until the mission location? Hoak Chien replied, about 20 minutes away. We've never been there before. We can't use a teleport stone. Pham Tran responded, I understand. Suddenly, Pham Tran noticed someone behind them. Pham Tran thought they were being followed. Could it be a lone expert seeking revenge? Pham Tran's eyes became serious. They're not afraid to die. New Nhu the mage assessed. The Alliance sent assassins after us. Hoak Chien signaled secretly, don't act hastily, wait until we reach the destination. After all, Pham Tran is just a thin-blooded priest. We just need to seize the opportunity to kill him in one strike. They arrived at the Iron Bamboo Sea. Hoak Chien said, inside the Iron Bamboo Sea is the mission location. Pham Tran thought, a level 35 monster area. I remember there's a boss monster inside. Level Phantom Demon entering Divine Realm. Hopefully we won't encounter it, or it'll be troublesome. Pham Tran slowed down. Falling behind Hoak Chien and New Nhu the mage, he said, lead the way. Hoak Chien signaled secretly to New Nhu the mage, tell them to hide carefully. Wait a moment. We'll use small monsters to draw Pham Tran's attention. Then we'll strike. The small monsters here have quite high levels. New Nhu the mage replied, understood. Pham Tran, following behind, asked, how much further? Hoak Chien smiled and replied, right up ahead. Suddenly, Hoak Chien sensed something. He stopped and said defensively, something is coming. New Kai Nhu the mage panicked, a monster, or the boss. Pham Tran thought silently, here it comes. New Kai Nhu the mage shouted, it's a level 35 silver ring monster. Opening its mouth, showing teeth and tongue, very frightening. Hoak Chien yelled, attack it. Thinking secretly, just a few small snakes. Pham Tran mocked, just a few small snakes. The group engaged in combat. Pham Tran kept shouting loudly, drawing the monster's aggro. Hoak Chien thought in surprise, a skill to kill them all at once. Hoak Chien signaled them to stop quickly. New Kai Nhu the mage was also frightened, saying, ah, he's too terrifying. Too late to respond to the signal. An archer aimed and shot at Pham Tran, but fortunately, he dodged it. The archer said to Pham Tran, the Jiang Nam Alliance doesn't want to fight you. Leave now while you still can. Hoak Chien showed a fearful expression, begging, don't attack, it's all a misunderstanding. New Kai Nhu the mage agreed, that's right, you too, stop for now. But before he could finish, the agile assassin had already unleashed his skills, impossible to evade. Pham Tran, unafraid, said, I don't want to leave so soon. Otherwise, let me send you back to the city for free. Pham Tran used a healing spell offensively against the assassin, causing the assassin to scream in agony. Arg. The assassin shouted to the archer, run, quickly. We can't withstand this damage. Pham Tran felt pleased. Too late to run now, he said, then used his healing spell again, causing everyone to flee in fear. After the battle, Pham Tran turned to Hoak Chien, lead the way. Hoak Chien now had to respect him. Yes, Pham Tran replied. They arrived at a place. Hoak Chien said, the quest location is inside this magic mirror. The item is in the boss's lair, you can take it. Pham Tran smiled and went to open the door. Hoak Chien said, boss, I really didn't deceive you, I'll go open the door now. New Kai Nhu the mage was puzzled, what's going on here? Inside, they saw the demon bamboo slaying king sword, its level and grade unclear. Pham Tran thought silently, I must hurry and find the item. This sword, I can't deal with it at my current level. After searching for a while, Pham Tran found a piece of paper. Looks like they didn't deceive me. Inside was the content of the void concealment. You received a map for teleporting to the guild headquarters. You received a positioning compass map for the guild headquarters. Pham Tran thought silently, luckily I ran fast enough. In the sky, a large winged bird flew back to the city, arriving at the imperial city of celestial descent. Someone inside spoke to Pham Tran, crafting those maps requires a craftsman. It seems it's time to recruit more people for the guild. Pham Tran, you shall follow the orders of Master in Hong Kong. Pham Tran was taken aback. In the courtroom, standing opposite Pham Tran, was the crimson-robed master in Hong Kong. He asked Pham Tran, do you know your crime? Pham Tran seriously asked, what crime? The master angrily said, don't feign ignorance with me. I ask you, where did you go today? Pham Tran defiantly replied, where I went is none of your business. What authority do you have to interrogate me? The man asserted his authority. I am the crimson-robed master. I have the right to question you. If you still won't answer, I will execute you right here. Pham Tran thought silently. And Hong Kong values and Lu Min so much, yet has no evidence that I killed anyone. That's why he's here threatening me. If my lie is exposed, then I'm doomed. Pham Tran said, I went to the bamboo iron fairy crevice. The master analyzed, to reach the fairy crevice, you had to go through the Vansun Mountains. Today, Lu Min undertook the coming-of-age trial in the Vansun Mountains. Pham Tran continued, so you think I'm the murderer who killed your grandson? Pham Tran feigned surprise, and Lu Min is dead. Why do you think I'm the culprit? The master angrily said, keep feigning ignorance then. I have a way to make you confess. He then used a secret system technique. The system announced, movement and attack restricted. Pham Tran could not move or attack. The master continued, yesterday, you and Lu Min had a conflict, so you harbored the intent to kill. After meeting Lu Min in the Vansun Mountains, you killed it. This is not true. Pham Tran's eyes burned with resentment. He said, if you want to falsely accuse me, so be it. There is no sacred brilliance to illuminate the truth. Before he finished, Kim Dao Fu spoke up. Master N, what are you doing? Kim Dao began questioning. As the master, you secretly acted against a sect member. Do you still uphold the sect rules? As he spoke, he released the restraints on Pham Tran. The master insisted, this man killed Lu Min. I promised my brother and sister-in-law that I would take good care of Lu Min. But before he could come of age, he died by this man's hand. I owe them an explanation. Kim Dao Fu said, regardless, without evidence, you cannot take action. Pham Tran is a sacred disciple. Surely you know what that signifies. The master showed a brief moment of confusion. Sacred disciple, but hatred quickly clouded his mind again. He said, but he killed Lu Min, he must be judged. Kim Dao Fu told Pham Tran to go ahead first while he stayed behind to stop the master. Pham Tran could hardly believe his eyes. Was the master really going to attack? Pham Tran used his black wings to fly into the air. He didn't know if Kim Dao Fu could stop the master. To be safe, he headed towards the bamboo iron fairy crevice. I also want to see, once at the fairy crevice, whether he can kill me or if he'll die first. In his rage, the master unleashed his techniques uncontrollably. Get out of the way. Kim Dao warned, using force within the sect is forbidden. You're insane. The two clashed. One evaded while the other attacked, then vice versa. The crimson-robed master said, from the moment Lu Min died, I went insane. And Hong Kwang channeled his energy to chase Pham Tran. Kim Dao Fu was powerless. Are you really going to do this? He silently prayed that no tragedy would occur. At the fairy crevice, Pham Tran headed straight for the headquarters ahead. Behind him, the crimson-robed master gave chase. He was furious, determined to chase Pham Tran to the end. You can't escape me. Pham Tran thought irritably. This old man clings like a leech. Suddenly, the master said, my word is sacred law. When your body perishes, you will be stripped of everything. Pham Tran immediately recognized this as the sacred word technique. The game system notified, you have been struck by a curse. After death, all equipment will be dropped. Additionally, your attributes will be permanently reduced by 50%. Pham Tran angrily swore. The crimson-robed master continued, invoking divine authority. The ground churned around them, the air seeming ready to explode. Pham Tran quickly employed his flash technique, thinking a second's delay would mean death by an Hong Kwang's hand. All his efforts since revival would be for naught. High above, the master showed no mercy. You think hiding in the boundary field will stop me? He then used the infinite thorn strike technique, attacking straight through Pham Tran's defenses. He calculated that the boundary field had self-healing capabilities, but it would take time to recover from an Hong Kwang's onslaught. But who said the boundary field was his last line of defense? He then looked behind him, saying, Brother Tan Quan, it seems I need your help again. Tan Quan smiled helplessly. You sure have made a lot of enemies, kid. The master was slightly surprised. So you're Tan Quan. I should have guessed. Perfect timing for sinew metamorphosis. The master finally realized, you're the mercenary demon Deep Tan Quan. Tan Quan laughed. I don't like that demon title. What do I have to do with evil spirits? The master began to grow confused. But you died. Tan Quan's face showed triumph. Oh, I'm alive and well, right here. On the contrary, you're the one being provoked. The master's rage boiled over. I am the Crimson Master. You must want to fight me. Tan Quan didn't flinch, instead laughing derisively. If the Pope came, I might show some restraint. But him, I'll just kill him. What responsibility is there in crushing an ant? The master pondered cautiously. They say this man was once as powerful as the Pope, but why is he with Pham Tran? No matter, I'll attack first. Pham Tran couldn't hide his surprise, saying, the great Crimson Master is so reckless. Deep Tan Quan asked Pham Tran, hold on, how will you handle this? Pham Tran replied, and Hong Kwang is dead, what else is there to handle? Deep Tan Quan calmly explained to Pham Tran, the Crimson Master's death won't go unnoticed. The church will send investigators. Then, it may not just be the three of us. If the Pope comes personally, I can't guarantee I can defeat him. As Deep Tan Quan finished speaking, in front of the two, a magic circle suddenly appeared. Pham Tran frowned. They're already here. Kim Dao Fu stepped out from the magic circle, questioning Pham Tran. Pham Tran, the church has received news, and Hong Kwang's life token has been shattered. You killed him. Pham Tran calmly denied. How could that be? Do you think I could defeat him? Kim Dao Fu didn't seem convinced, asking Pham Tran again, Then what exactly happened? Pham Tran pointed at Deep Tan Quan. He killed him, I only watched. Deep Tan Quan calmly said, this one needed killing too. Pham Tran forced a laugh, saying to Deep Tan Quan, this one isn't for me and the master to handle. Kim Dao Fu is an old friend. He said that, but in his mind, Pham Tran thought otherwise. The main thing was, killing 2 Crimson Masters would cause a huge uproar. I can't handle that. Kim Dao Fu somberly asked Deep Tan Quan, you're Deep Tan Quan. Deep Tan Quan didn't seem to regard Kim Dao Fu highly. He answered indifferently, what if I am? And what if I'm not? Kim Dao Fu said, I know you killed in Hong Kong for Pham Tran sake. This matter is complicated. Others will arrive here soon. I hope you leave this place first. Deep Tan Quan spoke with a slightly mocking tone. Your church is quite amusing. One wants to kill him, another wants to protect him. The kid is quite capable. I'm feeling a bit sleepy, time for a nap. Saying that, Deep Tan Quan cast a spell, creating a magic circle and leaving. After Deep Tan Quan had completely gone, Kim Dao Fu said to Pham Tran, I didn't expect he was still alive. If he had acted, and Hong Kwang's death would be understandable. What is your relationship with him? He asked. Pham Tran explained, I invited him for drinks a few times. He helped me kill some people. You know about him too. Kim Dao Fu recounted. Years ago, Deep Tan Quan wielded a long spear. Within a 2 meters radius, he was unbeatable. No one ever survived after engaging him in battle. Thus, he was called the Spear Demon. It's said he even went to the celestial realm and drank from the holy spring. His reputation spread far and wide. No need for nonsense. Don't talk nonsense anymore. The Spear Demon's temperament is hard to predict. It's best you keep your distance from him. Hearing Kim Dao Fu's words, Pham Tran asked doubtfully, so that's why you told him to leave? Kim Dao Fu reminded Pham Tran, you didn't kill him. If anyone asks, just say that. But before Kim Dao Fu could finish, someone interrupted him. What did he say? A magic circle appeared beside them. The one who interrupted Kim Dao Fu stepped out from it. Kim Dao Fu said in surprise, Master Gai Tui did too. Following Gai Tui did too were 3 others. They too stepped out from the magic circle. The elders Dean Kung Feng, Hack Cash, and Din Chat Company. Kim Dao Fu and the 4 of them exchanged respectful greetings. The elders greeted, greetings, master. Greetings. Pham Tran, standing behind, also placed a hand on his chest in greeting. But in his mind, he thought, well, the whole gang is here. Track Company said, tell us what happened. Kim Dao Fu explained the events of this morning. And Lu Min died in the Van Sun and Mountain Range. The master suspected Pham Tran was responsible and chased him all the way here. Hack Cash Din looked at Pham Tran and asked, you killed in Hong Kong? Pham Tran calmly said, if I had killed him, why would he chase me here? I had to rely on the guild's array to stay alive. Kim Dao Fu hurriedly defended Pham Tran. Indeed, Pham Tran is not an killer. The spear demon Deep Tan Quan is. Deep Tan Quan admitted to killing in. Upon hearing Deep Tan Quan's name, Hack Cash Din's face immediately darkened. With a hint of surprise, he asked, the spear demon Deep Tan Quan. Kim Dao Fu explained, when I arrived, he was still here. Deep Tan Quan himself admitted to it. Track Company expressed his doubt. Why would he kill Master In? Pham Tran defended himself. He said when I was hiding in the guild. I don't know exactly what happened. I was in the guild's headquarters, unaware of the specifics. The chief judge also offered his speculation. He said the master must have done something without realizing it. It's rumored the spear demon is born with a belligerent nature, acting on whims. Moreover, until now, no one has survived his spear. If he really did it, it wouldn't be surprising. Seeing the chief judge shared his thoughts, Din Chat Company responded to the chief judge, you think so too, sir. The chief judge continued, killing on a whim is not impossible for him. The veiled girl had listened to the whole story, but she still had one thing unclear. She continued to ask Pham Tran, I have one final question. Did you really not kill in Lu Min? Pham Tran's expression was extremely serious. He clearly answered, no, I did not. The guild leader then spoke up. I've explained the situation. It seems the one who killed Master In was Deep Tan Quan. How do you all think we should handle this? The chief judge did not want to get involved in this matter. He said, I have retired to Dean Kung Feng. You all handle this as you see fit. Kim Dao-fu spoke up. This cannot be overlooked. Deep Tan Quan has challenged the sect's authority. He must be judged. The chief judge concluded the discussion. He stated, after returning to the court, we will issue a judgment. Seeing this, Pham Tran waved goodbye to everyone and immediately left. At that moment, the system notified him. You have been transmitted to the imperial city Jiang. He breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it's over, he said. But just as he escaped that intense discussion, he found himself in a crowded place. He was utterly surprised. He thought to himself, why are there so many people? It turned out this was the imperial city's training square. Above, people were discussing something. A long-haired brown girl said, finally, the imperial city's training tower has opened. That red-haired guy seemed extremely relaxed and casual. He said, this time, we'll know who truly is the number one on the home server. The overhyped Liu Daishen will soon be exposed. Hearing this, Pham Tran broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't look comfortable. He thought, the new major classes, 100 people have already completed them. Why is the leveling speed of players this life much faster than the previous one? At this moment, the system notified. Training tower ranking. Warrior. I want to ride the wind. Floor 1, level 30. Mage training tower ranking. Great water crystal cannon. Floor 1, level 30. Pham Tran was deep in thought. He pondered, the opening of the training tower will lead to the second power boost for players. Clearing each floor will increase their stat points. Clearing 30 floors grants an elemental power seed. Pham Tran yawned, feeling tired, then thought about rushing through it overnight. I might die of exhaustion tomorrow if I stay up all night to rush through after waking up. The next morning, the system notified. Welcome back to the world of deities. Pham Tran walked around dazed. His friends successively messaged him to inform him of their arrivals. The red-haired guy messaged, I'm at the Imperial City. Need help. The young master also sent a message. Big bro, I'm at the training square, about to enter the training tower. It's crowded here. The blonde guy also messaged. The two of us, only little demon Dao has sent Pham Tran good news. Big bro, I'm level 30 now. Pham Tran was surprised at everyone's rapid arrivals. He thought, they're all at the Imperial City already. Before rushing to the Imperial City himself, Pham Tran messaged Phoenix Wing for help. Phoenix Wing replied, I do have something I need your help with. The guild hall has updated missions. I need you to help accumulate reputation for the guild. Sure, no problem. After that, Pham Tran replied to the young master's message. Young master, after leaving the training tower, remember to take time to do guild missions. Having asked Phoenix Wing for help, Pham Tran finally felt at ease to go to the Imperial City. He thought, Phoenix Wing will handle the guild matters. I can focus on the training tower. The system notified. Training tower ranking. Priest. Li Shijian's family priest. Floor 18, level 30. I spread salvation to all. Floor 18, level 30. I'm not a milk god. Floor 12, level 30. At the Imperial City, people discussed and wondered. A girl spoke up, asking, it's been a whole night, but Pham Tran's name still isn't on the board. A guy standing next to her also wondered the same. His words sounded disdainful of Pham Tran. That's right, he said. They call him the number one priest on the home server. But the cross-server training tower has opened, and he's nowhere to be seen. Maybe he's scared. The man next to him objected. Pham Tran is really strong. You guys haven't experienced it, said the man. Their discussion also reached Pham Tran's ears. He glanced at them and thought, well, they even have their eyes on me. But ignoring their gossip, his purpose for being here was to train. Pham Tran started walking, then thought, forget about them. I should focus on entering the training tower and improving my strength. Those who had witnessed Pham Tran's appearance blurted out in surprise. The ID of the guy who just went in is Pham Tran. Another person chimed in, Pham Tran has finally arrived. I want to see how skilled he really is. Pham Tran had just entered the training tower. Floor 1 began. Before him were ferocious, bloodthirsty beasts. He focused his mind, thinking, alright, let's begin. The challenge of Floor 1 officially started. Passing through the teleportation gate would lead to the next floor. In front of Pham Tran were countless wolves, with ferocious looks, as if about to pounce on him instantly. He thought the priest class was a support role, almost without any damaging skills. He just needed to pass through the teleportation gate, with no requirement for the number of monsters to kill. Moreover, the monsters were quite weak. He raised his sword. Then he happily thought, what a great opportunity for someone like me. Pham Tran cast a spell, creating a large circle in the middle. The wolves surrounded it. Outside, he used the Petite Saint spell, Heavenly Array Formation, to eliminate them. A notification appeared. You have advanced to floor 2 of the training tower. Basic course points increased by 100. He looked around for a moment. Another pack of ferocious wolves charged at him. Pham Tran prepared to battle them. As he thought, the monsters on the first 10 floors aren't very strong. The difficulty increases after floor 10. But for me, it's all the same. Then, with a swing of his sword, everything was settled. After taking care of that, a new notification appeared. Priest Training Tower Rankings. Li Thoi Chan's family level 30, floor 18. Ta Fa Du Chung Sin level 30, floor 18. Various other players. Then, Pham Tran, level 35, floor 18. Lac Lan Tin exclaimed, he's already reached floor 13 in such a short time. The girl next to him was equally surprised. Even if he just killed a lot of monsters, it should still take time. Another notification popped up. Pham Tran, level 35, floor 19. Tien Le Van Nong was shocked to see the update. The rankings had changed again. Pham Tran had reached the top spot, leaving everyone there dumbfounded. Pham Tran was flying in the air. As he flew, he thought, without the ability to fly, having to pull the monsters one by one would have taken me a lot of time. The wolves below all looked up at the smug Pham Tran. Luckily there's no kill count requirement for priests. Looks like I can complete the training quickly. Dao Xiao Yao was delighted. Finally, I've reached the Imperial City. I can go look for Pham Tran now. A man from afar ran over, shouting, Xiao Yao. Why didn't you wait for me, Xiao Yao? It was Nok Kong too. Dao Xiao Yao showed her annoyance, turning back to tell him, how many times do I have to say it? Stop following me around. We were just temporarily teamed up. We have no relationship now. Nok Kong too disagreed, saying, even though the team has disbanded, you've already stolen my heart. You're not allowed to leave me, he said loudly. Dao Xiao Yao was speechless. Dao Xiao Yao turned and walked away, but he continued from behind, Xiao Yao, don't be so stubborn. I know you're just shy. Tan, in a crowded area, suddenly heard someone call, Xiao Yao. She thought to herself. She then messaged Xiao Yao, asking, Xiao Yao, have you reached the Imperial City? Ah, it seems I heard someone calling you. Dao Xiao Yao happily called out, Tan An. Tan An turned and greeted her, Xiao Yao, long time no see. Xiao Yao said, yes, my summoned beasts have all grown stronger. Their damage has increased too. We can do missions together later. The two chatted happily. Tan An continued, when Pham Tran joins us, we can all go on missions together. Xiao Yao responded with an finally caught up to the great immortal's pace. Nok Kong too stared at the two from behind. With a sinister look, he thought, indeed, a pretty girl's friend is also pretty. If I could get both of these beauties to play together, it would be fantastic. Thinking this, he turned and said cheerfully to Xiao Yao, is this your friend? Why didn't you introduce her to me? Tan An asked puzzled. Xiao Yao, your friend. Xiao Yao wearily explained, don't misunderstand, he and I have nothing to do with each other. We were just temporarily teamed up for a mission before, but he kept clinging to me. If I could fight him off, I would have sent him back to the city long ago. Nok Kong too told Xiao Yao, I see you and your friend have both been brainwashed by that Pham Tran guy. He's just a great immortal in a game. My real-world assets are beyond what a poor wretch like him can compare to, he said disdainfully. Seeing Nok Kong too rambling about the two of them, Tan An whispered to Xiao Yao, does this guy have brain issues? Probably. Can't understand human speech but keeps spouting nonsense. Sharing the same thought, they looked at each other and left. The two of them zoomed away, leaving Nok Kong too bewildered. Hey, I wasn't done talking yet. Suddenly, he thought of someone familiar. Pham Tran, right. I'll show those girls later. This is the power of money. At this time, in the training tower, the level 35 priest Pham Tran had just finished floor 29. Meanwhile, Li Thoi Chan's warrior at level 30 was 10 floors behind him. After defeating the demon wolves, Pham Tran sighed. The higher the floor, the larger the space. Just using white wings to fly around is no longer enough to avoid all the monsters. It's a pity the monsters in the training tower don't drop experience. With all the effort I put in earlier, I should have gained at least half a level by now. Pushing that thought aside, he went to look for the entrance to the next floor. There it is. A magic circle appeared before him. Onto the next floor. He reached out and touched the magic circle. Soon after, he was teleported to floor 30 of the training tower. His stats were enhanced in succession. Base HP increased by 300. There were also some other effects. The elemental attribute interface was activated. He could now choose one of the elemental types, one of the following elements, to enhance himself, typically wind, water and light. When dealing damage, it would include 200 points of that elemental damage. Pham Tran chose the light element. He gained 10 points in light. A beam of light enveloped him momentarily. His base stats were increased. Pham Tran's physique was 74. Strength was 64. Intelligence was 364. HP was 8,247. Light element gained 10 points. He laughed heartily, saying, "Passing floor 30 of the training tower. My HP is nearly doubled. From now on, when fighting bosses, I won't have to worry about being one-shot killed anymore." He suddenly realized his white wings were about to expire, so he used them to quickly clear a few more floors. Outside the city, at this time, everyone was in awe of his prowess. Some even suspected he was cheating. Pham Tran must have used hacks. The top two are still on floor 19. How could he have reached floor 31 already? Now I finally know why you all call him the God of Tran. As a priest, he surpassed the floors of other classes' training towers. He's truly a monster. Suddenly, a woman appeared from somewhere, blushing as she praised him. "You're all priests too. How can he be so outstanding?" Her flushed face behind said it all. A few seconds later, a new notification appeared. Pham Tran had passed floor 32. Meanwhile, Li Thoi Chan's warrior was still on floor 20. Floor 32 is enough for Pham Tran to be satisfied. He requested to leave the tower, but before he could rest, people swarmed to cheer him. The handsome god has come out. God. Pham Tran panicked. What's going on? He called for his little demon friends outside. You two, do something about this. But the cheers only grew louder. Where are you two? Over here. Following the voice, Pham Tran looked around and saw two beauties standing nearby. He rushed over and hugged the two girls, running straight through the shocked crowd. After a while, he said wearily, "This crowd is more terrifying than monsters." Tan An agreed, pulling him closer, saying, "But you're so powerful, Pham Tran, reaching floor 32 in one go. You're shocking your fans." Pressed against Tan An's two hills, Pham Tran felt extremely blissful, drooling. Truly a chaste life. The two girls didn't understand his reaction. Suddenly, a shrill voice made them stop. They turned to see Nok Kong Tu running towards them, panting. He said tremblingly, "Pham Tran, is that the extent of your abilities? Come be my personal maid. I'll pay you 1 million a month." Nok Kong Tu suddenly proposed a deal, but was cut off by an angry voice. Where did this idiot come from? Delusional, asking the big brother to be your servant. Are you tired of living? The four of them were startled. Nok Kong Tu turned around fearfully, asking, "Who are you, you lowlife?" "I'm talking to Pham Tran. Mind your own business. How dare you yell at me?" Lan Thu Ven. "I'm Big Brother Pham Tran's disciple, in charge of protecting his honor." Pham Tran's group felt embarrassed watching this. Why is this guy getting more childish every day? Lan Thu came closer and said, "No matter what you want to do, you have to defeat me first." Nok Kong Tu got angry and replied arrogantly, "You childish brat, you're digging your own grave. Meet me at the east gate. Whoever doesn't show up is the coward." He stormed off angrily. Pham Tran asked Lan Thu, "Haven't you entered the training tower yet? Why are you free?" Lan Thu excitedly told him, "Big brother, I'm ranked second on floor 19 of the warrior training tower. I wouldn't dare disgrace you, big brother. Right after leaving the training tower, I saw that idiot harassing you, so I came over." Pham Tran smiled, appreciating his good intentions. He turned to Tan An and Tiu Yu, saying, "Then you two should enter the training tower and improve your skills before returning to the guild. As for that Nok Kong Tu, he seems to have mental issues, so avoid him." The two agreed happily, "Yes, sir." "As for you two men," Pham Tran said, "go to Nok Kong Tu's meeting spot." Lan Thu teased him, "Big brother's so lucky. Stop joking and deal with him quickly. We have to return to the guild after." As they walked, two shadowy figures discussed Pham Tran. "His strength is growing rapidly. We must find a way to restrain him." The previous assassin severely damaged us. Behind the two men, the figures continued their discussion about Pham Tran. His power keeps increasing. We must find a way to control him. The previous assassin dealt us heavy losses. Dealing with Pham Tran in-game is impossible. But I've had someone investigate the city where he lives. The ponytailed man smiled sinisterly. Let's pay Pham Tran a visit. Meanwhile, at the East Gate, the two men had arrived at Nok Kong 2's meeting spot. Not seeing Tan An or Tu, he wondered, where are they? Lan Thu snapped. What does it matter to you where they are? I'm warning you, don't bother my big brother's women again. Pham Tran gently reminded Lan Thu, don't slander me. Attack quickly. Nok Kong 2 laughed maniacally, summoning two daggers and charging. That's what I was thinking too. He used beam slash, but it had no effect on Lan Thu, who summoned his sword. You like sneak attacks, don't you? I'll play along. Unsheathing skill. Nok Kong 2 took a fatal strike to the back. Lan Thu mocked. How's that for a sneak attack? Nok Kong 2 raged, his blood boiling. He used the shadow clone technique. You dare wound me? You're dead. The two clones charged, but soon after, Lan Thu's beam slash cut them down. Peeved, just a weakling. He turned to celebrate with Pham Tran. Not bad, big brother's disciple. Passable. Try not to get hurt next time. Suddenly, the sound of clapping rang out, accompanied by a voice, well played. But you've got the wrong guy. Pham Tran's about to die. Pham Tran turned, asking smugly, what do you mean? The ponytailed man said, you live in the capital city, don't you? Like a thunderbolt, Pham Tran was stunned. Could my real-life address have been exposed? The ponytailed man had Pham Tran in his grasp. It took us great effort to find out you live in that city. In-game, you're the server's champion, but in real life, what are you? Pham Tran retorted, you only know I live in the capital. That's not enough to find me. But you don't know my exact address, do you? Otherwise, you wouldn't be running your mouth here. The ponytailed man gritted his teeth in anger. I know you've erased all your real-life information, but if we've investigated that you live in the capital city, then finding your home is only a matter of time. Pham Tran was puzzled. I don't understand. Why are you targeting me? They explained, the gods are about to merge with reality. People like you must be strangled in the egg. The ponytailed man offered Pham Tran a way out. If you voluntarily leave the server's top ranks and hand over all your gear, we'll spare you. But Pham Tran remained calm, saying, try me. See if you have what it takes to kill me in reality. Before he finished, if that's all, leave. The two were terrified, not forgetting the warning. Just you wait. You won't escape, for Pham Tran's safety. Lan Thu wanted to help but Pham Tran stopped him. You shouldn't get involved. Just focus on guild work. After the warning, Pham Tran waved goodbye to Lan Thu. Looks like I need to go offline for a bit. Yes, big brother, be careful. Back in reality, Jiang Chen took out True and Kwok's business card from the Security Bureau, Supernatural Phenomena Division. He dialed a number, and Kwok here. Pham Tran, you remembered to call me, huh? Jiang Tran said seriously, someone wants to kill me. They know I'm in the capital city. Realizing the gravity, and Kwok said, stay put. I'm coming right over. He quickly hung up. Jiang Tran was shaken. No privacy at all. He didn't even ask where I am. A few minutes later, the doorbell rang. Nhi wondered if food was delivered. Why would someone suddenly ring the doorbell? Jiang Tran recalled the earlier game incident. As soon as she reached the door, he rushed over, covered her mouth, and whispered, follow me, quickly. Though confused, Nhi obeyed him. After Jiang Tran explained the situation, that's what happened. They probably don't know you're with me yet, so don't let them find out. Nhi said bluntly, these people are nuts. It's just a game. Why would they want to kill over it? He understood her frustration. Since the gods manifested supernatural phenomena, it's no longer just a game. Think about it. The basic attributes we gain from leveling up. Your sister showed off her strength earlier. It seems real. She plays games all the time, yet she's always brimming with energy now. Unbelievable. After a while, there was a second knock at the door. It was True and Kwok, Pham Tran's friend. Jiang Tran breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he's here. He invited them inside and recounted the events to them. You mean, earlier, someone of unknown identity was at your door? True and Kwok immediately ordered, go investigate who that person was. The guard obeyed and left. Then True and Kwok turned to Jiang Tran. It seems they've infiltrated your surroundings. What's your next move? Jiang Chen said seriously to True and Kwok. Of course, eliminate the threat completely. He laughed and said, exactly my thinking. Great minds think alike. He clenched his fist and told Jiang Chen, if we keep running, they'll think we're afraid of them. This time, we must break their fangs and claws. He laughed and raised a finger, saying, I have an idea. Recently, in the virtual reality nutrient chamber, a new version of Zhu Shen has been activated. Then he asked Jiang Chen, why don't you take a stroll around the city and see? Jiang Chen gestured towards him. Alright then. Please have your men protect Sister Nhi. Ha Nhi glanced back at him and said, I won't wander off. Then he laughed and said, don't worry, leave it to us. He then told Jiang Chen, get ready to go. At the same time, in the Zhu Shen world, news was spreading. They told Din Nok, Brother Nok, from what we've heard, there are several people with grudges against Pham Tran, and they're going after him in the real world. Din Nok looked at the mushroom-headed guy, then laughed and said, take me to meet them. Din Nok approached the blue-haired ponytail guy. He asked him, I heard you're associated with Pham Tran. Do you know his real-world address? The guy looked at Din Nok and asked, who are you? Din Nok's face filled with hatred as he said, I'm an enemy of Pham Tran. After hearing that, he thought the Tan family must be getting impatient. If this person wants to take action, let him make the first move. After thinking it over, he told Din Nok, I'm still investigating Pham Tran's exact location. I don't have the details yet. Din Nok's face showed surprise, with many question marks around him. Then he said, which province or city? After that, the guy asked Din Nok, we could cooperate. Before he could finish, Din Nok told him, no need. Din Nok glanced at him and said, Pham Tran is there, and this is what I'll do. I'll make Pham Tran obediently kneel before me and beg for his life. Then he told the guy, thanks, buddy. The guy laughed to himself, let this jumping bean go after Pham Tran first. But I should warn him, clearly, others will seize the chance to deal with Pham Tran later. At this time, at a shopping mall, a security guard was moving through the virtual reality simulation chamber. He was from the Zhu Shen world. When he saw that, he thought, a virtual reality game. It seems the influence of the Zhu Shen is expanding day by day. Suddenly, his image appeared on the screen, and someone spoke over the mall's speakers. Welcome, the great deity Pham Tran, to the shopping mall. He looked up at his image on the screen, startled. He saw his in-game ID was listed as Pham Tran. Player achievements. First to clear the level 10 Tick Gun of You, first to clear the level 20 Ao Mong Ancient City, and first to clear the level 30 Tanvuch Sao. He looked at it gravely, thinking, for my face to be shown openly on screen. I doubt True and Kwok arranged this. Could the enemy have investigated me this deeply? Suddenly, a pink-haired girl rushed past him, shouting loudly, out of the way, move. He was startled and said, hey, be careful, little girl. Then, after that, the pink-haired girl quickly slipped something into his pants pocket and ran off. From behind, a man in a black suit came running and shouted loudly, stop right there. Don't move. Then he said to the guy, well, didn't expect you to be a thief. He pointed to the phone in the guy's pocket and said, that's the mall's latest model phone. You stole it. People around were murmuring, isn't that the deity Pham Tran? How can he be a thief in real life? The guy next to them clicked his tongue and said, being good at games doesn't represent good character, nor does it represent real ability. The guy looked at this awkward situation and thought, what should I do now? He recalled the pink-haired girl, putting the boss's phone in his pocket. Then he thought, now that I remember, that phone was put into his pocket at that moment. He frowned and told them, I didn't steal it. You can check the cameras. The man laughed and said, in broad daylight, everyone saw the phone in your pants pocket. Are you still going to deny it? Then he told the guy, stay put. We've called the police. Angrily, the guy tried to keep calm, and said to the man, Din Nok appeared and interrupted. Oh my, let me see here. Isn't this the renowned deity Pham Tran? He introduced himself, I'm Nok, Master Din Nok. Looking disdainfully at the guy, he said, so you're just a petty thief. The guy stared at Din Nok and asked, who are you? Din Nok looked at him and laughed darkly. The mall you're standing in is my property, he said. Then he continued, this mall is under my name. How dare a thief like you? Then he told the guy, my full name is Din Nok. You can call me Master Nok. After that, he extended his hand towards the guy and said, Pham Tran, Now kneel before me obediently, and bark like a dog. Then I may give you a chance to be my follower. He continued, or else, you'll end up in a jail cell. The guy remained calm and asked him, in the game, you beat me like a dog, so now you want to regain your face in real life. Then he thought, how unlucky, I aimed for a big fish but caught a stupid rich brat instead. Then he looked at the phone's message display. He messaged True and Quack, there's a problem, need you to handle it. After messaging True and Quack, he got a reply, handling it. Din Nok kept his disdainful attitude and told the guy, stop your blabbering. Obediently kneel and be my dog right now. The guy laughed and said to him, you seem very confident in your power. He laughed with a provocative look and told the guy, let me tell you the truth. My father is the boss of this city. The Din family, whatever I say goes. The burly man behind him answered a call softly. Yes, I understand. Then he softly told Din Nok, Master Nok, it's your father on the phone. Nok glanced at him and asked, why is my father calling me now? Then he told the man, give me the phone. After answering, his father yelled loudly, you mutt. Who allowed you to cause trouble out there? Don't you know who you're messing with? Someone you shouldn't provoke. Then his father said, kneel down before him right now. Suddenly, Nok yelled loudly, he's just some gaming nerd, father. So what if he's skilled? You want me to kneel to him? He's not worthy. Suddenly, his father appeared behind him and slapped him. Then he yelled loudly, you insolent brat. You insolent fool. He's not worthy. You're the one unworthy. What makes you worthy, huh? The guy approached Nok, glanced at him and said, seems your status still isn't enough. Nok looked at him with a surprised expression, you. Suddenly, his father yelled loudly, who are you to talk? Then he ordered Nok, shut your mouth right now. After scolding Nok, his father had a friendly expression and turned to the guy. He said, my young friend, this foolish son of mine doesn't understand and caused you trouble. Then he continued, I've thoroughly investigated the situation. You absolutely did not steal anything. It was this brat who sent people to falsely accuse you. He clapped his hands and said to the guy, please forgive us. The guy turned to leave, then looked back at the two of them. They said, if it's certain it was a false accusation, then proceed according to the rules. The guy continued to the two, show me the video evidence of him falsely accusing me. Display it on the large screen of the mall, and play it continuously for a month to clear my name. As for him, let him stay there for a month. The man looked at the guy leaving and said, okay. Din Nok was furious, repeatedly mentioning the guy's name 12 times. After leaving, the guy received a call and said, the plan is disrupted. His actions like that, I'm afraid those people won't pay up anymore. Hearing him say that, Sao Kim said, if that's the case, you should leave. On the other side, and Kwok called and said, I just received news, the deities are about to synchronize and act. He said, he has important information to tell you. He has sent a car to pick you up, with his associates on board, but he still cautions you to remain vigilant. The guy saw the car appear in front of him, opened the door, got in, and they drove off. Now he stood in front of the villa's door. He thought about villa number 1. Perhaps the other party wouldn't take action anymore. Just as he finished thinking, the car behind him rammed hard into the car he was in, startling him. They've come, he thought. Then he saw a strange man in sunglasses step out of the other car. He turned and ran away. Seeing him run, the men in sunglasses hurriedly drew their guns and chased him. He hid behind a tree trunk, thinking, they're really playing with guns, huh? Suddenly, a gun appeared behind him, pointed at his head, startling him. But luckily, Tran and Kwok appeared in time and shot dead the man pointing the gun at him from behind. One of the group ran away, shouting, the plan's changed, hurry. Looking at the man who was shot, he told Kwok, if you were a second late, you'd be collecting my corpse. And Kwok raised a finger and said, with me here, you wouldn't meet your ancestors yet. He raised a finger and told the guy, with me around, you wouldn't meet your ancestors yet. If you died, I wouldn't know how to report it to my superiors, he said. The guy asked him, what's going on now? He told the guy, our team has taken over the defense of this villa number 1 and is hunting down the assassin who ambushed you. He assured the guy, rest assured, the ground you stand on won't be tainted by those western bastards. Looking at the man lying on the ground, he closed his eyes and said, remember to leave 2 alive. It's best to interrogate and find out who's behind them. We need to uproot this weed completely. The guy continued, anyway, I don't want to be hunted down by others anymore. He smiled awkwardly and told the guy, I'll do my best, but your safety is definitely our top priority. He turned to leave, saying to the guy, let's go back to the villa and discuss further. The guy and he went inside and sat down. Then the guy said to him, so the other party vented their anger and tried to assassinate me in the real world, and the Supernatural Security Bureau has now taken over the Villa number 1 area. He looked at the man and asked, is all this because of the unsynchronized deity war? The man's face darkened as he told him, this synchronization battle is being called a war between nations. The victory or defeat will affect a nation's voice on the international stage. The guy then stared at the man intently and asked, so does that mean all nations know the true nature of the deity realm? The man put his hands together under his chin, his face grave. Then he told the guy, you must have guessed already. The deity realm is a real world. He explained that long ago, scientists from various nations discovered a strange, massive rock that seemed to have the ability to connect to another world. He continued, a year ago, by taking fragments from that rock and attaching them to helmets, humans could enter that other world. After discussions, the nations jointly established a parent company and released the deity realm game. After hearing him say that, the guy thought, this past secret was not meant to be spread, but the nation's attitudes have already revealed everything. He further thought, the deity realm is another world, acknowledged to exist. Then the man told him, surely you've noticed the changes the deity realm has brought about, like your current appearance and abnormally agile physique. The guy looked at him and said, yes, that's right. Then he asked him, so what do you need me, or rather, what do you need us to do? The man laughed heartily and told him, win the deity war. He then ordered someone outside to bring something in. After they brought in a simulator, he told the guy, this is the latest gaming pod model, not yet released on the domestic market. It can store enough nutrient solution for you to survive a week. He continued telling the guy, if you need anything in the game, you can find me anytime. The guy then smiled and said to him, okay. After entering the game, the system told him, welcome back to the deity realm. As he walked, he thought, so the game can sustain life signs, allowing players to stay online for a week without logging off. They've had this capability for a while. No wonder in my past life, I could never catch up to those people. He glanced to the right and further thought, it's time to visit the item shop and prepare for this distant great war. Arriving at the deity item shop, the mortal recalled from before, after removing the light healing aura skill used to counter the deity light attribute, the system displayed, basic teleport stone 100 gold, intermediate teleport stone 200 gold, high-grade expanded backpack to 400 slots 1000 gold, intermediate deity stone to unlock 6th skill slot 1000 gold, supreme deity stone to unlock 8th skill slot 5000 gold, 100,000 gold. The mortal thought, surprised, wow, my luck is quite good, just when I was running out of backpack slots. Currently, the mortal received 10 intermediate teleport stones, 20 high-grade expanded backpacks, and a supreme deity stone. The mortal calculated, using the high-grade backpack increases capacity to 400 slots. On the screen appeared, you used the supreme deity stone to unlock the 8th skill slot. He recalled, I didn't carefully examine this skill before. The 5-star deity light dark attribute special skill will add the received deity attribute to the skill energy bar. Using this skill, all attack damage will gain a 40 energy bonus, but skill damage received will reduce energy by 20. Lasts 30 minutes, cooldown 60 minutes. Current skill energy, 550. The mortal grinned wickedly, realizing, that means I can deal an extra 2220 bonus damage, while reducing damage taken by 1100 from all attacks when hit. Considering the player's current damage output within 30 minutes, I'll be nearly invincible. He finally decided, seems I need to find a way to absorb more deity attributes. At that moment, a message came to the mortal. There are a total of 5 guild quests. You guys have completed 4 already. The last one is worth 200 reputation points and is quite difficult. Can you come over here? At the outskirts of the Imperial City, Feng Ying and Dao Xiaoyao were there. She asked the mortal if he could come. The mortal agreed, I'll be right there. Feng Ying relayed his answer. He said he'll be right over. The 4 of them stood together. Ling Xiaoxuan smiled confidently. With the combined strength of his 4, We can just call those guys out and slaughter them all. On the other side, another group. A subordinate reported, "Big bro, the opposing side only has 4 people. Even if they are stronger, we can still handle them." The red-haired man cautioned, "It's unwise if we end up in a two-front battle with them. Boss, how should we deal with this?" A giant purple swamp toad monster appeared. The silver rank boss behind it was a 4-person quest monster. Of course, they couldn't go all out against us. Feng Ying spoke up, "Wait, Osake is coming." Ling Xiaoxuan also agreed, "Osake, listen to your big bro. You're the eldest, I'll listen to you." Feng Ying reminded again, "Our target is the guild boss quest for reputation. Killing these guys won't give us any reputation points. We need to wait for the right opportunity." The mortal sent Feng Ying a message, "I'll be there in 1 minute." He waved his hand, seeing the opportunity arise. Then Feng Ying covered his face with a weapon, signaling to advance. Dao Xiaoyao and the Tyrannosaurus moved forward. Tan An also unsheathed his sword, yelling. Ling Xiaoxuan declared, "Ready, you little punks, come face us." The gang leader also shouted, "Seems we can't be civil today, brothers." He unsheathed his sword, about to give the order, but before he could finish, Feng Ying appeared behind him, too late for him to react. He was struck with fear. Feng Ying swiftly struck him down with his weapon. Feng Ying chided, "You talk too much, little brother." Seeing this, his underlings cried out, "Big bro." A white-haired man signaled, "The leader is dead. Everyone listen to me. Warriors, move forward. Stop their summons." They obeyed clearly. Mages and priests attacked the warriors from range. They responded accordingly. Feng Ying moved and said, "Tan An, block their ranged attacks. Buy me some time." She also agreed to join in. She said, "Don't worry." The white-haired man ordered the warriors to change targets, focus on the knight. Ling Xiaoxuan killed one of them, declaring, "You have no chance." But from behind him, he detected 2 power sources preparing to attack. However, Feng Ying helped defeat those 2 assailants. Ling Xiaoxuan turned and smiled. "Thank you, brothers and sisters." Tan An laughed, "You're too kind." On the enemy's side now, those guys decided to unleash their assassin monster, as it was too powerful. "We can't beat the boss. Don't even think about getting the boss." A swift arrow came flying. Tan An shouted in alarm, "I'm dead." Dao Xiaoyao angrily cursed, "Damn it. They can't beat us, so they're being sore losers." By then, Feng Ying had eliminated the 2 trying to summon the monster, but ultimately failed. He cursed, "Damn it, I was too slow." The summoned monster burst with power. Feng Ying worried, "I've used up almost all my big moves, this is troublesome." But just then, the mortal appeared. "Hello everyone." Everyone was surprised by his appearance. Dao Xiaoyao laughed, scolding the mortal, "You're late." "Yeah, I'm late." The mortal admitted his mistake, "I'm sorry. Shall we take down the boss together?" Powerful energy was unleashed. A while later, the system announced, "Mission, deal with the giant purple swamp frog completed." The mortal turned to console everyone, "Good work, everyone. Our guild's reputation is high enough to spread. I'll send you back to town first." Then, a world channel notification appeared. "Attention players, the God Realm is about to merge. In 3 days, a server merger battle will commence. At that time, all players in the capital city will represent their server in the battle. The victorious server region will become the center of the God Realm." Everyone looked at Feng Ying in confusion. He then asked, "What is this God Realm server merger battle?" The mortal replied, "It could be called a world war of sorts, with a new world at stake." The mortal explained, "The server merger battle begins with regional server qualifiers, leading to the world final stage. More specifically, the major regional servers will first engage in internal battles, to select the elites to participate in the world final battle. The victorious regional server will become the center of the God Realm." Hearing this, Ling Xiaoxuan asked curiously, "What are the benefits of becoming the center server?" The mortal replied, "You can understand it as, the major regional servers are like parallel worlds. In simpler terms, the server merger is equivalent to these worlds merging into one. The victorious one will be chosen as the central memory of the new world, which won't be reset. For example, if the Flower Blossom server becomes the central memory, your NPC relationships and favorability will be preserved. But if not, you'll have to rebuild those relationships again. That's a rough understanding of it." Dao Xiaoyao spoke up, "So then, if we lose, it's like starting from scratch." Tan An said, I feel lucky then. Good thing you're on our side, mortal. Otherwise, this would be a headache. But the mortal reminded them, the server merger battle won't be easy. You'll see when the time comes. He then bid farewell and entered his personal space. After returning to town and setting up the guild's teleportation array, there were 3 days left until the battle began. The mortal advised, everyone, prepare yourselves mentally as well. We may not even get past the qualifiers. The screen displayed, you have been teleported to Heavenly Descent Capital. A soldier approached Ling Xiaoxuan. Mortal, the Lord summons you respectfully. The mortal thought, why is he looking for me now? Could it be about something? The mortal went and asked the Lord, what does the Lord of the capital need me for? Tian Yi wanted to ask about an old matter. Mortal friend, have you forgotten something? Previously, I asked you to investigate Track Gu's strength, but you never gave me an answer. The mortal replied, the mission was completed, I just didn't get a chance to tell you. But he said it was no longer needed since the deadline had passed. Now we've received news that a Grand Master in red robes from the church has died. Regardless of Track Gu's strength, it no longer affects the overall situation. The mortal asked, what are your plans? He thought it was a rare opportunity. We must seize this chance to suppress the church. But the mortal had a different view. The conflict between the church and the palace was an opportunity to profit. It was fine to fish in troubled waters occasionally, but turning against the church would be disadvantageous. So the mortal waved his hand in refusal. I'm afraid I can't participate in this. The girl beside him said, since you've received a noble title, mortal, of course, you should contribute to this plan. Since it wasn't important, he replied, in that case, please ask the Lord to revoke the title and the compensation it requires. I don't need it. She angrily threatened the mortal. You really think I wouldn't dare take action against you? The mortal fearlessly replied, I'm just telling the truth. The Lord has indeed broadened my perspective. If the palace wants to use force to coerce me, I'd rather return to the church and accept their judgment. But if the Lord intends to use violence to keep me here, it won't be that easy. In the worst case scenario, if things really go south, I'll have no choice but to fully submit to the church. The palace wouldn't dare to truly turn against me. Seeing this, Tian Yi eased the tension. Mortal friend, we mean you no harm. The woman spoke plainly, we just want you to help us with one thing. It won't make you an enemy of the church. Do you know the church's purpose for trafficking slaves? System notification. You have activated the special mission interrogation at the palace. Lord Qingru and Capital Lord Tian Yi want to know the church's purpose for their slave scheme. But the mortal tensely replied, why should I tell you? The beautiful girl beside the Capital Lord angrily said, mortal, your greed will not have a good ending. Hearing this, the mortal replied, the one who is greedily insatiable is you. I'm not a person of the imperial city. If you want me to help, you must have the proper attitude. Hearing this request for help, the beautiful girl beside the Capital Lord could only grit her teeth and glare at him. Then the mortal turned his back to them and said, if you don't agree, please excuse me. That worthless title, if you want it back, take it. Seeing this situation, Capital Lord Tian Yi had to speak up. Mortal, the imperial court won't let you suffer losses. Then a system panel appeared. Special mission updated. Mission reward, white gold rank beast king armor. Suitable for level 40 warrior knights. Then the mortal turned to Capital Lord Tian Yi and said, Capital Lord Tian Yi, can you make decisions on behalf of the Lord? Capital Lord Tian Yi's promise is my promise. Now it's your turn, mortal. The mortal closed his eyes and said calmly, the church is trafficking slaves for the Angel Project. They want to artificially create angels. They have an abandoned underground sanctuary right beneath Wanian village in the outskirts. I've told you the information. Remember to give me the reward later. Then he calmly turned around and walked away. The Lord gritted his teeth and said as he watched him leave, this mortal is too arrogant. For now, the most important thing, my lord, is to pressure the church. Demand they relinquish their power. You're right, contact the palace guards immediately. Lead them to Wanian village at once. We must find clues. After speaking, the Lord stepped into the teleportation circle. Indeed, when it rains, it pours. The palace wants war with the church at the same time, and there's also the server merger. The mortal thought as he walked. Suddenly, loud shouts rang out around him. The battle for the server merger is about to begin. I'm selecting pre-registered deity players based on ranking. based on the trial tower and player recognition levels. Welcome everyone to place bets. Predict their rankings in the upcoming server merger battle. At this moment, a man and a woman were tirelessly promoting to everyone. The man was the merchant of the Tao. The woman was the merchant priestess secretary. The man continued speaking, various betting methods and odds. You can find me for consultation or check the website after logging off. Seeing this scene, the mortal thought to himself, before the server merger battle, many former bigwigs have emerged, like the merchant of the Tao. Before the merger, he was just an unknown second-hand peddler. After this battle, he directly made the rich list in reality. Then the mortal approached an NPC and said, I want to craft a small guild teleportation array and a basic guild headquarters locator compass. The man replied, it requires a total of 350 guild reputation points. A notification showed guild reputation deducted by 350. You have received a basic guild headquarters teleportation array. You have received a basic guild headquarters locator compass. Purchase complete. Let's head to the headquarters, he thought. He then teleported back to the guild. Immediately, he took out the 2 newly purchased items to use. A notification appeared. Basic guild headquarters teleportation array placed within the headquarters. Allows teleportation to and from the nearest city at the cost of 1 energy point per person per use. Mana crystals can be used to replenish energy. 1 mana crystal equals 1000 energy points. Current teleportation destination, Heavenly Descent Imperial City. Initial energy, 10,000. Next, the mortal took out the remaining item. A terrain projection appeared. Basic guild headquarters locator compass placed within the headquarters. Reveals detailed locations of all entities within 500 meters around the headquarters. A red dot blinked in the center of the projection. Beep beep beep. Looking at it, the mortal sensed that something was approaching. Over there. Over there. The mortal looked up through the trees and saw a massive beast flying overhead. It was a silver-scaled ancient dragon. On its back rode a red, horned flying beast, with a pair of long horns. Atop it was a tall man wearing clothes that exuded an aura of majesty and pride, revealing his rippling muscles. It was Banshik. From atop the beast, he shouted, Yi Qingchun, come out now. How long will you cower like a turtle? Below, Yi Qingchun leaned against a tree trunk, leisurely listening to Banshik's words. Without anger, he merely smiled and replied, and what are you supposed to be? Standing on the massive beast's back, Banshik looked down and said, you killed my 3 senior brothers. Today, I've come to take your head in return. Only then did Yi Qingchun open an eye to look at him. You're a disciple of Dituan, I presume. I am Banshik, the 4th disciple of the great barbarian lord. Yi Qingchun, dare you face me in battle? Hearing this, Yi Qingchun stood up and said, your 3 senior brothers were all beaten by me single-handedly. It seems you're also eager to join them. Banshik grew furious, kicking the beast hard, causing it pain. Then he gritted his teeth and shouted, die. After that, the silver ancient dragon fired an energy beam from above straight at Yi Qingchun's location. Yi Qingchun merely waved his hand lightly, deflecting the energy beam elsewhere. Then, Yi Qingchun made a flicking motion with 2 fingers downwards. Immediately, the ancient dragon felt a crushing force. It then plummeted straight down from the sky onto the ground. Witnessing the 7 combat moves just now, the mortal was utterly dumbfounded and awestruck. Banshik gritted his teeth and said, you, farewell. This time, let Dituan handle you. 1 disciple down. Saying that, Yi Qingchun flicked his wrist upwards. Then, a series of spells surrounded Banshik. No wonder you're the demon slayer Yi Qingchun. My master was right, I shouldn't have come for you, but, suddenly, he mumbled an incantation. Great demon god, I offer my life. Bestow upon me the primordial power of creation. Tear apart the cycles. Then, a purple energy burst exploded around Banshik. The mortal was startled and shouted, oh man, this is too much. This is my cultivation ground, you know. Can you take this madness elsewhere? Hearing this, Yi Qingchun smiled and snapped his fingers, saying, don't worry, kid, it'll be over soon. The energy that had just erupted spun Banshik around and flung him away. He crashed heavily into an ancient tree trunk, yet he still tried to speak. Yi Qingchun, I underestimated you. But what good is your strength? Your woman, isn't she still enslaved? Washing my master's feet. Hearing Banshik say these words, Yi Qingchun suddenly flinched and growled, asking him, what did you say? Liu Ni is already gone. Banshik looked up and laughed loudly. Who said she's dead? She's serving my master in that barbarian city. Ha 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 ha. The demon slayer, enraged, waved his hand and said calmly. Then Banshik exploded into a bloody mess. At this point, Yi Qingchun was extremely furious, his face terrifyingly grim. Turning to the mortal, he growled, seen enough. Want to learn? Help me with a task, and I'll teach you a few things as payment. Come with me to the barbarian city to help me rescue someone. The mortal was so surprised by this that he was speechless. Suddenly, a system prompt appeared. You have activated the special protection quest. Yi Qingchun requests your aid. Do you accept? Hearing Yi Qingchun's invitation, the mortal calmly replied, I've heard the barbarian city is very far away. I need to return within 3 days. I'm afraid I can't accept this quest. Yi Qingchun smiled gently and replied, I've just sealed the raging silver dragon, so we have it. 3 days is more than enough time. Hearing this, the mortal could only laugh wryly and respond, well then, if there's no delay, let's go. We should get moving. Suddenly, 2 beautiful ladies were teleported in. Seeing the mortal about to leave, Qing'an spoke up, asking, Sir, are you preparing to leave this place? The mortal was puzzled in his mind, turning to the 2 beauties and asking Qing'an, Little demons, why have you 2 come here? Qing'an spoke up in response, the previous hidden class quest failed. We have one more chance. I'm prepared to grind levels and try again. The little demon is my assistant, here to help. The mortal smiled. There are only 3 days left until the server merger battle. You 2 just reached level 30. How about this? For the next 2 days, I'll guide you both in leveling. The 2 beauties blushed shyly, happily exclaiming, oh really? That's wonderful. 1,000 thanks, great deity. Yi Qingchun, standing on the back of the raging silver dragon, laughed and said, You're quite the lad, kid. Traveling with 2 beauties in tow. Reminds me of my younger self. The mortal waved his hand, replying, They're just teammates. Oh, teammates. Ah ha ha. Let's go, let's go. So the 4 of them, standing on the raging silver dragon, flew towards the barbarian city. In the frozen wasteland, where snow and ice covered the surroundings, suddenly, someone noticed a red flying beast, the raging silver dragon, passing through this area. She looked up and shouted loudly, The frozen wasteland is forbidden to all living beings. I advise you to stop your advance. She was Shui Duongtong of the Snow Tribe. Hearing the voice, the mortal looked down and recognized her. She was from the Snow Tribe of the frozen wasteland. They had always been very arrogant, but Yi Qingchun calmly said it was no problem. After she had spoken, seeing no reaction from those on the flying beast, she became enraged. Shui Duongtong angrily spoke up, If you refuse to heed my warning, then don't blame me for taking unintentional action. Then shards of snow gathered around her. Yi Qingchun, standing on the flying beast, laughed at the 2 ladies, waving his hand to create a thin energy barrier, blocking the incoming shards of ice, and said, Young, yet your skills are formidable. Your arrogance is unmatched. What's this? Seeing her attack blocked and hearing his taunting words, she became enraged. She angrily ordered her tribesmen to attack. Suddenly, an old man came out to stop Shui Duongtong. Let him pass. He was the great elder of the Snow Tribe, Bing Yusho. Seeing the elder arrive, Shui Duongtong respectfully greeted the great elder. Yi Qingchun looked down, gruffly addressing Bing Yusho. I didn't expect you to still be alive. Years ago, the Snow Tribe allied with humans to kill me. Shui Ying died saving you. With her life, she bought your survival from me. The great elder of the Snow Tribe also spoke upon hearing this. Shui Ying's fate was truly regrettable. The mortal turned to ask Yi Qingchun what happened. Yi Qingchun recounted, Shui Ying was my beloved from the Snow Tribe. I wanted to take her as my wife, but then everything happened as it did. Yi Qingchun turned his head, shooting a sharp glance, Let's go now. Yi Qingchun said loudly, Shui Ying died because of the Snow Tribe. Today, the threat from the Snow Tribe has been resolved. You should go and atone to her. Hearing this, the great elder of the Snow Tribe appeared extremely panicked. Seeing his panic, Shui Duongtong asked the great elder, What's wrong? The mortal looked towards the Snow Tribe's great elder and said, Bing Yusho's strength is not weak, yet he could still kill you from afar. Just how powerful was that person to defeat him back then? Yi Qingchun suddenly spoke up in response, causing the mortal to be surprised as well. Dethan could single-handedly seal the demon god Hualu, and even use it as nourishment, constantly absorbing the demon god's power to use. The mortal stood stunned in the demon race's city. The mortal, standing high and looking down, asked if he was sure. Yi Qingchun uneasily replied, "Not sure, but we must try." Suddenly, a voice came from somewhere. "Yi Qingchun, I'm done playing with your woman. Here, take her back." A girl fell from the sky. It was Hong Lu. She sadly said, "Qingchun, don't stay here. Don't go looking for Dethan anymore." Yi Qingchun hugged Hong Lu, saying, "Liuni, you're alive, thank goodness," to the mortal. "Take Liuni and leave first. I'll go settle the score with Dethan." Hong Lu worriedly called out, "Qingchun, listen to me, stop and stay here." Before she could finish, Yi Qingchun angrily rushed off, yelling, "Dethan, get out here quickly. If not, I'll destroy this entire demon race city of yours." Hong Lu turned around, panicked, saying, "Qingchun can't fight Dethan. Dethan has absorbed the demon god's power, he's practically immortal. Even if Qingchun is stronger, the end result will only be mutual destruction. Please, stop him." Seeing this, the mortal asked, "If so, why did Dethan send you back?" Hong Lu replied, "He's afraid Qingchun will recklessly drag him to death." She continued, "Then the mortal turned to advise Qingchun, 'You too, take her and go first. I'll go assess the situation.'" Qingchun immediately agreed, "But be careful." After saying that, the mortal flew in the direction Yi Qingchun had gone. On Yi Qingchun's side, he was calmly dealing with some demon soldiers, saying to Dethan, "The longer you hide, the more demon soldiers in the city will die. How long will you keep running?" Hearing those taunting words, the demon king Dethan appeared. He arrogantly said to Yi Qingchun, "You barged into my demon race city, killing my people. You really think I'm afraid of you?" Then Yi Qingchun used his skills to attack him. He angrily said, "Since you've shown up, accept death." Unfortunately, Dethan managed to block that attack. He said to Yi Qingchun with interest, "It seems that defeat back then didn't affect your state of mind. Your strength has increased." The mortal, from behind him, tried to sneak attack him this time. He nimbly blocked it with his shield. Dethan glanced and said, "Yi Qingchun, finding an assistant is fine, but to find a mere mouse to deal with me." He thought to himself, "Order can't inflict any damage at all." The mortal smiled and said, "Big brother, don't be angry, I didn't mean it." Yi Qingchun spoke to Dethan, "Your opponent is me. He's not involved, you go on ahead. This has nothing to do with you." Dethan sneered and said, "I'm quite interested in catching this little mouse priest. Kill that little mouse for me." The soldiers immediately chorused, "Yes, sir." At this moment, the system appeared. "You have traded heart-reviving rebirth with Yi Qingchun." The mortal turned and ran away. He didn't forget to say, after using heart-reviving rebirth, within an hour of dying, I can revive to my previous state. Behind him at this moment, Dethan's soldiers were chasing him madly. Seeing this, he silently cursed, "I went too far this time." The three great guardian priests attacked in succession, trying to kill him at high speed. The energy spheres in their hands were thrown towards the mortal. The mortal saw them flying straight at him. He quickly used spatial concealment, narrowly dodging the enemy's attack. The leader thought, "That ant can't run too far." The two of them split up to chase him to the city gate. "Block him," the two subordinates responded in unison. At this moment, the mortal was worriedly hiding in a corner. He thought silently, the most dangerous place is the safest. Rather than recklessly confronting them, a while later, the mortal reached the Demon King's palace. For him, the most dangerous place is the safest. Dethan and the three great priests were outside. Plus, because of Yi Qingchun, the guards here were probably very weak. He thought silently as he went to a place. The mortal guessed this was probably Dethan's resting palace. Then he was a bit surprised. Before the mortal was an unfamiliar woman. He asked her who she was. The other party replied, "My name is Anna. I'm a human captured by Dethan as a prisoner. Are you the great adventurer, sir?" Hearing this, the mortal was surprised. Dethan's prisoner, yet able to live so freely. He thought he must be a fool. Then he replied to Anna, "Is there anything I can help you with?" Anna said, "My sister is imprisoned in the demon ceiling tower. Please save my sister, sir." If you can rescue my sister, I'll do anything you want, Anna said reluctantly. Then she moved closer. You will help me, won't you, sir? The mortal asked where the demon ceiling tower was. Anna smiled. I'll lead you there right away. A while later, the two reached the demon ceiling tower. Anna said, my sister is in there. Now I'll take you inside. The two went inside, and Anna continued, my sister is right in here. Please follow me. At this moment, her expression seemed sinister. The mortal followed Anna to a place where a huge red crystal was above. The mortal asked if her sister was imprisoned in this crystal. At this moment, Anna used a seduction spell while replying to him. You see that ceiling crystal? Break it, and I'll be able to rescue my sister. As she finished speaking, the mortal was struck by a mind control spell, lasting 30 seconds. Thus, he had to obey all her words. Anna laughed wickedly. The adventurer is too gullible. Aren't you obediently following my orders? As she finished speaking, the mortal used his holy light body to easily break free from her spell. He smiled. Is that so? Anna was utterly surprised. You broke my mind control spell. Things have come to this. You think you can still escape? Then she muttered, Great Demon Lord, grant your power. Please, bestow strength upon your most loyal follower. As she finished, a demonic face appeared, the avatar of the demon Lord Hualik. Anna silently focused her power. Seeing her power, the mortal frowned and asked, You're a follower of the demon Lord Hualik. Right after, he used his ultimate move, the Petite Holy Light Heaven Opening Formation, swinging a powerful sword strike at Anna. But Anna remained unfazed. She focused on chanting the spell, looking up at him. The mortal pondered in his heart, the demon lord's power is continuously providing her nourishment. If I can't interrupt Anna's absorption of power, a way appeared in the mortal's mind. He quickly raised his sword and used the life-offering technique, with one thought in his mind, deal with the root. Immediately after, Anna's magic array shattered. She snapped out of it and screamed, Stop! Then Anna quickly flew towards the mortal, glancing behind him. He thought, this avatar seems to have no consciousness. It can't move or recover, only provide power. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so flustered. Without hesitation, the mortal turned and pointed his sword forward. An infinite vortex appeared before his eyes. The orange-haired woman said boldly, You can't defeat me, Deep Tan Quan. As long as I enter the demon ceiling tower, I'll have an endless source of power provided by the demon lord, while you can only exhaust your life force. Deep Tan Quan warned as he pursued, Then let's see if you can enter the seal. The orange-haired woman flew towards the tower and said, You can't stop me. Inside, Anna seemed to sense something. She turned back, looking delighted, and exclaimed, It's Than. Upon seeing Than, she turned and flew out. Watching her fly away, the mortal sneered inwardly, The follower is fleeing. Does Than still need to come here to absorb power? Interesting. Then entered and declared arrogantly, Deep Tan Quan. I told you, you can't stop me. He laughed amusedly and ordered, Demon Lord Hualik, quickly have your avatar offer all its power for me to absorb. Then I'll spare you. But in response, Than received only the mortal's mocking smile. Seeing this, Than's anger flared. Where is that wretched rat's avatar? Hualik's avatar. The mortal innocently replied, I just dealt with it. Hearing this, he roared furiously, I must kill you, filthy rat. At this moment, Deep Tan Quan had run up and stood before the mortal, Than. Deep Tan Quan shouted loudly, Your opponent is me. The mortal explained softly to Deep Tan Quan, I destroyed the demon lord Hualik's avatar, so Than can't absorb the demon lord's power. Fight and defeat him quickly. Hearing this, Deep Tan Quan boldly ordered, Let's fight another round. At this point, Than's anger had risen violently. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Seeing this, Deep Tan Quan sneered, What's the matter, old friend? It seems you'll have to join the fight with me. The demon ceiling formation has collapsed. He turned and asked Deep Tan Quan, Shall we go? He replied, I'm fine, but Than has escaped. Then he asked, What happened? He replied, Than couldn't supplement the demon lord's power after my strike. He's like a dying flame. When the demon ceiling tower collapsed, he fled. Let's go find him. Raging winds formed a magic array under their feet. Hualik's consciousness appeared. I never thought my consciousness would return. The mortal said, The seal is broken, allowing Hualik's consciousness to invade. Deep Tan Quan said nothing, but his consciousness could easily suppress it. Hualik said, Ignorant humans, you dare disrespect the divine. I will crush your flesh and imprison your souls. The great demon lord is powerful. My faithful follower will offer a girl's blood and flesh. She will enter this beautiful body. Wait for my revival. You will be the next to die." He laughed delightedly. With a snap of his fingers, he was blown apart. Deep Tan Quan's ears were ringing. "Let's go after Than." The blonde girl urged the mortal. Then is following her trail. They pursued to Hong Lu. Then the mortal heard something surprising and reported, "Deep Tan Quan, something happened to the Crimson Lady. Hurry, take me there." The two flew, calling loudly, "Tan En, what happened to the little demon?" The blonde girl said, "Quick, let's save Hong Lu." The capped girl said, "The demon lord let them kill the dragon human and capture Hong Lu." The capped girl said. The mortal asked, "Where is he?" He stepped onto the bridge and said, "It's you little mouse again." In his hands, he held Hong Lu. Deep Tan Quan demanded sternly, "Release Hong Lu." He laughed triumphantly, "If not for that little mouse, I could have killed you today. Now I'm about to die, your woman won't survive either." Hearing this, he was enraged, frowning as he prepared to attack. Not so fast. Before he could act, the mortal swiftly took Hong Lu back from his hands, catching him off guard in a flash. A beam of power struck his heart. Deep Tan Quan said, "Wretched then, I have accepted your surrender outside the city. The barbarian race need not exist anymore." After killing them, the mortal used a holy talisman to heal her, but there seemed to be no change. He looked worried. "It seems my healing has no effect on Hong Lu." Deep Tan Quan replied, "It's alright. You managed to save Lu Ni's life, that's good enough. But I need to stay by her side and care for my daughter. As for your martial arts training, I'm afraid I can't teach you for now. You want to level up, don't you? Let the two girls guard Lu Ni. I'll take you to slaughter the city and level up." Scene changes. One by one, Deep Tan Quan stabbed them to death. One shouted, "Brothers, charge! Kill him!" He snapped his fingers, turned, and said, "Then is dead. Do you wish to resist? Then today, the barbarian race will be slaughtered." Then a huge explosion occurred. The mortal said, "It seems we have a long way to go." The natural system announced, "Level up to 36. Your basic attribute points plus 1 gain 4 free attribute points." He asked, "Have you 2 leveled up?" The little witch girl replied, "Jumping up and down, 4 levels." Hearing this, the blonde girl was startled by the high-level jump. He replied, "That's great then. We shouldn't have any issues with the next dungeon run. Don't let the past events affect your confidence in our strength. We'll be that powerful." Now that the barbarian city is destroyed, what are your plans? Deep Tan Quan replied, "Care for Lu Ni until her wounds heal, then return to Lac Tien Kok Duong Jia." The mortal said, "In that case, we'll head back to the imperial city first. Farewell," he said as he channeled his power, creating a portal, and stepped through the world announcement. The Sun War will officially begin in 24 hours. At that time, all players worldwide will be forcibly teleported to the ancient battlefield from the imperial city of Kuk. Get ready for battle. Go rest now. The war begins tomorrow. Remember to log in early and prepare healing potions. The blonde girl said, "Yes, I'll have to sleep these 2 days without rest. I really can't take it anymore." The little witch girl smiled and said, "See you all tomorrow." Then the two logged out. He thought he'd take advantage of the time before the war began to see if the great demon could devour the god statue. No, he went to where the great demon's trap was sold. The game system announced, "You have received the great demon's blessing." He was perplexed. The trap was still here, but the statue was gone. The great demon and his god statue were missing, leaving 2 possibilities. 1. For some unclear reason, the goddess of darkness descended, controlling the god statues and the great demon. 2. The great demon had gained control of the statue and left. The great demon's trap remained, so the chances of it leaving voluntarily were low. He hoped it was due to some inexplicable reason. It seemed this dungeon run had lost a great source of help. Next, he opened a teleportation gate. "You have been teleported to the imperial city of celestial descent." Suddenly, there was a doorbell ring. Jiang Chen asked from inside the house, "Who is it?" A man standing at the door introduced himself as Mr. True and Kwok. Jiang Chen asked, "What's the matter this time?" "Tomorrow, the merger war will officially begin. The Waha server has 2 million participants. The top 1001 players will advance to the finals." He asked coldly, "And then what?" The man handed him a file and said, I'm certain you can make it through the elimination round, as you've defeated several Korean servers before, like Descendants of the Sun, Lawless Lawyer, single-handedly wiping out entire guilds and topping the national server. It's estimated his strength is no less than yours, but his survivability is slightly inferior. Miyamoto Yogi, top Japanese server Shiken, was a warrior before, but his current class is unknown. It's said those who've seen his Atatata technique have died. Rammer, now called the strongest knight on the Waham server, no player of the same class can face him. These will be your ultimate opponents. Recalling his previous life, these people had all left a strong impression on him. Their physical strength couldn't be underestimated. He replied, I'll take it seriously. Good. The elimination round's location is random, so it's best you find some teammates. Like the very strong god of slaughter, you knew him before, didn't you? He pointed to himself and replied, I am the god of slaughter. Oh, good luck then. The man left after saying that. The next day in the game system announced, the elimination round is about to begin. All players in the Imperial City will be randomly teleported to the ancient battlefield. Please prepare. He chatted in the group channel. After entering, prioritize survival first, then raise your ranking, then gradually gather at the neutral center. Keep the guild chat open and report any special situations immediately. The girl wearing the hat heard and replied, understood. The blonde girl also said, everyone, do your best. Hugh also heard clearly and chatted, see you on the battlefield. The archer heard clearly and replied, yeah, got it. Zem Bao saw it and chatted, I'll catch up, hello. It's been a while since we were on the ancient battlefield. Then, the game system announced. Announcement to all players, this elimination round is about to begin. All players in the Imperial City will be randomly teleported to the ancient battlefield. Please prepare. In a second, he was transformed. The final merger war had begun. The system sent a notification to Pham Tran. You have been teleported to the ancient battlefield. Pham Tran's ID integration score. Unranked, 2,703,251. All players with a 0 integration score are defaulted to the last rank. Elimination round time, 3 days. Integration rule. Obtain black pearls on the ancient battlefield. Each pearl equals 1 integration point. When the elimination round ends, the 1001 players with the highest integration scores will advance to the finals. At this moment, Pham Tran suddenly squatted down. In his hand was a black pearl, just as the system described. Pham Tran thought to himself, indeed, it's just like my previous life. Black pearls were scattered all over the ground, looking like a collection game, but in reality. Then the system notified Pham Tran, reminder, black pearls cannot be traded. After death, half will be lost. Dead players cannot be revived. Reminder 2. When night falls, the cursed power in the wilderness will be activated, draining 5 HP per second. Health cannot be recovered, so go to a shelter. After reading, Pham Tran revealed a meaningful smile. According to his guess, the last 2 lines were the real game rules. When night falls, players will become prey to each other. Then Pham Tran observed the system panel. There were a total of 99 shelters. Then he looked at a shelter and said, shelter number 88 is the nearest one. So Pham Tran made a plan in his head. Go to the shelter first, and wait for my prey to come to the door. I have such a high grudge score on the Washa server, they surely won't let me off easily, haha. Ah, almost forgot. The live streams from each server must have started too. Then he appeared on the screen of Jiang Chan's livestream room. People started commenting. Tran Shen's stream room is being recommended by the company on the big screen. No wonder he's the god Tran. Another comment said, the great god doesn't seem to understand the rules. Why are there so many black pearls in the sand around him? Someone else asked, is it okay to just walk around like that? He doesn't understand anything and has already met others. Then Lu Li the priest spotted him, surprised, the great god Pham Tran. Pham Tran calmly replied, so what? Lu Li introduced herself, greetings, sir. I'm a top 5 ranked priest in the training tower leaderboard. I know you're an offensive priest. My healing ability is decent too. Can I team up with you? I assure you I won't hold you back, she proposed. Hearing this, Pham Tran thought silently, the god's blessing, my love life still lacks the intimacy of a female player. Since we've met, I'll choose this girl. After thinking, he responded, stay close, but I may not be able to protect you here. As he finished, the system notified, you have joined Pham Tran's team. Lu Li was delighted. Yes, God Tran, I can protect myself. Oh right, I have a haste buff, do you need it? Pham Tran smiled, just speak normally, no need for honorifics, as long as you're not afraid to expend resources. Then Lu Li cast Wind's Blessing on Pham Tran, and the system notified him, movement speed plus 50% for 30 minutes. Pham Tran was a bit surprised. The duration of your skill is impressively long. Lu Li giggled and said, my advanced job class is High Priest. Pham Tran exclaimed in surprise. Looks like I found a treasure. Seeing the two chat happily, viewers commented, the hero can hardly resist a beauty. The top player in the country is about to fall too. What? It's been over 10 minutes, but Pham Tran's integration is still 1. Another comment affirmed, I don't believe the god Tran will fall. Someone else asked, everyone, don't you see Tran Shen is about to reach the nearest shelter? Soon after, they arrived at shelter number 88. Lu Li then asked Tran Shen, it's still early, why are we at the shelter? He smiled, waiting for the rabbit by the tree. Hearing this, Lu Li was a bit surprised, waiting for the rabbit by the tree. Then Pham Tran continued, the players soon arriving at shelter 88 are the rabbits I'm waiting for. After hearing Pham Tran was hunting players, Lu Li was astonished. You plan to hunt players. That explains why you didn't care about the black pearls on the way. The viewers of the live stream were also shocked. One commented, as expected of the great god. This time, the shelter has become a graveyard. Who could have guessed? But I have one question. There are a total of 99 shelters on the map. Does Tran Shen plan to kill everyone at one shelter? Lu Li had the same question. There will be many people at the shelter at night. Do you plan to kill them all? He eagerly replied, you'll find out when the time comes. Actually, I don't really care, because the goal of the elimination round is not for players to go on a field trip and collect pearls. He then invited Lu Li to take a break, rest for a bit. Yes, in a moment. The assassin player was walking into the trap, unaware of the danger awaiting at that shelter. She thought silently, this is shelter 88. Let me study the terrain first. It's easier to stir up trouble at night. The viewers also noticed this player. They started discussing, an assassin is coming. Or this is a top 10 player from the training tower. One hit and players with weak defense are dead. After a while, she encountered Pham Tran and Lu Li. She was highly alert. Even the viewers tried to warn and wake them up, but he was completely lost in his dreams. Lu Li was the same. She didn't understand. Unexpectedly, it's Pham Tran, the top bounty player, but who is this girl with him? She must be a knight or summoner accompanying him. After confirming they were asleep, Tik Tam didn't think much. Whatever, I don't care anymore. I'll kill him first, even if I can't make it to the finals this time, it'll still be worth it. She then took out her 2 assassin daggers and slashed at Pham Tran to kill him, but unfortunately, that was just his clone. Tik Tam was confused. If that's fake, where is the real Pham Tran? While she was distracted, the real Pham Tran had already appeared before her. She couldn't react in time. He sent her back to the real world. The player Tik Tam died. He received an additional 145 black pearls. The viewers praised his camping strategy. Pham Tran felt lucky in his heart. Didn't expect someone to be delivered right to my door. Lu Li seemed to be fantasizing about something. I'm number 1 in the elimination round. Pham Tran heard it and felt embarrassed. Let's go. It's boring waiting here. Let's take a look around. This elimination round lasts 3 days, so the system will provide supernatural food. Some worried it might not be nutritious enough. As he finished speaking, the system opened a lucky draw for 10 black pearls. You'll get a random supernatural food that will make you feel full. 10 black pearls for random food, what a ripoff. Whatever. He used 10 black pearls to spin. After a while, he received a delicious roasted chicken leg. He quickly ate the chicken leg and waited for more deliveries. But he waited the whole afternoon, and no one came to the resting shelter. He started to feel worried. Suddenly, Lu Li ran over, panting. Tran Shen. It seems someone has spread news about you robbing others. He was startled. What? He went out with Lu Li and saw the Hone Thatch Knights battling another knight squad. The Hone Thatch leader taunted them, don't struggle anymore. The other side refused to surrender. No way, you guys. This won't do, sister. They'll kill us all at this rate. The heroic squad leader raised his sword and rallied. Follow me to kill them. Watching from afar, Pham Tran was puzzled. What's going on here? I've tried sending messages before. On this ancient battlefield, You can't send messages to your friends. How did these people gather so quickly? Lu Li observed their battle at the shelter entrance. I don't know the reason, but when I arrived, they had already blocked the entrance. Lu Li worried. Now everyone outside the shelter is blocked from entering. Pham Tran looked down at the crowd. He considered a possibility. If they dare block the entrance, they must be quite strong. Let's just watch for now. Lu Li obeyed. Below the shelter, a chaotic battle was unfolding. Both sides unleashed attacks with the intent to annihilate. Someone complained, if you want to block the entrance, you become enemies of us all. Listen up, everyone. Get ready to charge in. But the mages objected to this. They unleashed spells to block the other side. Meanwhile, the Ingon Thatch Knight leader ordered a mage to use a curse. Is the curse ready? The mage took out a talisman. Don't worry. Just wait for them to attack first. He used the talisman to summon a raging wind, a violent storm, sweeping away all obstacles on the battlefield. Pham Tran, watching from above, praised this move. No wonder they dared to block the entrance. They have wide-range attack spells. He turned to Lu Li. Let's go. It's our turn to join the fray. Lu Li's eyes widened in surprise. Before she could dissuade him, he had teleported behind the Ingon Thatch group. He greeted them. Pardon the interruption. Hand over all your black pearls. They turned around in surprise. Where did this madman come from? Without further ado, he activated the Tiu Tan Quang Tien Kai formation. They were all dumbfounded. What is this? But the leader recognized this skill. He shouted loudly, it's Pham Tran. Then the defender deployed a holy shield to protect them from Pham Tran. He even has an area of effect skill. The leader was well versed in Pham Tran's tactics, so he ordered the mage. The skill only lasts 3 seconds. Use another talisman to immobilize him quickly. The mage summoned a crushing earth talisman. 2 massive boulders appeared above Pham Tran, and soon crushed him. They laughed triumphantly. You deserved this talisman. A fitting end for you. But their laughter was short-lived, as Pham Tran's mocking voice rang out, is that all? They turned around in fear, only to see him floating in the air. Pham Tran chuckled. My delay nullified the effect of your talisman. He summoned the angel's song. An angel appeared at his call. There's no way you can dodge this. The Ingon Thatch Knights realized they had dug their own graves, so they tried to flee for their lives. But at the last moment, Pham Tran sent them to the underworld. He had annihilated all the Ingon Thatch forces, including the celestial mage. He obtained 154 and 386 black pearls. His integration score was 2,459, a decent haul. The spectators were speechless after witnessing this. Lu Li was shocked by Pham Tran's power. She questioned her own existence. Pham Tran, what can I do now? He smiled and said, well, now. Of course, we'll block the entrance. 1 person guards, 10,000 can't break through. Isn't this saying referring to you, Pham Tran? Even if there are thousands outside each checkpoint, how many black pearls would that be? She worriedly asked, are you sure there's no problem? What if those outside are desperate and charge in? Don't worry, I'll find a place far away to hide later. The rest doesn't matter. The Frost Lady spoke up angrily. Pham Tran, you. Is this befitting of the top server in the country? Only bullying regular players. As she was speaking, the dark elf quickly intervened. She turned to the archer preparing to shoot, and replied, of course, it's your grandpa. Provoked by her words, the Bone Lady's red dragon spear burst into flames. She angrily shouted, you're nothing but scum. The young man replied, we all came for the qualifiers. Why should I yield to you? He mumbled as he released the arrow. Skills mean nothing, in the end. The icy arrow flew straight at her, killing her instantly. A notification appeared. The archer has successfully killed the Bone Lady. He received 10 black pearls. Another notification. He grinned smugly. Die. 5 minutes until the night phase. Players, get ready. Head to the nearest checkpoint. If you don't want to die, spend money. Money is omnipotent. If I stay outside, I'll only have one path, to risk my life against him. That's right, even if Pham Tran is stronger, he's just one person. If we all attack together, I don't believe he won't die. Jiang Chen, observing this scene, uttered a line with satisfaction. Finally, they've decided to fight. In the blink of an eye, time passed. Little Saint's radiant celestial formation. I clearly activated damage immunity, but why am I still taking so much damage? Too late to run now. He unleashed the angel's aria. A notification appeared. Congratulations. You have killed the top player in the world, Feng Ji Dinggao. You have received 1510 black pearls. A total of 1,386 black pearls in just one day. Everyone had a bountiful harvest. Immersed in their own world, a voice suddenly rang out. Guild leader, you're amazing. It turned out to be the archer. He quickly greeted him next. The archer smiled happily. Hee. Earlier, you were busy with this secret mission. When he split into three, I immediately took action. If I came any later, I was afraid they might have escaped. He reminded the archer to prepare for battle. Liu Li cast 2 skills, Meteor Fairy Dance and Sacred Word. A notification appeared, Sacred Word buff. Her character bathed in radiant light. All damage increased by 30% for 6 seconds. Zhan Shen laughed happily, replying, this buff suits your angel's aria skill. Half an hour later, Tran Shen received a notification. Half an hour later, you are affected by the cursed power on the ancient battlefield. HP decreases by 5 per second, cannot be healed. You killed the players. Whispers of Wind, Raging Wind, War Frenzy. You received a total of 1,109,838 black pearls. Current ranking. The notification ended. Tran Shen then informed the two about the remaining black pearls they were entitled to. After gathering everything, we should quickly return to the base. The two followed his instructions. Zhan Shen inquired about their progress today, from the two accompanying him. The archer cheerfully replied, I obtained 1,200 black pearls, currently ranked 500th, and Liu Li has 502 pearls. Their eyes shone as they thanked Tran Shen. Seeing everyone was doing well, he suggested they take a break. Tran Shen was currently ranked first, so he didn't need to hunt players for now. The archer suddenly spoke up and took out a box, saying, Guild leader, you may not be done working yet. He explained the effects of this box. It's called the treasure trove, a wondrous box. After using it, you draw a random card. It costs 100 black pearls per draw. The cards you can get include Sonic, Stealth, Swiftness, Windrider, Perception, Paralysis, Defense, Power, Equilibrium, and random cards. Tran Shen was perplexed. When drawing supernatural food, a random item only costs 10 black pearls, but this one requires 100 black pearls. Could it be a supernatural item? As he reached for the box, an automated voice said, use the treasure trove to draw a card. Each draw costs 100 black pearls. Feeling comfortable with his pearl count, he decided to draw. The card Tran Shen drew was the Sonic card. After using it, you can send your voice to all the people you've met and know the names of, lasting no more than a set number of times. Currently usable 3 times. He was astonished. So that's how the previous 9-person squad gathered before. The archer quickly replied, then we can also gather with Anfang's group, right? The archer's words matched Tran Shen's thoughts exactly. I'll draw a card first, then we'll rest for the night today. Tomorrow, we'll go gather with them. He accessed the box again, and the voice asked, draw a card from the treasure trove. Unsatisfied with the previous item, he decided to draw again. A notification appeared for Tran Shen. You received the Sonic card. You received the Sonic card. You received the Swiftness card. Congratulations. You received the Materialization card. After using it, you can materialize a card in your world, usable 3 times. Truly a supernatural item. The two witnessed the whole scene, but didn't fully understand the effects. They asked the guild leader, what does the random card do? Liu Li hoped Tran Shen would reveal it, but he quickly replied with a smile. It's a secret, hee. It's my trump card to survive in the real world. How could I easily reveal it? Dak Tik Fan Fei Chin 7XEP Hang Fei Mo 42 Nam 62 Chen. Indeed, it's a great item. A great item. Now I must work hard hunting until morning. Work hard. As he yawned and walked, he thought of the archer and Liu Li. Pham Tran was both yawning and thinking of the archer and Liu Li. Why is no one around this early morning? Suddenly, the archer ran over to inform the guild leader, I've spotted a glowing mountain. Many players are running towards that mountain. He smiled, thinking whether there were good items or not, at least there were players to hunt. Anyway, there are players to hunt. Then he replied to the archer, let's go there too. After that, Liu Li approached and said, Tran Shen, wait for me. This is breakfast I exchanged for you too. Pham Tran received it, saying, "You shouldn't have spent money. Thank you, I was just about to eat." Suddenly, a spherical spell appeared at the mountain's peak, absorbing magic power from all directions. Witnessing this, the archer said, "Guild leader, that's the mountain." While Pham Tran continued watching the peak, he replied, "Not too many people though." "Well, some is better than none." Pham Tran shouted, "Let's go." Immediately, he cast a spell, Petty Saint Radiance Heaven Opening Formation, leaving everyone astonished, cursing in shock. The others immediately prepared defensive stances. The enemy is attacking us. Another skill, Flowing Star Arrow Rain, struck straight at them. Liu Li added, a powerful offensive blessing skill against the opponents. The blessed players had their skill cooldowns reduced by 35%, lasting 12 seconds. Pham Tran said satisfyingly, "Nice." He then cast Angel's Wisdom return towards them. A huge explosion occurred, causing Pham Tran to lose some balance. Suddenly, the system displayed, "You received 300 more black pearls. You received 25 more black pearls, total 2,900. Rank 259, Pham Tran just received a treasure." While receiving the treasure, he told his teammates, "Let's go check out that spell over there." The whole guild approached the spell at the peak. Pham Tran spoke up, "Previously, it was a purified cursed pearl, a special talisman. The equipped user is immune to cursed powers when night falls on the ancient battlefield." Pham Tran raised that pearl. He examined it for a while. He said, "Immune to cursed powers, yet it emits a blinding light. This is definitely a trap to lure mobile players. Beware of sudden storms." "Guild leader, don't tell me you're planning something." Pham Tran smiled slyly and replied, "I'll use voice chat to inform the scout team not to approach coordinate 130 tonight." He confidently declared, "The hunt begins." The whole Pham Tran guild responded at coordinate 1. Then he instructed, "Wait until nightfall. You take the pearl and go outside the coordinate. I'll have Liu Li buff you with damage immunity and invincibility. Once many gather, you immediately run away. Coordinate with Liu Li to lure them around." The archer quickly acknowledged the orders. Indeed, the plan went extremely smoothly. Shouts echoed in the night, "Don't steal it, that's my treasure." Nearby, others seized the opportunity to hunt for treasures. A treasure dropped. "Quick, gather everyone. Don't let others snatch it first." Suddenly, two people appeared approaching from the front. It was Liu Li and the archer. The archer said to Liu Li, "You scared the hell out of me. For the first time, I saw your health drop so quickly. It was insane." Liu Li smiled. "I almost couldn't heal you in time." Pham Tran asked them with a smile, "How was your harvest?" The archer showed 3,598 pearls, ranking 10th. Liu Li replied, "I didn't kill many people. Only over 2,000 pearls, currently ranking 500th. Pham Tran pondered. The black pearl scores seem very close. Then I'll use 300,000 pearls to open chests, keeping the rest for ranking. Pham Tran turned to leave. Before leaving, he turned back and smiled at the archer and Liu Li. "That's it for today. Take a rest, we'll meet somewhere secluded tomorrow." Pham Tran took out a box. He pondered, then spent 3,000 black pearls continuously. "Surely I'll get some good stuff, right?" The system asked him, "Would you like to use the consecutive draw function? Maximum 100 consecutive draws." Pham Tran replied, "Draw the cards one by one." The system announced, "You received a voice chat card. You received a voice chat card. You received a speed card." Hearing this, Pham Tran said, "Continue." After a while of drawing, the system announced, consecutive draws reached 200. Bonus: 1 ultra rare card outside the list. You received an ultra enhancement card. Can enhance any ability card's effect, making it stronger. Cannot enhance supreme cards. Usable 10 times. Pham Tran continued smiling. The system announced, consecutive draws reached 500. Black pearl cost for each draw increased to 500. Pham Tran said, "One more." A supreme card was drawn. The system announced, consecutive draws reached 1,000. The system announced, consecutive draws reached 1,000. The black pearl cost for each draw increased to 1,000. Pham Tran said, "One more." Then he drew another supreme card. The system announced, "You received a supreme card, the materialization card. You received the supreme materialization card." Finally, Pham Tran drew another yellow card. The system announced, "You received a supreme card, the dimensional travel card." Pham Tran held it, puzzled. The dimensional travel card, the system displayed its information. When used, it can summon any character from this world, including deities, into reality. Duration, 30 minutes. Usable 3 times. Note, the summoned character must fully trust you and agree to the dimensional travel for it to work. Seeing its effect, Pham Tran was so shocked that his eyes widened and his mouth gaped open as he spoke incoherently. Oh mamma mia! Looking at Pham Tran's expression, someone wondered, what did Tran draw? Why does he look like he just had an orgasm? Thanks to spending all 300,000 pearls. Getting 3 yellow cards is even more depressing than the 30% SSS card drop rate in this game. Seems like good stuff though. Moreover, it can be used outside the ancient battlefield. A blonde girl, watching Pham Tran on TV, spoke up. He can't be kept alive anymore. The guard standing beside her confidently said, "Rest assured, our people have infiltrated. According to the latest intel, Korea and Japan have also sent agents there. His death is certain," said the girl, Kak Latu Christie. "It's a pity," she smiled wistfully. Then Kak Latu's face turned solemn. "Such talent, yet unable to contribute to us. I'll hold a memorial service for him after his death." Meanwhile, Pham Tran was still looking at the dimensional travel card, chuckling, unaware of the approaching danger. The tournament didn't last much longer. Soon came the final day of the preliminaries. A notification popped up. "You are using the voice chat card. Whisper a player's name to send them a voice message." Pham Tran held the card in his hand and called out "Dao to use name." The card in his hand emitted a blue energy source, then released a stream of air enveloping the surrounding space. On another side, a female player wearing a witch's hat received a voice transmission summoning her to checkpoint 33. She instinctively turned her head towards the direction of the sound. The petite girl, though small, had single-handedly defeated 5 male players much larger than her. Facing her own victory, she showed no concern, as if it were a common occurrence. She smiled brightly and called out, "Voice transmission stream." It appeared to carry out its task. After gathering Dao Yu, Pham Tran immediately summoned others. Another female player with bright blonde hair, quite attractive, heard the voice transmission from the gathering call. She cheerfully replied, "I'm coming, Pham Tran. See you in a bit." Although her voice sounded quite cheerful and lively when talking to him, on the current battlefield, she was very determined and agile. As soon as she finished speaking, her sword thrust down, striking the enemy, who lost the ability to attack and could only lie under her sword, letting out an "aw." A male player with spiky hair also heard Pham Tran's summons, "Gather at checkpoint 33. He quickly turned his head in that direction and swiftly replied, "Big bro, wait for me. You're not the only one busy. I'm in the middle of a chaotic battle myself." Behind him, an enormous city exploded in a blast. Only one male player was calmly studying another city. The surroundings seemed quite peaceful. After hearing Pham Tran's summons, he regained his serious demeanor and replied, "Understood." 2 other figures approached Pham Tran, a male player with curly hair, and a female player with short hair named Lu Li. The male player awkwardly spoke up, "Guild leader, our guild is about to assemble. What should we do with this sister?" The player Lu Li, currently, was also perplexed by the new situation. She softly asked, "Can I join your guild? I'm still a free player now." Pham Tran silently contemplated, "I'll have Lu Li farm the blessings of the love god then." After saying that, he smiled warmly and welcome, eyes squinting, and said to her, "Welcome." After a moment, the 4 players earlier, who heard Pham Tran's voice summons gathered at the checkpoint where he stood. The male player with spiky blonde hair said, "Big bro, we're here. Time to get to work." On one side of Pham Tran were 3 figures, including himself. After assembling the full team of 7 players, he gave them the collective mission, "Everyone, take a short rest first." He squinted his eyes. Dangerous glints appeared in the depths of his eyes. He continued, "Head to checkpoint 99 to kill." A long period of time passed. After 3 hours, the entire team finally reached checkpoint 99. It was very chaotic here currently. Consecutive explosions occurred continuously at adjacent locations, without any discernible pattern. It seemed intense battles were raging here. Pham Tran led the way forward, then slowly turned around and said to everyone, "Everyone, go collect pearls to be safe. We must ensure everyone ranks in the top 800. A female player with red hair, representing the team, responded, Understood, Pham Tran. The system displayed the countdown to the end began. 30 minutes remaining in the final elimination round. The merger battle will end. Countdown started. 29 minutes 59 seconds. Pham Tran then raised his hand and took out a storage box. He contemplated, hurrying to keep 10,000 pearls before the time ran out. Finally, the remaining pearls were used to draw cards. It's unclear what happened during the elimination round. The system only displayed that the elimination round ended. The top 1001 players on the integration leaderboard will advance to the final zone of the merger battle, starting tomorrow morning. All players will be teleported back to the Imperial City. As soon as Pham Tran was teleported back to the city, he immediately took the opportunity to message the team's private group chat, inquiring about their situation. Did everyone pass the elimination round? Tan An was the first to reply, I'm okay. Then, Dao Tiu quickly reported her status, +1. The player Fong An also didn't forget to report, +2. The final female player in the squad, Lu Li, had also passed. She messaged, +3. It was the player Xabeo's turn. He playfully joked, +10,086. The player Tiu Zhe Lan Thu didn't want to lag behind, messaging back, +13,800,030,030. After confirming everyone had passed, Pham Tran he yawned lazily. He thought silently that the past 3 days were a bit boring, but the gains were not bad. He absent-mindedly shifted his gaze upwards, thinking, now I have 11 materialization cards, 11 enhancement cards, and 1 interdimensional card. He had almost all the functional cards, but was still missing 1 crucial, decisive card. Pham Tran considered the upcoming decisive merger battle, which would have a huge impact. I need a life-preserving card in the real world. Let me test the effect of the wind riding card, he said, then took out a green card with an intricate pattern in the center. He called out, wind riding card, materialize. Immediately, a gust of wind burst out from the card. Before he could comprehend, the card had brought him back to the present world, exiting the game system. Right away, an older man's figure appeared before him. He had an undercut hairstyle and delivered some grave news to him. You've just received news from South Korea. Japan and the UK are cooperating with each other. 3 mercenary teams have secretly infiltrated the country, intending to kill you in the real world. At this moment, Pham Tran's expression, from a distance, could not be clearly seen on his face. The figure of the suit-wearing Chief Tru stood before him, giving the reason, explaining why those forces were hunting him down. His displayed power was too strong. Pham Tran seemed to have already made some calculations in his mind. He was not flustered by the news, but could still joke calmly, replying to Chief Tru, Chief Tru, don't tell me a small mercenary team is something you all can't handle. He then walked ahead. Chief Tru turned to look at his retreating back. His furrowed brows expressed a disapproving attitude. As he spoke, you call the top 3 world gamblers, White Shark, and Anonymous a small mercenary team. He didn't wait for Pham Tran to react, instead proposing a plan to deal with the situation. Now you have 2 choices. Chief Tru said seriously, first, immediately follow me to the Supernatural Security Bureau headquarters. We will do our utmost to ensure your survival through the final round. He raised 2 fingers, continuing, second, use yourself as bait to lure the enemy out. Clear the aftermath first. After hearing this, Pham Tran turned his face away, revealing only a side profile to Chief Tru. His eyes brimmed with danger. He proposed the most difficult option, with the most unforeseeable consequences, saying, I choose 3, scare the monkeys by killing the chicken. Chief Tru shouted, are you insane? This is the real world. I know you've been enhanced in the 4 basic attributes, but reality is not like a game. The power of firearms is not something you can handle. Pham Tran took out a card, saying, I can materialize game elements in reality. Isn't this what you've always been wary of? But not pursuing it either. Why? He said, leaving Chief Tru astonished. He asked, can the extreme card materialize in-game abilities? Pham Tran replied, as you can see, I have combat abilities. I think I can send them to the grave before they use firearms. Chief Tru said, but you must understand, killing in reality is not like killing in a game. Can you handle it? Pham Tran said seriously, when the gods appear, ordinary people's lives will change completely. Originally, I didn't want to kill, but they want to take my life. I can't just sit and wait to die. Hearing this, Chief Tru had to concede. He said, all right then. I'll go investigate their hideout for you. After saying that, Pham Tran turned to leave, not forgetting to say, call me when you're ready to move out. At this moment, the system appeared. Congratulations on returning to the divine world. Pham Tran thought silently. The materialization card only needs 10 cards. In the future, those who want to kill me will only increase, not decrease. I must find the optimal solution. Speed stat for speed, defense stat for survival ability, strength stat for offensive materialization. Back in the real world, in the suburbs, Chief True said, the bases of the 3 mercenary groups are in there. There are a total of 19 people inside, all top experts from the 3 major mercenary groups. Pham Tran replied, I'll sneak in from the back of the factory. You draw their attention to the front. Remember, don't open fire. Chief True frowned, saying, your life is more important than everyone here. If something happens to you, how will the fusion battle proceed? Pham Tran said seriously, I understand myself. These people are carrying firearms with high lethality. If I don't deal with them now, even if I retreat to the Supernatural Security Bureau headquarters, it won't make a difference. Moreover, when the final battle begins, there will be no way to retreat. If I don't deal with it now and eliminate this potential threat, once they attack the headquarters, do I have to give up on the final battle? Or wait to die in the game? Have you ever thought about, what if they use civilians' lives to threaten us? What should we do then? Pham Tran said, I'm not a good person, but I won't turn a blind eye to their atrocities. So this time, I'll deal with them. Saying that, he used the wind riding card and left. Hearing this, Chief True told the people behind him, have our men draw the enemy's attention and create an opportunity for Pham Tran at all costs. They immediately responded. Then Chief True shouted loudly, listen up, mercenary group inside. You're surrounded. Now, surrender with your hands up if you want to live. At this moment, a blonde girl appeared from inside. She didn't seem afraid at all and said, we're all friends here. Why make such a big deal out of it? I just need you to hand over Pham Tran. We'll leave immediately. That girl was the cunning Julia. Chief True coldly said, now I can send you all to the afterlife. Julia replied, I planted bombs in shopping malls, pedestrian streets, and densely populated areas. Do you want to sacrifice countless civilians for one person? From above, Pham Tran had also heard the previous conversation. He thought to himself, as expected, the enemy has a contingency plan. Success or failure will be decided today. In an abandoned factory, the 3 mercenary groups were gathering for a meeting. Knowing the Supernatural Security Bureau was surrounding them outside, the cunning leader Toxic Lang wondered, the Supernatural Security Bureau is always cautious, favoring defense over offense. Why did they take the initiative to come after us? The nameless leader, whose name was Rose, didn't seem to care about that at all. She didn't need to know what was happening outside, only caring about their target, Pham Tran. Why worry so much? Our only target is Pham Tran. Has Pham Tran arrived yet? The leader of White Shark number 74 was more rational, feeling that the situation outside was not part of the plan. I haven't heard anything, but I feel something is off. Suddenly, there was a noise from the back door. Someone had jumped in. Everyone's attention was drawn to that. The White Shark leader shouted a warning, it's Pham Tran. As planned, he had snuck in through the factory's back door. When discovered, he remained calm, even raising his hands, smiling and greeting them as if mocking them that afternoon. The kind nameless leader then recognized him, and shouted orders to her teammates, that's Pham Tran. Attack. Receiving the order, her teammates opened fire towards Pham Tran. He fired continuously, causing a relatively large explosion. The cunning leader. Unexpectedly, Pham Tran dared to sneak into their very den. Seeing his comrade firing continuously like that, he thought Pham Tran must have been killed. He couldn't help but wonder to his comrade, how did he get in here? Is he dead? The White Shark leader remained more rational than the others. It seemed she had thoroughly researched Pham Tran before, so she knew he wasn't someone to be easily eliminated. She remained on high alert, warning her surrounding comrades to be careful. According to the files, he shouldn't die that easily. Everyone, stay on high alert. Before she could finish her sentence, Pham Tran appeared behind them. He moved swiftly like an assassin stalking his prey, waiting for the right moment to strike. He consecutively used 2 card skills, slashing at each of their necks. One was the speed card. After using this card, he gained a speed buff lasting an hour, with 3 charges available. The other was the power card. After using this card, his strength was enhanced for an hour, granting him enhanced strength. It had 3 charges available. All of his movements were swift and decisive, leaving them no chance to even react. Before dying in bewilderment, the nameless group leader witnessed everything and was utterly horrified. She couldn't believe that her prey possessed such terrifying power. This was no speed a human could achieve. This was the power of the divine game. Among the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best option. Seeing her side nearly wiped out, with only her remaining, the cunning leader knew she couldn't defeat Pham Tran. She could only announce a retreat to save her life. She wanted to flee, but it was too late. Before she could step out the door, Pham Tran had already blocked her path. With just a spin, he gently slid his card across her neck, killing her instantly on the spot. Then he calmly finished speaking, as if bidding a warning farewell to her. With that, only the nameless group leader remained. She witnessed this entire scene, unable to believe her own eyes. She had never seen anyone so formidable, killing people in the blink of an eye. She was petrified with fear. She stuttered, "They all died within 10 seconds. This shouldn't have happened." Before dealing with her, Pham Tran nonchalantly said, "Sorry, but this is reality." The next day, at Pham Tran's home, early in the morning, team leader True met with him. "You must have rested enough." He came to inform Jiang then about the next battle he had to participate in. Next is the assimilation battle. "Are you ready?" Jiang then didn't face him directly. He just turned his back and said, "Don't worry." He turned half his face to look at team leader True. His confident expression made it seem like an easy task. "I will be victorious, and bring glory to our nation. Just wait, the battle is about to begin." Everyone had gathered in full force, each brimming with fighting spirit, eagerly awaiting their turn to enter the arena. The system welcomed you back to the divine world. The assimilation battle is about to begin. Players, please get ready. 3, 2, at this moment, Pham Tran had his eyes closed, awaiting the system's final countdown. The system continued its announcement. The battle officially begins. The decisive battle starts now. You have been transferred to Exile Island.